he gave us this big tease.
We had good
So
material there. Those 2 minutes were pretty good.
Oh my God. That was fantastic. Did everybody like that? No, I'm just kidding. I just realized we're live now. We know, but there's still nobody in here yet.
I heard you talking about this in the lead up to it. So YouTube doesn't allow for 24-hour streams?
No.
12.
No.
Is that what you're saying?
Yes. That's in an hour. Somebody's in there. Somebody came over, Joe. Right. Joe in the chat says in an hour. So, I don't know what that's in reference up. But anyways, yes, you can only do 12. So yeah, you can only do a 12-hour stream. So I broke it up into roughly 3/8, which is the last one's a little 9. But that way I'd have some leeway to do exactly what we just did instead of being like, oh my God, we're going to get shut down. And I want it to be as smooth as I could make it. But yeah,
and then what's your plan? Is this going to be available on podcasts, like in 20 different episodes, or like what have you thought about that?
Great question. Yeah, it's as a podcaster, like you have those weeks you can't make something. I've got 25 hours, so I do my takeover Tuesdays where I have a guest come on, and because of this one, I'm hoping my listeners give me some leeway. And I'm using my buddy Todd. He opened the show at 6 and we're closing the show. And I'm going to bookend those so that Tuesday's Takeover Tuesday will be the bookends and where we talk about what's coming. And then he's going to make fun of me at the end. So,
Got it. Like it.
But yeah, I definitely will use the audio from all this and in the future be like, hey, this was my episode in the 24-hour podcast, which would be a great way to promote the next 24-hour one if I survive this one. So...
Well, so you sound great. I mean, you've been on a long time, so you made it this far. Like it's
downhill from here.
The biggest obstacle's got to be your voice. Like, if you had you got water, tea, or I don't know, whatever you got.
I just have water. The only caffeine I've had, I finished this at around 2:00. I took in a Rain energy drink. Yeah. No 5-hour energies. Especially those watermelon ones. They're gone. And then the other thing is my listeners know, take care of your voice. So I had one of my newer listeners too. He's only a few months old, but he's like, DJ, take care of your voice. And that was a few hours ago. So I threw in a lifesaver.
You go.
But that's about it. And even when I've had my chats with people that have gone 2-3 hours, sometimes by the end of the day, you know how it feels. I mean, you talk for a living doing it. Yeah. So is there any tricks you do? Now that you asked that, because
no, I don't have any tricks. There are some days where I feel it more so than others, and I've done shows where if you don't have a co-host and you have to do 4. The last station I was at, the night show was 5 hours. You do 5 hours by yourself. The next day you're like, oh wow, that's a lot to get used to. But it's also different because there's commercials. There's callers, so it's a little bit different than doing this for 24 hours. Because I know at EEI, Christian Fourier has done 24 hours, 25 hours on the radio for diabetes. He raises diabetes, and I know he's wiped out by the end of it. But it's also a little bit different. There's commercials. There's 15 minutes of commercials in every hour that he's doing.
Right.
Yeah. You're still awake and you're still talking for most of that time, but at least you get a little bit of a breather. At least there's a spot in there where that's where I'm going to get up and go to the bathroom, or that's where I'm going to eat. So it is a little bit more doable than what you're doing.
But like I've said, it's like I said to you earlier, I'm looking at the schedule, I'm looking at the people and these conversations. I'm just so excited to talk to home theater people, talk to people and even like yourself, yeah, you have the Dragon's Lair, but at the same time, I invited Ryan on for Movember, and I know he likes movies.
Yeah,
I didn't realize I was going to tap that vein and eventually get him in. I think he's a home theater guy, and then Dr. Joe I also brought on because he's a podcast. But I also wanted to have that perspective for my listeners. And I literally asked Dr. Joe, I go, so what is it like when your eyes glaze over? What are you thinking? And we want to know this so that we can tailor our conversation for you. And Dr. Joe, he's like me. You're I talk about anything, whatever you want to do. Right. So that was fun, but it's just talking with everybody.
That's great.
It's so much fun.
Oh, you've built up a great community. I mean, you got it's pretty fantastic. How long has just this version of the podcast been going?
Home theater, you mean?
Like the Bright Side Home Theater. Because I know you were podcasting prior to this.
Yeah, I was doing chat. This one's 4 years today.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and we didn't even know that at the time. So my newest co-host, Steve, who's in England, he joined on this day. We didn't know that. And when I picked this day, my buddy Travis, who will be on a little later, I picked this day solely because of the time change. I thought that would just be funny, right? But then it coincided with the anniversary of the show. It coincided with Steve coming onto the show. And you're like, I didn't mean any of that. And you're just like, oh, okay. And then it coincides with Ryan, the passing of his uncle.
I know.
In Movember. So you're like, what the heck? I mean, now mine's all trivial.
Like, you're like, oh, never mind. You know, forget about my stuff.
Yeah, exactly. Movember. And I told him, I'm like, I'm growing the mustache this month. For the exact because it's to bring up the conversation, right? And I'm going to look ridiculous because I can't grow. I've been growing this for 2 weeks.
Look at that. Look at that. Baby face over here.
Stop.
It'll be good. By the end of the month, there'll be a few people like side-eyeing you, and you'll be like, go ahead, ask me about it.
Go ahead. Yep.
Yep. Good.
I love it. So we've teased this entertainment. I think we got most of our listeners back from the other show. So I teased this out. I cried. I'll try to play this all the way through without pausing it and laughing and asking you questions, but I want the listeners to check this out because this is you. How many years ago was this?
All right. So this was during the Summer Olympics in 2010, maybe? Or no, 12? Whenever the Summer Olympics were around that time.
Yeah.
And so just a brief setup to this is this was sports radio and it was a weekend show. The show is called Hardy and Troop. And I was like the update guy. So like for this version, you're like two guys hosting, and then like at that time it was like every 20 minutes I'd jump in like, well, the Red Sox won 6-3 and like hey, more after this. And then so
Bobby Valentine.
But Hardy was great, and Hardy would always be like, he's the best. I love Hardy. And he'd always be like, hey, if you know, at this point, I think the show is either 3 or 4 hours, and they were like, once an hour, if you want to do like an Olympic minute, or like maybe I'd mentioned it and he whatever, and like I was like,
yeah.
So at the end of each hour, I would come up with, and they had no idea what was coming, and I was like, I'll find some things related to the Olympics, and we'll talk about it. And so this was what one of those was.
Oh, we have a bit of an upset, guys. Yeah, in the 20K race walk, the speed walk, I think we all knew that the defending world champion from Russia, Valery Borchin, was probably the favorite here going in.
Borchin mania.
Yeah, not only did he not win, but at around the 19-kilometer mark, passed out, fell against the side, and then proceeded to defecate all over himself.
Oh, well, wait a second. Wait a second. Wait.
What?
Stop. What? Slow down for a second.
Talk about adding insult to injury.
He's a kilometer away, which is about less than 3/4 of a mile.
He's the best in the world, this guy, at what he does.
Not anymore. Olympic walking.
These guys, they move at a pretty good clip.
Yeah.
They move pretty fast, but it looks very awkward, but not nearly as awkward.
Not nearly as awkward as what, Rich? What are you trying to say?
It's the greatest. It's the greatest.
Well,
he passes out on the side.
Yeah. He
craps his pants.
Okay. Now, I don't think this is funny at all.
It's the best Olympic moment.
When you say he crashed into a barrier, I mean, they're walking.
You've seen like how they do like the marathon, and they have fans watching on the sides, and there's sort of like a little bit of a fence. And he's really hugging the right side, and then he just absolutely passes out.
Now, Rich.
And then lost all control of his bowels.
Now, Rich.
And that put the finishing touches on.
I gotta pause because, like I said, I heard this live.
That's incredible because I didn't know how many people were listening live to that. But that
I was the one.
So it's funny. So you were listening live, and so was Maz, because what happened was Tony Maserati was listening to it live, and then he got, because you never know on the weekends. Like the weekends can be
right.
whatever.
Yeah, it was a Saturday afternoon around 4-ish, wasn't it? Something like that.
Probably. Yeah. And Maz heard it, and then he got like his show to replay it, and then other shows started to replay it during the week, and then that's when it really kind of like took off. But the other part of this is like I'm watching the video, so obviously it's great. Nobody else can see the video, but I'm watching. So that's another reason why I keep cracking up laughing is because I'm watching this video of this guy like speed walking in of itself is funny because it's an outrageous sport. You can't run, you can't like lift your knees, so it looks very, very strange anyway. Yeah, and then showing this clip over and over again, this guy just like smashing into the side barrier, and then he literally this is true. This is a true story.
Right?
He pooped.
Yeah, he Uda pooping. He did.
True.
Yeah, so this is all live. I was crying laughing. I'm trying to paint a bumper, and I just remember going, this is on the radio, this is live. And it's nowadays on YouTube, you're like, oh, okay, this is funny, but it's like you guys are trying to be professional, and that's what makes Hardy so great in this role.
Yeah,
so Hardy's the one, for people that don't know, Hardy's the like, no, I don't think this is mean at all. Troop was awesome too. Troop was like, not anymore.
Troop was cracking up. He was in on it. But yeah, Hardy was perfect. It wouldn't have been nearly as funny if Hardy didn't take that side of it. Because if you just have 3 people like
dying,
the whole thing, it's like it's funny for the moment. But it's Hardy like keep trying to like keep it back on the rails, even though he's dying on the inside. And as soon as we went to commercial, he like stopped and he was like, "That was fantastic." Like that's
Before we get to the payout, did he know that? Did you guys plan it out? Like, I'm going to do this piece, or did you hit them with this?
Nope. Oh, I hit them. They had no idea.
Oh, geez,
they had no idea.
So great. So great. So this has a huge payoff at the end too.
I'll tell the story about that afterwards, but go ahead.
Yeah. Okay.
Now, how do you have access to this footage? You must know somebody at the IOC.
I do want to thank the fine folks over at Barstool. It's the absolute best because, again, and this guy, not just some random guy that qualified from it. No, he's the world champ, and with one kilometer to go, just
now, Rich. First of all, I believe the word is pass. The phrase is passes out.
Yeah,
fainting is for women.
Well, I don't know. This guy also crapped his shorts.
He race walks into a barrier. Now you're saying that the race walking is a bit unusual looking, but what is more unusual, and again, I don't follow the sport as closely as you do.
No, that's fair.
What's more unusual than the actual gait of a race walker is that a race walker would defecate in his own shorts while on the racetrack.
Yeah, it's very rare. Okay. You never see it. You never see it. It's like a unicorn. And so when you do, you want to make sure you want to make sure you take the time to appreciate it. And so our thoughts are certainly with Valerie Porch. And of course the cleanup crew at the IOC.
I gotta pause because that line right there, I was like, that is fantastic. The cleanup crew. And it's like, this is my first time hearing it through Ryan, a unicorn line. That grabbed me too. That the unicorn, because I was like, I heard it coming. I didn't want to ruin it, but it's like, this is my first time hearing it through like this headset, nice and clean, and hearing Troop in the background. It's like, is he hitting a table and stuff? I mean, you guys
probably. Yeah, I think most in the table, but like, listen to it. I haven't heard it in such a long time, and to hear Hardy like just like reset the whole thing is like so perfect to be like, so what you're saying is, and then for him to be like, I don't follow it as closely as you, and I'm like, well, of course, like, neither one of us obviously watch,
right? And you're like, fair, and then he
like me, it's perfect, like so well done.
Oh God, yeah, and then asking about, is it unusual they defecate in their shorts? Like, I mean, how do you even come up with the unicorn line? Because you don't know he's going to say that, but it's just like. I mean,
of something that's unique, and I guess I don't know, in my head.
It's a unicorn defecating in shorts. Oh, all right. Now I'm telling you, the payoff is hysterical. All this it's just a setup, and never saw it coming. I mean, live, you never saw this coming.
This guy. All the years, just
All
throw it
the
away,
training.
all the way.
Rich Keefe, are you going to be able to do a 90-second hub headline here?
We'll see.
All right,
We'll
if
see.
not, I'll be ready to take over. 90 seconds here, no
great.
commercials, and then it'll be the fourth and final hour of Hardy and Troop here on 98.5 The Sports Hub.
Now, here's the 98.5 Sports Hub headlines.
The Red Sox blew a 2-run lead in the ninth on their way to a 6-4 loss to the Twins last night. Joe Mauer hit the go-ahead 3-run homer off of Alfredo Aceves. Here's Bobby Valentine on his closer.
We had one great job by Aceves in the eighth, and then leakage in the ninth.
Leakage in the ninth? There's no way. There's no chance.
All right, the Sox have now lost 4 in a row. They're trying to avoid this.
And that's it. It's like, and then Hardy takes it up from there.
Yeah, and then he finishes the update, and then we do another hour of the show. So that was completely dumb luck. So back then, I think it was, I think like I was saying, it was like 3 updates an hour, and so those guys are doing the show. I'm chiming in here and there, but like you prepare, you're making changes, you're making edits. But I had already like loaded in the sound that I wanted to use like way before we even did that story. So I'm like, oh, I'll mention like they blew the game, and I'll mention Valentine. And I might not even have heard the Valentine cut. I just knew it was Valentine on what happened at the end.
Right.
And for it to be like that was
because you
landing to the whole thing.
Yeah, because if you had done it on purpose, you would have made a funny joke about it or something. Whereas, and you could hear like you were crying, laughing like everybody else, but then you go to do the headline, and then your professionalism kicks in, and you're like, oh, and this and that, and then Valentine comes with leakage in the ninth, and you're just like, are you kidding? I'm out. And Hardy is just like, I feel like he was expecting it or something, but he's just so good at being straight like that. It's just, oh my God. But yeah. I was crying, laughing. I couldn't wait. And then the fact that you guys kept doing it throughout the week, I'm like, you got to hear this. You got to check this out. And it's like, oh my God, it was amazing.
It was great.
Yeah. So, all right. That was our sports radio minute here on Brightside Home Theater Podcast. Dragon's Lair. Let's do the deep dive into the Dragon's Lair. You've had it now for almost 2 years. Right? Yeah. It was next month. Oh, yeah, next month. It was 2 years ago next month. How are you liking it?
I love it. I absolutely love it. Yeah, I mean, I love it. And I know you're gonna ask if I've tinkered. I haven't. Like I think now the main tinker that I want to do now is more like the furniture, and it's more some of like that stuff like inside the layer. So basically I have a split level house. So this is in the basement, and then there's like a bigger room to my left, and then there's sort of like an office size room in here. So like I'm actually facing the TV's like in front of me. There's a couch right to the left of me as well, and it's awesome. Like it's so good. I know we've talked about on the podcast how I was just going from a TV, like I said. The biggest TV I could fit in my bedroom at the time is what I had, and then I upgraded to this TV. Nothing special on the TV front. It's it's 65 inches and whatever. But I was like, I've just been listening to the audio off of the TV, so like anything was going to be better. And I was like, I'd heard people talking about sound bars. I'm like, all right, sound bars are sound bars, whatever. A roommate of mine in college had like a surround sound system, nothing as like what I have now, but it was at least, multi-speakers, subwoofer, that kind of thing. My parents also had a similar thing. So I was into it. I liked it. I loved the idea of it. And I remember talking to you about it because I heard you doing the podcast. And I think I'd said this on the podcast episode, but it took me forever to buy my first like giant HD TV because I was like, what do I get? Like there's 1,000 of them on the market. What do I get? I spent way too much time. I'm satisfied with what I purchased, but there's so many questions. So I'm like, I don't want to spend 2 years looking up what kind of surround sound to get, what kind of home theater system to get. So I reached out to you. We talked about budget, and then you kind of led me down this path. I'm like, yeah, that sounds kind of perfect. And it has been. And I'll tell you, I look forward to certain shows in particular, as you and all your listeners are well aware of. There are certain shows like last year watching like Andor or watching The Mandalorian or watching Ahsoka. I mean, those are all Star Wars ones, but certain shows like stand out, like, which again, it all leads back to
you said Fall of House of Usher.
Oh
that
my God,
you said that in your show. You're like Davey, you got to check out the home theater aspect of this. It's amazing.
It really was. And like that there, it's almost like a cheat code when it comes to the jump scares. There's a lot of jump scares and a lot of Mike Flanagan.
Yes.
So Fall of the House of Usher, not only does it have the jump scare on the screen that scares you, but it goes from quiet to like loud crack, and it's like right behind you and like right in your ears. But so well done. There's so many cool scenes just in that series alone where you really get the full impact of whether it's your subwoofer kind of booming or just like the stuff going like left to right.
Pans. Yeah.
The pans are great on that show. Netflix is definitely pretty good. I've been streaming all my stuff. I just have like a PS5, so, and I got the disc one, so if need be, but I've been streaming my stuff, and I agree with you. Like the Apple stuff is great. The Netflix stuff for the most part is good. The HBO Max stuff is pretty good. You know, you can take or leave some of the Prime and some of the other ones, but from where I'm coming from, like it all to me sounds amazing.
Well, and that's what I said, and I've said that to now my son-in-law. I'm like, don't get into discs. I'm serious, because it's like, especially with the way things are evolving right now, by the time you even know that you can appreciate the difference between the two, the streaming might have caught up to it anyways. Right. And it's like, so, and like you, like Davey was saying, like, I can't believe you got him to spend that. And I was like, well, it wasn't me. It was like, here's the product. I know it's a great product. And by the way, we're talking about the SVS Prime Bookshelf 5.1 system. I don't know if that's the exact name. And then the Denon receiver. I don't even remember which Denon I gave you, but I do remember, or I didn't give you, but the one I had in my house, and you're like, I'll buy that. And I sold it to you what I paid for it. And
that's been perfect. Yeah. I mean, I like everything. And I have, you know, what also has been an absolute blast. I heard you guys talking about it on one of your recent episodes, is with the PS5, and you're getting the Dolby Atmos now in Spider-Man 2. Steve was talking about it.
Steve,
holy smokes. And I'd just been playing that game barely, and I hadn't switched it over yet, and I didn't realize how easy it was to just switch it over. And then it was funny, once you guys started talking about it, then I saw a few other tweets about it, like randomly popped up about how Spider-Man 2 now available in Dolby Atmos, and I was like, oh really? And I was like, let me try this. It certainly is. So yeah, the video games like now another whole component. Like it's not just the movie and the TV shows that sound so good down here, but I could just get lost in New York playing Spider-Man, having to crank with the surround sound and everything else. It's a blast.
Yeah, and that's another aspect we'll get Davey in on.
Oh God, yeah, that might be what puts him over the top. If you're like, hey, you can get all your games in this. Oh, for sure.
Yeah, Davey's video game minute will turn into hour
episode. Yeah.
He's like, sorry, Rich, I got to do my own podcast now, buddy.
Yeah, for sure.
It's, and that's what, and like I said to Davey earlier, I'm like, I'd listen to before you upgraded your system. I'd listen to your reviews and stuff, and you guys, you do love the same movies I love. You get into the action movies, and you you appreciate some of the same stuff, but then there would be movies where I'd be like, oh man, if they could just hear it the right way. And it's like, because I know you take in more movies a year, I think, than I do. You have your list going with that app there, and you'll do like 100 movies a year, right? Something like that. Is that what you're shooting for this year or something?
The goal is usually like 52. I'm like, give me a new one every week. Like that's sort of the goal.
Yeah.
And I usually end up going a little bit past that. But my problem is I used to be more like you and like rewatch a lot of stuff. I used to do that all the time. I think it was probably when I had like my wall of DVDs. I would rewatch stuff all the time. Like every day I'd be like, oh, what do I want to watch? And then boom. Whereas now, and I don't know if it's just because I'm doing the podcast and I want to like stay on top of all the stuff or not, but I end up watching more new stuff. So even if it's a movie that it's got like middling reviews, I end up watching that instead of like, oh, I could go watch like Scream again or Old School,
right?
Like Anchorman. Like I end up watching that, and then every once in a while you find some real gems that I wouldn't have watched before. But between new TV, new movies, and now, Spider-Man 2, I'm doing that way more than the old stuff. So it's like, I don't know, you only have so much time. And so it's like, what am I gonna choose to do?
Yeah. And that's as soon as you said, like, I don't know if it's the content. There's so much good content now. And it's hard to go back and watch the movies because you're like, oh man, especially because of the podcast. I'm the same way. It's like, I still like, John and Steve make fun of me. They're like, maybe you could have taken it in if you didn't watch Star Wars again, but it's like, but I'm doing what I love to do. Right. And that's like, fine, make fun of me for it. But I guarantee you there's somebody else out there going, I did too.
Yeah.
And that's what I got John and Steve for. You guys watch all the ton of content, do what you want to do. Right. And that's the point. And like, it's funny to hear you say, like, you used to watch tons of scenes and stuff, but like I do. But there is so much great content. And when you find that, like, especially like that home theater gem of like, Fall of House of Usher, you're like, oh my God. Right. It's because they're not all created equal. No. And the home theater world is such a niche world. We're such a small market. And then to see all the effort that they put into making that, and they're like, they did that for us. It's like, like most people are like, I didn't hear anything on my 2 channels,
Oh yeah. You would. Yeah.
Right. And I've said it on the show before. It's like Ron Howard says it in one of the extras on Apollo 13. He's like, I know he's just like, whatever, spouting off, but he goes, all this effort we're putting in, I know it's just for those home theater people. And I'm like, he's talking to me. Oh my God. It's like, yeah. Oh man, check this out. So Rich, you didn't know this. I'd given Nick, buddy, are your ears burning?
Oh, I feel right. Doesn't this look like bucolic right here? This looks fine, huh?
Look at the fireplace.
It's not my house, I can tell you that much.
Rich, I didn't know. Like, yeah, like this is Nick Brown from SVS.
Awesome. I love your speakers.
Yeah.
Well, I love hearing your voice live and on the radio. So
appreciate you. Awesome.
Yeah. So when I got your set, I told Nick afterwards, I'm like, Rich Keefe, I put that in his system because he's been on my show, him and Larry. I tried to get him on today, but you guys are both traveling, right? Is that what happened today?
Larry was just getting back from Georgia. Can I go camera optional? Because I got like Wi-Fi issues here. It'll probably make the feed come better. All right. Yeah, Larry's coming back from Atlanta and Augusta doing some store trainings, and I'm up in Kennebunkport, Maine, scenic Kennebunkport, Maine, at
nice
Airbnb here for some in-laws' grandmother's birthday party. So yeah, fun times.
Thank you for checking in. That's like I want like getting Larry on and meeting you guys for the first time out at CD in Denver this year, and being that was amazing to me. But Larry, Rich, is like, he just does the scenes, and I mean, he knows them out of his head. He knows, I mean, it's amazing what does he do? He demos home theater speakers all day long and teaches people how to it's just awesome stuff. So when I get him on, it's like, it's me and him are much the same, but he's a lot smarter. And so he gets paid for doing this. And I'm just like, can I just drool? Right, Nick?
Oh, it's totally true. And he like curates these very specific scenes. And I feel like it's a real differentiator because there's a lot of brands who, go into these trainings and they sort of bring, the DTS or the Dolby Atmos demo disc. And it's the same tracks that you've seen 100 million times. But he will watch every single movie and find that perfect 1.5 2.5 minute clip that just encapsulates, whether it's a subwoofer demo or a Dolby Atmos height effect demo or just like that surround effect. And he finds just these perfect scenes in it. It's a game changer when these people get to hear it and really have it articulated what they should be listening for, then hear it and then confirmed after the fact, like, wasn't that amazing? And it makes a real difference when you're trying to make your speaker sound their best and represent them in the best way possible.
Yeah. And I mean, that was Nick, as always. You're super professional at what you do. And I just love to geek out with you guys. I'll put it in the most unprofessional way I can. It's like, I just love hanging out with you guys and geeking out with you and talking this stuff. And thank you so much for even just any effort you could to get here today. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And that goes to you guys and your customer service, which we all know. It's like you call it up and it's like, that's what makes you guys so great. And that's why, like, Todd just dropped in. Hey, Todd.
What's up? What's up,
Did
Nick?
you have he's for everybody here, Rich, this is Todd. He's the reason I'm doing this.
What's up, Rich?
It's his fault.
Todd, what's happening?
How's it going, man?
Oh, I'm doing well. You in Maryland?
In Maryland.
Right. Yeah, I know you're always traveling about too. Well, good to hear your voice.
Yeah, nice to hear yours also.
Yeah. So that's what's been amazing about this community this day. I told everybody I'm doing this, and it's like not a single everybody was like, I can. And then that's why one of the reasons I didn't want to put out the schedule is because schedules happen, and I've had a couple issues already today. Right. And I mean, Rich, you're one of them. You're not even, I mean, yes, you have the Dragon's Lair, but you're like, I mean, you're not a regular listener, I should say. You're not like,
I listen to podcasts.
I know, but you know what I mean? But everybody, that's what's great about this community is like, everybody's like, yep, let's go. Let's do it. You know? So, and Nick's, I've got listeners on vacation that's sneaking away. It's like, they tell me, sorry, I can't listen. And now here they are in the chat, and Nick, sorry, I can't make it. And here he is, he shows up and he's like, just give me some links and I'll drop in when I can. I'm like, okay. Thank you very much. So
you use that vacation with air quotes. I'm hanging out with in-laws, and it's a 95-year-old birthday party. So take that what it is.
So I gave you an excuse.
Party.
Right. I gotta go. I got something for work.
Clearly, but
yeah, exactly.
It's still fun. But I gotta say, DJ, like, there's so much in our industry where, like, I feel like sometimes the fun just gets leached out of it. It's all about either the technology story or about like taking yourself way too serious. And I think when I get to hear what you're doing and sort of, again, speak about the fun and the passion that goes into creating the content, but then enjoying it, as an end user, it like brings it full circle for me, because like sometimes you just get so caught up, like, I'm representing a speaker brand and I have to do it in a way that, like you said, it's professional. And, I'm not losing that technology story. I'm not losing the product excellence, customer service, but at the heart of it, like, I just love listening to music and hearing movies. And I'm here, and there's this TV behind me, and we were watching, football earlier today. And, Rich, I don't know how much you've noticed the difference with sports in terms of like having a surround sound system versus just listening via a sound bar or, your TV speakers. It's not as impactful as, a Blu-ray or, your Kaleidoscape, but it's just like, I was like, there's something missing here. The voices of the announcers are so tinny, like the crowd noise is non-existent, and like there's no hype, there's no energy. And it makes me appreciate when I come, to a very nice Airbnb, hanging out with my family, but I'm still like, God, this sucks. Like, I want to listen at home.
Yeah. And we got Double A in the chat. Great. I mean, sums it up great. Enjoy the immersive experience. Time is short. Totally. And it's like, I mean, that's basically what you just said, Nick. It's like you're away, and it's like, I'm missing that immersive experience. Get me back to that, and that's, I mean, we all kind of like that. And we all have those stories of when we go on vacation, we're like, oh, I got to tweak this system. We're in a hotel. What are you doing? It's wrong. Are you there yet, Rich? Are you there yet?
Well,
do you go that far?
It's one of those things where like you'll take shows that are out, but you're not home to watch them, and so you're like, I would normally watch this on the night that it comes out. I'm not at home for 3 days. I will wait and watch it at home. I'm not gonna sit there and watch it. Or like every once in a while there'll be a show. I think I was away maybe for one of the Ahsoka episodes, and I'm like, like I'll watch it now, knowing that as soon as I go home, I'll watch it a second time and then experience it there because I know it'll be so much better.
Oh, so you've done that too. You've actually watched it away and then rewatched it. Okay.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
I think I have to have that experience.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
I watched a show on Apple TV Plus or Apple Plus, whatever TV last night, Invasion, and I could just tell there were some scenes in there that would have rumbled my room. Like there's, it's not surprisingly an alien invasion movie, but like there were some scenes where I'm like, I'm just not getting what I'm going to get. So I'm one episode in, but I feel like I got to go home and watch that new episode with the subwoofers cranked and see what I was.
Is that season 1, Nick?
Yeah, it was the first episode ever. Like I had to sign into their Hulu here and just pick something, and I'm like, all right, well, I'm give it a shot.
Yeah, Invasion, definitely. That first episode, there's a good rumble. You're going to enjoy that when you get home. Have fun.
Yeah, it was non-existent here. It was like I feel like there should be something punching me right now, and nothing.
It does. It does. Like I said, when Rich does his reviews, I can hear it. I hear it when he goes, I'm giving it an extra stone, or like, Davey, I'm telling you, I know it was a very good movie, but come on, the home theater experience was great. And I just, like I said, I'm like, I've been listening to Rich for years, and I'm like, I had a part in that.
Oh, absolutely. A huge part in that. Yeah.
Well, like you said, you would have got there eventually. On your own.
Eventually. Yeah. Who knows what I would have come up with? Probably would
Yeah.
would have been very good. I probably would have installed it wrong. It would have been a mess. So,
yeah.
You're definitely a big part
Thank
of
you. Thank you.
So DJ, I don't know if I've ever heard the story of how Todd got you into the game here. Like this is a thing. I didn't know that. I feel like I've known you both for a while, and I didn't
how I
realize
got
he was,
me
like,
into the home theater? No, just the 24-hour podcast.
Oh, okay.
That was him. He didn't get me. No, we met. Todd and I talked about it at Cedia. We don't even remember when we met. We just feel like we've known each other forever. Just like all of a sudden, Todd and I are like, I don't know. Because we were out to dinner one night in Denver, and we're like, everybody's like, I remember when I met you. I remember when Todd and I looked at each other and went, do you remember when we met? And we're like, no. So it wasn't
Twitter,
memorable.
But,
yeah, it was through Twitter or social media or something.
I think it was a couple years ago, maybe.
Oh, yeah. It was when I first started, because I know I was like, oh, my God. He has a
During
website.
COVID, maybe? I can't remember.
Yeah.
It's been a while.
Yeah. So but yeah, no, the idea, Nick, was like, it was Todd's fault. He had been on almost 3 hours, and he's like, just off the cuff, he goes, do you think you could talk for 24 hours? And without hesitation, I was like, yeah, no problem. And then it spawned a whole idea. And I think next year we want to do it for charity. We want to do that this year. But we were like, the logistics of putting that all together is like, got to be too daunting. So I'm like, let's just do it, and I'll do it, and we'll get it going and we'll get this part of it done. And then next year, at least I know how to do this, and we can actually dedicate it to something. So that's where I think it's going to go. So, but thank you guys, everybody, for being a part of it. And I mean, even Todd, thank you for getting up, and you're going to be up again at 5 a.m. He's opening it with me and closing it with me.
You bet.
Yeah. Hey, how many naps have you had
like
today?
That, guys.
Yeah. It's great. Oh, so
Nick, are you up in Mass, or are you outside the state?
I'm in Kennebunkport, Maine right now.
Oh wow.
For a family thing. But everyone goes to bed early here, so I get to stay up late.
There you go.
Hang out and watch shows on a really crappy TV and sound system, but at least it teases me, and before I get home.
Yeah. Rich, I wanted to ask you this. What is, like, on your system right now, like this year, what is your favorite home theater movie so far this year? What really tickled the stones? See that play on words?
Yeah, no, that's real good. I think the TV shows, let me look up the movies that I've watched. The TV shows were great. Oh, well, rewatching Guardians 3. So I obviously saw Guardians 3 in the theater this year, but then when Guardians 3 came out on Disney Plus, that was fantastic. Yeah. I loved that. What was also great was the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Mutant Mayhem.
Yes.
Did you watch
Isn't
that?
It? Yeah, I heard you talking about it, and I was like, "Oh my God!" I'm like, "Yeah, it shocked the hell out of me." I think you said to Davey, like, "You're gonna like this," because he's a Turtles fan, isn't he?
He did, yes. He liked it. He saw it later, but I remember thinking it was the movie was great of itself. But then also just the way that it sounded and everything else was fantastic.
And the artwork was really good too. Like the 4K, it looked so good. I'd be interested to hear what Larry has to say about that one. Larry from SVS, because he's a big Turtles fan. He has a huge demo scene.
It was great. I mean, you could probably pull some stuff from that. I mean, it was, and then the soundtrack with it and everything else was awesome. Oh, I think, and not just because we were talking about it, maybe it's a little bit recency bias, but it's the TV shows have kind of stood out to me even more so than the movies. Like Fall of House of Usher had a lot of big time scenes. Ahsoka, and then even though The Mandalorian wasn't a great season of like the show itself wasn't a great season, it still always looks and sounds amazing and is one that I always look forward to watching.
Yeah. Go ahead, Nick.
No, I was just gonna bring it back to the Ninja Turtles because I did talk to Larry at length about this after he saw it because I knew it's one of I don't want to give a spoiler, but he commented personally about how the music was definitely the standout in the newer version of the Ninja Turtles, but they didn't have that like over the top like sort of visceral infrasonic demo scene that that really sort of puts it over the top and shows you what a pair of subwoofers can do. And I feel like that's where he thought there was a little bit missing. But in terms of like the movie on its own, fantastic. And the soundtrack and the way they use the music to sort of push the action, it was phenomenal. And I think it's definitely one of my favorite movies that I've seen in my theater too.
Yeah. That's and Rich, that great point about like, I've done a show at the end of the year. I do it with Ralph Potts and Jeff from HD Report, and we wrap up. And every year we do like our top 10 of the year. Yeah. And they always come out with movies, and I'm the one going, no, but this streaming one, and that's getting to be more and more important. And like the first couple of years I did it, they're like, what, streaming? Let's do it. And now all of a sudden, like you said, it's like, we're like, wow, have we had a movie this year like Six Underground, or what was the other one that we did on, I think it was on Amazon. It just recently came out.
Well, yeah, Extraction 2 was this year.
Yep,
so
that was pretty good.
That, let's see what else. Some of these we had to wait until they came. Though they're streaming now. I'm trying to think what was just. That was probably the one that jumped, and then there was like Heart of Stone, which was terrible. That was that was horrible.
It's
where it sounded okay. Well, that was like 65 when you guys were talking about 65, and you're like,
yes,
terrible movie, but you're gonna enjoy at least like listening to it and watching it, which is true. Like I enjoyed listening to it. But even then, that could only like raise it up so high. Like it was not a good movie, but there were some scenes in there which were really cool to watch in the theater.
Yeah, exactly. But the thing is I think the streaming game has been raised so much that we're considering it.
Haunted Mansion,
yes,
the one which was like whatever, the movie was what it was, but then it was like, oh, what? I'm like, like listening to like this is fantastic. Like they did a really nice job with that.
Yeah. So streaming is like home theater wise is a huge competitor now, and it grows every year to be like, you can't discount it when you're comparing it even to physical media discs that only come out on physical media. And it's so good now that we're like begging for it to come out physically because people are like, how good could this be? Right. So you have people that are like, can I get this a little bit better? Because we know streaming is a little less, but it's the content's there's, and like you said, Rich, earlier, it's like there's just so much good content right now.
Yeah.
So
and
So I saw I don't know if this was direct to streaming or if it had a theatrical release, but Greyhound, the Tom Hanks like warship movie. My dad
was a COVID one.
That's right. And he was in the Navy for like 26 years, and we watched that together, and his comments were on how accurate they got, sort of like the dialogue and sort of some of the terminology that they use in like the control room and everything. But I mean, the explosions and some of the audio that was coming through on that was just phenomenal, and I think Apple TV does a great job with that. More so than, I mean, I think it's weird how the different streaming services have different sort of levels of sound to them, and you can sort of pick which one. I feel like I can tell what's Netflix versus Apple TV versus Amazon Prime sometimes just based on their levels. And it's just interesting how they have those different mixes between the streaming services. And I mean, I'm curious if you guys have noticed that like some are mixed a little hotter. I feel like Disney Plus is like always, like I'm always turning up my subwoofers. I'm always making adjustments because they dial their sound down. And then Apple TV seems to be like much hotter, like much more output, just a lot clearer. And I don't know. It's just something I feel like I've noticed with some of the different streaming services.
Definitely. Yeah, that's 100% true. Like anything Apple TV is like always awesome, like super crisp, and like you don't need to adjust much. You don't need to do anything else. And some of the other ones, like Hulu's bizarre. Like Hulu, I feel like there's some that are decent, some that are bad, and then all of a sudden the commercial will come in, and that's hot. You're like, oh my god, and you're like, yeah. So a lot of them they can be rough, but Apple's good. I think Netflix overall is pretty decent. Prime not nearly as much for sure. They struggle, which is too bad because they got a few really good shows like The Boys and this Gen V. I enjoyed.
Yeah.
I'm getting into Gen V.
What we say, like what I see here, and I think John and Steve are the same way, they feel the same way, is that Netflix and Apple are the most consistent. You know, if you're going to watch something there, you're getting a good product. Whereas even, Max, HBO Max or whatever you want to call it, they have some really great stuff. House of the Dragon was amazing. But then they'll also have stuff where you're like, they kind of missed the mark on that one. And then Prime, it's the other way. They have like most of it is you're like, and then you'll be like, oh, wow, that was really good. Right. Like, oh, they had a good piece, so they can do it. And they're super more consistent, actually the wrong kind of consistent. Right. But they do have some good product. But Apple and Netflix, I think I said earlier today that I think Netflix is actually figuring out how to stream, and they're from a production level, they light it a certain way. They're doing it to make it look and sound the best through stream because they know they're inhibited a little bit. Apple, and I believe, and I don't get into this stuff. Todd can probably answer a little more to this, but Apple they're hitting you with, look, we're going to put out some great content and we're going to hit you with the most bit rate because if you're using an Apple TV product, we want to be able to show off our entire ecosystem. So I feel like that's why they're getting they're putting their money where their mouth is. Like, we do good stuff. Here's how to show it off. So we're getting the benefit of that. And Todd, am I wrong? It's like, that's what I hear from like the people that bit peakers that love to look at bit rates.
No, that's not really something that I track, but I do know Apple TV, the device itself is just, spot on.
Yeah.
High quality. So it wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah. It has issues too, but just like I said about the other, it's like the most consistent out of the Roku, the Fire Stick, the Apple TV, in my opinion. I have a friend, my buddy Braden out on the West Coast. He has he loves Roku. And I know people that love the Roku, but for me, I always just felt like the Apple TV was the most consistent for me, and I like that ecosystem.
Yeah,
so
no doubt.
But let's see. Oh, look at this. We got Travis. Travis,
hey, Travis.
Hey. How you doing, buddy?
Good. How are you?
Great.
Hanging
joining
in there?
us from Seattle. Oh yeah, I'm fine. Do I look bad?
No,
doing
you look
okay?
great. You look better than I would be. Trust me. I tuned in for a little bit this morning, but I've been running around doing stuff and then watching football. I'm going to turn this off so we don't get you taken offline.
Yeah, exactly. I just got flagged. No. See, go
ahead.
I was going to say, Travis, you got total nerd there, but we got #dork in the house. So we got dorks and nerds here. Are we going to have a battle? What's going on here?
My favorite kind of place.
Dorks and nerds.
We got dorks and nerds in the house. It's like
geeks and dweebs, and we'll be all set.
Yeah,
Harry Potter versus Star Wars.
That's right.
Yeah. There you go. So yeah, it's so funny. I love that. #dork. Another great name. You got Dragon's Lair. You got like one of the greatest names. #dork. And if you see his logo, the #dork, and I paid attention to this, and then I heard you explain it years ago. But check out his logo. I wish I had it up here. I have the sweatshirt. You know that.
Well, the old logo, we had to change it. So once we switched over to the radio station, I didn't want to get flagged for copyright. So the original logo.
Really?
Yeah, well, because I think you could get flagged for all those things. But when we were just doing it on our own, we had each letter was like a direct rip off of it was the Daredevil D,
Daredevil,
Green Lantern O, it was the Robin R, Jurassic Park.
K from Jurassic Park. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, I got all that. Yeah, and I knew that. I had people like, what is that? And I knew it, and then I heard you explain it later, and I'm like, I guess that makes me a real dork because I knew it all.
I do have to add in here. My very first computer that I ever owned was a Coleco Atom, and it ran Apple Basic, and it had a built-in ColecoVision, but it also had a cassette drive. And the reason I chose it is because that was the first home platform you could get Dragon's Lair for.
Yes.
Yeah.
Those cassette drives. Oh my gosh. We had one for our Atari 800. Used to just drive me insane.
And imagine, you know how fast a life goes in Dragon's Lair. Imagine you play for like 4 seconds and then you wait for 9 seconds or 20 seconds for the thing to reload off cassette. Oh, it was worse.
You fall off the cliff.
Crazy.
All right, here we go.
Yeah.
I had
I'm going to get it this
memories
time.
of that in the arcade, walking up, popping I think it might have been 50 cents.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Like in
yeah, that was an
82.
expensive one. Yeah, Dragon's Lair was super expensive.
Like one scene.
Yeah.
He's like going across a ledge and then boom, over.
You had to go over the moat or something, wasn't it? A bridge over the moat.
Like that. Yep.
Yeah.
You had to jump onto that platform that dropped, and then you had to jump off at the right time, and that would take years to learn that skill, that time.
Yeah. Yeah. And you had 9 seconds to master it.
Yep.
Oh, Rich, thank you so much. Thank you for coming on.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me. You sound fantastic for somebody who's been on the air for as long as you have. I'm not even going to say how long. I can't do the math, but
yeah, I have it written here. We're just coming up onto the 17-hour mark.
Holy smokes.
Oh yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
Home stretch.
Holy smokes.
We're
Well,
onto the-
hey, thanks for having me. I'll be checking in throughout the rest of the night. I shouldn't say the rest of the night. I'm going to go to bed at some point, but
I'll text you at 3. Come on. Why didn't you laugh at my joke?
No, but thanks for having me, and looking forward to the podcast like I do every week, and I'm sure I'll talk to you soon.
Thanks, buddy. Appreciate it. Talk to you later.
Bye.
That's true radio professionalism. I'll listen to you every week. I can't listen to everybody every week, right? I'll like fall behind on his, and as a listener, and I know listeners do this. I've had people say, I know it as a listener. You start to feel guilty. They don't even know me. Why do I feel guilty? It's like, because I missed a podcast of people I don't even know that don't know me. Right. And it's like, but yeah, I mean, Rich is great. Nick, you still there, buddy?
First time, long time. No, yeah, absolutely.
There you go. Yeah, radio. There you go. Yeah, first time, long time. The other thing, one more thing on Rich is listening to him on the radio. Nick, you've heard him on the radio, right?
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
His sarcasm is like, I love it because he'll like listen. Yeah, and he's so good at it that it actually seems like he's complimenting him. Sometimes, because people will call up the negative comments and people will call up with these things, and I'm like, if we could rope him into doing like home theater PR, it would be amazing, because he would just be toying with people, and he does it on the radio for a living, and it's so much fun to listen to, and it's like, and now I actually mentioned to him, he has a radio show. His radio show's at night now, and he can get away with more. It's so great.
What's his topic? What does he talk
about? Sports radio. He does sports
radio in Boston.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
Awesome.
It's a hot market. It's a crazy market, and he's been doing it a while. And great. You know how passionate people are up here, right? Yep. About Sox, about Patriots, and all that. And you get, Patriots are having their greatest run ever. They're the dynasty of the country for 20 years, and you got all these people. They suck. And Rich is like, really? Let's go. I'm going to have some fun with you. So great. Oh, great guy.
Oh, that's great.
So how are you guys doing?
I'm doing great. I actually just finished up Travis an A24 movie.
Good choice. I don't even know what the title was, but it was a good choice. If it was
Talk to Me.
Oh, yes. I loved that one.
I thought you were telling Travis to talk to you. I'm like, talk to me.
It's the movie that Steve recommended. And Nick, the SB16s were just crushing my house during this movie. I mean, it is insane-oid bass.
What movie? It's called the A24. What is this?
No, the A24 is the studio.
Okay.
It's a movie called Talk to Me. It's an Australian horror movie.
All right.
Highly recommended.
Such a
if
great
you're a
movie.
fan of horror.
Australian, they got some decent horror movies. Have you seen the Babadook?
Yep.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Definitely.
They got a nice
Really
little
like
horror
Babadook.
thing going on down under.
Yeah, this one is particularly good, and the bass is just nuts. Lots of fun.
So that's another one. Like now, it's not based like what Halloween Kills or Halloween's Dead or Halloween's Next to Last Movie, whatever it was called. I don't know.
No, it was not inappropriate.
Oh, okay.
Bass. I mean, that bass was just so over the top. I'm fairly convinced there was some kind of error made when they were mastering that disc.
Okay.
But yeah, this one was just kind of those deep fear rumbles. And then, there's a lot of scenes in the movie where there's pounding on doors and the bass is just, I mean, Travis is shaking his head. Yes. I mean, he knows exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Plus the movie is just very
great
compelling.
film. Yeah.
Yeah. Very, very good.
It's one of those that
John, check this out. John Durante. Sorry, Travis. I missed this. This came in a little while ago. This came in at 9:50. Oh, okay, 9:50. The chat's going so fast I couldn't keep up, and I saw this. I was like, wait a minute. Is that? Are they highlighting Todd's? No, Todd did this earlier, and thank you very much, buddy. John Durante, $49.99 chat, $50 chat. Over 15 hours in, and you sound like you just got started. You're a machine. Keep going, and good luck. I'm not the machine. I keep telling everybody that. It's like, it's not me. It's these great people. It's me just feeding off of everybody else. And trust me, it isn't me. Because I've done all day by myself. It's not as entertaining.
Do you have to do like vocal calisthenics to like get in shape before something like this? Or is it, you just roll with it?
I'm just rolling with it. And it's like, no, I don't. Rich acts, and he does it for a living, and he asked me the same thing. Are you doing anything? And I'm like, no. I'm like, what do you do? And he goes, I have no idea. It's like, he's like, I think he was like trying to get some tips.
That's right.
DJ is not admitting that he had Pavarotti's vocal coach and trainer with him over the last
getting injections for
6
like a month
months
straight.
Yeah,
exactly. No, I do like to talk, right, Todd?
Yeah, you do. But DJ, the cash, you talked about a Sunday dinner with your wife.
Yeah,
maybe that can go towards that. I mean, I know you like to also do a lot of donations and stuff, but that's what I was intending.
We're good. Well, and that's what I said. Like a lot of what I'm doing this month is, not a lot of, but this month's donations going to Movember. And I don't know if you guys heard Ryan, who was on. He's the one that's been doing Movember. He's been doing it for 15 years.
Wow.
He's raised, he didn't say this on the show. I heard it on his show, but he's raised, and Movember contacted him this year because it's his 15th year. And he's raised in those 15 years as an individual, just doing it for the reasons that he said, he's raised over $30,000. Just, yeah, exactly. Just as I want. And now he comes on the show and he tells me, like, I'm saying, like, hey, November 4th, it's just the anniversary of Brightside Home Theater. Steve came on. We're thinking this is great. I invited him on because of Movember. He comes on and tells me this is the anniversary of his uncle passing away from prostate cancer, which is what got him into Movember. So I'm just like, well, okay, now mine means nothing. That's amazing. So you set out to do something like this off a joke that Todd and I have, and you're like, holy crap, look what this means, So that's, all these donations and stuff, we're going to split with everybody across the board, with Movember. So thank you very much for everybody. All the donations we got. Todd, thank you hitting us off with that 49. I didn't even know that had a color. I didn't know it was possible. But and John Durante.
I don't know if this will help compel people to donate, but SVS would love to give away something too. And I don't know if you've mentioned it, but we'd love to be able to pass along a Prime Satellite 5.1 system to one of the listeners that are tuning in for the broadcast. So I don't know how exactly you want to pull this off, but we'd love to support the cause in that way. And I mean, I know Rich has experience with that system, and you've been toying with some SVS gear too. But I'd love to make somebody's living room sound a little bit better if we can.
That's awesome.
So
excellent.
You know what, Nick? Maybe let me just run a random draw right now, and I won.
I won.
I can't wait to receive this.
One name in the hat, and you pulled it out.
What could go wrong there? Let's go.
I had to prevent him from doing the same thing with the Popsmith popper.
Yeah, I know what I'm getting for Christmas. That Smith. I told my wife today. I know exactly what I'm going to ask for.
They're fantastic.
I love.
That's awesome, though, Nick.
So Nick, thank you very much. You'd suggested to me that earlier, and I came up with a giveaway idea for a random, like for somebody that guessed thing. But I like your idea. Is like, could we do it in a way like every donation? And, maybe I didn't even think of that, but what, Ryan Davey was saying, it's like, it's going to go to, I don't know, should we just run it through the show? Cause I think that's a great opportunity. Or do you think I should do it the other way? Cause I have a pretty good question and we could just do it randomly. Cause the SVS 5.1, let's do that. Let's just do the giveaway. Cause everybody's been so great. I don't want to put a $sign on it and I don't want to make people have to pay to get in on it. So let's do my original idea of the question. And,
Absolutely.
And everybody, I mean, thank you for anybody donating and stuff like that. And hopefully it helps people, like, thank you for giving that, thank you SVS. Thank you, Nick, for coming on. That's amazing. That's literally the same system and you called me. I was like, okay. Guess who's on? And, Rich, who has that system. So it's like all these things are tying in together, which I think is fantastic. Awesome. So my question was, whoever the first person to contact me, it could be in the chat or it could be an email whenever I get it, when people figure it out, the scene that was specifically played for me at Cedia by Larry. I walked in the room, Todd, zip it. I walk in the room.
I know what it is, right?
Yes, you do.
Okay.
And I don't want. Yeah. Yes, you do. But the answer is out there. I've talked about it in my show many times. I've talked about it. All right. I'll give out the big hint. It's in this show too. I talked about it here. So that I think would be like the first person to let me know that gets the SVS Prime. I'm sorry. I always mix it. I always call it the Prime bookshelf.
Prime Satellite 5.1 system. It's a great system because it will really fit in pretty much any size room. And these Prime satellites, like, they are more like bookshelf speakers. There's a lot of satellite speakers out there that are sort of, tinny sounding, underwhelming, like extruded plastic cabinets. Like, these are legit loudspeakers. And then you get the SB1000 Pro in there. I mean, that's going to energize it.
And that's yeah. When I was coming up in home theater, my thing of getting a subwoofer was a dream. And I didn't have one for the first 12 years of my home theater. And this is coming with an amazing subwoofer, which I think, in my opinion, is a value of the entire system. Right. So I know you're like, oh, the Prime satellites, they're nice. They're not, but it's that subwoofer paired with those satellites in your room. And that's what Rich is talking about. It's like, he's had his for almost 2 years and he's like, I want to upgrade, but I don't know to what. It's like, this is so good.
And the beauty of a system like this is there is a very clear upgrade path. I mean, you go with a dedicated center channel, you go with either pair of bookshelves or towers on the front stage, and then you have all those satellites that you can still use for side, rear, Atmos, and they have the mounting bracket that comes with them, so they're easy to place on the ceiling and the walls. It's a great entry system that does not have entry level sound. So I think it'll make somebody pretty happy.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And that's why I didn't even know you guys. I think you'd been on my show once then. But I didn't know you guys at the time, but that's why I recommended it to quite a few people. But for Rich, I was like, and Rich and I talked about the process and he was like, maybe a soundbar, maybe this and maybe that. And then I was like, but this is a good entry level. If you ever plan on going to something else, you can take these satellites and use them as your surrounds and then go to a great front, go step up to the primes across the front. Right. Or ultras maybe someday. Right. And then you take these and use them as I am, as my surround speakers. So it's like he liked that. It's like he was, okay, it was a little above his budget, but it literally, I'm like, here. And when you go to buy a car and you tell them, here's my budget, you always end up spending, 5% more. And that's what I was like, I'm going to do that trick. And I don't mean to, but I really recommend this. And he bought it. And I mean, I don't mean bought it as in cash. I mean, he understood what I was saying. And it was like, you're going to get a value here. And now he's had it for 2 years and he loves it. So It was,
and I think that gets lost in the world of audio sometimes. People who are, sort of on the outside, who may be really into the content side of it, and they have a soundbar, they have an entry level system. Getting into audio becomes this hobby where treating your room, looking at different electronics, even for some people swapping out cables, like this is all part of the journey, and it's not something that you have to do all at once and spend a boatload. It's like this sort of progression of understanding like what is actually going to move the needle based on your specific situation and the gear that you have, in your existing setup. But then what can I do to eke a little bit more high end, a little bit more immersive, surround effect, a little bit deeper bass or cleaner bass throughout the listening area. And I feel like if you're coming at it from a place where you've always been into sound and creating these experiences, you sort of get it. But if you're coming from the outside, you don't look at it as this journey. And that's one thing that we're really trying to promote at SVS is like, what, no matter where you're starting, it could be an end game system where you think it's sort of like the greatest you're ever going to achieve, but you learn some things, you understand the science, you put some, bass traps or some room treatments up, and then all of a sudden you're like, oh my gosh, like that cost me nothing, but it made such a difference in terms of the overall experience. And that's something I think if more of the world knew about that and sort of the fun of just getting to that point, our industry is going to keep growing and get a lot healthier.
Yeah. And that's a great point, that growing, that learning, knowing what you need to know. Because if you start out with an amazing system, I say this all the time, if you got the money and you can start out with an amazing system, that's great and all, but you don't even know what you just got. Yeah. And when you start out with the smaller system, you learn as you go, and you learn what you need to hear to understand and appreciate as you move up in the systems. And again, that's what makes this like such a great entry level system. I don't want to put it up. Johnny Speakers has part of the answer, but I feel like this is on me. And I don't want to say what it is, but if like I also need an approximate timestamp and know the scene, because this is
like what's going on in the scene.
Yeah, exactly. Tell me what's going on in the scene. What scene is it? Because I did mention it, and every time I talk about it, I talk about the scene. So actually, I apologize for I'm so excited about this, but just saying, okay, that's yes. If you're in the chat and you see what Johnny Speakers said, you're partially correct, but I need more for something this large. I think that's fair, right, guys? Is that fair?
Yeah, totally.
Johnny's
I think they actually should have to go then get it tattooed on their forearm.
Right. No, yeah.
And
it's like,
send you a picture.
Yeah, exactly. Right. But you're very close, Johnny. Very close. Bring it home, buddy, or somebody. It's like, yeah. So
we did have somebody reach out to us before and say they would get an SVS logo tattooed on their arm if we gave them a PB4000 subwoofer. And I'm not ashamed to say that we did it. We have 6 years to prove it. I know.
Did you make him get it first?
I don't want to set this as a, by the way, just reach out to me and write on your arm with a Sharpie and we'll believe it. But I mean,
what do I get for the forehead?
He literally.
I was just going to say.
What do I get for the forehead? Let's negotiate here. No.
That's a big forehead.
Yeah,
just kidding. I have the same. I have the same forehead.
I know. I mean,
One thing I found
a hysterical story though. I mean, it was just
that's great,
awesome,
and
One thing I found really cool in the last several months, Nick, when we were dealing with that in-wall subwoofer here, when I was testing that and buying my dual SVS subs, I was looking because we were talking with Ed, and what's Ed's title with SVS?
Director of Technology and Customer Service. So he's walking,
and so this is 2023, and I was looking for an email specifically from Ed, so I typed his name in my email search bar, and up popped another email from Ed from over 10 years ago when I bought my first SVS sub, and we were having a conversation at that point, and I didn't even because it was just email at that point, so I didn't even really ping 2 and 2 together until I love the customer service I've always received from SVS. They're great subs, obviously. But yeah, the customer service is fantastic, and you're dealing with humans, not a call center. You're dealing, You're not. It's not an AI. It's not anything like, It's
Right.
it's awesome, and you're dealing with people who really know the product too. You're not.
I mean, I appreciate you saying that, Travis. I mean, Ed has been with our company since almost day one. Like
Yep.
he joined SVS, I think about a year and a half after it got started. And he was assisting them in building these big cylinder subwoofers in a garage in Youngstown, Ohio. And then, from there, he sort of worked his way as being a pseudo marketing customer service person, and has become an instrumental figure both in the engineering of our products and sort of like beta testing and really doing a lot of that QC early on, but leading our customer service team, which, it's a whole mentality. And, internally we call it, we got to give our customer base and our owners a complete ownership experience. And it's not just about let's sell them and then, move on to the next customer. It's like whether you have questions and really in-depth sort of technology queries before you even buy the product, or you need help setting it up afterwards with really advanced calibration, we want to be there every step of the way. And I feel like that's sort of a lost art as far as our industry goes, because you have the installers who a lot of manufacturers will sort of farm that out to. It's like, well, just go to a dealer, ask them, they can walk you through this. Or, they have call centers with some very lightly trained people who may be able to tell you how to plug something into an input or output, but they're not going to talk about placement or talk about, room nodes and things like that. So we take a lot of pride in that, and I appreciate you mentioning it, Travis.
Yeah, it's fantastic. I've always been a fan, and oddly enough, the conversation I was having with him 10 years ago was me past the 30-day warranty, wondering if I made the wrong decision and should have gone with this other one, and blah blah blah. And he was just it was just a super helpful conversation. And not to be Mr. Company Plug Man, but I wanted to bring that up because I do think SVS is a great company. And I'm very happy with my dual sealed subs that I went with instead of my single ported.
Yeah, there you go. Let me just build on that quickly before we're done with. But I bought my SVSs before I had a podcast. And once I started talking to people and I got enough confidence to contact companies and stuff, I was like, I only really wanted to talk to people that like I thought were enthusiastic. And I'd never met Nick. I'd never met Larry. And Todd, you might have been the one that told me like, you got to get him on because Larry does what he does. But I'm like, but my experience,
I've introduced you guys.
Yeah. But I was like, I want to talk to SVS, and it was because of the customer service. Mm-hmm. And it's like, I just felt like I want to get these people on so that I can, because I felt like I didn't know them at all, but I'm like, this is going to be fun because they're like me. And I'm not like, you can go to there's a ton of YouTube channels and podcasts out there that you can get all the facts and information. And I remember like one of the first times I talked to Nick, he's like, what is your show about? Whatever. And cause he's a consummate professional, he represents a brand, right? I'm just a donkey with a microphone. And I told him, and he's like, I like that. And I'm like, I don't really want to do I love your products. Obviously I own it, but I just want to meet you guys. And he's like, all right, let's go. And then they came on, and it's been like crazy ever since. It's like, it's just been developing from there. So it all builds from within. And oh man, here we go. Speaking of another great product and a great person whom I've been told was a great person and now know firsthand, Chris Seymour.
Hey.
Chris, how you doing, buddy?
Yeah, doing well. How are you?
Chris?
Happy Saturday.
Is it still Saturday? Okay. I'll take your word for
it. You haven't fallen back yet.
Well, guys, since there's so many, I'm going to drop out.
Okay.
And give you guys a chance to chat. But awesome
thanks, buddy.
All of you. Hey, Chris, how's it going?
Hey, Todd. Good seeing you.
Yeah, nice seeing you also. And DJ,
I'll talk to you. I'll talk to you a little later. I am. I just took another lifesaver. So thank you very much. Talk to you later, buddy.
See you at 5 a.m.
5 a.m. Set the alarm.
Okay. All right, guys. See you later, Nick.
Take it easy, Todd. Good hearing you.
Nighty night. Yep, he'll be back up. He already told me he took a nap this morning. Come on, you gotta rub it in.
I don't understand. I don't understand how anyone could sleep through War Games. That's one of my favorite movies. I've just been waiting.
Oh, you heard him say that?
To get the 4K. Yeah. Oh yeah.
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 All right, Nick, you got to hear this one live. I've been dying. Chris, I am so sorry for what's about to follow. I met you at Cedia. And you had I through Travis introduced me on like one of the first days. We were at dinner that night. Great conversations. Then I brought my wife over on Saturday and we went through the room, and when they demo these rooms, so Chris was the final one to speak, right? When you keep peeking your head and you look in the door, it's ended. You come in and you do your final speech, right? So we step outside the room and most of the people in the room have left. We were one of the last ones out. And we stood there and I made a comment to you about the screen. We were saying something. I was like, we had a great conversation. We talked for probably, I think, until the next one was done. And we're sitting there and you were great to my wife. You were great to me. And I mean, just a great guy. And my wife's like, wow, he's really nice. I'm like, yeah. So later in the day, we're driving out to the Rocky Mountains because we wanted to see that. We rented a car and we're going for a ride. She made 2 comments in this weekend. First, we left. The first room I took her in was the Sony 7000 room. Oh, Nick just dropped out. Let me add him back.
I dropped out, then I'm back in. Yeah. Sorry.
Okay. So no problem. So we leave the Sony 7000 room. Now this is their this is their seventh, their premiere projector and everything. We walk out and she looks at me and goes, "You have really nice carpet." No, that's not what you were there to see. We're driving through the Rocky Mountains and it just was still on her mind. Who is that guy we were talking to when we left that demo? I'm like, Chris? I'm like, Seymour? Yeah, he makes those screens. She goes, his skin is amazing.
What?
Travis, I told you that, right?
No, I didn't hear that part of it. No.
She was like, we were having it and we talked for a little while and she's like, I want to know his skin regimen. And I almost drove off the road in the Rocky Mountains. I'm like, of all things, babe, I'm like, carpet and Chris Seymour's skin. That's what I've got to find out. So I was hoping it was going to be a little more private of a Takeover Tuesday, but I got you here on a live podcast. So and you were a nice guy. Right. But how do I not tell you that story? Right.
Yeah, that's a good one.
I want to jump in quick. Having lived a block from Chris, I'm not going to speak to his actual skin regimen. I think it's a diet. No one eats better and healthier than Chris Seymour. And he also drinks good scotch.
Oh, geez. There you go.
It's highly processed water from Scotland.
Yeah.
So they say drink a lot of water.
Chris has made me many, many fine meals. He's a fantastic chef. And I think that probably plays. He's got the fountain of youth there in central Iowa.
All right. There you go.
There you
Nick,
go.
Oh,
Johnny Speakers. Johnny Speakers.
Right there. I think that's a winner.
That's the winner. Johnny Speakers, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Snow Mountain Chase Scene. Wins the Prime Satellite 5.1 system. So
does he need
Megan
to change
Fox's
his screen
finest
name
work
to
too, for
claim
the
it?
record.
Sorry, what was that?
I'm just saying that was some of Megan Fox's finest work too, for the record.
It's in her top 10.
Yeah,
Oh,
right.
come on. You haven't seen Expendables 4 then?
Ooh, that's on the short list.
Yeah, it's a very short list.
Does he need to change his screen name to claim it to Johnny SVS Speakers?
There you go. Yeah. So, wow. Thank you, Nick. And congratulations, Johnny. I didn't think they would last long, but yeah, that's awesome.
That's very
thank you,
generous.
Johnny.
That's
Thank
awesome.
you for tuning in and paying attention there. And make sure you fire that demo up as soon as this system arrives and get it all hooked up. You won't be disappointed. I know that.
I'll get him back for that, and we'll talk about it because he has a pretty good. I can't wait to see what he's gonna do with it. So we're gonna have to talk about that. So thanks, Johnny. Ooh, that was quick. That was a lot quicker than I thought it would be, to be honest with you. Because I thought it was kind of slightly obscure, but I wanted somebody that's paying attention to win that. So
I remembered you talking about it, but I didn't remember what the scene was.
Earlier today? Yeah, I talked about it with Todd.
No, haven't you talked about that?
Yep.
In a podcast
it is.
before.
Yeah, because
You
Larry
talked about
brought
them
it up.
turning on.
Yep. I talked about it on the podcast since I've been home from CEDIA. I talked about it in the podcast probably a few times since Larry was on, and Larry's the one that pointed it out, I think the first time, right, Nick? The first time you guys were on, he was like, "Oh, this and I'm a huge Turtles fan, so I was like, oh wow, I got to check this out." And I'd seen the movie, but not through Larry's eyes.
No, and that, I mean, we all know that is an old movie, but he has yet to find something, even like Edge of Tomorrow. He will give the nod to Ninja Turtles over pretty much any scene you're just talking about, pure infrasonics and like that just guttural bass and shaking the entire space. So
I think it's the slow motion too.
Yeah,
Chris is buying it right now. I can see it.
Look at Chris.
I gotta find this.
Yeah, it's the It's from 2014, isn't it, Nick? I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
The golden
and
age of cinema.
Yeah, the golden age. Home theater cinema.
Yeah.
So, Chris, that we're definitely getting you back. I want to get you back and have a great, because like I said, that chat that I had with you that weekend, the time, I mean, I want to expand on people getting to meet you, let's talk a little bit about your screens. I'd like to get a little bit about that, like how you got started, and we could expand on it later. But it was just, especially at that dinner that night, it's like just meeting you guys and talking and chatting, and it's like you're just such a great guy. And I was like, and that, to be fair, Travis and Todd will be like, you got to meet Chris. He's a great guy. And I'm like, okay. So. How did you get started in all this? Like, I read a little bit online, but I want to hear about it from you, like your background and stuff. But what made you go the direction you went in?
I mean, first of all, yeah, thank you. But to me, what's more fun than showing off stuff at the show is like meeting people. And I think it was like post-COVID, the first show, CEDIA was last year, I guess it was 2022. But like, I just found myself like grabbing, like Anthony Gramani came by and like, I just grabbed him and hugged him. Like I wasn't, I didn't ask him first, but like I miss these people. I just like, it's been so long, and that's really what it's about. So, over dinner we can Travis and we can solve any of the world's problems. We have.
We've created a couple of them too.
And we made some new ones. Okay.
Yeah.
There'll be a few restraining orders as a result.
Yeah. The cause of
it's easier with the miles
too.
Now.
Yeah.
Restraining orders were odd when we lived a block apart.
I know.
I'd never been to CEDIA, and talking with Travis, talking with people and Todd and stuff, and it's like, you're going to have so much fun. It's like, just let it wash over you, because it's the gear, and like getting to see Nick in person, getting to see Larry in person, meeting you for the first time, seeing Travis in person for the first time. It's like, for me, it was it was very overwhelming. But then afterwards, you just feel like, I feel like that wasn't the first time I met Travis in person, because I'd met him through the show and I met him talking like this. And then it's like, our conversations since then have just been like crazy. I mean, we'll have like all of us, these crazy conversations through text and stuff. You're like, just keep on going. And it's like, you're right. It's all about the people. And that's when I started, like I said earlier, about getting Nick on and talking to people. It's the people that I want to talk to. And it's like, there's a million products out there, but let me talk to the people. And that's what's so much fun.
People have a really hard time leaving this industry too. It's very, like, I use the word incestuous in the nicest way possible. Like, people stick around this industry and they don't, they bounce from one brand to the other, different distributors or however it works. But like, I started a PR agency, we're repping a bunch of different CEDIA clients, and then ultimately found SVS because they were the most buttoned up client I had ever worked with. And it was just like, once I got into working for a brand, I was like, I could see myself working in any asset of this industry, because so much of it is rooted in just experiences and fun and, the content side of it that you get so passionate about, DJ, that I think, people can sort of geek out on the tech, but then also have that in their personal life, and sort of that interplay between the two definitely keeps people around, I feel like.
Yeah. What you just said, Nick, reminded me of like what sparked our conversation that I had with Chris, with my wife standing there when we walked out of the room. So I just remember what it was off of what you said. And it's like getting passionate about the scenes, right? Getting passionate about the content. And when Chris was wrapping up, and I got to do that demo quite a few times, and Chris keeps it fresh every time, but he says the same thing every time. But unless you do it multiple times, you don't know that.
So much material, right?
Yeah.
Once you know me,
so
for about
is that
90
where your
minutes,
house is, Chris?
Yeah. Right. Once you know me for about 90 minutes, I'm done. Like,
Yeah. Like, well, you didn't have to introduce yourself 3 times to me in the conversation, but other than that was great. No.
Well, yeah, you do get brain as pudding. So.
But we were stepping out of the room. You happened to be there. Maybe you were holding the door. You by the door. But one of the comments you made after watching, these rooms are all set up for demo scenes, right? That's what they're there for. And you of course, I get what you're doing, but you humbly say, like, we're in the Gramani room with a barcode projector and this, that, and the other thing. And you're like, it's not my screens, people. It's like, these are what we do, but I'm happy to be a part of this room and everything. And it's like, the first thing I said to you, I'm like, we all know in this industry, it's like our rooms are only as strong as the weakest link. And to be in that room, and that's what I said to you. I go, no, because if your screen like sucked, you'd be like, the barcode can't do its job, and neither can the sound. Because now all of a sudden, instead of listening to Anthony's amazing system, we're going, this image is too dim, or this doesn't look right, right? And it takes your attention away from what we want, what we're trying to experience. You know, and that's what sparked off our conversation.
Yeah. Or it doesn't sound right when you think you're putting speakers. Like, that's one of the things that
it's behind.
I don't think Chris talks about them as enough, is that your screen can, if you're using an acoustically transparent screen, that's just as much a part as your sound system as it is your video system.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And
literally listen to it.
And I mean, Travis, I'm going to be totally honest. Todd knows this. I wish he was still here. I had Todd on the show before. The first time I met him in person was on the sidewalk at Cedia. We went and grabbed something to eat. In our conversation, I'm building a new theater. And I was locked dead solid on getting a not acoustically standard screen. And I'm doing this, and I'm like, this is my caliber. My buddy, Jim Doolittle, he's like, this is where you want to go with your picture and everything. Todd at lunch that day, he's like, DJ, you've got to consider acoustically transparent because you can do this, this, and this. Trust me, what you're going to see. I'm like, I know, I've seen them, I get it, but I don't know. After seeing your screen in those 2 different rooms, I was just like, and my listeners asked me, have you changed your mind? And I'm like, believe me, I'm like, that was the one piece I was rock solid on in my room. And now I'm like, all right, after those experiences, I'm like, because it's about the experience, and it's an amazing, I mean, I'm like, yes, I have changed my mind. I am looking at that. I am considering that. I'm like looking at all this stuff. It's like your screens, it was amazing. It was amazing. And it was, right? I told you that, Travis. What's that?
I'm not the weakest link. I wasn't sure if you said I was or not.
Yeah, no. But that was my point. It's like, you're like, nah, you're trying to be humble, but I'm like, it's fantastic in that room. And it's like, it's kind of funny for you to say that in that room. You're like, there's no way. You're right. It's like, I mean, what are you supposed to say as you leave? Thank you very much. I'm awesome.
Right? No, but that's the fun thing. And to avoid the word, synergy, I'm going to use family. I mean, that's the typical part. Is like, I mean, the row 1 seating was like great comfort, but like if I put you there in a folding chair, like that's
right.
That experience wouldn't have been the same.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
So it's like we looked at each other with mutual respect, and that we're all bringing, Class A product that all together then gives you that experience. And really, that's what I was thanking people for. Is like, just thanks for some time to show off what we do. Because the fun part. I mean, we talk gear all day long, but this is the fun part.
Right. It's the experiences, and it's exactly that. And it's like when I came with my podcast, when I came home, I did my top 5 experiences, and I felt like your room and I had 1A, 1B, and it was your room and the Trinov room was B, and I gave you the edge because I felt, now your screen was in both, right? Am I right on it? Yeah, your screen was in both. So that's a push. But I felt like Anthony's system was more tailored to be in future product for us. Whereas I felt like the big selling point of the Trinov room was the room itself, which is never going to come down to my price or any of my listeners' price, right? That's not a realistic goal that I would order the walls and have the room designed. And then that, the waveforming that they call it, right? I felt like that we do a lot of people, that's never going to come down to be affordable for us to the point where we'd be like, we do that over some just room treatments or something. Whereas I thought with your room, I felt like Anthony's system with the, IP and everything, all of that stuff on IP, whatever you call it. I'm getting punchy. But you know what I mean? Like, I felt like all that was more like stuff in the future we would be doing. And I was like, I felt like I saw the future in that room. And that's why I gave you the nod.
Storm Audio's processing with that
active,
the Direct version, basically, of the active room treatment.
Yep.
Is really cool. Matt from Storm Audio, he would click that on and off and on and off. And not all demos could we do this because we script it out and we want to launch and we want to be consistent. But occasionally we'd get him in the room where he could turn it on and off. And yeah, it's a remarkable change, a remarkable difference. I would say it changes what I would almost say loudspeaker bass, that sound that you're normally used to. That not quite so much sub-satellite because Anthony brought with Grimani Systems this basically it's almost like a quad bass array. Because he had his regular LFE channels, he had infrasonics. So acoustically, he did a lot. So it did not have that sub-satellite sound. I wouldn't insult his system to sound, let's say, like it had that sound. But once you engage this active room treatment, it turned into what I would call an environmental bass. And just there's some kind of a lock to it versus, I guess, you're maybe more listening to speakers. I don't know if that makes sense. Travis was in the room too. Did you hear any of his Matt's ABs?
No, I did not. And for me, I never got that effect out of it, but that was because every time I was in the room, I was in the very back corner standing right next to one of the subs in one of those areas where it built up. And I actually didn't get to sit in a seat through an actual demo and get that. So I can't really speak to the real experience. I was right on top of a sub because when I was running a demo, I would walk back to the back corner of the room once it started to not be a distraction. And I was basically right there in a huge, area where it was building up. But
to be fair, your voice coming through the screen was enough of a distraction for me.
Turning you on or turning you off?
You pick.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Trust me, when I was editing that, I heard a lot of that as well. So turning them off. Yeah.
Or at M-Wave, we heard that again, and it's now twice in 2 demos with Storm Audio. I've heard this effect. They were demoing with Perlison. We had our screen, Barco. So pretty similar equipment, but I was standing off to the side, and he clicked it on, and instead of just hearing this one channel playing its LFE content, it widened out into this room LFE. And as Matt explains it, he says now, not saying regardless of their capacity, because you still filter for the capacity, but the point of what active room treatment does, it says, okay, this channel has a little problem here, so these other channels are going to help fill that in.
It's going to compensate, yeah.
Yeah, and so it actually does really widen out that sweet spot, but it makes it a room sound, which really it should be in the first place, because otherwise we're just kind of, disassociating the two.
Yeah. Oh, look at Johnny Speakers. That's why Johnny knew the answer. Larry demoed it for Mike and I at Expona. There you go. Nice. Even better. That's better than knowing it from me. It's like that. I mean, that's a true fan. I mean, he's had your demo. So Johnny's one of the guys you met at. You actually, I think, Nick, you took a picture with him once. I think that was the one you took in the hotel. That might have been in the
Was he
hotel
wearing the
hallway.
hoodie? Was he, I,
Yes.
I try to take
Yeah.
a picture with anyone I see wearing a Brightside hoodie, and I think I've seen
Yeah.
him in Colorado, I've seen him in Expona, and I saw one in Pennsylvania area, Montgomeryville. So
Yeah,
you're going worldwide.
Yeah, well, what's fun, I told this earlier, one of the guys you met, Mikey, Johnny's friend, he was in the Caribbean wearing a Brightside t-shirt, and somebody came up to him and thought it was me. So he's getting tapped by listeners like, where did you get that? And I'm like, and Mike, he emails me and he's like, it was amazing. I got to have this experience. I'm like, what are you doing? I've never had that experience. The one guy that recognized me, it was you. It was him. It was another listener. So I've never had that experience. But yeah, he's you wear Brightside stuff and people are like, hey, you listen to Brightside? Or are you DJ? You're like, no, I'm just a listener. So thank you, Nick, because people love that now. It's like I have people telling me I'm going to the SVS. I'm going to like the one in Colorado. Did you already did the one in Pennsylvania, right? You had one recently down in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, we did 3 cities in about a week and a half.
Yeah.
And we started in Pennsylvania, then did Omaha, and then Colorado, Denver, Colorado Springs area.
Yeah. So I had listeners saying, I'm going to that one. I'm like, what one? What is it? And they were telling me about it. So that's pretty cool. And they love it. So thank you for, I mean, that's helping everything. It's like people, it gives them the listeners think I think it's awesome because it's like you're getting some recognition there and it's awesome.
Yeah, and I feel like just think about it in your own lives. What brands do you go to events for? Like, whether it's clothing that you're buying, sporting equipment, like whatever. There's just not a lot of brands that you actually want to get up and go to see and be a part of. And so it's really a joy for us to be able to have those interpersonal connections with people who either own our products or have thought about owning them or don't even own them, but just want to come out and hang out with other people who are audiophiles and home theater fans. And it's like the level of gratitude that folks show. And it's funny because Gary, our CEO, he'll be the first one to tell you he's got a little bit of an ego, but like people come up to him and want him to sign speakers. And I'm like, this is not good for your ego, Gary. This is not good at all for you to be signing autographs.
That's so great.
Who are like, going gaga. And he's like, I know. But it's like, we take such pleasure out of it because you know what? We're not doing it because I want my ego to be.
Yeah, I think it would defeat the purpose.
People who are genuinely happy and like they love your products and they love our customer service, and it's like this is the best validation you can get.
And I think just the fact that you guys have there are faces to the company that are out and about and excited about talking to other movie lovers and music lovers and home theater fans. I think makes a huge difference, because you think of some of the brands out there in this industry. Would you recognize someone from that company if you saw them even at Cedia or whatever? You think about some of these companies, like I would recognize Matthew Polk, but he's not at these events.
Yeah, there was Sandy Gross, he was one.
Yeah, there are faces you'll see and recognize, but for the most part, it's these smaller brands that I think have a bigger not bigger care, but like it's a more personal relationship with the hobby and less of a business. Like Chris, you and I know each other really well, and I know that more than anything you're like a music fan and a movie fan, and you love that stuff, and you're just passionate. You just want this for yourself. You want to have a great looking and great sounding setup at home, and that's a big reason why you're doing this. And I think that there's a difference there, between companies, and I tend to gravitate towards the ones who are so passionate about it.
Match my passion, right? Yeah. And it's like, and that's like I said earlier with Chris, I was like, I can't wait to have you back because that's what I want to delve into. I want to get into like how you started, what inspired this, what movies inspired this, what movies inspire you now, and all that. And that's what when I bring people on, I'm just so excited to talk about that. Because just our brief, like that weekend, it's like you learn something. Like I know it's there, and it's like it's like, oh yeah, an opportunity to get you on the 24 hours is great, but it's like this doesn't cover it because everybody knows I'll go a couple hours easily and we'll just chit chat away, and the same with Anthony, and they're like, you got to get Anthony on. He'll go a couple hours and you haven't spoken yet.
Right.
I'm like, all right, that's my guy, right?
Yep.
So I just love getting to know people like that, and it's honestly like a lot of my listeners say it's like we most of the time we're the only ones, and through podcasts and stuff like that, being able to close that gap and show everybody how similar we are. And it's like, yeah, I'm buying gear, I'm doing this, but then to talk to somebody like yourself, Chris, that's like, I just saw an issue and I'm solving it, and you're like, holy crap. And you're just like us, but you have the ability to actually solve something that, and now we're loving it. So I can't wait to get you back.
Like where in your home do you have like a consumer item that combines just this artistic endeavor? I mean, you watch movies, you're gonna cry, you could scream, you could whatever. So this is an artistic endeavor, so it involves emotions. And like I said in my demo, DJ, I was saying, you can set your kid down, you can set your mom down. Like, they don't know how you got any of this, but they don't care. Like, they just love it. And so just that feedback of reward, where it's a family event, not a me event. Like, in my audiophile days, like, I'd get this new cartridge and I'd sit my dad down and I'd put some vinyl on. I'm like, okay, can you hear the difference? And he couldn't, or he didn't want to, or he didn't care. But like, I've filled the room full of people, and you throw a big, IMAX image up, and there's been like, everybody goes, oh, like, or the toddler stops, misbehaving, and they look up and they're like, wow.
Yeah, as long as they don't go up and whack the screen.
They can do that too. We've had that happen. But So you're taking all this emotional aspect of things. I mean, people are investing their home money into this, emotional product, and then you combine this on the other side. It's kind of, it's a smaller industry. It's a lot of family-ish relationships with folks, and that's a great combination, because like I don't know where else we spend our money that has that.
Yeah. And I've said it, Travis knows, I've said it many times on the show, him and I in our conversations. It's like, I have an art background. I grew up, drawing, painting, that whole thing, went to college for art, all of that. So my artistic mind is just like, my creative mind is, that's why I love the scenes. That's why I love to see what are they trying to do. But I've said on the show, like, home theater to me is like, your home theater itself is a piece of art, because that isn't supposed to be in a house, right? So we're figuring out a way, and a lot of us, especially the older people that have been doing this, we tried to figure out when there wasn't home theater. We were like, can I paint my wall? What can I get when a CRT projector is $100,000? How do I get a home theater experience? And then Nick dropped again, but then on top of that, it's like, then you have the art of the actual artists, right? The producers, the directors, so it's the marriage of art and technology of, like, to me, it's like the perfect marriage of that, because there's so much of it going on. It's like, yes, people say, like I said it earlier, like a Ferrari is a marriage of art and technology, but is it really though? It's like, I think this is, because we have to embrace some of that just to fit this into our house. So, and that, like what you're doing, it's like, how do I get to do this in the house? And there's so much technology involved in that, and you're developing that, but it's so that we can display art, right? And you're trying to be true to that part too.
And it's almost like people take it personally, and we've seen tons of forum conversations, but if somebody bags on something else, on some other product, like, people get angry, and it's like you told them the kid was, not quite good enough, like, or your mom, like, come on, they just get really angry and they take it personally.
Right.
My favorite story. So I had this customer from Canada call up. I don't even know if I've told Travis this. I think I did years ago, but I had this customer from Canada called up, and he said, I talked to you a while back about this screen. And he gave me the specifics. It's this big screen. It could really it's going to fill his room. This is all his dreams. And he said his wife told him that it was either her or the screen. And he said, well, I'm calling you back now, because it's time now to order that screen. She's gone. So I'm like, no. But okay. Wow. Like, this is like a man in his TV. Like, she like,
and lost. Yeah, That's so funny. Yeah, that's a joke. That's the joke of people like at like a, like at the, they have season tickets to like the hockey team or whatever, and be like, oh man, the only game, what is it like? Oh, my wife, the empty seat. Oh, in honor of her? No, it's her funeral right now, and you're at the game. Or something like that. There's a joke like that. Like, this is more meaningful to me than my wife, and you actually experienced it in real life.
I thought it was being
it's no joke.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh my God, that's hysterical. That's awesome.
But, a person in their TV screen, sometimes those are fighting words.
Yeah, but that is the thing, especially with art. It's like people see stuff, and like they'll be like, it resonates so deeply with them, and then other people are like, I don't like that at all, and then they get angry. Because it's like, and then by the same token, people that don't like something and you do like it, and they're like, what do you like that for? And you're like, how do you, and this is knowing this in person, like having created art and going to shows and watching people interpret my art and then hearing them, and it's all wrong, but it resonates with them in a certain way. And I'm like, that's not what I was going for at all, but I'm not going to correct them because they're getting an experience out of that. Right. So like, when somebody likes something and then you go, no, that's not right. Wait a minute, what are you doing? You're telling me like maybe this hit me because of something that happened in my childhood, or maybe something happened, and things happen like that. And that it's such a, art can bring in so much passion, and it's like, and it's the same with our theaters, and we work so hard to choose just the right screen and this, that, and the other thing, and then to have somebody go, no, you got to do it this way, and it's like, you're like, no, and it's like, thank God the internet's separating a lot of these people.
Yeah. Well, and COVID came through, and then a lot of vacations got canceled, and the kind of this external spending. But the consumer electronics market actually did really well because playing a little money at home and with the family makes a ton of sense.
That's how I got my Kaleidoscape. My wife is like, we've got the vacation budget we haven't used. Knock yourself out. You've been waiting forever. And it was like, that's the exact same thing. It was COVID. I was like, thank you.
Like, we need to be entertained. I mean, it's not like we can just talk to each other all the time.
Yeah. Well, I try.
Distracted.
Chris, just do a 24-hour podcast. No problem.
Right.
We got a couple more people popping in here. Joe and Tom. Joe was at Cedia.
Hey.
Tom, how you doing, buddy? Joe,
Good,
you
how
awake?
are you? Hello, everyone.
Doing great.
So
Joe?
what was I got a question for every single person in the room. What was the movie? Like, we all saw a movie and it sounded really good.
I'm awake. I'm here.
We all did all this, but what was the movie that set you down that path of, I need to have something that can reproduce this amazingly in my house?
Well, everybody knows my answer.
But
Well, maybe Chris doesn't. I'm sure Chris isn't a regular listener.
Was that on Golden Pond?
Yes,
exactly.
It was.
It was. That's Travis. That's Travis.
Yeah.
The running joke.
Mine, very easy. Star Wars. I've said it many times, and a bunch of my listeners have said it too. Everybody else, who's next? Chris, you go.
Yeah.
Chris.
So as a kid, I went to the 50 millimeter, not 50 millimeter. That'd be a different movie. 70 millimeter presentation. There was a great theater in Kansas City called the Grandview, and I went to Close Encounters there. I went to Top Gun, but Aliens. But it was Back to the Future where I actually really heard for the first time the surround effect, and so giant 70 millimeter thing. But when they go through the time warp and the flaming tire tracks behind them, that swooped into the back of the room, and that was just that was my wow moment.
But was that the moment that said, oh, I gotta have this at home? Or was that the moment where you said, this is really, really cool and surround sound is awesome? Like, when was it that you connected that experience to, I gotta have this at home?
I mean, the home thing really started in college. I put on the gray blazers for Circuit City, and was selling a lot of gear. So I was doing all the demos of Jurassic Park and The Fugitive. I've seen the train wreck scene about 300 times. And you have to have something in your home when you're actually feeding the laser discs in and doing the demos. Then it becomes a lifestyle issue. But that art, like this, going to the 70 millimeter theater, that's the what to do. And then the Great Blazer taught me, how to do it.
Right.
And Circus City also taught me how not to treat people. So.
We are going to have fun when I get you on for.
Is this
for a
Divx
little
related?
bit.
Is what?
Is it Divx related? Sorry.
I was out of there before actually Divx came out, so I just got to watch that.
Yeah, you would have been. I was very bitter over that. But so like knowing with that whole thing where you decided I need to have this at home, DJ, is it still Star Wars or was there something later that connected that experience with the home experience?
So mine's a little bit different. It's like I saw Star Wars when I was almost 7. I was 6 years old, turning 7 shortly. I don't really remember the experience. Like Chris remembers Back to the Future. I don't remember that experience, but I said it earlier today too. I'm like, it's that I was one of 4 children. I didn't get a lot of like alone time with my dad. And there were particular moments that I remember, and it, like literally 3 off the top of my head. He took me to a baseball game by myself. I'm not going to reproduce Fenway Park in my yard. And he took me to Star Wars when I was 7 years old. And I do remember that. And then Star Wars turns into the phenomenon that he was. And then as I grew up into the 80s, you start to you see it on HBO and you're like, so for me, it was, how do I recreate? And this is in like 88. I just graduated high school. And it's like, how do I recreate the experience of me going with my dad, going to the theater, right? And then how do I want that in my house. I want to be able to do that again. I can't go to the theater again with my dad. I mean, I can. He's still alive. He's going to be living with me soon. But you know what I mean? Like, so that sent me down that path of now, how do I get the surround? Because then, of course, Star Wars has that great history of what they did for surround sound. So my engineering, that small part of my mind is engineering part is like, how do I do this part? And then at the same time, the creative part is like, I think I can pull this off. Because in the 80s, especially as an 18-year-old kid, it just wasn't feasible. But you're plugging stuff in and you're running car speakers to your ceiling and you're doing all sorts of stuff to try to create that environment that was just the Frankenstein system of all Frankenstein systems. But it was more of it's an emotional attachment to the event and how do I recreate that event? And then ever since then, it's Star Wars for me. It's just like I go back to that scene and I'll have a bad day at work, come home, put Star Wars on and just be like, whew, it all goes away, and nice. So it's like, and I like that I've had people on that use that same movie with a different story. But it's that commonality, but differences between all of us, which I think is interesting.
Tom,
Next.
What about you?
Well, Star Wars is my passion, as DJ probably remembers. But it was Top Gun. I remember seeing Top Gun. I remember seeing Star Wars too. In the theater, but I walked into an audio video store that used to be in the mall years ago. This has been mid to late 80s. And they were playing Top Gun, and I can remember standing there in front of the old CRT, big screen, rear projection TVs. Mm-hmm. And I was just amazed. And the salesman walked up, and of course I was just a kid, I was 14, 15, something. And I was like, what is it? How do you do this? And he's like, oh, it's Dolby Surround, right? It wasn't even ProLogic yet. And I was like, oh, okay. It's like, well, how do you get it? I want to do this right here. And that started the whole thing,
Right on.
Yeah.
Right on. Joe?
I think Joe's got a slight...
I would say growing up around car audio. Sorry. But okay. Seeing a demo on campus in college where they were showing movie previews in a tent and a projector and a screen. I remember seeing Universal Soldier and just thinking, you could totally put this in somebody's house.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's what makes it like, you just like, it was that desire to, how do I get this at home? And it's like, and especially most of it all early on when it wasn't as prevalent as it is today. Now it's like, how do I get this in my home? And you're like, well, one, what's your budget? How big do you want? What do you want? There's so many options. When we were starting out, it was like, how do you get what in your home?
Right. Yeah. I mean,
the theater.
I have this really. It's like this series of events throughout from childhood through college that got me to where I am today. And it's like, my mom was actually the techie in the house, and she would always make sure, we had a really nice stereo system because she liked music and she always wanted to hear it sound really nice. And, I remember our antenna was struck by lightning and blew out all of our appliances. And I remember going shopping with her to get a new stereo. And that was my first experience in a stereo shop. But we lived in such a small town. Like my Twitter handle, Kinnearomosity, that's the animosity that comes from growing up in Kinnearum, Iowa, which is population 48 people. And so even driving to the nearby towns that had a theater, they were the crappiest theaters you could possibly imagine in this, in the 70s and 80s. They were just garbage. And, so our TV sounded just as good. And then Mom held out until we could buy a stereo hi-fi VCR. But then we were just like watching Silver Spoons and the Cosby Show, in stereo.
Like $600 for that or something.
Yeah,
$450.
Yeah,
for an Emerson brand
least,
at Target. I had it through college. I had it. So, but yeah,
I paid $500 for my Sony. I got a Sony, and what was nice is, and it's hard to do now. I don't think anything does it now, but do you remember the dial? The Sony remote had the dial on it, and you could go frame by frame.
Yep.
Try to do frame by frame now. You can't. Yeah. And it's like, we used to be able to do it just like, watch this. And you could like Terminator 2 in the early 90s. You'd be like, see when that guy at the opening scene, he falls onto the stove? I could do frame by frame in my house on a stupid 32-inch TV. And you're like, see the jets of steam? I could show you exactly where the jets are coming from, because that's what we did back then. It's so much harder to do that stuff now, which I think that's one area I think we've gone backwards in.
Yeah. Yeah.
You wore out your copy of Who Framed Roger Rabbit, perhaps?
Yeah, that's especially with my art background. I know what you're talking about. Yeah, it's yep.
It's for the art.
Yep. Yeah, exactly. But that, like, guys, I remember hearing the stories about stuff like that. It's in the Disneys too. There's all little scenes like that, and it's like, I remember people telling me, especially when I was in college, they're like, if you have to sit and draw the same scene over and over, you're gonna sneak some stuff in too.
Fatal Attraction.
Yeah. There you go. Yeah.
So,
I didn't know that was gonna happen.
So I had all these little things throughout my upbringing that kind of led me to. There was one night I went over to a buddy's place in college, and he had a Laserdisc player and a Kenwood receiver, and really cheap surround speakers, but he put on the Blues Brothers on Laserdisc. We were both baked, but he puts it on and we're watching it, and I'm just kind of like, yeah, I've seen this movie a ton of times. He's like, just wait, and get through the scene where they're getting Belushi out of jail, and they get in the car, and the guitar part of She Caught the Katy comes on, and just that dan, and I'm like, this sounds amazing. And then the horns kicked in the surrounds, and I'm like, all right, where do I sign up? And that's where it all started. And then like within a couple months of that,
hey John, my co-host John,
within a couple months of that, I came across a copy of Audio Video Interiors at the grocery store checkout when they actually would have a home theater magazine right next to Better Homes and Gardens as you're waiting in line to check out. And it's
there were multiple home theater magazines on the stands.
I subscribed to all of them.
Yeah.
But
so
I mean, that was like that whole time frame right at the end of college is right when I was starting to have a regular paycheck that was too small to buy anything. But like that's where it all clicked. Like my mom's passion for audio, I was a film and TV major in college, but I was still not thinking in terms of huge production and sound because I'd not been exposed to that until that Blues Brothers Laserdisc. And so, fantastic.
Yeah. And like, so let's bring John up to speed because we started together. So John, we're talking about how did you get started in home theater? What movie inspired you? And like John and Chris, you were at Circuit City. John was at Radio Shack.
Yeah.
And it was the John Circone upgrade program because I'd buy a receiver, use it for like a month and a half, bring it back and be like, I want to upgrade to this one. I've saved up enough. And he's like, okay, here we go. And I went that route early on, but we started together. John, I know the answer, but tell the listeners, John, what are you going into home theater?
What movie?
Star movie Wars.
Star Wars: A New Hope. So when I started college in 1988, way back in the old days, I joined the Columbia House Video Record and Tape Club, and part of the only one I remember of like the 6 or 7 movies I got for a penny was Star Wars. And then I ran that thing in my little dorm room on my little, 13-inch TV VCR, probably until the tape wore out. So
that penny was the best penny you ever spent, right?
Yeah, until I had to buy like 9 more movies for $500 each over the next 3 years.
Yeah, whatever it was.
But
damn,
you should join the Laserdisc program.
But I got those 9 movies for a penny each, or whatever it was, 6 movies for a penny each, and that got me started. But again, DJ and I grew up together. We've always liked movies.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, and honestly, at the time, between the two of us, that helped too. Because in this community, we're all looking for people to talk to about, and nobody, especially back then, knew anything about this stuff. And we at least had each other to be like, it's not like we did every day. We actually talk more now than we did then, but about home theater, but it was new. And it's like, I'm trying this. And it's like, oh, my system just blew up. What happened? And it's like, and mine literally did once.
You're running like car speakers off of your.
Yeah. Remember that? And it's like,
Yeah, you let the magic smoke out.
Yeah, exactly. Everybody knows that story. I was out in the yard and I was trying to run it loud enough to hear it through my bedroom window. And next thing I see white smoke coming out my bedroom window. I was like
6 pair of speakers and they paralleled in the same.
I think I have more than that.
Different kind of magic smoke.
At Circuit City, you remember they had the speaker selection switches on the wall.
Yes.
They had a bank of like 24, and we figured out that actually the switches would hold if you could press them all at the same time. And most of us have 10 fingers, and sometimes we'd even get somebody else to contribute, so we could actually push at least 10 in at the same time, and we could just light that room up.
Wow.
And the poor little Harman Kardon. But man, testament, kudos to early 90s quality Harman Kardons. Those, we never killed one.
My first real home theater was based on a early 90s Harman Kardon AVR and NHT speakers. I had the 2.5 eyes.
Nice.
I like. That's the one that got away. I wish I could have all that stuff back right now for a second.
John still has ours.
It really did sound fantastic.
Yeah, I was gonna say all my stuff was Radio Shack because that's where I worked. So
we had the Optimus.
My receiver was the Optimus, and I had the little realistic bookshelf speakers, and they are still running in my garage today. 40 years later.
I don't have mine. I returned it to John.
Yeah.
For all I know, that is mine.
Might be.
He still
Maybe
has
I bought
yours, DJ.
I bought it used because it was returned.
Yeah, open box buy. There you go.
Yeah.
And I was the sucker coming in like, I want to upgrade to this one. And John's the one I'm buying. John's like, well, I'll get that next month.
Yeah, that'll be my upgrade.
But yeah, that was when we went away from, remember try to do a home theater with that. It's supposed to look like a rack system, but it was all one box. There's the lines in it, and you had like
two
Chris,
cassette players and
2 cassette players, turntable on top, tuner.
Yep.
But it powered the speakers, and it had a RCA input, and you're trying to figure out how to get your TV into there, and that's what I did. That's the one that I ended up blowing up, and it was like it wasn't capable of doing what I wanted, obviously. So that's probably why I upgraded to the the Optimus, which was made by Pioneer. At least I think it was, right? It looked like
'cause
Pioneer, except for the letters.
That was their premium line because it was actually Realistic.
Radio Shacks.
Yeah, Realistic was the Radio Shack brand, and then
Right.
Optimus was like their high-end line that was.
Yeah,
I
nothing
guess
but the best
contracted
for
out.
us, John.
Yeah, yeah. Hey,
Nothing but we were going high end even back then.
I got 10% off, so.
I still have
was a
my
lot.
Pioneer receiver
Yeah.
that I bought when I was in high school. It still works.
Yeah.
Yeah, I say they run forever.
Pioneer. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh man. Yeah, Chris, when you come back, I got a great Circuit City story. I had a run in. It's like, yeah, I can't wait to hear about the sales training you went through or whatever, or didn't.
Well, yeah, I mean that's what gets you fired is the sales training to sell the extended warranties. I mean, I was a part-time employee and a degreed engineer, and I was out selling the full-timers. So selling product absolutely, but somebody'd come up to me and they'd like a Harman Kardon amplifier, some really quality product with no moving parts, and they would ask me like, do we need the extended warranty? And I'd be like, no. Like,
yeah,
this thing's gonna last 50 years. Like, no.
Yeah, if it's gonna break, it's gonna happen in the first week.
Yeah. And then, like 8 minutes later, I hear on the PA, press Seymour to the back office, please.
Yeah.
I'm like,
yeah.
Oh, I see. Now, on the flip side, like the Windows PCs at the time, I mean, you're lucky that they'll even turn on. Like, it was just they're terrible. Yeah. You might not get out the door with a working product. So yes, like get what you can. But
yeah.
I was honest, and that's the last thing that corporate wants.
Right. Yeah, and and it sounds like you were knowledgeable too, which that's a detriment to their sales staff, because I ran into so many like when you walk in and they're trying to sell you on something that's not even possible, and you hit them with you can't do that, and it's like I said, I got a few of those stories, but it's just
it was to my fault. Like I had this poor kid come in the car stereo department, and he wanted to just take his speaker outputs and run them into an amplifier and just take the RCA connectors and strip the wires and just stick them in the. I'm like, you can't do that. And he just kept looking at me like, no, this is what I want to do. I'm like, you can't. And colleagues of mine, Steve Kropp, if you're out there, but they're like, dude, you got to let him do it. Like you're not going to stop him. You can advise, but.
Yeah. Yeah, and we'll be here forever if I go off on my tangents on that big box store salesmanship.
Too often I feel like it'll never work. Don't do that. But
yeah. Oh well.
They want to.
Yeah. I sold car audio in the 90s, so yeah. For a local AV store, it was an experience to say the least. Yeah.
Now, were you honest? Like, or are you saying like they were like what they did? Like what Chris is saying. Like I was trying to be honest and I got reprimanded. And is that what you're saying? I mean, like the owner's like,
Yeah, we're a small town, and so everybody knows everybody. So if somebody comes in, if you're not honest with them or you do them wrong, everybody in town's going to know by the next day. So you kind of, you have to be that way anyway. And it was just, but we also installed it. We had 3 or 4 guys in the back that would install stuff. And we sent guys to the competitions, every year that I was there anyway. And I worked there about 3 years. And we also sold TVs and, this was before DVD even. I mean, the VCR and Laserdisc player was our... we had a Laserdisc player hooked up to a 60-inch Sony rear projection TV, was the fancy home theater, for us back then. But yeah, I went through all those stories with the kids coming in and they're like, hey, they pop their trunk and it's like, can you look at this and tell me why it won't work? And it's like, well, a half ohm load is bad. It's not, that Fosgate amp won't do that. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
But
I get that. I've done car installs because I was an installer because I had I read Crutchfield So that made me an installer, right? Oh, you know how to do this? No,
I
but
remember
I know
those
how to
guys.
read
Well,
instructions. Yeah.
It said in Crutchfield I could do this. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So I had like, John, you did the same thing with your cars. And it's like I couldn't afford somebody like you, Tom. So I was like, oh, Crutchfield will do it. There we go. Next thing I'm doing, all my friends, and John was too. And you're like, ugh. But my favorite was when you went to somebody's house because they're trying to get into home theater, and all of the RCAs are like the outs are connected to the outs, the ins are all connected to the ins, and it's like they don't understand that you go out from this and into the in, and they're like, no, I just matched them up. What kind of logic is that?
Well, you match up the red and you match up the white and you match up the yellow. So why wouldn't you match up the label too?
In and out, right?
Yeah, out to out. But there was a logic to it. They actually said, well, it's coming out of here. And I'm like, I can't wait to hear this. And they're like, it's going out into here. What? And you're wondering why it's not working? You didn't try this before you called me?
Yeah. We'd have people come in and buy stuff. And they'd buy, the 5 speakers receiver and the 35-inch RCA console tube TV that weighed 1,000 pounds,
Right.
And then they'd call you a couple days later. You're like, man, this thing just isn't right. Can you guys come over and look at it? It's like, sure, no problem. And you go over, you walk in, and they'd have all 5 speakers sitting on top of the TV. And it's like,
yes,
there's a reason, like, those don't all go up front. And they're like, oh.
That still goes on today. That still goes on now, right?
Yeah.
Chris, have you seen it? You go to somebody's house, Travis, and you're like, or you'll see pictures. They'll send you, and you're like, like the surround channels are at the front of the room. Everything, and they're like, well, I that's where I like them better.
Sitting on top of the other ones.
Yeah,
stacked on
those
top of each
TVs
other.
weren't very wide, so they'd cram them all on top, right? So it all sit on top of the console TV, and they're like, this doesn't sound like it did when I was in the store.
Yeah, and your TV's probably messed up because the only one that's shielded is the center.
The center channel,
the two are ruined the TV.
Yeah, the TV looks weird. Yeah.
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 Hope you
Does
had
it
that
only
warranty on it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hope you didn't buy it from Chris.
Right. Bring it in to me. I'll tell you what happened.
Yeah, exactly. My TV goes funny when I put my speaker there. You got to call me for this?
Yeah.
Don't put your speaker there.
It's like the doc, it hurts when I do this.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, don't do that.
Don't do that. We're not geniuses. I think we're just logical. Well, Chris might be a genius. I mean, I don't know. We're just more logical, maybe. Travis, I definitely know isn't a genius. We've had conversations. We get along too well.
See eye to eye.
Right. It's like he understands me. That's not good for him.
Well,
John knows that all too well.
Oh yeah.
It's not like we 100% agree, though.
No, but we never do. Hardly ever.
True. Yeah.
100%. We hardly ever. And that's one of my favorite parts is I've met so many people through this show in that John and I are much like that. We grew up like that. And it takes time to know somebody and appreciate somebody that sees things differently than you. And I think that's the issue with the internet. Everybody jumps right to, I just met this guy and he's a dink. No, he's not a dink. You just don't know him yet. Right. And my favorite people I'm meeting are the ones that are like, not my favorite, but like you have such a difference with them, like you and I, Travis, that you're like, we have differences and then we move on from it and then we'll revisit it later. And like, what do you think of this? And we push each other's buttons like John and I do. And it's okay to be different about it. Getting back to like we were talking about earlier, like art. And it's like you're passionate about a certain thing. And it's like, that's okay. I don't have that passion. Right. And like John loves Evil Dead Rise. Me, not so much.
I love it too.
That's our latest. I know
One
you
more
do.
thing for the list.
Apparently, I'm the only one that doesn't, and it just didn't resonate with me, and it's okay. I keep telling myself that.
I looked at the reviews. You're not the only one. I was shocked at how low the reviews on that movie are because I thought it was fantastic.
Oh, are they?
Yeah.
I don't look at reviews anymore.
I don't generally either, but I'll see them. I don't look at the actual reviews, but I'll see the ratings, and it's like It's like got a 5 or something on IMDb. I'm like, what? It's better than a 5.
That's high to me.
Yeah, DJ's like, no, it's not.
That's date night material.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, yeah. So, but yeah, that's the best part is that, and when you get to know people, and then you can actually, and like Travis and I have had, I mean, on Cedia floor, we sat there and you had to actually get back to work and we had a pretty good debate. I don't even remember what it was about. I just remember we were both going back and forth with each other. And it was like, and I was seeing your side, you were seeing my side. I'm like, okay, I can appreciate that, blah, blah, blah. And then we're like, he's like, I got to get back to work. I think Chris yelled at him. And,
probably. He's a slave driver.
Right.
Yeah. He's like, stop making me come out of this room like this. People want to know who that voice is.
Yeah. Nobody wanted to know who that voice was.
Yeah, except the people that asked for the phone number of the person whose voice was on the screen. I'm like, hold on, I'll send it to you. Hold on.
Yeah.
Chris is handing out cards.
You know, one of the weirdest things is being I wasn't recognized at all for my voice from that, but like I was recognized a few times. Well, I was recognized last year too from reviews that I've done on AV Nirvana, and I don't feel like I get that many, hits on those. But like the first person I've ever been recognized in public was Joey Peacock. And DJ, did you meet Joey? We should have gotten Joey on here. Joey would have gone toe for toe for 25 hours. He's out of Florida. He's a dealer. He works with Mad VR. Just a really great guy. It was last year at the Trinov event. I walked up and we're getting set up, and someone's like, "You need to interview Joey." And he turns around, and he's like, "AV Nirvana guy." And he's like, I'm like, seriously? Yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
and
I couldn't believe it. And there's other guys this year that like from Mexico. There's like, "We loved your review about last year's Cedia because you didn't just go with every other reviewer who went along with the Trinov room being the best and blah, blah, blah. We thought you were spot on that, and I'm like, well, that's awesome. Okay. And they invited me to come hang out in Mexico, and I'm totally taking them up on
that.
So, yeah. And it's like, Travis, and I know Joe did. Joe, you texted me. In my story when I came home, John knows this. I'll try not to have the same thing happen this time. But it was that moment at Cedia when you two met each other right in front of me. And I was like, just hearing two listeners be like, I heard you on, DJ's show. And I heard you. And I thought you guys knew each other. Right. And that to me was like super emotional. And then I come on the show with John and I'm trying to tell it. And I couldn't even tell the story without breaking down. I was just like, because it's emotional when you're doing that for people and bringing community together and bringing people together, and then to see it first. Everybody says it to you, and you're like, yeah, okay, great, thank you. It's all you guys. But then to actually see it firsthand, and I was just like, okay, that was a big deal to me. And I think, John, didn't I make that my number one experience of the entire event?
I think you did, yeah.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure
because it really was, and it's like when you see firsthand what we've been doing, and it's like you met me, Travis, and I've known John my whole life. We're idiots, and we just decided to sit down and show the world that we're idiots, and look at what it's done.
Well, and I think it goes back to what we were talking about earlier with the people like Chris and like Nick and the companies out there. When's the last time, aside from just like the fanboyism of something like a Klipsch, and not to badmouth Klipsch speakers or anything, but when's the last time you saw someone from Klipsch bringing together groups of people like DJ's doing, and like Chris will do, and like Nick will do with SVS. And it's like you create these communities versus you have a bunch of customers that like the same thing. And it's a really great community. And even though, DJ, you're a 16:9 guy, I'm a scope guy, and you're, that's cool.
I don't know if it was a delay on the audio, but when you said DJ, you're a 16:9 guy, I saw Chris go. I don't know if that was a coincidence or what. I'm like, now what am I doing wrong? I'm like, the expert's gonna tell me I'm wrong.
Check my pulse a second. I think
okay. So yeah, and that is I forgot about that debate. We've got so many, Travis.
Yeah.
That's like, But yeah, it's like, it's how you want to, there's so many variations to this and how we want to do it. And it's
companies don't understand that, like a Saturn, car company, GM had it. Like they used to like send you when they first came out, people were nuts about the cars. It felt like they had some family bonding. They'd send you a birthday card for your car. People get these and they're great. It had this like cookout in Michigan, and people drive from all over the country to go to this cookout in Michigan and celebrate, their car and
their car's birthday.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And then GM, like some doofus that read a book or something's like, that's a lot of hot dogs. Like we're gonna cancel that. So they killed that. Yeah. Why mail out all those cards? Like that's a line item that get crossed out. And then companies have no idea. Like they're like, why don't we have a customer base that has a culture that likes our product, that because you don't do the easy stuff. You don't do the actually get to know people or I mean, it's a hot dog and a birthday card. Come on. Yeah. How hard is it?
Right.
Yeah. I mean, Land Rover still sends me a postcard like every 2 or 3 weeks about getting my airbags replaced, even though I got them replaced like 4 years ago.
That's incompetence. That's different.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. But Travis is just happy somebody's talking to him. Right. So he's not going to tell them. He's like, oh, look, they sent me another card.
The new phone books are here.
It's not a car. Yeah. Look at all these people I could potentially talk to. They just don't answer. It's like, but yeah, no, Chris, you're right. And it's like my brother and my sisters are both in marketing. They do different aspects of it. I grew up in the art world, learned a little bit about marketing as you do as you're coming up and how you get people to do things. And to me, and my dad being he was always like, so my dad got laid off from a company twice, but he gets laid off and he went back to that same company every day in the same suit and walked in, used the computer in his office that they never reallocated, and used their computer and their media for a year and a half to try and get his next job. Why? Because of how he treated everybody. Walked right past. He didn't have a security badge. He didn't have anything because they took it from him. He just kept walking in. But way back then, we didn't have internet at home. We didn't have, but his company did. Mm-hmm. So he knew it's like if you just treat people right, and his other thing is like act like you've been there. So you just walk like, So he just walk in, hey, and he knew the security. He did that for a year and a half. Didn't work there. Nobody stopped him. And between that and then learning a little bit about marketing and stuff, and it's like, and I'm not, Chris is going to be like, here we go again. Do you just telling me I'm not the weak link? But you can make a great product, but if you don't treat people right, you gotta, and when you get the combination of like yourself, you're treating people right, you're doing it right, you make a great product. That's what resonates with people. And that's when you're trying to make a decision. And my listeners have asked me, now that you met Chris, I'm like, yeah, it changes your decision. Meeting people, liking people, understanding their backgrounds and stuff. It helps you because it's such a fine line in home theater. The difference, and we all talk about it, like, can you really hear a difference in that? But what sways you? And it's that personal part that I think, and that's what's always resonated with me. And that's what I'm trying to do.
Yeah, we're chasing these 1% down. Like I'm a little bit better here, a little bit better there, a little bit better there. Of course, I think I'm the best, but the pride actually comes from.
But now it comes out.
Yeah, we're not the weakest link, but the pride comes out when the family's like, this was like blew their expectations. Like that's what I mean. As long as you can pay the bills, that's all it's about, really.
Right. Yeah, and and it's awesome. Can you? I just look. My watch shuts off because I have a special watch that thinks I'm asleep, but it just. It's 11:30, and I'm like, I gotta look at what am I at now? 18 hours.
It's gonna check for vital signs here pretty soon.
Yeah. My watch does that. Yeah, it does. It's one of the Garmin's.
Right. Like I was a varsity athlete like in high school, and now the smartwatches are like, good job standing up. Like,
yeah.
Right. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. You may want to move, or you.
Yeah, welcome to your 50s. Yeah. Good
yeah,
job.
exactly.
I get a trophy for that now. You took 10 steps,
Well,
I get a little badge for 10 steps.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, yeah. That's annoying to me. It's like, look at you. You hit your goal. I didn't set that. It just came with the watch. And it's like, look at you. You moved more than yesterday. Okay, that was my goal? I didn't know that. I didn't.
And it moves it on you every month.
Yeah,
Changes it
I
up.
guess. It's like, oh, so funny. So funny. It's like, okay, let's talk smartwatches. You guys got to keep me on the straight and narrow here because I'm getting punchy. I will talk smartwatches.
All right. What's the one feature you want in your next home theater? Go around the room.
Okay.
Variable aspect ratio screen.
Variable aspect ratio? I know someone who can help you with that.
They make them.
Yeah.
I figured as much.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, now there's no delay out of Joe.
Right.
Yeah, I would have to agree. With me, 16:9, it's not as difficult as what Travis has to deal with.
I don't have any problems at all. And
I know.
From what I hear, Chris might be working on something that's going to make it even easier for me.
I might, yeah. Some new controls.
Really?
New controls for that. So yeah, we'll upgrade
for the
screen, so he doesn't have to do this.
It's a button press,
right? So
yeah,
we can do better than that.
Yeah.
Oh wow. Yeah, it's I like that's one of the reasons I like the 16:9 too. Is I like to have the taller version for like what's coming out at the end of the month. Travis doesn't want to see it, Oppenheimer. So
I've already pre-ordered it. I
know.
I'm
just busted.
I like good movies.
Yeah.
I just like directors who can make up their mind.
There's a topic. Yeah.
Exactly.
Shots fired.
Travis has killed the battery on my phone a few times with this conversation.
My bad.
But it's like I think with the 16:9, like Chris, you had the 4-way going, and I did get to see it through Travis. You have the 4-way version going, which I think is amazing. There's no way I can ever afford that. I have my manual masking, which I made with my Home Depot supplies and some velvet, which I pop into my screen now. But to be able, I do want to have something that can, like, just the 2-way. You come down, and with a 16:9, I feel like I can get all my aspect ratios to do that. Makes it, a little bit cheaper on my end. I do get to experience the tall aspect of a full movie, but at the same time, I still get to have that widescreen aspect when I shrink it down with the masking and stuff. So I think, that to me is like, I can't wait to be able to have that in the next theater. Definitely that's, I wouldn't say it's my bucket list, but it is definitely planned because I did the masking that I have here, and then be able to institute that with my Kaleidoscape and be able to have it know the movie's coming and just go boot, boot.
What's cool is that you've, even through DIY solutions, and we support like the DIYers. Like if it's, wrapping velvet on pink board, cool.
That's what I got. Yeah.
So you got to do that. But you've experienced just what that is. And that's a massive difference that most people don't even know, and it makes academic sense. But at M-Wave this year, we had this projector shootout, so we'd have like 15 projectors, or maybe an odd, or maybe an even number, I don't remember. But yeah, I remember they had we had 2 of our screens set up. One had magnetic panels that we could go up there and demonstrate when we wanted to, but the other one was great. It was more of the electronic masking, like Travis has, where you hit the button and the masks come in like this.
Yeah.
And on the left side, they had the on the left side, it was the $5,000 Epson. It was the LS12000.
Okay.
And on the right side was this $26,000 JVC NZ9, right? A beautiful projector. And side by side, people were like, and they're all calibrated to perfect white balance, to just really try to show off the differences of their capabilities, not just their off-the-shelf setting.
Right.
And people could easily get it. They were like, whoa, this is $26,000 one. Like, look at that. And everybody's like, okay, yeah, this is clearly better. And then with permission, I hit the remote and I hit the masking on the Epson. And then people started, whoa. And then actually people then started voting. They're like, I prefer the Epson now. And to think you could prefer the image of a $5,000 projector over 26, like that's just proper framing your image, what that can actually do.
Yeah, and they
contrast bump. There's a framing bump. There's it looks more saturated. Like everything just looks better.
Yeah, it's the perceived. I've been saying it to people for years since I came up with that. I didn't come up with it. Somebody else said it. And like, you can do it this way. And if you have this kind of a screen, like, and I've had other people try different ways. Like you do the magnets, right? You provide magnets for people, the magnet system. I just wedge mine in. There's multiple ways to do it, but people have asked, and I've been saying it for years. It's like, the contrast doesn't change, but what does change is your eyes, and it's the perceived contrast. So that's like the actual term of it. But what's funny is you're telling that story, but you had told the story earlier today, and he said like the way he said it was like the room went wow, and they all pointed in that direction. It's the same thing, but it's people don't know what they're seeing. They don't even know. Like he was saying, like they don't even know why that one was better. They just knew they thought it looked better, and they're like, what's different? Why do the black levels look better on that? When in actuality, if you were to take a pit, the black levels are probably better on the other one. But now once you put those, you mask it off and you frame it correctly. And exactly like what you said, Chris, like you framed the piece. It's like, John and I went to school for art. You can draw something, it looks great, everything's great, but it's not until you put the mat around it and a frame around it, it just it takes that piece to another level that you're like, nothing's changed. That painting or drawing is exactly the same as it was on the canvas, but now because you frame it appropriately, you're like, oh my God, just stay. I mean, even like I've done stuff and gone, damn. Like, it's mine, and I'm like, wow, that makes it, the frame makes it look so much better. And that's where you get into, I've had people tell me, oh, masking doesn't mean anything. You're barely ever going to do that.
And there's like less than 1% of dealers you go out there that actually even can demonstrate that to their clients.
Yep.
Like, so, and that's another big problem I have is in this industry is how do we actually show these things off to people? And the local dealer, unfortunately, is usually not the place to go. So like, it's almost word of mouth. It's the AVS forums. It's the enthusiasts. You have movie parties. But what a weird way to grow the market is through like some kind of grassroots lifestyle thing. They can't actually go experience these things.
Yeah.
So I was going to ask a question earlier. Do you think this is the golden age of home theater or the dark age of home theater? And it's kind of touches on something Chris just said. In that, in the 90s, there were a lot of brick and mortar stores that you could go into and have that experience. There were a lot of magazines you could read. But at the same time, the level of quality of equipment and the prices it's at, as well as the amount of information that's available at your fingertips, is so much easier now than it used to be. So thoughts on that?
Go ahead, Travis. You look like you're like, I got
No, I was just thinking that's a really great question, because we're at a weird spot in this hobby where it's like the people who are into it are more passionate than ever before, but with physical media and everyone's just streaming and watching on their phones or their iPads, it's like our community is shrinking, but we're becoming more and more passionate about the quality, and what we're able to achieve is much, much higher than what we've been able to achieve in the past. So the quality's there. It's within reach. It's how do we grow the community? And I don't know if there were still brick and mortar stores, would people gravitate towards them and become exposed to it? No, we need things like Brightside Home Theater that help grow the family and get more people excited about it. Because you might be able to go to, maybe 10 years ago, you could go to a lot more different, little independent shops or a Magnolia or whatever and see maybe kind of a half-baked presentation that probably is not performing as well as the equipment in the room could, or you can get involved in a community like Brightside or the different forums that I know I've hosted many people. We've only lived in Seattle for 2 years now, and I've already hosted several people here to experience my theater and my equipment, who I've met on forums and been like, I'm interested in those next level speakers that you've got. Could I, any chance I could come hear them? Or, what do you think about that Seymour screen? Well, come on over, check it out, So it's like, we're able to build these better experiences, and it's not a showroom, but I kind of treat it like it. If someone asks, I'm more than happy to have someone come over and check it out. So it's kind of taking the most advantage of where we're at. Sorry, DJ.
No, that's great. I wanted to build off of that, and then I'm going to throw it to Chris, because it's the rare opportunity where you have a manufacturer in the industry. Mm-hmm. So what I see is, to Joe, it's a great question, because we're going through it, like you said, with physical media. We see, Best Buy is stopping, and people think it's the death of physical media. And I keep pushing back and going, I've seen stores, John and I have seen stores close. We all have, since the 80s. It's like where I get my Laserdisc, that guy doesn't exist anymore. These places, Suncoast Video doesn't exist anymore. All these places have gone under, and it's just shifted. Okay. But home theater has been here the whole time. And then, Travis, to your point of I feel like it's getting smaller, and it's not. I don't think it's getting smaller, because it's there. People say you need people like Brightside Home Theater to grow the community. I'm not growing it. Nobody's coming to Brightside Home Theater because they don't know what home theater is. I'm the metal, they're the magnets, right? So they're like, oh, home theater, let me go listen to them. So I think what we're seeing, it's a matter of perception, much like masking out your screen, better perception of black levels. It's our perception is we wish it was bigger, but what's happening is we're with social media, with these, we're fleshing out who our fans are, who home theater fans are. And what we're realizing is, wow, we really are a small population, which has always been the case. And I'll throw this to you, Chris. As a manufacturer, and I keep saying this to people, don't worry about physical media. Don't worry. When they stop making screens and projectors, that's when you can say, I think home theater might be dying. But there wouldn't be an industry for Chris if we weren't there, if we didn't have people buying the products. You see what I mean? So how do you feel? Yeah. Chris, could you have done this if we didn't have a passionate fan base? And even though we're small, it's still we're still there.
No, I think that. So I think we have headwinds and tailwinds, and I don't know what the net of it is, but one of the tailwinds behind us help carrying us through is the passion of people, and you can bring the families in, like I said, and just they experience this great experience, and then other people want that in their home, and it's just that has a expansion to itself. And not to derail the conversation too much from Joe's original question, but some of the headwinds we face are just the expanding complexity of our systems. If you're getting into the discussion of whether Trinov or Storm Audio processors are better, they're both amazing products, and 1,000 times more than normal people would want. They just even the differences in codecs and mm-hmm. It's just too much. So that's an enormous headwind when people are going to watch it on their phones. I don't know.
Yeah, I know. I had Rich on earlier, and he's one that went from he's the one that contacted me, and he's like, I just want to improve my television. I'm watching all these movies with TV speakers, right? How do I get something better from that? My son-in-law, who's 24 years old, and he's like John and I were when we were 24. He's gung-ho. He wants to buy all this stuff, but I'm telling him to slow down, because that's the thing. To like Joe's point, it's we have all this product now, and it's easy for people now to just jump off the cliff and get all the best stuff, but they don't know what it is. And what I'm saying to my son-in-law, I'm like, learn. I could get you some really great stuff, but you don't know what that is. Let's have some trials and tribulations and learn the process, because he loves to tinker, right? So those people are out there. When we were doing it, there was nobody. John and I had each other, and most of the people in my community are like, thank God there are more people that we can talk to about this.
But think of the difference in the simplicity. back in John and your days, it was, maybe 5.1, but it was a pretty simple system. It's pretty easy to hook up. You got Travis, you got the red, the yellow, and the white, and maybe you're stepping up into the S video connector, right? But like, what do you think about that, John?
Do I think it's more complicated now than it was?
No,
then?
not
No.
just that it is or
Oh.
isn't, but like what, like that's such an effect on just what we do.
See, I think so.
Yeah, go ahead.
It can make it daunting.
It can, but you also have to look at it from like we're looking at it from our perspective where we have the information, right? If you're brand new into home theater, you're not contacting Chris Seymour and how do I get four-way masking? You're like, what can I do? What can I do? And that's the tough part about the internet is when, and I deal with this with friends and family and listeners too. And it's like, if you're searching the internet for information means you don't know what it is. And there's a lot of bad information and you don't know which is bad because it all sounds good. Right. And I think that's a difficult part. But I think for people like us, like Chris, like you're saying, like it's super complicated. But home theater doesn't have to be. Like the SVS 5.1 system that SVS just gave away, that's a super easy way for people to get into home theater and get a taste of it, right? And then if you want it, and this is what I tell listeners, I had Joe on earlier, Dr. Joe was on, and he was like, he doesn't even have a sound bar. And he's like, should I do it? Should I do this? And I'm like, try a sound bar, live with that for a little while, and if it gives you the taste that you get that ear that you want a little bit more, grow with it, and that's how you will grow within the system. It's like, and I think like we look at it from our perspective and like we have so much information and we know these answers that we want to give that to other people, but they're not ready for it yet. But there is easy ways to do home theater right now. It's like home theater in the box. There's tons, and it's way better than what we had when we were kids. Right. So I think that there's plenty of paths to get to the Seymour AV screen excellence screen. But unfortunately, like my son-in-law, I want him to experience why you need that screen, in my opinion, instead of just going out and getting that screen and then being like, okay, now 10 years later, it's great. I don't know why, and there is a process to that. And I think there are people that like to tinker and they like to play with the gear. And that's what we got.
Right. But I guess isn't there something to be said? Like, not all of us can afford to make 7 steps to get to the end. Like, if we know there's a definitive best product, quote unquote best, because it's no such thing, but like, why not just go there? You know what I mean?
Cost.
Like, I don't need to buy 7 different screens to figure out that the Seymour screen was where I needed to be, and now I've spent $15,000 instead of $5,000 or whatever the case may be, right?
No. Yeah. I just think like if you're just dipping your feet in, you're not going projector screen system. You're not going complicated. You're going display with some surround sound, right? And then from there, if you want to grow your system, it's like, ooh, I really do like this. Then you go, maybe someday I'd like a dedicated room. And then you get into like, now I want to do this. And you go, maybe your first screen could be a Seymour screen, right? But it took you time to get to even know what a projector screen combo was about and everything like that. So, it is complicated, but there are also simple paths before it becomes complicated.
Well, I mean, you know this because I'm guilty of it myself, is that we complicate things for ourselves because of the internet and because of all the information that's out there. We read something and become convinced that that's something that we need to do. And in a lot of cases, it's not something that we need to do at all, right?
Yeah.
I'll do it all the time. I'll be, hey, DJ, I'm going to go buy this because talk me off the ledge. Tell me what I don't need to go buy all this stuff.
What are you looking to do with that?
I text Chris every month with, what do you think? Should I get one of these?
Right.
And the only time Chris has ever said yes, like immediate answer, yes, was the Lumigen.
Oh, really? Nice.
Yeah.
Nice. You asked me too, so you had to go to Chris?
I was asking you more about models.
Well, he wanted the right answer, so
because
gave him the same one.
I was in the spot where my JVC projector doesn't have tone mapping built in, and I was ready to buy a new projector. And my question to Chris was, do I get an NZ series projector? Do I wait for the next JVC, or do I just get this Lumagen and see where it takes me? And he's like, Lumagen.
Yeah.
It was like him. I don't even know if I had hit send on my question, and he was like,
our texts
Lumagen.
cross each other.
Yeah.
It's and you know now, but I've said that to people too. It's
I wish
like,
I had bought one 5 years ago.
Right.
When I bought the projector.
And then once you have it, that's the add-on to every projector you're going to get until I don't see the date when the Mad VRs or the Lumagens are out of tech or whatever, outdated, I should say.
Yeah.
So we've added, while we're talking here, Lee Overstreet down there at the bottom. Thanks, buddy. Lee Overstreet, the fill-in host from AVRant. How you doing, buddy?
Man. AVRant pinch hitter coming in for the late night chat. I thought you'd be nearly alone this late, and we got like a football team of people.
I know.
Everyone has a drink, and so we're all here.
Yeah, everybody's just relaxing and hanging out. I'm looking at like keeping it going until I can't fit more people. Who else?
I mean, why not? Let's get the whole Brady bunch.
Well, you know, you can get at least two more.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I got the corners going. Now I got to. But
I got to admit, I'm not super relaxed. I had extra coffee this afternoon. Then I ate hot wings. Then I watched the Alabama football game, and that just ended like not even an hour ago. So I'm just buzzing.
You're
Good
jacked.
evening, everybody.
Yeah.
Just one more quick thing back on Joe's question to address the drop in brick and mortar availability. There is someone in the chat right now who might be putting together kind of an amusement park for people like us, right in the center of the country, right, Mr. Seymour?
Yeah. So I mean, I love my dealers. I hate my dealers. If any of them are on there, then I love you. I hate you. But to my point, like, you just can't experience any of this stuff anywhere. And honestly, a lot of them need training on acoustics and lighting and everything else. So,
oh my God.
Yeah, we're building in Iowa at our factory. There's an addition, but as part of that, we're going to have like a good, better, best, small, medium, large. We call them experience centers, demo centers, training, whatever. Places where maybe our employees go to disappear for a while, but it's going to be like, what would, and could be an open question for the group, what would be that kind of entry level home theater that you would consider quality enough? But my rules are acoustics first. So like, we're having the top people in the industry modeling the room and advising on acoustics. And I don't want any equipment visible. So like, everything's got to be hidden. So this is not just like a Magnolia or something where you walk in and there's 50 speakers laying around.
Right.
Like, that just gives people palpitations. Like, the point of this is to highlight the experience, not the equipment. We're not looking at being a retailer to compete with those folks, but to show them what are they missing out on. What are these things that you could have at your home? Like, if you could go to DJ's home or Travis's home, like, and actually like experience what this could be like, then
right.
I'm always jealous of our professional experiences at these trade shows, whether it's CEDIA or wherever, where we in the industry who are jaded as hell get to go into these demos, and they can just be so amazing. But then we're the ones that have seen 100 of them already, so we get to go home and we're maybe educated, but like, man, I wish my cousin could come to this, or I wish these other people, like, who gets to experience this, and it's just
right.
us. But then that's the education point. To Travis's point, like, yeah, where can you go to this amusement land of, can you actually experience good, better, best? What would be best? Like, actually, can you go? DJ mentioned waveforming from Trinov as kind of this thing that normal people can't maybe achieve, but wouldn't you like to hear it? Like,
yeah.
Like, come to my room. I'll have, you know, a Sendo audio. I'll have an array of, you know, subs in the front and the back, and we're gonna waveform that bass for you and see what you like.
Yeah.
And maybe you're like, I can't afford that. That's great. That's cool. I can't either. But you take it home, and that's an experience, you know, that you took.
So are you saying you're going to have a good, better, best room or multiple rooms? Will you be going from one experience to the next?
Yeah, 3 rooms.
Okay.
So they'll vary in size. Like there's just various like normal 8 to 9 foot ceiling, 9 to 10 foot ceiling, 10 to 11 foot ceiling, and everything scales out proportionally. Construction details like are you doing like ISO clips, or are you doing staggered studs, or are you doing wall, you know, completely a room within a room? So we're letting the acoustics guys actually kind of stage things too. Kinetics makes a great line of acoustic isolation products, so like subfloor type stuff. But like in the little room, we're just going to have their little entry level acoustic isolation platform. It's still where the floor is isolated from the toe plates and the walls. But it's just their little thin one, and then we're going to step up to their middle one and then the big one. And what does that do? What is infrasonics? These are how like entire topics that you could throw your YouTube channels onto. One on infrasonics. What is it like to feel 5 hertz coming out of a couple of 32-inch subs?
Yeah, and it's so what I would take away. Now, let me go to the other extreme. Yes, that is great, but we also have Fred in the chat. Disneyland of home theater. I mean, people are like booking their trips right now, and they're like, "Sorry, family, this is the family vacation for the year," and the kids are like, "What the hell happened?" I wanted to see Mickey, and you're gonna see Chrissy.
Drop the wife and kids off at the Butterfly Garden and head on out to West Ames.
So have any of you ever been on a home theater cruise, by the way? Because we had similar experience to what you're talking about. Vacation and home theater at the same time. It's awesome.
You told me you did that. Nelson has done that. Nelson was on earlier today, another listener of mine. He's done that, and I think that's amazing. What I was going to say, Chris, is like, after my first CEDIA, what I came out, and I said it live on the floor to my listeners. I was like, when I did my live stream, I'm like, the Gramani room, Seymour Gramani room was amazing. Absolutely amazing. The Trinov room, absolutely amazing. The JVC 4J 8K projector, that was nice. The projector was awesome. The demo was horrible because they had crappy seats. The Sony room, great. But what I'm saying is like, at home, my wife got to do these rooms, and she was like, ours is pretty good too. So, Chris, it's like what I think people could be learning at Disneyland there is that it's like you go from the best room down to the lower room, and I would even do like, if you could, do a legit DIY room. Don't do any of that stuff. And then you can see, but it's a legit room that any of us would have built. And you go, that's where so many people have so much FOMO on what they're missing out on because they don't spend all that money because they can't spend it and they feel they're missing. But what I learned at CEDIA, it's like we are so close because we work so hard at dialing things in and getting everything right and listening to people like yourself and listening to all the YouTube channels that you don't need the Barco. You don't need all of the night. What you need is a passion to set it up the correct way. And I think people would learn a lot as much that way. I know we want to sell higher end product, of course, but at the same time, there's people, I can never get there. But what I did learn is like, I'm not really that far off from it. Yeah. And I think that is something that will help grow the industry even more because there's more people like us in the world than the people that can afford the higher end stuff. You know what I mean?
Well, and when you show that entire breadth of things, you'll get some people that are like, they get it, they want that Barco. But we've also shown people just A and B. Like here's a Barco level presentation. Here's a JVC. Here's maybe JVC's entry level, like their little DLP, which is a great little projector for $3,500. Like, and then they say, okay, I see the difference, but budgetary, whatever. They're like, this is where I want to be. And not only, the education is not just to get them to spend more money. The education is for you to be happier with what you got also and be able to better make use of it. And if you're happy with that performance for the price, then that's a win for everybody.
Yeah,
well, I think you're going to get into the law of diminishing returns too, right? You need to spend 10x to get 2 or 3% better.
Exactly.
And I've done demo rooms where we had a $35,000 system and a $70,000 system in the same room, running off the same screen, same projector. Which one did you like better? Was it worth twice as much money to you?
Yeah. And I would say most of the time it's like it's so close that you're like, if you had to leave the room and come back into two different rooms, you might not even be able to tell the difference. When you A/B it tightly, you can probably tell the difference. But a lot of times, like Chris said earlier, you're chasing that 1%, right? And so it's like it's hard to do that, and it's like, how do you justify that? How do you, if you have the ability, you just do it? But then Chris, that's going to be amazing. Seriously, people will plan vacations there. Like Lee's over there going,
I will.
Sure.
Listen, I'm in a
know.
town
Yeah,
of like
for
125,000 people. There's literally nowhere in this town to go demo anything. We have a
Right.
Best Buy, and they don't have anything hooked up. There's like one aisle that has receivers and some speakers, and they're all in boxes. There's nothing to watch or listen to in this whole town. I can take you and show you 4 enormous jumbotrons in one of the biggest stadiums in the world, but no home theater anywhere. I'd have to go to Birmingham, maybe, and Atlanta, definitely. I'm pointing in the direction of these towns.
Good, because I'm heading there right now.
Right, it's that way.
For everybody watching, go that way.
Yeah, go that way. So, man, if I could go to a place that was like we're describing, this Disneyland of home theater, where there's maybe like a bedroom set up or a living room set up, and then stepping up to a theater setup, and then a theater setup. Oh, how fun would that be? Just to know what I am missing, what I'm not missing, get some ideas in my head where I know
what I
can
can get.
I should save up. Because I don't even know how much I should save. Do I need to save up $10K? Would that make a difference in my life or not? I don't know. Because all I've got is what I have in my living room. It's pretty darn nice, but
now,
I don't know.
The other thing too is being able to compare things in the same price points, not necessarily stepping from one to the other.
Both.
Because let's say I want to decide between the $5,000 JVC projector and the $5,000 Sony projector. The only thing I can do is read a bunch of articles and see how many say this is better. If 10 say this is better and 8 say this is better, well, I guess I'm going with this one. Because there's no place I can go and look at them on the same screen with the same speakers and the same content.
That's M-Wave.
And see those two.
M-Wave does that.
M-Wave is doing that. But the thing is what you're doing, what M-Wave's doing is yearly. Right. So they're doing like the home theater. It's basically CEDIA for home theater enthusiasts. Right. I haven't been yet. I'm going next year. Chris, you were there last year, right? Were you there the year before there?
Yep.
And it's from everything that Michael's told me, I'm like, oh my God, I wanted to go this year, but I had too much going on with my own family. And I was just like, it just sounds like, now he's also building it as a community thing too. So you go there and you just like, I envision his as like you go back every year to see the same people and you, all right, I've already done all these rooms. But for yours, if it's like a year-round open Disney type environment, I think, yes, we're a small community, but we're begging for something like that. And
I'd plan
think,
a trip. I really would.
Yeah. And I think a lot of people would. And there's so much potential for you to grow there. Yeah.
Just to have a point of reference.
Open to the public or open to your dealers and integrators or both?
Really both. I mean, we don't want to compete with the dealers and integrators, but where are you gonna hear at altitude 32? Or what I like is from the technologist perspectives, I like in the best room, obviously that's the fun part is we'll get professional sound doors that have like expanding seals and the variable layers. But they're like $3,000, and then go step down to the entry level room. My heart is where the AVS guys are because that's where my wallet is, and those are the guys that like they DIY so much in their theater, whether it's masking like you got DJ, but like in the entry level room, how do you integrate a door from Menards that will actually perform for you? Like how to do it, what to get, what to do, and that's part of the experience too. I'm not selling the door from Menards, but we're going to show you how to do it and what's the difference. What's the difference between a $300 door at Menards and the $3,000 sound room door that a studio would use? for example.
Oh my God. I love that.
That would be
stuff.
such a learning experience. That would be so good.
Yeah, because it sounds like you're going to do stuff that a lot of people don't even consider. And then when you see what goes into these, and this is where the money goes in these higher end theaters, and what you can do on, like John said, to be able to do it at a lower end theater, or how you can, like, even with the soundproofing, different levels of it, and I love the idea of like the room treatments too, because how many people that's like, literally when they're done, that's what they do, right? Like, all right, let's do room treatments now. I've had my theater for a few years. I haven't done room treatments ever. I'm going to try that out. It's like, wait a minute, that should have been first.
There's no one in my whole life that has room treatments.
Right.
Yeah. I literally don't know anybody personally close to me.
I would love to see a room.
My uncle, my wife's uncle. Yeah, he has room treatments in a home theater. That's it. One guy.
I'd love to be able to experience a room where you can, with motorization, add or remove the room treatments, right?
Yeah.
Have them motorize up into a ceiling or something like that, and then drop back down and just hear the same exact experience with and without those would be.
It'd be hard to do, because even having them behind, like,
Chris
say you
could do it.
See, you even if you put a piece of drywall in front of it, it's like that takes care of the reflection. But now that room treatment behind that drywall is actually acting like a room treatment behind that drywall. It's actually grabbing, so it's actually doing a job.
You could drop
panels
on motorized.
And like the problem with acoustics is, and this is where we get these questions in the home theater forums. They're like, okay, I've built my room, now what speakers should I put in there? And I'm like, well, you made all these compromises in the room itself. It almost doesn't matter what you put in the room at this point, because you've already effed it up. Like,
yeah.
And so I don't know how to like drop it. I mean, to Joe's point, you could bring in kind of, here's some diffusion panels and we can take them away, or absorption panels and we can take them away. But we're looking at like the whole room. Like, how do you seal the base plates so you don't get, air leakage and things? Like, how do you take a shitty room and then a good room, like an A/B of that? But
well, that's what I was going to say is, like, I don't know what your capacity is, but you do identical rooms, one with room treatments, one without, and you literally, like, so calibrate you'd have to run the room, and volume levels exactly the same, your calibration, whatever you're going to do, but you make everything exactly the same, and you go, now watch this scene in here, and now watch the scene in here, and can you understand the dialogue? Are you getting the same effect from the pans in these particular scenes? And people would be like, and the best part is, the big thing on my show, I always talk about, I'm like, oh, I can't get to reference level. Yeah, you don't have room treatments. It's like you've got all this sound bouncing around like a ball inside your, bunch of marbles going around in the room. It's like, if you can suppress that and you can keep those reflections to a minimum, you can actually turn your volume up more. And a lot of people don't understand that. They just think volume, loud, bad.
Right. Mm-hmm.
And they don't know how to actually tame it and control it.
Mm-hmm. But like step one, you start off like with Anthony Gramani and Matthew Pose, Niall Mellor from Acoustic Frontiers, like just a few grand with those guys. You've your half price room will outperform something, way above it. Like, it's a multiplier effect.
It's the exact same principle as adding masking, and now your $5,000 projector looks like a $15,000 projector.
Yeah. Yep.
Chris, have you been to other manufacturers? I've been to JBL, Harman's, seen their demos, Sonance's experience down there, Wisdom Audio. I mean, there's a lot of manufacturers with some very nice demo rooms or systems or training centers.
Yeah, it's we've been to some. We supply screens for quite a few of them. Even just some speaker companies like Meyer Sound. You go hear their blue horns. There's like stuff that's barely even trickling into the consumer market because it's so high end with the content creator crowd. But they got our screen, so that's cool. But no, there's we visit them when we can.
Yeah.
Tom, how you doing over there, buddy?
Fine.
He's just enjoying the. I feel bad you're over there. Like it's there's.
Iowa's not that far from me. I mean, I could get there in a day. So.
Well, give us some time to do that. We're still framing, so I guess it's going to take a while.
I think having a point of reference.
So don't start driving in the morning.
Not in the morning. Okay.
Tomorrow,
that's good. That's good.
These are the words that'll be coming out of Chris's mouth. DJ, just go to bed.
Right. Right? Go pee, DJ. Go pee. Come on.
Yeah.
Oh, can I? Thank
There you
you.
go.
I didn't even.
The
Yes, thank you. I appreciate that. I am going to do talks amongst yourselves because I haven't peed since 11 a.m. I'm not kidding you. I've been standing here.
The last time I was on here.
Yes. Yes.
That's why I came on now to give you another break.
Thank you. And I'm not going to put the camera down. I didn't wet myself either, and I'm not wearing Depends. There's no magic, movie magic going on. All right, I'll be right back. John, you're the man. Thank you, Chris. You're the one that thought of it. Like, thank you very much.
Right.
Poor Chris probably.
If
has
he had
pee,
to
and
think
that's
of
why
it,
he
you didn't
knows.
have to go that bad. So
I've said this. I can't go now because you keep saying stuff. I'm looking at the schedule. There's nobody I want to miss. I'm like, I can't. I just got to keep going. Looks like, and I said this earlier, so I'm gonna go now. I'll be right back. I will be back.
He's got
We'll be good.
So John, let me ask you this question, and this is kind of goes for everybody. As you're into home theater, where does the desire to collect come from?
my desire to collect everything I collect, or
whether it's movies or toys or artwork or whatever it is.
I own a comic book store. I sell comics and collectibles, so collecting is what I do. I probably goes back to, when I was 7 years old and I discovered the 3.5-inch Star Wars figure line, and I had to collect every one. And it never stopped. I've been collecting for 50 years almost now. So, but that's, when you collect comics, when you collect different things, you got to have it all. You just got to keep buying. So
it's that completist mentality.
It is. And and I collect Star Wars, obviously. I don't know if you could tell. I like I said, I don't collect comics anymore because I sell comics now, and you can only really collect or sell. You can't really do both.
I'm my best customer.
Yeah, well, and that was the problem. I was my own best customer, and I wasn't making any money because I was just taking everything home. And then I collect physical media. I collect movies. It's just, I think, for me, it's ingrained in me. I've just always been that way. So,
but I think a lot of the folks here are also, whether for movies, records, CDs, trading cards, whatever it is.
Collectibles, I love seeing collectibles. Like, John, if I was to come to your place, I would spend 10 hours in the room that you're sitting in right now looking at all this stuff. We have in Seattle, they have the Museum of Modern, the Pop Culture Museum, and there's some amazing things that go through there. And I love seeing this stuff, and I'm really interested in it. I don't want it anywhere near my house. But Lee, I just saw a 45 pop up, and I've got 1,000 records upstairs.
Well, let me tell you
when I got my Kaleidoscape last year, and I'm like, I'm 50 years old. I don't need to own all these movies again. I'm just going to use it mostly for renting and like new purchases going forward.
Yeah, sure.
Nope.
How'd that work out for you?
I now have 300 movies in my Kaleidoscape library. I've just I see stuff go on sale. I'm like, oh, I can get that off the Plex and downsize that server. And it's like
I need to buy another.
I am a movie hoarder, but as far as collectibles go, no.
Right. The reason I held up a 45 is because 45 RPM records started to become my collection obsession when I was younger. And that went up into my early 20s. And the only thing that saved me from trying to own tens of thousands, I think, is they just stopped making them, right? So I was buying them contemporaneously when they were new, not as older records. And they just stopped. Yeah. And so that kind of, in a way, saved me. So the reason I smiled when you started mentioning collectibles is I reached down here. There's still a drawer in a filing cabinet in this office that has alphabetized 45s, just hundreds and hundreds of them, that represent me from about age 13 to age about 21 or 22. And they're all down here in a filing cabinet. They're just packed in. And I still, in the late 80s, started making a database. And you're never going to see this on a webcam probably. But there's, on a Commodore 64, I started making a database. And then when I got an IBM compatible.
Remember that.
Back in the day. This is my list of all of my records. And they're all down there. And so it became more of just a treasure nostalgia thing, a very personal thing, as opposed to like just trying to collect all of the things in one category. So these songs, even though they're not all the songs I liked, they're the ones I went and bought. and there's all kinds of memories attached to these things. So I managed to not do, I started to do it with DVDs back in the early 2000s. And it just wasn't satisfying in the same way. It didn't have that personal connection. And also I was downloading stuff from the internet as well as buying DVDs. And I kind of inched into the Blu-ray era and started buying a few things. But now that you can just type the name of anything you want to hear or see, it takes away some of that magic of the actual collecting for me. So I just have my treasured things from the past. And I think DJ knows I'm nuts for old home video. And so I've got a ton in this closet behind me. There's stacks of VHS cabinets holding all kinds of home videos and VHS audio only recordings of a radio show I used to do and stuff like that. So I have a weird kind of collecting going on that's extremely personal, and it's, you know, I don't buy a lot of physical media anymore.
I mentioned earlier how I, as a little kid, grew up around, you know, a lot of vinyl. My mom was very into music, and the first records we bought, my mom was really into music. My dad was a truck driver, so we would spend Friday nights when he got back in off the road at the bar in this town of 48 people that still supported a bar because it was small town Iowa and there's 48 people. So you go to the bar. But anyway, the people would come through and they would swap out the music in the jukebox and put all the stuff they take out into a box, and we'd buy them for $0.10 a piece. And I still have a bunch of those old 45s that I'm never letting go of.
Oh no, you can't let those go. That's amazing. That's fantastic. I have a bar history as a little kid too. My dad would just, when my parents divorced, I was like 8 years old. And when my dad went out on the weekends and he had me for the weekends, I just went with him. I went to more bars in the late 70s and early 80s than I do now.
As
a little
playing
kid.
pinball
Alabama,
and video
baby.
games and pool with my, I have a 4 year older than me brother. So we'd play Space Invaders and Pac-Man and pool and
In fact, it's my early years that began my interest that has become home theater interest and other audio video interest now, because when I was little, we bought a new stereo when I was about 5 years old, and I was enthralled with the thing. And the radio in the car, I always wanted to mess with it. Had my own little Winnie the Pooh radio when I was about 4 or 5. And something about it, I wanted to know what it all meant, what all the indicators meant and how it all worked. And I would fiddle with it and play records, have my own record player. So that's the seed of it all when you're little. So those things like you describe where it's personal. You're never getting rid of that. Somebody after we all pass away can figure out what to do with all my stupid records, but you're not getting it from me now.
What was the question? This sounds great.
Collections.
We're talking
collections.
We're talking about
where
collections.
does the inspiration to collect come from? You know, why do you want to
childhood
own so? I think childhood, nostalgia, somewhat of the independence of this is my collection. These are what I think are important, neat, good films to have, whatever it is. Where does that come from within this crowd?
I mean, has everybody gone? Has everybody?
Not you.
Not me. Oh wait,
or Tom. I want to hear from Tom.
Okay.
Well, I mean,
go ahead,
Tom.
Tom.
From being a kid, but you know, and growing up watching Star Wars, and I fight it because I have family members that I guess you'd call them hoarders, right? So I mean, you know, you go in their house and it's kind of like, this stresses me out just being in the house. It's like, you know, no offense, but. And so I go through ups and downs. I collect a lot of stuff, and then it's like, oh, I got to get rid of some of this stuff. So I finally, and I'm 50. So I finally, at this age, it's like I have a set amount of space. And if I get too many movies, then I'm going to get rid of some of those, you know, and this right here, like, and the movies kind of, it kind of grows a little bit, you know, especially now when physical media is kind of, you know, I mean, I'll buy something I wouldn't have bought maybe 5 or 10 years ago because you just never know how long it's going to be available, or if this be the last time it comes out.
Or Disney's going to edit it.
Exactly. Yeah. Or Disney. Yeah. Exactly. So I mean, I go through that, but it come from, you know, when you're little, when you're a kid, and it's like, oh, I got to have, like John said, I got to have those Star Wars action figures. I'm sure John's collection and my collection are probably similar. very similar because I'm sitting here looking at a shelf across the room from me. I've got a ton of Star Wars DVDs. I still have my Star Wars Laserdisc, VHS tapes I had when I was a kid. Yeah.
Yep.
DVDs, Blu-rays, 4Ks. Some you download off the internet that you probably shouldn't have. And you know, the despecialized editions.
I see. I've got those too.
Yeah,
John's got
the 4K 77 and all those things. Pops, you know, some lightsabers, whatever. But
my coasters, my Star Wars DVD coasters I bought in the parking lot because they weren't out on DVD. And a guy pulled into a parking lot where I was working. Is like, I got Star Wars on DVD. I'm like, okay, are you mugging me? Because just take my money.
Hey kid, you want to buy some Star Wars?
and I got and the packaging was great. I was working in the parking lot at the time, doing what I do, and I'm like, it looked legit, and I just thought he imported it, and all it is it's literally just like they just copied it off of
does, but
yeah, doing what I do. It was a slow, it was a slow day. Yeah, I'm a gigolo. Actually, that would be a compliment. I have a theater and I must be doing something right. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, I get them home. I pop one in, and I'm like, this is like the VHS version that somebody just put onto it and packaged it right, and took my $20 for all 3 movies. But yeah, we have those, and I save them as coasters now. But yeah, it's I would say. And I'm going to come at this from a different aspect. I didn't hear everybody's answer. I know John very well, but I would say that like our collecting, our memorabilia comes from our childhood because I think we've all been very blessed to have a good childhood, and we're trying to keep part of that memory going and be like, it is for me, and I can only relate to what I know, and it's like, these are the good memories that I had as a childhood. So how do I duplicate that? And what resonated as a kid? And it's like, and I hear that all the time here. It's like, well, when I was growing up, I was doing this, and that doesn't come from people that weren't blessed with a good childhood, right? It's like my wife works with kids that don't have good childhoods, and they're not going to be collecting memorabilia like we do because they're trying to forget that stuff, right?
They don't want to remember. Yeah. Right.
Yeah, so we're lucky to have that, and then when you see people doing that, it's like it's a sign of like, hey, things went right for them, and they were lucky enough to do that. But also, like, it's part of, we're all very blessed to have what we have too, just these theaters. But I think it's also a sign of that's why we have what we have. We had that good upbringing, and it's like to try and do from other people is what we're also doing as well. But I know I've told my story many times today alone on like my memorabilia and stuff like that, right? So it's like, but I think the common thing is it's that childhood thing, and like I said, you don't get that if it wasn't good. So Chris, we have a great question here, and I had started in the chat. So, it just slid on me. Ariel Alanis says, Chris, let's work on some masking for us ultra short throw projector owners, please.
Yeah, interesting.
So, is there now? Is it possible? What are the issues? I mean, I can get the issue. I can picture just the first one. It's like you're shooting that image up, that beam up, and if you have any kind of masking, it takes some depth, and that's gonna inhibit that. So have you even thought about that, or has it been just like too difficult right now to even tackle that issue?
No, you exactly got it right. Like in normal masking in a long throw situation, actually having the frame, come to the image in this way is actually really good, because right at the surface here, all your velvet is doing this. Hopefully not moving. It depends on your subwoofers. Right? If you have really good subwoofers, the velvet's moving.
Yeah.
But the velvet is incredibly absorptive there. So that's how we're able to really frame that image where you almost can't see where the overscan on the projector is. You have to sometimes put some tape up to actually see where it's spilling to get the geometry right. Anyway, so ultra short, instead of shooting this way, you're shooting this way, I guess, kind of right up the keister. And so then that depth of the frame is a problem because you're going to make a shadow. So yeah, you nailed it. I do have one frame extrusion. The Seymour AV line is called the Metro, and the Seymour Screen Excellence line is called the Series 1. That's where the image is all the way to the front. And it's just a normal fixed frame screen. And then you wonder, well, how in the world are you going to do masking? We're the company that does like those magnetic masking panels. So I don't have a motorized solution for UST, but I got fixed frame magnetic panel. And technically you can even do a 4-way with that. So.
Could it be done like, I've got the scope screen. I get it that a UST is going to be 16:9 image, but so is my JVC. Could you create a scope screen with side masking for a ultra short throw that it wouldn't have to get over it wouldn't have to get up and around the masking? Like you're going to give up.
Is just
you're
trying
to
to
give
sell
up
more
the top and
scope
bottom.
screens.
You're trying.
I'm
you're
just
give
kidding.
Up the,
right. No, it's a great point.
The top and bottom resolution, but I'm doing that. I mean, if it's enough resolution to do a scope image, it should be enough resolution to do your,
Do ultra short throws do a scope screen? Is there one? I don't know of one.
Theoretically, no. But if you used a Lumagen or MadVR to do that, like what I'm doing,
right?
You could mask in from the sides, and you could add masking to.
Right, that would work. But I'm wondering how many people knew of that option Chris just said, because Ariel just said like let's work on some masking. He didn't say it had to be it had to be
motorized.
Motorized. Thank you. Sorry, I'm forgetting words. But yeah, it's like so that I made my video on how I made my masking, and that was that's a popular thing with a lot of people. It's like my small little channel when I made that, everybody was like, "How did you do that? How did you do that?" And I get it. I still get questions on it. So there are a lot of people that are trying to figure out how to get there. And like Ariel said, like for the UST, it's like that's John has a ultra short throw as well, and it's if it is one of the things like. Now, how deep is yours, John? You couldn't do what I do, so that's why. How deep is your frame? You have a 3-inch frame on your 123-inch screen.
Probably.
Is there any depth to that? I've never seen that up, and I just see the pictures of it. I wasn't there when you had it.
Is the screen right to the front of the frame? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah. Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
There's no real
Okay.
edge, just a.
Okay.
An inch or whatever.
So that's exactly what you're talking about there, Chris. That's exactly the screen you have, and then you can do. Now, would your magnets would that work on like something like John's screen? If it would you use that with another screen, or does it have to be with your screen?
We don't like to use our magnetic panels that we make for John's screen. Not because of John, because we still love you, but if it's another manufacturer screen, I don't know what your tolerances are. There was a thread on AVS forum, imported screen, and the guy was asking, he's like, "Man, I put my 16:9 image up there, and it's like the screen image was like an inch too tall." And he's asking, "Well, what's the problem?" And the guys are like, "Well, get out your ruler, dummy. Measure it out." He measured it out. It wasn't 16:9, so he goes back to the manufacturer, and they're like, "Yeah, well, our tolerances are plus or minus an inch."
What?
So
kind of a lot.
Wow.
Yeah.
You can't even hit, within
an inch. What happened?
So I can't. So our panels are designed to be like an interference fit with magnet support.
Right.
Interference fit, I need control down to less than a tenth. And we do that with our product because we've got John actually hopefully not John, Daniel. Don't ever let John cut the frame. Daniel's the guy cutting the frames, and he's there and he's a machine. He does a great job. So I know that we can ship panels even for a screen that was ordered 10 years ago. They're gonna fit.
Right. That makes sense. Yeah. I mean.
DIY, I'm happy to support, tell you how to do it, and I'll sell you the magnets or show you where to get the magnets or tell you how to get the pink board for DJ's screen, and then there's questions like, do you need it to be acoustically transparent or not? I mean, I love the DIY crowd. That's what we do.
Yeah. And that's before I met you, everything that Travis was telling me, Travis and Todd, and being like, oh, you don't understand. It's like the support, again, like we were saying with SVS and stuff, and the support, it's like, oh yeah, call Chris up and he'll walk you through doing this. And didn't we have a story at CDR about like screws in the box or something like that you were talking about? And we were like, I think that was at dinner that night, and it's like people are like, what the hell? It's like, but the support that you give on the back end and stuff, and even just the suggestions, like you just said, it's like, I mean, I'm hoping that some people are hearing this and going, I didn't even think of that, I should try that. And it's like, and John's like, I gotta go buy some magnets.
Trying to figure out if I could. Again, I'm just trying to figure out if I could slide it past the boss of the house. So,
well, you've got you slid in a 123-inch screen into your living room.
Exactly.
I think throwing up some masking.
You're ahead of the rest of us.
Yeah, that's a fairly I mean, Chris was. I don't know if you were here earlier when Chris was talking about the guy got rid of his wife so he could keep his screen. You didn't even have to.
Got rid of the wife. She may have gotten rid of him. I don't know the order of things.
By the way,
Well,
shout out to my wife, because I'm very lucky. She is into all of this as much as I am.
Yeah,
she really.
You are very lucky.
She knows
Cheers
when
to you,
something
Lee.
doesn't look right. She's as frustrated as I am when the bit rate's too low. That kind of thing.
Wow,
It's
that's
wonderful.
amazing.
So somehow she really is into it. She does it. She likes our living room that has big speakers and a TV stand and a 65-inch OLED. It didn't take much convincing. Back in the day, it was 2005 when we got our first plasma, and I had to go to her with, okay, it's $1,000 more than a rear projector, but she listened and it made sense, and we went and looked at one, and
that was it.
yeah, that's it. It's been ever since. Well, when we met, I had a pretty good TV and sound system back then, so she's been around it a lot, and she's a big nerd like I am.
Yeah, it's like John and our wives, I don't think, are nerds. They are very good at pretending to be enthused with anything we bring up.
I don't even know about that, really.
Okay, that's true for Mag Life too.
Yeah, but as we get older, it's like, all right, now I'm not so enthused anymore. Can we stop this? Nope. No, it's only getting better. I just went up to go, and she came down. She was in bed, and she comes down. She's like, "How's it going?" And I'm still standing there at the toilet peeing because I'm like, this is epic. I'm like, my dog here we're getting really into home theater after dark. My dog drink out of our toilet, and they'll drain one. They'll drain the toilet. So I went up there to use the toilet, and there's no water in it. And I swear to God, I almost filled this damn thing. And I'm like, I didn't think I had to go this bad. Look at me go.
His eyes are changing color because the water's coming down.
You know it's a good marriage when the conversation doesn't stop while someone's going to the bathroom.
Oh no!
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
That's how you know you've been together a while.
This is
not
not the streaming we're supposed to talk about.
That's when the best conversations happen.
Stream.
Yeah.
Rebecca enjoys the hell out of our home theater, and she likes to tell her friends that, like, I had no idea when I got into this relationship how much I would hear and learn about speakers. Like,
yeah,
we spend a lot of time together, and I talk about the stuff. We've got a pair of B&Ws upstairs in for review right now, and it's always something about something. She doesn't necessarily hear or see or notice most of the differences between things. Like the one thing that she did actually sit straight up and go, whoa, the other day was the vinyl, the UHQR pressing of John Coltrane's Love Supreme. Like, putting on a record, and it starts off kind of soft, and then like 10 seconds in, it's like full on saxophone, and she's just like, she noticed immediately. And I was like, this must sound really good because you actually noticed that difference. And it does, but yeah, she humors me. She humors the new speakers and garbage coming in all the time for reviewing stuff, and I was swapping something out.
Now, I've talked about my side of it. Has anybody else have you passed it on and they didn't even know you passed on your knowledge and your vision and your hearing? And all of us, you'll leave other places, in other people's houses, and your family members are like, ooh, that would Dad, or
I have
like how many people get that, and you're like, I've educated them.
So I have a text I saved from my wife. She had gone over to her friend's house to try and watch a movie. And she's like, I'm never doing this again. Soap opera effect is on. They're vacuuming. Kids are running around. I just want to come back to the home theater. So I saved that. And then my son was recently watching Interstellar in his physics class. And he's like, Dad, it's awful. I can't hear or understand anything in school.
Yeah.
I just need to come home and watch the movie.
Yeah. Yeah. My son, speaking of that one, my son saw that one. They talked about it in his physics in college because they said it was like the most accurate. That's his physics class. So that's why they show that one. I think his professors are like telling him like, this is the most accurate to what could actually happen. So he came home and we had to watch it. And I'm like, absolutely, let's go. But yeah,
one of my
it's
favorites.
Yeah. And
yeah. Nolan, I think, consulted with Kip Thorne on that movie.
Oh, okay.
He's astronomer. I mean, he's a physicist, he's like the real deal. And I remember reading a book not long after Interstellar came out, and he made a point to bring him in, when they were in pre-production with that movie. And Kip would even say at several points, it's not exactly accurate, but it's for the story. Chris knew it wasn't exactly, like he would ask Kip something and Kip would be like, from as far as we know, that's as close as, as good as we know. And he's like, okay, well, I'm going to go this way with the story. But for the most part, he kept it as, as good as he could that still served the story.
And it's all based on theory, right? Go ahead.
Most of it, yeah. Because, I mean, the majority of it, they don't.
Now, they've talked to the people who've gone to black holes.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. It's all theory on time, but like the time delay and all of that. And it's like, this is what would happen. And that's why they're using it.
Dilation.
And they're using that in colleges to be like, to give people a visual idea of what what these people are so smart and they have theorized on this stuff. And here Nolan goes and goes, I'll give you here's an example for you. You can use.
To be fair, there have been experiments that verified all those sorts of time dilation effects.
Yeah, I forgot we have Lee here. Yeah, this is his jam.
100 years of experiments have held up Einstein all this time. So it's true. And also, very spectacularly, they recently took an image of a black hole, and the type of distortion around that black hole did essentially match the simulations that came before it, and that were the kinds of things you saw in Interstellar with the light warping around a black hole. So in real life, they're slowly gathering ever more information to prove all these things that are theoretical. The universe is strange.
Is there any evidence of changing aspect ratios in these black holes?
If you tilt your head to the side,
they're all scope.
Exactly. I agree. I think they're in
actually,
my experience they've all been scope.
If it was scope, it wouldn't be a black hole. It would be the black slot. So to be fair, it's like you gotta get the top and the bottom. Yeah.
DJ,
I didn't realize a hole was a specific shape.
It is. It's a hole.
I got to go with Travis on the scope screen. You and I talked about that. It's like I got to go over there on that one.
Yep.
But
so Chris Nolan's screen is actually. Anybody want to guess what ratio he watches at home?
I know.
Wow.
2.0.
4:3.
4:3. Good one, John. Nice.
And scan.
Yeah.
Whatever 70 millimeter film is.
It's
scope.
1.43. Yeah, no, he has a scope screen at home.
Scope screen, yeah.
Oh wow.
My theory is he's not watching Interstellar or his own content.
Doesn't bring his work home.
Right. So all that shit he pulls on us, like he's like, it's no problem.
Does he crop it?
Yeah.
Does he crop it when he puts on how does he watch Maverick?
Yeah.
Right.
I crop it.
Exactly.
Yeah, I crop it. I crop it now. I said that earlier today. It's like Maverick. If I'm showing to somebody for the first time and I want them to see the aspect ratio changes, like you've never seen it before and we're going to show this, I'll do that. But for my own personal viewing, now I crop it with my masking, because when you're into those scenes that have the bars, like we were talking earlier, Chris, it's like, I want that. And when that comes in, even though I know when they go away, spectacular, but for the other part of the movie, I do. I'm with you. I absolutely prefer pick one and stay with it. But like an Oppenheimer or Everything Everywhere All at Once, and Travis, you haven't seen the other one that just came? Now I'm forgetting the name of it. We just talked about it earlier today, but I don't know if you saw it yet on Kaleidoscape. The what the heck is the name of that movie? It's a weird name. It's a very artsy movie. It's got like that. It's very pastel-y. I forgot the name, but it's multiple. We talked about it earlier today, and they actually go to like a 4x3 in the middle, so they have the aspect ratio. They have bars all the way around the screen. Anybody remember what I'm talking about? Anyways, it'll pop to me. Yeah, but it's part of the movie, right?
And Everything Everywhere All at Once. Absolutely, it makes sense.
Yeah.
There are movies where it makes sense. There are movies that it's well done. Asteroid City is the same thing. That's the one we're talking about. Yeah, I've seen that.
That's the one I'm asking about.
Makes sense.
You were just teasing me.
Grand Budapest Hotel. I think they're a little too subtle to really become a character. I know what he's trying to do. I get that, but just to be like, well, I want to do it in a scope, but there's a couple scenes where I want it to get taller, and I'm gonna do that.
Yeah.
I don't get. Like the Asteroid City is a brilliant use of variable aspect ratio because it's the narrative and the behind the scenes.
Yeah.
The narrative and the behind the scenes. And it makes total sense. It's like going from, Real World to Walter Cronkite. From Real World.
WandaVision did that really well also. There's a couple of TV series where they, when you're in the show or if you're in reality, they'll use the variable aspect ratios.
Yeah. And Everywhere All at Once did the same thing with, it's like the different universes.
It means something.
Different shapes. Yeah.
Right.
I don't
think
it means
the story.
Like to me, Top Maverick should have just, if they really needed that extra height on those, they should have just done the whole film that way.
Right. I agree with you. I do like Maverick. I like it. I don't mind it like you do. But I agree with you 100%. I wish they would pick one direction. In most of Oppenheimer, I do appreciate it there. In all of
haven't seen it yet.
In all of the other Nolan films, I'm not a fan of it. When I got my Kaleidoscape, I was super excited that it didn't, like The Dark Knight doesn't have it. It's just one. It's got the bars. So I'm like, perfect.
I complained about that. They say that it's just the files that they're getting from the studio on that, but the problem with the Chris Nolan stuff on Kaleidoscape is you actually have to go get the discs to actually get the full content. So if you want The Dark Knight, the full, Chicago skyline, you have to put that on disc. And as much as I love Kaleidoscape, it's unacceptable for me I can't crop stuff out. So I can't have that. And give us the option. If you just gave us the disc version, and if you have your scope screen, you can crop out whatever the hell you want, but don't do it for us.
Right. That's what I said earlier today too. I was like, what makes me angry is, and I've said that John knows, he was there. I got worked up because I'm like, we spent the better part, our early fans, inviting people to their houses on their 32-inch televisions, explaining why we needed these bars at the top and the bottom, because that's the way it's supposed to be seen. And we spent so much energy telling people, but it's smaller. But you don't understand. See, in Die Hard, you don't see all the characters, and they got to do pan and scan. And we're trying to explain this stuff, and here we are today, and it's like we finally convinced the world. We went to 16:9 televisions. We did all of this, and we did that. And now you got, and I love Nolan, but you're like, watch this. I'm really going to F with you here. The whole movie's different. And you're like, how do I explain this to my friends? What the hell? And it's like, and we work so hard to duplicate what we do at the theater, and they're like, watch this. Hold my beer. I'm going to F with you even more.
I remember that. 1988, I remember trying to explain to my dad why it was blank at the top and bottom and why my TV was messed up.
Yeah.
And no, that's how it looks in the theater. It's shaped different. It's just made no sense.
Right.
So
and
now
we went through all this trouble.
Yep. Yeah, Travis. The Laserdisc player, you got to get the letterbox, you got that version. You got the correct version. All right. Now it's like, what part of the movie am I in? I don't know what the correct version is. Am I at the right part of the movie for the right version? I don't know.
And there's a laser displayer right over there, by the way. In this room.
Yeah, well.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
But to like what Chris just said, it's like, all right, fine. Give me variable, and like Travis and I, if I don't appreciate it in the movie, I'll just crop it out. You can just crop it out. Let me have it. Or the other option I said is like, just sell the different versions for people that can't have masking. They give us multiple of everything else. Why? Because they do sell it. Like, oh, this movie's got IMAX in it. Well, that only goes to IMAX. When I see it at my local place, it's not IMAX, so I'm getting the CinemaScope screen.
Yeah,
they already have the cuts.
Give us the version where Han shoots first.
That would be 4K 77.
4K 77. I've got it. Yeah.
Yeah.
You have it too. I gave it to you.
Yep. I have it. Yep. I have it on my Zapiti.
I've always said for years, I just want to see what the director wanted me to see. But it's more complex now because I think they do some of these aspect ratio changes because they know you need to come to the theater to see it. There's just no exact way to get that same experience at home. I mean, you can come close, but I don't know that I don't know what they wanted me to see anymore. Does that make sense? Because I think some of it is a trick to make it come to the theater because they know we've got home theater at home.
Yeah.
But they got to get us in there. What can we do that you can't do at home very well?
No, and IMAX.
I think some of that is that.
IMAX drives that for sure, where there is exclusive content. I mean, one of the Star Wars reboots where the, flying through the desert, like there's like 40 seconds of IMAX content, but they needed that to actually then, contribute to the film, show it to theaters, like, and the fanboys, they go for that. So they're driving that as well because.
So maybe now I need to be saying, I want to see what the director wanted me to see at home.
Can I?
As opposed to just in general.
Can I come at this? I'm going to actually go in the other direction for a second and kind of defend it a little bit. And we're a product where, like, we caused this on ourselves. We used to go to the theater and we were like, this is what it's like to be at the theater, and our feet are sticking to the floor, crappy prices, long lines, blah, blah, blah. The audio was out of sync and everything, but we were just happy to be at the theater and get a large screen. And then at home, what did we want to do? We wanted to duplicate that, and we wanted to get a large screen like the theater. And I don't care how I did it. I was going to use an overhead projector from high school and try and get my TV to play through that. I just wanted a big screen on my wall. And then it's like, okay, well, now I can improve that. And now we've come to the point that we have such a great, we've gone to the point where like my black levels are perfect. I got a projector at the back of the room, just like they have at the theater. And now we've surpassed the theaters. Most of our theaters here have a better image, a better experience than what you're getting at the theater. And then the damn directors are screwing up my masking because I'm trying to improve my picture. And that's really what is, and like Travis and I's debate is like, Travis is like, most movies are like this. Why are some of them doing it like this? And we're trying to make everything perfect. And they're taking, as artists typically do, they're taking imperfections and making art out of it. And we're like, stop screwing with me. And it's like, because I'm trying to make things perfect, when if we put our minds back to when we were younger, this is damn good. But we're messing with our masking. We're messing with our systems that we've worked so hard to get. Are we like a byproduct of our own success?
I think so. Yeah, that makes sense.
Thanks, Lee.
They've done that for years.
No, it makes perfect sense.
You go all the way back to Wizard of Oz. I mean, they go from the black and white to the color, and it's like here's this da da da. So it's an artistic effect that they've been using for years. Or when 1:3:3 ratio, and then everybody's TVs was that ratio, and then to differentiate themselves, the theaters went wide, and so then you had cinema
wrapped around.
You start off, at this, and then they'd widen out the curtains to show you what you can experience at this place, and you paid your money for. You don't get at home. And so they're doing that. And then IMAX comes along. And they're like, okay, everybody's gone wide. So now we're going to do the opposite. We're going to go as tall as possible. And we're going to make some people physically, a little on the edge there because you got the stadium seating. You got the super tall screen.
The dome.
They're going to show the hang gliding through the Grand Canyon. And so they're going tall. And Travis helped me with an article did in Widescreen Review several years ago. And the question was, are we seeing the aspect ratios converge, was mentioned kind of the Netflix 2.0, or are we seeing things diverge? And from the people we spoke with, that's the forces is really still divergence. Even the Tarantino's, he's not making more movies, but he's getting out the Panavision lenses, and he's doing 2.84, I think was Hateful Eight, versus then all the IMAX money is going to tall, and there's playing in the middle. I mean that 2:0 ratio is there's a cool. You can do a whole video just on that, but it's not like we're not going to do that anymore.
Yeah, I just think like it's funny you mentioned even the stadium seating. We didn't have that when we were kids in the theaters.
We're sounding like 80-year-olds now. Like back in my day.
No, but you know what I mean? But now it's like when you go into somebody's dedicated theater, they have stadium seating. And it's like we're adding that, and we're doing all of these things to duplicate that experience. And it's not just so much like so you have the prime view from there, but it's like we want that experience. And then this aspect ratio thing, we just haven't wrapped our heads around it yet. And it's like I appreciate when artists are pushing the envelope because that's how we get what we get. But at the same time, it's like it is frustrating, and it's. Go ahead.
Well, I think we were kind of conditioned to think when we were younger, right, that a big a scope screen, that was the real movies, right?
Yeah.
The rom-coms were the 1:8:5 ratios or whatever. It's like, oh, well, the Star Wars and the Star Trek and the Matrix and all that stuff scope screen. So if you guys are going to build a home theater and you really want to replicate a true movie experience, well, you need a scope screen, right? And we were just, I think, conditioned for years, whether it was reading Widescreen Review, which I read religiously forever, or, whatever the case may have been. And it was like, well, all the important movies, quote unquote, are scope. So that's just what I'm going to do. And I think, years later, it's hard to retrain your mind to think, well, no, like, Disney's doing IMAX versions and all this stuff. So.
It's the same as when we went from 4:3 TVs. We wanted that wider TV so badly, and then we got 16:9 TVs, and it's like now I'm getting a projector. I want scope, and we talked about it earlier. What's the one thing that you really want in your next theater? The one thing I really wanted a couple years ago when we moved out here, it was a scope screen, and I wanted to have the masking, and now I've got it. So.
Yeah.
Well, now I'm going to sound like Travis. I'm going to defend him for a second with this scope screen fascination and say, when we were kids, to what Tom was saying is like, yes. And by the way, while I'm speaking, Jeff HD Report has joined the chat. We're filling this room up. Let's have some fun.
Hey, Jeff.
Thanks for joining us. So it's when we were kids, we didn't have IMAX. There was no eye. So all the screens were scope screens, right? And it's like, I remember when I built this theater, I wanted that how did I mask out on the sides? Curtains. And that's how the screens went. There was no taller screen. It was a wider screen that was all manipulated and masked with the curtains went in and out. And now we've kind of gotten away from that because different theaters are supporting the taller screen. Some places I go to now, they don't have any kind of masking. They don't any curtains or anything. And that was a staple of going, like, even to the point, like, the trailers would be on. And then when the trailers were done, you'd be like, you get that little, you're like, the movie's starting. It's opening up. And it's like, we don't even do that anymore. No. And now it's like
being disappointed when it didn't open up all the way to scope. You'd be sitting there watching the trailers or whatever, the commercials, and it would just open up, but it wouldn't go all the way to scope. Be like, oh,
This is one of those cheap movies.
It's literally one of those kind of movies.
Yeah, no, you're right.
What would you get me to go to? Yeah,
Chris, and like, the theater there in Ames, 5 years ago, they redid all new projectors, all new screens, and I went in there and I'm like, these are 16:9 screens. And they don't have any top and bottom masking for scope films. And I'm like, okay, I guess I won't come here anymore.
Well, and 70% of movies are still in scope ratio. So, like, if you, I mean, it'll surprise me sometime. I'll throw some kids film on there and I'll configure it for 16:9 because I just assume it's, fit for the TV, which is popular. But, kid content. And then, dang if it isn't scope. And I mean, I'm pleasantly surprised, but.
Yeah.
I watched the end of the Spider-Verse. I mean, I watched both of those movies just a few days ago, and I mean, they're both scope, and I was surprised.
Yeah.
That just.
Yeah. Travis had a point, and I put it in the article as well, is that one of the reasons they do that, the creators, is for that cinematic feel, that credibility, that that they want it to look. And they did this back in the 80s, like in Infinity commercials or something. They come out with this car commercial, and then they crop it to scope because you're on your TV, but it's cropped to scope, so it looked like a film. Like, whoa, this is serious. This isn't Crazy Eddie's sale price at the car lot. Like, this is something legit. And the TV guys want to look like movie guys. Now, kind of ironically, the movie guys kind of want to look like TV guys. But
it was the same thing with 24p. I remember when HD cameras started coming out in the world of professional production, and all of a sudden all the guys who've been shooting SD 2997 are like, oh, we can shoot 2398. And then Panasonic put out the little AGX 200 or 2000 or whatever, that it was a mini DV camcorder for $2,000 that would shoot 2398. And you could to mini DV tape, and you could remove it and have true 2398 with a 2332 pull down when you're editing. And it's like all of a sudden independent filmmakers were just rejoicing, and within 3 months all of a sudden the TV manufacturers start adding the soap opera effect, and that's a default now. And it's like, we finally have the ability to do this, and you guys are defaulting to make people not notice it, you idiots. And it's like this revolt among independent filmmakers. It was just maddening for that to all happen right at that same time. It's like, finally we can do it, you asshole.
Right. I want to know.
Lee, I love you, buddy. You get like me. I got a point to make. Stuff starts moving and tickling.
We talked about the soap opera effect, and that does drive me batty. Like, I want to know. I want some TV manufacturer to tell me why that became the default. What study was done where average people were sat in a room, asked which picture was better, and they pointed to the soap opera effect and said that one?
Sports.
Just sports? Because, did they do it with movies too?
Yeah.
I mean, the sports makes sense. Yeah. I mean, I love, the high frame rate. I'd like 120 frames per second on sports if I could. Yeah. But I just want to know what study, what group, what consulting firm for a TV company had something happen where they said, no, regular people like it on everything. Why?
It's late night. I think I can say this. We're all guys here.
Yeah.
What's the name of it? It's called the soap opera effect.
Okay.
Which the majority of the population is female.
Yes.
You know what I mean? And it's like, that's how soap operas looked. That's how soap operas looked. And if you ask a bunch of people, they're like, hey, that looks just like General Hospital. I love that. And it's like your voting audience is telling you, I like it that way. Doesn't mean it's correct. Doesn't mean they're wrong. It's just,
I want to see
what I mean?
I'm desperate.
I'm just spitballing here.
It doesn't really have.
I don't think that's it. I don't
think it is either. It was a feature that was added to the TVs. It was a new feature, so they default it to on. Period. It was a feature that allows you to smooth out fast pans in sports where your DirecTV compression is already screwing with everything because the crowd pans break up into, you have like 4 pixels on your screen during a kickoff. And so they added this effect to help smooth all that out and make it look better. It's a new effect, so we're going to default it to on everything we sell these days.
So frustrating because
and people just don't know enough to go into their menu and turn it off.
Right, my cousin and her husband bought a TV, and she knows squat about home theater, anything like that. She knows a little bit about photography. She's taken some pictures, but not about moving images, and she doesn't care. They don't even have a sound system, which is driving me insane. I've talked to them so many times. It's like you're missing half the experience. But they bought a big 85-inch TV. It's in their downstairs sort of, living space, the sort of theater room. And even she, after I went over there, to immediately grab the remote and started changing everything. Even she right afterwards went, oh, what'd you do? I thought it looked weird. And it was that soap opera effect. She had no words for it. She had no adjectives to describe what was wrong. She just knew it looked weird.
But in a line of TVs at the Best Buy, like if you've got motion, sharpening, that's going to be the sharper TV, and anybody's going to be like, that one's sharper. I take it home.
And
it's like torture.
The whole term soap opera effect is hilarious today because soap operas are now shot and produced at 24 frames per second.
Because they want to look movie.
They still broadcast at 29.97. Yeah, exactly. The only reason soap operas were ever produced because they
videotape was cheaper than film.
They wanted to look like film, but they didn't have that budget because they were producing. Production was happening every day. I mean, they were churning them out. So they shot them with studio cameras. They shot them with multiple cameras, just like they shot the newscast at night at 29.97, and just like everything. So they looked cheaper because they were produced cheaper. They were produced like the evening news. They were produced like the kids show that's local this morning, but they were never produced with a big budget. And so they didn't look as good as, your movie of the week or your prime time, your Seinfeld even, or, your CSI, all the evening dramas. Those are produced on film. And they look really good. Soap operas look cheap because they're shot with studio cameras.
29.97 or 59.94 interlaced, right? It looks more real, like real life, and I think that helps some people relate to the content of certain shows. If you're making a show that's about intimate interpersonal dramas, having it look like real life. That faster motion. Real life is a higher frame rate.
Yeah, but the fact that the fact that as soon as they could, they started producing them at 23.98, and even reality shows today, Survivor's shot at 23.98.
Oh, even House Hunters.
Yeah, which is a show that I used to shoot.
I don't watch that in my theater.
Yeah. We shot 29.97 because we were shooting on Beta SP. So
I'm forever a fan of House Hunters. We hate on people so hard watching that show.
I always wanted them to do a cliffhanger episode where I would sit there and talk to the producers, and I was just the day hire photog, but I'd be like, come on, it's such a formula. They come in, they look at 3 houses, they pick one, and they get it. Why don't we have a dual episode where they come in, they look at 3 houses, their offer is shot down, and they have to start over, and then you get the whole Happy Days. To be continued, and then the next episode they get the house that they like even better. And everybody loved the idea, and they never produced it. I don't know
what
why.
I've always wanted.
My wife would be crushed. She'd be like, "A to be continued."
Yeah, mine
I've
would be
always
too.
wanted a follow-up called Divorce Hunters, because we always try to predict how long these people are going to stay married based on their interaction on the show. I was like, 2 years.
Or how long they stay in that house.
In that house, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, that got away from CinemaScope.
Yeah.
Well,
no, it's just funny. As soon as all the production, as soon as there were cameras that could do it easily, the post-production workflow was simple, and they could re-add the pull down to broadcast 23.98 at 29.97. Anyone who cared about production quality started producing at 23.98. The news has stayed with 29.97, and sports obviously will go with the higher frame rate that they can. But it's just like the given. Everyone always wanted to produce at 23.98, but there was never cameras available except for film. So as soon as you got the option, everyone went for it.
In 2007, I bought an HDV camera that could do progressive 24 frame per second. And I did it some, but I don't know. It just, I'm not a filmmaker, so I did it some. I'm like, It didn't do much for me personally. So I have a handful of like 4 or 5 tapes.
It takes a completely different mindset of filming. You can't spin the camera as fast as you would if you were shooting a higher frame rate. So, yeah.
To wrap all that up for a nice little comic bow, everybody in the chat right now, everybody in this room right now, we went through the transition from SD to HD, and how many houses did we go in when people were watching SD on their HD television stretched, and they thought that's what HD was. So it amazes you. They don't understand. They're like,
there was one Super Bowl like 2010 or so where we had to go to somebody else's house, and I was just livid. I'm like, can we just go home and watch this? We can come back and visit later.
Yeah.
Because at that point, that's late in the game. You still haven't found the right HD channel, and you think this is HD. It's rare now when you find it, but
having to explain to my parents that, like, No,
that's a tough
if you
sentence
want to
right
watch
there,
the
anyway.
HD channel,
doesn't matter
you
what
have
that
to go to
conversation is.
105. Or,
Why are there
you
still
know,
SD channels on cable? All,
Yeah.
all of them should be HD, and you can have an SD output from the box. That's fine. I
Yeah.
cannot figure out why is there still SD channels on cable, just cable, not streaming. Is there? Maybe a few.
I don't know.
I don't think there's anything on YouTube TV that's standard def.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, it's awful. I've got like parental experiences where I'm trying to explain, put the 3-digit number in.
Yeah.
Should mom just puts 9? You know?
Yep.
How you doing, Jeff?
I don't even know if this is working. Is this working?
Yeah,
it's working.
It is working.
Okay.
You gotta. I don't know if you know. It's like you just gotta jump in, buddy.
I wanted to know if you're still serving breakfast or what.
Yeah. Well, I heard earlier in the chat, Travis said that Chris is a great cook. So I think he's serving later. He's cooking us all breakfast.
That's right.
So.
That's right.
So
eggs in a few hours here. We'll do
eggs
it.
in a few. Oh,
The other thing I was going to say is related to the soap opera effect, which is like people, like everybody said, they sell it because it looks better. It looks more realistic. Although the human eye is a little closer to 24 frames per second. The show's a little blur. But the other thing that really gets to me is people love that saturated TV look. You know, like they got the saturation cranked up, the dynamic picture format, and it's just as bright and as contrasty as possible. And that just drives me nuts because they're watching like Dune, or they're watching like Apocalypse Now with
yeah,
it looks like a cartoon,
like in sports mode.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
It's and Lee said this when we were talking last year, and I pushed back on him right away. It wasn't a bad thing. It's a great intention, but Lee's like, getting to our point earlier, Chris, how do we get more people? Like, we're losing, is our community is shrinking and stuff? And Lee's very passionate, like we all are, about home theater. And he's like, I want to just tell people you need to do this. You need to get into this. And Lee's like, go into their homes and tell them this is what you need to do. And what I said to him right away when we were chatting, I'm like, but you can't do that. It's like, I don't want somebody showing up at my house telling me I have to go golfing. Right? It's like, you have to have a passion for it to begin with. And like,
you bring them to your house.
Yeah. And if they don't bite, that's okay. Right. But when they do, that's why we start talking like crazy, because you're like, oh, you pulled the pin. Here we go. And it's like, let's go. I'm going to tell you why you need this. You asked. I'm not. And that's like, John knows I'm a big proponent of this. It's like, no unsolicited anything. Somebody asks you, it's fair game. Right. It's like, what's wrong with my theater? Okay, I will tell you. But if nobody asked, you don't have to tell them what's wrong with their theater or you just, oh, that's fantastic. And that's how I've always looked at things. But the same thing is like, how do we get people into it? You can't force them. All you can do is just show your enthusiasm like we do, and then hope that, and that's what I said to Lee like almost a year ago. I was like, it's like, you just got to be who you are. And if they're like that, just like us, it's like, okay, maybe they'll follow suit someday. And
I've come around
crazy,
to that. Sure. I don't push too hard. The most I'll ever do if I'm at somebody's house and they have the decent television and I see it in torch mode or something, I'm like, would you mind if I change a setting? You tell me if you like it, and if you don't, we'll put it back. I've done that a couple times with folks with success most of the time, and sometimes they're like, I don't know.
No, see, I've tried that also, but it's always, we like it better the other way.
Right.
Yeah.
But these are the same people who are.
We like motion flow.
These are the same people who are watching with subtitles on because they can't hear the dialogue because they have such poor speakers in their system. So
sure, but I mentioned my cousin earlier. She liked when I turned off the crazy 60 frame per second motion flow stuff. So I've had some success.
See, I've got a question for everybody here, and then I have to jump off. I got to go take the puppy out.
We just lost
DJ,
John, but we added Greg. But go ahead.
DJ, you and I have talked about this in the past. Have any of you secretly, when your friends are out of the room, have any of you adjusted their televisions for them to improve upon them?
All the time.
I am guilty as hell of this.
I once created a group on Facebook called Adjusting Other People's TVs. It was a group like I made.
Sign me up.
Yes.
There's one thing that I would do is go into DirecTV guides and hide SD duplicate channels.
Yeah.
Oh, that's good. Yeah.
Hey,
Perfect.
At least you
Hey.
point them in the right direction.
sorry about that.
Yeah.
No, it's okay. We got the full Brady bunch now.
Yeah.
Perfect. You dropped out, and Travis like, I gotta always gotta walk the dogs, but we're going full Brady bunch here, so that's great. We got. I know I can accommodate 9.
I
This
think
is
I'm Marsha.
fantastic.
Yeah. We can all look at Joe.
That's that now, DJ. That's what I started to say. Now I'm trying to figure out who I am. I
think
can't
I'm
remember
Marsha.
who was in
That would make you
spot.
Peter.
No,
wait, parents were on
no,
the
the
side.
girls were on. You're Greg, aren't you, Travis? If we're all
I
seeing
don't
the same
remember
thing.
which side
The
they
I
were
think
on.
I'm
boys were on-
Alice.
No, Joe's Alice. You're
Joe's Alice. Yeah,
You're Florence
I'm
Henderson.
Marsha. I'm Marsha. Travis
Okay.
is Greg.
Greg.
Right,
So
so
was
the
I
dad's
Jan?
at the bottom. The
Yeah.
boys are up
Right.
the right side.
Chris is Chris is Peter.
Alice
Frank
is
the
in the
Somebody
middle.
Google it real quick.
Actually, let me do this because we actually
is
have
Alice.
Greg in the chat, so we'll get the right
go.
name in the right spot.
There we go.
Travis is Bobby. I learned this trick earlier today.
Chris is just hitting puberty.
Yeah,
Voice is cracking.
Hey, it's time to change, Chris. Hey, he's the one with the automatic masking. So the time to change, guys, time to change. You got to
Cindy
throw
with
that
the
in, Chris.
ponytails with the-
Yeah.
Emotionally, that's spot on.
Tom's the poor middle child over there.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. The left out. Forgotten.
So
Marsha,
when
Marsha.
Marsha. So we all got to start looking around this thing.
Yeah.
Right. And Chris was doing that earlier. He's pointing at Joe. And
Yeah.
so who in the pool had, like, we talk Brady Bunch? DJ's
was a
got
TV
25
show.
hours to kill. How much Brady Bunch talk is there going to be?
Brady Bunch is one of those where it was shot on film, and so they could make a fantastic high def version of it. I don't know if they have. If so, I would love to watch that because, man, those 1970s and late 60s sets would be beautiful to see in HD. Because I know
Would it?
TV show. Oh, I would love
Like
it.
those fake ferns in the backyard AstroTurf lawn.
All the
I'd
green.
be like, that shouldn't be
That'd
in
be
4K.
Listen, I would have so much fun watching that in HD. I would, like way back, I Love Lucy was on film, and they did convert that. I've watched that in HD,
Yeah.
and it looks spectacular despite black and white.
Yeah, but then
But I love old shows
yeah,
converted
but
to
then you're
HD.
gonna get the argument. We we crop
it's
some
color
top to get it into 16:9. Like
No, but
all these haters
Chris-
in the Seinfeld.
Chris setting up his Disneyland destination, home theater destination we're going to now is, I could see his gears turning already. It's like, you'd be like, okay, this is our 4-way masking. And it's like, Brady Bunch? It's like, you got the room packed. Look at the boop, 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 Brady Bunch.
You
The
know,
most recent one I watched in HD that wasn't initially was MASH. And I think it's on Hulu. I can't remember which one.
Oh,
it was on, but
really?
It looks so good.
Yeah.
MASH
Oh,
looks
wow.
and it looks eerily good. Like it kind of turns it into a whole different thing.
Yeah.
It
Did
doesn't
they
feel
keep
like
it
a
in the original
TV
aspect
thing
ratio?
anymore. They've turned it into 16:9.
See, and I hate that though because like in Simpsons where they crop it off,
Yep.
like you can lose so much like
Right.
sight gags.
In this case, I think
Seinfeld. They cropped
Seinfeld, the manhole cover is gone.
Yeah,
That's
well,
the scene they demo.
The man's ear, so they go they walk in and he's got
Yep.
dad's wearing the bra, right? And
Right.
Yeah.
it's cropped off and killed it.
I think in
Yeah.
the case of MASH, you actually get a little extra on the sides now that you didn't see in the original.
Oh,
Because
okay.
they're trying to cut off very little from top to bottom and add a little bit on the sides because the way it was shot, the actual
So they have
framing of the
extra
TV
on the sides. Yeah, okay.
There's a little extra
That's
on the
cool.
sides that you didn't see probably originally. So it just looked fantastic. So if you get a chance to look at it, take a look at it. It looked really neat.
Wow.
DJ, you're gonna have to call someone else in so that you can do Hollywood Squares because I gotta go, but I can tell Joe wants to be Paul Lind really bad.
It's better than seeing Sam the Butcher.
Yeah.
Bringing Alice the
Yep.
meat.
Yeah,
Oh,
well-
jeez.
It's a Beastie Boys lyric. Come on.
See, I'm gonna ruin it too because I'm gonna drop out as well. So
Yeah.
All
I
right.
gotta go run
Thank
too.
you. Thank you, everybody.
DJ?
Thank you.
Finish strong.
yeah,
Well, I'm not
Nice
going to
talking to
fade
you
now.
guys.
Jen, come down and
Yeah.
throw
Thank
some
you.
water on your face or something.
Yeah, exactly.
right.
That would be good. Hey, honey.
Thanks for chatting, everyone.
But
thanks for
Travis,
doing this, DJ.
thanks.
See you,
John,
Travis.
thanks for hopping in. Thanks, buddy.
Yeah,
Good
no
night.
problem.
Later, guys.
Take care,
Talk to you soon.
everyone. All right.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
All right. What do we want to do next?
I'm here for a little bit.
You're here for a little bit. I'm here. So
You're
what?
definitely here.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep it going. So, what was I gonna say before? What do we got in the chat? What do you guys got? Keep me going. Who's got the next entertaining question? Greg, you haven't said anything yet.
Greg's muted.
You know,
There
I'm
he is.
just, I'm just a fly on the wall. I'm here though.
Yeah. What do we got? What do you got, Lee?
I'll tell you what I wish could be part of our home theaters that used to be when it was standard FTVs, and that's our own home movies. And I don't just mean old movies. I just mean videos we're shooting now, primarily with our cell phones, but by any other method. Back in the day, you used to be able to, let's say it's 1991 and you've got a VHS camcorder on your shoulder, and you can take video and you take the tape out, you put it in the VCR that's hooked up to your TV all the time. You press play, it's on your TV. There's no equivalent.
I would say with Apple TV and your iPhones, we do this. We'll come home from vacation. We'll share pictures with family or friends in the theater. Yeah.
That's great. But most people,
you just argue over who gets to control it.
Right. But also, to Lee's point, if you have old stuff, you have to get it converted. There's
that's a whole other
get it converted to digitally to have on your phone to do this, and then you do an AirPlay. And what I was going to suggest, Joe, is like, and this is what keeps like the Zapitis or the Zunes legal, is it's the idea of you're supposed to take these media players and put your home movies on them. And that's what, this is all we're building this for. And then other people, just because they choose to rip their discs and put them on there, that's not our fault, right? So like that is the other way. But again, like you said, Lee, it's not an easy way to do it.
Right.
Because
Back in
you
the
have
day,
to build
the
that
average
library.
person could easily take that tape, pop it in. Even my grandmother understood how to do this, and she would watch her tapes. But now it is not simple. And it's also not simple to keep it organized. Apple does a good job, I guess, their organizational scheme. And I know Google Photos can do it a little bit as well. But it's like home video now. It's not really home video. It's phone video now. Yeah. And all the movies we make, half of them are vertical anyway. And then the ones that are like this, there's just not the same feeling that you can just pop it on the TV. And I wish that were easier. I wish there were some simpler way. I mean, I could go through something. I could get some kind of mini HDMI cable adapter, I suppose, from my USB-C. I suppose I could make that happen. Or, I put a lot of stuff on YouTube, and YouTube looks amazing on our TV. That's great. But it's just so many steps. There's just not that ease of like, I'm watching this, boom, put on my TV. And of course, back in the day, you had stacks, like I talked about my stacks of old VHS tapes over here. And you could, maybe you got crazy and organized them a little bit. I don't know if you alphabetized them or made index numbers or something, but some people went through some trouble and labeled everything, and you grabbed it, you put it in, you watched it. It's just harder. And I wonder what's going to happen with home movies that we make on our cell phones and stuff. Been happening for the past 10, 15 years. What's going to happen in the future to those things? I feel like so many of our pictures and home videos that we're using these devices to make are just going to kind of slowly dissipate into the digital ether, whereas like back in the day, your photo albums last 150 years. Your videotapes actually can last 30 years if your video player can last 30 years. But DVDs are going to last a long time. But the kind of like on the cloud stuff and on your phone stuff, all those videos people take of their family and their vacations and stuff, how do you maintain it? Maybe you want to pass it down. Maybe people don't care. Maybe it seemed like a great idea. Maybe I'm one of the few people that just cherishes my great grandmother's photo albums and my grandmother's home videos and that sort of thing. But I wonder what's going to happen, because there's just, it's not the same thing. You can't do the same thing anymore.
So I get this a lot. Sorry, DJ, go ahead.
Go ahead. No, I was just going to reference what you're saying right there before, Tom, has anybody seen that show? It's an older show. It's probably 10 years old, Revolution, where the whole country lost power.
Yeah. Yes.
And there was a character, a woman in that show that was walking around with her iPhone, but they're like, what are you doing? And it was a very poignant part of the show. And they're like, she's like, I'm not losing my iPhone. I'm like, we got no power. What are you going to do with that? She's like, I don't care, but this is where all the pictures of my children are. And she's lost her children because it was a devastating, whatever happened. But she's like, I know they're in there, and that's all I care about. So, like, to your point, it's like we're so digital now. But go ahead, Tom.
I work in IT, and the customers, a lot of the customers, when I go and I'm working on their machine, from a business standpoint, and they always ask me about their phones or, whatever. And probably one of the most common questions I get is, what do I do with all the pictures on my phone? Because my iCloud's full.
Yeah.
Right. You only get 5 gigs.
Right.
Before you start having to pay for it. And 5 gigs nowadays, that's a lot of pictures. But, I just got the iPhone 15. This thing records ProRes 4K 60. I mean, that thing eats up memory like crazy, right? If you're recording videos.
Right.
So that is a big, to Lee's point, I think a lot of people have the same thought that you do. They just don't know what to do.
Right. And I go through great pains to copy things off and organize.
I do too. Yeah, absolutely.
Very OCD, and I have backups. And
I got them all in folders and stuff, but I'm not the normal person.
Right.
I'm not.
None of us are.
We're not the norm. Yeah, we're not the norm.
Definitely not normal.
No. And it's so many people say, what do I do with all my pictures? Do I just need to pay for iCloud, but the upgrade, but they don't want to pay that forever.
Right. And that's what you're stuck on.
Exactly. It's like, I'm going to have to pay that $1 or $5 or $10 or whatever they go up to. I'm going to have to pay that forever to hold all my pictures. Like, they don't want that solution. They want something else. And it's not an easy question to answer.
Yeah, I wish somebody would make like an appliance.
And they'd hate that option too. Like what we used to have to do. If you had the fact that we have thousands of pictures now on our phones,
can you imagine
we didn't have that when we were kids. Right. But we did it.
Could have been albums.
It's like, I used to go, like, I'm a huge hockey fan. I used to go to Bruins games and I'd sneak down to the front row just so I could get some pictures on a disposable camera so that I could take them home, take them to the photomat, and then get home. And when I got them a week later, I'd be like, oh yeah, I missed that shot. I missed that shot. And it's, you know what I mean? And like, you've got all this garbage for one shot, right?
Yeah,
and nowadays we're like, how do I keep all these? How much did we throw out? How much did we ruin? But then you do have your family photos. Yeah. And how many people, again, going to the other side of your question, Lee, how many people nowadays are going, sorry, I don't have a picture of that. It was before my iPhone. Because we don't have anything. But
exactly,
if I want to show anybody anything, I mean, just CD alone, I come home and I'm like, look at this was what I saw in like, this is the room, this is that. It's like we have
you're
everything.
There with your phone going, look.
Yeah, exactly.
And the phone's organization system is called a big long list. It's just scrolling forever.
Yeah,
right.
And it used to be like the joke was the father would pull out his big fat wallet and roll out the pictures of his kids, right? And now we're like, a guy pulls out his phone and you're like, I gotta go. You're like, we all have the ability, but I think in a way, like you said, Lee, it's like everything. It's worse in a certain perspective, but it's so much better in another perspective because we can share so much more, right?
We can share a moment, but like I like thinking about long-term, past and future, and what happens in the future. So you may have pictures from the 20th century in photo albums that are available to people in the future, whereas from the 21st century, at least until later when some other methods come up, the first half of the 21st century may just kind of dissipate into just a mass of stuff in the cloud, deleted and moved and so forth. I wish someone would make sort of a network attached storage appliance device that looked like a home theater thing. Maybe it says Kodak. You get the Kodak name, put it on there, and it would just be for personal media. Like, I think that would be really cool. I know, like, again, Google Photos and iPhoto, I guess, right, does something like this, but something that would encourage and guide you to organize and back up and be a thing where it was just designed to do what I think people used to like to do with their photos and videos. They want to give people copies.
Make albums.
They want to make sure that they can sort of thumb through it in the future or find stuff. It's very hard to find something unless you're OCD like this idiot right here. And I've got folders with keywords in the names of the folders and sometimes the files. Sometimes I have text files inside folders that describe what's in that folder, and you can do a search. Yeah. So I could probably, like, if you had been my friend in the 90s, I could probably search for your name and find several instances of you being in pictures I took. So, but there needs to be a way that isn't like Crazy Boy doing it. There needs to be
You're just trying to lose the label. You want more people to be like you so that you'll be like, I'm not crazy. Look at all these people.
Honestly, I'm very glad most people aren't like me. We'd be in a world of hurt if we were all like me.
Sounds like you were an early facial recognition software.
Yeah.
You were like labeling everybody, and you got that system and that database started.
A little bit. Yeah. So if some future AI can sort of go straight through my stuff and boom, we'll know everybody and everything I did. But I don't know. I kind of miss those early days of when I first got a SLR. It was a film camera, and I had all my pretty neat photo albums, and I used to label everything. And then when it became digital, I tried to keep doing that, and you can't do exactly that. And one day somebody, I think it's going to take some kind of crazy AI, will help organize this so that you can sit down and go, hey, computer, do you remember when we went to the thus and such thing and back in 2005? And the computer will go, yes, here's the pictures from that.
Well, iPhones do that now. You can search
Sort of.
by name,
that'll
by
happen.
face. Yeah,
that's coming. So I think that's what it's going to take. We just may have this blank era in the early 21st century where we didn't have that cool AI organization. And
I think a lot of pictures were lost too because people had like iPhone 4. I think that was the first one that was available on Verizon. And how many people still have those pictures? Everybody ran out and bought an iPhone 4 when it was available on Verizon, or of course you had a 3GS or whatever on AT&T before that. But how many people that switched from their iPhone 4 to the 5, or they even switched to Android to Motorola or whatever? How many people kept all those pictures? How many people knew, even thought about it?
I mean, I did.
How many people? Right.
Lee, we got one.
We got
How many
one.
people have the flip phones with that really low res, 320p or whatever? Like there are some photos on there.
Oh yeah, I have my Motorola Crazer picture.
I still see people that forget, right? And they're like, I need to get my pictures off my old phone.
Yeah.
It's like, how do I do that?
There's
I'm
a lot
like,
of
well, you
kids.
can just plug it into your computer. It's okay. And they're like, oh my gosh,
There are a lot of kids running around with like old school cameras, and they like the quality. They think it's cool.
Yeah.
And they're a little bit off the grid.
It's so
with their
retro.
flip phones.
It's cool. It's retro. Yeah. That's
Great.
cool.
Like if it's digital, it's not retro.
But do you guys remember the early days of YouTube? How unwatchable it was.
Yeah.
I mean, I couldn't like the early days. The quality was so bad that I couldn't even take it. It was just ridiculous.
Well, even Netflix.
I mean, it was worse
Netflix
than
first
480
came
though.
out.
480 was like a luxury back in the day when YouTube started.
What about DirecTV? When DirecTV started,
Like
I was
95
working
or
at
something.
I was working at that audio video store, that mom and pop store when DirecTV started. We had people signed up on a list, so we'd get like 10 in at a time or 15 or whatever. And I'd sit there and call people and be like, hey, got your DirecTV in, and they, but those things were terrible. I mean, it was MPEG. They hadn't done MPEG 2 yet. I mean, the compression was horrible. I mean, the quality was awful, but it was revolutionary for so many people that couldn't afford a $3,000 or $4,000, 6-foot dish. So, but
Yeah, exactly. The dish that like you could get from all over the world, and then you had the mini dish. That kind of was like, I wanted the big dish. Then they came out with I didn't get DirecTV. I ended up with Dish Network, but I loved that idea. When I first got it, it was like, I can get the West Coast feed of HBO.
Yeah.
So I got all,
exactly.
And it's like, I'm on the East Coast. I'm like, oh, I missed this one, but I could watch different
I'll
shows.
watch it again. Yeah.
Yep. And it was fantastic. And it was like, that was a neat, like,
well, it was $700. I mean, and there was one that was $700, and if you wanted 2 TVs, if you wanted 2 boxes, it was $900. So, for of course $700 was a lot of money back then, but But
I found the noise
so much cheaper than the bigger ones.
I found the noise, and Chris, you worked at Circuit City. If I brought it up on YouTube, I don't want to find it now, but I found it for my wife and I played it and she didn't know what I was doing. Do you remember the tone? Does anybody remember the tone from Dish Network when you were trying to dial in your satellite? So like there was this specific tone that if you it was like beep, and she's like, I couldn't afford to have this thing installed. I had to go I'm out on the roof of our apartment. The guy gave me permission to do it, and I'm running a coax cable through the window into the living room. She's in the living room, and this is like before cell phones were like you could carry a cell phone. Yeah. So she's in there. Yes, no, you're on. And it's like, if anybody's ever done this, it's like if you let go, it's out of tune. Right? You're like, no, back. And then you got to screw it down. And anybody knows that you're working with like you're screwing something down. And what happens when you screw something down? Whatever you're doing goes like this. It's just a hair. But when you're trying to reach that satellite through 4 trees in a cloud, you're like, oh, I missed it again. And she's in the other room going, beep, beep, beep. I came up to her and I played it through my phone. I found it. And she was like, Jesus, get rid of that. I hate that noise. Because it's like
bad nostalgia.
Oh, yeah. But I was like, but look, we got satellite. I don't care what we got. I almost threw you out the window. It's like she was so mad, but she helped.
We're at 89% signal strength. We're good.
Yeah. Yeah.
Is anybody getting actual 1080p from DirecTV? Does anybody have DirecTV here?
No, I don't.
Nobody has DirecTV anymore?
I stream. I stream everything. Yeah.
My dad has DirecTV Stream.
Okay. No, so I've had the 4K box for what? Because you have to have a special box for 4K with DirecTV and everything. But anyway, the other night, I had an installer come and replace, redirect the satellite dish because I couldn't do it myself. So, and when he was setting up my TV, because I have a projection screen, I said, "Why does because I was watching TBS, the playoffs, the MLB playoffs."
Yep.
And I said to the guy, so why does the DirecTV broadcast look not as good as the stream? And he says to me, well, because this is a projection screen and this looks better at night. You got to have all lights turned off. So he's telling me my projection screen only works at night. When I'm trying to talk about, resolution.
Yeah. Not,
you didn't get it.
Not contrast.
He didn't get it.
Yeah.
But DirecTV, and it's just, for some reason, I've never seen an actual 1080p feed through DirecTV.
It's probably 1080i or it's 720p and it's a low bit rate. Yeah.
Right. But even like the stream even though the stream, you got a little bit of a lag, it's sharper than the stuff that they're pushing through DirecTV, which is crazy. Now the 4K looks really good. Even though it's not like the Fox stuff is not really 4K, it's upscaled, but it looks really good. And by the way, did you know that they were doing Atmos? TBS was streaming Atmos.
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah,
I didn't know that.
For the championship series and I think it was the National League. Wow. It was crazy. So it was HD, looked really good, but they were streaming Atmos.
Oh wow!
Yeah,
I think listen. Go ahead.
I think that's what drove me crazy about DirecTV, because I had it up until 2019, and like one channel would look okay. I mean, I don't know that any of it looked great, and I didn't have the 4K box. But then the next channel would look horrible. Like the bit rate would be, half or less, and the quality was just so all over the place. And that was when so DJ knows I'm the guy that didn't get internet until 2019. He mentioned me a few times, but
what you moved there in 12, right? Was it how many
11,
years you had?
Yeah.
11.
Yeah, so we moved. Yeah, I'll give you a real condensed version of the story, but we moved out here in 2011. At the time in town, cable modem was the fastest thing they had, which was 12 megs. And I thought, well, we'll be able to get DSL, which is 6, so we'll be fine, no big deal. And we really liked the house. It was out in the country and, whatnot. So we get out here, I called Verizon and I'm like, hey, I only signed up for DSL. She said, it's not available at your address. And I was like, but I know the guy down at the end of the road, he has it. She goes, yeah, you don't have it. She said, your half of the road is serviced by a box on the other side. and it's about 40 years old, and we can't pass DSL signals through that box. So you won't get it. You're not going to get it. So that was 2011. So we had
8
satellite
years.
internet. Yeah. And then our electric company, the REMC, started talking in 2016, 2017 about, they were going to have to do internet because, and I know a lot of the guys that work there, and they said, if we don't do this, they couldn't get Comcast, they couldn't get Synergy MetroNet, they couldn't get any of the big boys to come out and do it. And they said, if we don't do it, we're not going to have any customers because people are moving back to town because there's no internet out here in the country. So, and they couldn't really get any assistance at the time from the government or whatnot. So they just, borrowed whatever money they had to borrow and just started running fiber everywhere. And yeah, it was 2000. We got hooked up in May of 2019. But the thing that always amazed me after we got hooked up and I could actually subscribe to Netflix and enjoy it and whatever, streaming services there was, the picture quality was amazing compared to what we had with DirecTV.
Yeah.
And Dish. We had DirecTV and Dish at one point or another in that 8 years. And it's just the streaming of Netflix at the time, I was always just amazed. I mean, I just sit there and watch just normal TV shows, just whatever was on Netflix.
Did you ever put up an antenna and watch broadcast?
So I am right in between Indianapolis and Louisville.
Mm-hmm.
And I can't get Louisville channels and I can't get Indianapolis channels.
Even with a big directional outdoor thing? Wow.
Yeah, I mean, I could have went with the tower. So I would have had to have went with like the 20, 30-foot tower.
Yeah, I know some people that did that. So
nice. I know, right? Yeah. And we talked about it, but that's not as cheap as it used to be, back in the day. Those are really expensive now because there's not that many people that make them anymore. Mm-hmm. But yeah, we're right in the middle and we just can't really get either or. So it's really strange, but
well, now you can get Elon Musk's satellites. You can get Starlink.
Yeah, I know, right? We could have done other things now that would have been okay, But
that gets you 100 meg, right? Starlink's like 100, I think.
100, 200, somewhere in there. I think it
right about 100 to 150. I think is what most people get.
Depends on how well you can see the sky too. So I mean, it's kind of like that.
I've told people Tom's story on the show, off the show, and everybody goes, "Well, what about the Starlink?" I told you this was 2019.
Right now,
it's like everybody has the answer now, but that's like telling a caveman getting you Tesla. It's like, no, we didn't have that. It's like
we had the satellite internet, and it was 10 megs. And it was 8 to 10 megs on a good day. But the ping times are so bad, right? You have 900 millisecond ping times compared to 3, when you're on fiber. So there's no FaceTime, there's nothing like that. And we had like a 16 or 18 gig data cap. So if we went over 16 gigs, we were paying, right? We were already paying $100 a month for it as it was. And I look at my usage now. I mean, I can use a terabyte in a month, easily. Oh, yeah. And we had 16, 18 gigs, data cap, and that's just 4 years ago. I mean, so it was rough.
Yeah.
Even living in our little small city, we got a cable modem about 2000, I think.
Yeah.
And I think it started off at 6 megabits per second, and back in the year 2000, that was magic.
Well, we had cable in town, so I live in a small town, like John Cougar Mellencamp, small town, the song back in the 80s. That's where I live.
Yeah.
So
Tom thought he was singing to him. I live in a small town. So do I.
Me,
That's me.
In a little
if you remember, Mellencamp said he was from Bloomington for a long time, when he was just John Cougar, because he didn't really want people to know he was from Seymour until, he got a little older and nobody cared, but yeah. So anyway, we had internet, we had it was 6-8 megs. I had DSL in town, and then I went to cable modem, and all that stuff. And it's kept up pretty much, with the rest of the world, or the rest of the, US. But we just come out here and we were just far enough out. I mean, literally the same road.
Yeah. Oh no, I know people that experienced that near here.
Half a mile. I mean, I can see the house it stopped at. And I remember being on the phone with the people, and I'm like, I'll go down there and run the cable. It's like, I'll run the line. And
Yeah.
they're like, no, you can't do it. You know.
Yeah,
I
we can't do
can.
that.
Yeah, I can.
Watch me. Yeah.
Just tacking
fine now, but-
coax up to the trees in between. Yeah.
So I can take a line, I can bury it from there. Yeah.
The experience
Chris?
is very different in different places.
It is 100%.
You're taking off? Later, buddy. Oh, you're on mute. Did you know you muted yourself? There you go.
You wouldn't have done that on purpose. Anyway, yeah, I got to bounce, but I want you to stay alive. So pay attention to like the body cues. You have 2 kidneys, so don't blow them both out.
I'm drinking plenty of water.
So
what's that?
You can lose 1 kidney, but just don't lose them both.
Okay.
So,
I've only got a few hours to go, but thank you.
body cues. Stay alive. We love you.
Thanks, buddy. Whatever happens, you'll find me.
Right. Send the search dog.
There you go. Chris, thanks for coming on. I really appreciate it. We got to get you back so you and I can have our 2-hour long chat and really get to know. I want to know your system. I want to know what you're going. But yeah, it's gonna be awesome. Thank you. Really appreciate it.
Take care. Good night.
Yeah,
guys.
exactly.
Bye,
Later,
Chris.
buddy. Bye. Yeah.
How is your voice still there, DJ?
Me?
Yeah.
I don't know. I'll be honest with you. I did think it was going to go. A bunch of people have asked me that. Like, did you do any training? I'm like, not just me being a donkey and talking my whole life. It's like, I mean, everybody here I've had on the show, you all know I can talk.
It's changed a couple times. Like I've noticed because I jumped in through the hours. Yeah. Every few hours is a little bit of a change. I thought you were losing it around midday, but
what's funny? I've had listeners in the chat being like, DJ, take care of your voice. Different people have said it. And I haven't eaten yet either. I haven't eaten a thing, which it's just been water.
Do that. I
It's just been water. I don't even feel it. I went up when I got to use the bathroom. Well, see, that's the thing. It's like, you know why? And I've found this personally, this is way off of home theater talk, but personally for me, it's like, when do you get mad? It's when you're idle, nothing's going on, and you think, damn, I'm hungry. And then you start, now I got to find food. Get out of my way. Look, what's wrong with you? I'm hungry, because you got nothing else on your mind. It's like, have I had a moment all day that I wanted to even think of food? Because like I said, I'm like, John came on at, I think, 11 o'clock, because before he had to go to work, which is 10 o'clock his time. I used the bathroom then, and I didn't use it again until just a little while ago. And it was I have no different feelings. And that's probably why Chris is like, your kidneys, buddy. But it's,
be careful.
No, I'm fine. Okay. But I'm drinking my water. I'm drinking everything. But my wife's like, well, have you eaten anything? I go, no. She goes, you're going to be miserable tomorrow. I go, no, it's Sunday. That's the day we go to dinner. I'm like, I am going to gorge. And the problem is I'll get like the first appetizer, put it into my mouth, and then you get oh boy, now I'm full.
Yeah.
Went too far too fast. But yeah, enough on how I'm going to recover. Let's keep this to the fun stuff. It's you guys. And I say, and I'm saying that it's like, it's the energy I get from everybody here. I mean, I'm amazed. Greg's sitting there, he's got his on mute, and he's just like, this is great. I'm a fly on the wall. And it's like, just the energy I get from all of you guys is just fantastic. Fantastic. So, thank you, everybody.
DJ, so have you talked about current movies, like current home media releases or anything like that yet? Or movies in the theaters or anything like that?
A little bit. I think today people asked about movies that we like so far, and I've asked a couple of those questions. But what do you got, Jeff?
So, well, I'm just curious. Like, did anybody
you and I
get
do this?
The Mission Impossible: Dead Reckoning yet? Part 1.
What
do you think, Greg?
Greg, actually, yeah. When you were on earlier, what did you think? Because you didn't see that in the theater, right?
Correct.
You were waiting to see it at home.
Yeah, we had some guests over. We had 5 guests over a couple weeks ago to watch it. And overall, sound and picture was great. Storyline, I'll just never mind. I think some of it just jumps the shark on being credulous on some of the storyline elements, but in terms of sound and picture, it was absolutely fantastic. And the comment from everybody that came by is like, well, we're not going to the movies anymore. We're just coming here for your next show.
Yeah, let everybody that doesn't know. I don't know, Jeff, if you heard, he was just on like 2 or 3 weeks ago. Greg, I had you on, or maybe
early October.
Yeah, and he has an Anthony Gramani system. Anthony Gramani installed his speakers. He came out. I mean, his room, and I mean, it's
nice.
Like it's an amazing system, and it's like one of the things that we were talking. One, the process of doing that, but then Greg likes to do what we all like to do, and it was awesome to see. Like he's told people, some people he's told he has a theater, other people he's like, oh, just come over and watch it at my house, and they don't even know he has a theater, and then they bring him in, and that experience is like what we all like, and like you just stand back and watch their eyes. So, and you had told me then you couldn't wait to show, Mission, Dead Reckoning, and it's like just those experiences are.
I think, yeah,
great.
I mean, I think, like what Tom Cruise talks about is that it's a communal experience, watching movies sometimes, and sometimes movies are so much better. Even like I haven't been to a comedy in a long time, but comedies when everybody laughs at the same time, so you feel like you're part of a community. And I think that's kind of what you lose when you're sitting by yourself watching, your large screen computer or your home theater or TV or whatever it is. But it's so cool that you have people over, Greg, and like, experience it all at the same time. So I think,
Definitely.
I think
they're all volunteering to bring the wine and beer next time.
Yeah. And,
there you go.
I mean, you saw Top Gun Maverick kind of brought that back to, brought a little bit of it back to the theaters. That was,
we talked
now
about that last year.
I'm trying to remember
Jeff.
if I've been to the theater like post-pandemic. I have I gone to?
Oh,
the theater?
really?
I mean, I go all the time. I mean, I have to see movies in the theater first, and then I have to bring them home.
Jeff, did you see The Creator?
Yes.
What'd you think?
You know what? It was very thin for me. I saw it. I saw a preview of it, like a studio preview, and it was very. You know what? It looked kind of fake to me. I thought the story was kind of thin, but it was shot on that Sony A7, that new camera. It's like this tiny thing, but it shoots full frame, incredible digital video, and it's all done. The whole movie's done in it's a pioneering movie in terms of like the technology. But what did you think?
I went to the theater. My son and I saw it. We liked it. We liked Rogue One, which was one of the director's previous films. But I wanted to go to support original sci-fi, right? It's just there's so little of it being created these days that if it's in the theater, I'll put money into it.
I agree. I should go to the theater more for that very reason. I get sick of the same franchises that have been around for so long. I
like the franchises too, but just, if you can't come up with something creative or new, then it does get redundant.
Yeah. God, how long has it been since I went?
I think Barbie is a fantastic movie to see with everybody else.
Yes.
And also from what I hear, what I've seen is the Taylor Swift concert is just like people are breaking all the rules of a theater, all the, they're dancing around in the chairs, and it's just a whole different experience.
Wow. That's a great point. Who said what? What was that? I heard
it's going to drive you nuts. People dancing around with their light up shoes.
No. Yeah. Thank you, buddy.
But it's a different experience, right? It's not, you're not going to see a deep sci-fi,
yes. And that's part of the experience. Right. And that's like that crowd involvement. And that's why I do go back. And it's like, so like we talk about it with the Spider-Man movie that came out and where all of the Spideys are in it. Right. I forget the names of these, which one that was, but No Way Home. And there's that pause, and Tom from AVRant, he pointed it out in his podcast, and I was like, you're right, that's what it is. And there's a pause in the action for when like this character comes forward on the screen that's supposed to be a surprise cameo. And when you watch it at home in an empty theater, in your theater, you're like, why did everything go quiet for a second? Because when you saw that in the theater, the place went nuts. And exactly. And it's like, and that was to be able to experience that. And now here's why I missed it personally in my theater. I was still going nuts in my head from being in the theater and remembering that. So I filled in the gap of that pause. And then it wasn't until Tom said it. And then I go back and I watch it. I'm like, damn it, it is there. I didn't see it. I didn't hear it last time because I was in the theater opening night. I was one of the nut jobs. I'm like, oh my God, there he is. That's fantastic, right? That's part of the experience. And like, I wouldn't be upset. Of course, I know you're joking, Joe, but like the Taylor Swift, it's like, that's great to see people doing this. And to get that enthusiasm, that's not going to be the last concert movie we see in the theaters.
Let me ask you this. Would you go to the Taylor Swift concert at IMAX and just sit there and watch? I mean,
no, you can't. And that's the
you got to
point.
get into it. You know what I mean?
Correct.
It's almost, supposedly it's amazing.
Didn't she encourage her fans to do that though?
Whatever
on social media or something.
Yeah.
She promoted the whole thing as like, this is a concert for the people that can't get my tickets. That was one of the, because her tickets are so hard to get. She was like, I'm going to do this, which I think it's a marketing thing on many levels, right? The theaters are welcoming this in because look at what, and
it's
to bring
revenue.
it's revenue, but not only that, it's like, yeah, that day it's the revenue, but to everybody's point of like how crazy this was, yes, it brought money in that day and it did great. But you know what else it did? It's that enthusiasm it brought back into the theater, and people are walking out going, when can I do that again? And that's what's been missing in the theaters, even for people like us, because we go there, and Jeff, you're like me, we go now, and a lot of time it's just a preview on what we're going to get at home, right? And Greg and I talked about that too, and you're like, how's this going to be at home? It's not as good as what I got at home. So how do we rejuvenate everybody to come back and want to be coming back?
It's bigger. It's always going to be bigger.
That's it.
That's the challenge for me. It's a trade-off of time.
Yeah.
You know, and for me, it's looking at, you know, we talked about it earlier, came up in this podcast earlier today, was The Revenant. Excuse me, The Covenant.
The Covenant.
Guy Ritchie. So, you know, going to go see that at a high-end theater, commercial theater, and then coming back home and having a much better experience at home begs the question, if I'm going to go see a movie and it's a trade-off of your own personal time, why would I go to the movie if I know what I'm going to get 9 times out of 10 is better at home? If I don't care what the person next to me's experience is, I care about my experience.
Right.
So that's the challenge for me, unless it's something that you're emotionally connected to, like Star Wars franchise.
The Marvel universe, Star Wars.
So unless there's an emotional connection to it, or there's enough people in town or something to do that want you to get out from me, is this a challenge when I know I can just get it a better experience? We waited to go. We're going to do another movie party for Oppenheimer on December 2nd because we scheduled people's time that saw the experience that wanted that same experience. You know, that they feel better at home with the convenience. So especially on a 3-hour movie.
A lot of times we're going to the movies early because we don't want it spoiled also, right? There's so much that leaks out. If you're waiting to try and watch it at home, you already know all of the guest appearances or cameos or secrets or whatever. So it's hard to avoid.
That's a great point.
For me, I knew nothing about Mission Impossible. I saw 0 clips, 0 trailers. I've seen maybe a 1-minute clip of Oppenheimer. Some of that's a conscious choice, I think. But for me, you know, I don't get on the things where people talk about it as much. I know if it's something I'm planning to see.
But like going back to DJ's point about, you know, like these Easter eggs. I don't know if you watched Barbie and the reference to Zack Snyder's Justice League. Did you catch that?
Oh yeah. Oh, that in Barbie?
I mean, the crowd just like start. Well, actually, you know what? The crowd I was with for some reason didn't get that. But I know there have been some crowds that understood.
I was with my daughter, and I was like, here's this, and there's a whole bunch of references all the way through that, and that's what made I thought that movie's so great. Can't wait to see it again at home. But it's like there's so many things you just keep going through on that's like different generations don't pick up on. It's like some go over your head, some go, and it's
There's also something about, like I said, something that the screen is so big, right? So you take it, for instance, Asteroid City. Did anybody see that?
Yeah, we talked about that one earlier. Yep.
The Wes Anderson film.
Love that
I mean,
movie.
Look, that film was made for a huge screen. I mean, you can get it at home on a 100-inch, and that looks pretty good. But when you start bringing it down, it looks more like a postcard. Whereas like his movies are like postcards, but when you blow them up giant, then it becomes even different. You know, it's kind of like
that's what Villeneuve said about Dune, also, right? You know, go see it in the theater.
Yeah, on the big screen. And is there something to? And everybody, let's welcome in Brett Bjorkquist, my buddy there. That I mean, thank you very much for everything. A lot of what today was because of Brett. My contacts and meeting Brett, and then Brett, and I met Brett through Joe, who's in the Greg corner of the Brady Bunch. He's the one that put me in touch with Brett, and so yes, thank you for being here, Brett. Late night, and you even said you're like, I'll go whenever you want me to go.
Whenever,
like it's like the later nights are going to be tough, so I'll fill in for you there. So I think after the next one we go to Europe. So if you guys want to stick around, you're more than welcome. Let's see how full we can get this place. We've been up to 9.
I'm about to drop out here in just a second, man. So
cool.
Especially now, I'll let you even it up with an even number.
There you go.
No one wants 7. Like, that's just awkward. But yeah, I'm about to. I'm getting.
But you're not droopy. 7. Brett is, and he loves being awkward.
That's right. Oh, I'm a fan of awkward in life and in movies. But just this discussion about the experience in the theater made me realize, good Lord, I haven't gone to a theater for a full movie in quite some time. And I just I'm sitting here thinking, as you guys are talking about these experiences, that, man, something's happened to my attention span, and I'm really not watching as many movies. I watch a lot more TV shows and series and a lot of YouTube and things like that. And my time frame is just shrinking from what I will watch. So I need to get back in there. I really do. I don't know what to do next. Like, maybe I'll just go see the Taylor Swift thing. I told my 15-year-old cousin that I'm going to give her a fair shake. Like, I know a few, that were played on the radio, a few Taylor Swift songs, and they're kind of catchy and okay. But I don't understand the passion. I don't understand.
She's a performer. John Sark, my co-host. It's an amazing performance. She's an absolute marketing genius. She's a performer. She does, and I'm not a big fan. I don't dislike her music, but it's not like I'm like, I can't wait to hear that. But I do love the marketing side. Her brain, everything she does is absolutely amazing.
Well, I need to kind of
people like that.
Maybe tap into that a little bit, see if that sparks something in my brain. I mean, just do something different in the theater is what I'm getting at.
Yeah. Well, the new Martin Scorsese movie is really, really good in the theater.
Killers of the Paper Moon.
Yes.
Okay.
Under the Flower, Killers of the Flower Moon.
Yeah.
Right on. Okay.
It's a great movie to go see. I kind of wish that there was an intermission.
Yeah, we had that comment earlier today.
Oh, you did?
It's like, we got to bring back the intermission like in Lawrence of Arabia and stuff.
We don't all have bladders like DJ. I need a minute. Like, hit pause.
Some of these
Stop
directors,
for a second.
I think some of these directors are not even allowing the theaters to insert their own intermissions. And I think that's what happened with Scorsese's movies. Some theaters in Europe and other countries wanted to put in an intermission because it's really long.
Yeah.
And I would think that they want a break so people can go buy some candy and popcorn. And
I don't know if I can watch 3 hours of something anymore. I wonder if I can. I need to practice up at home. Go sit in the home theater here and try
all
to watch
these movies. I mean, the latest Spider-Man.
I could use that information before I did a 25-hour podcast. Are you dissing me or these movies?
No, I mean, you must know that I enjoy speaking to you, DJ, because I am for a couple of hours in the middle of the night, paying attention to you and not going to the bathroom. So
I am blowing out that whole idea of like, make your podcast only 20 minutes long because people's attention span is only that long. Oh yeah, hold my beer.
They're passionate about something.
That ship sailed, DJ.
After today's sort of big dinner and football game and everything, I'm feeling kind of droopy, so I probably need to go start bedding down here in a minute. But I am impressed, DJ, and this is entertaining, and hang in there till the end and keep talking. But I'm going to head out here in a second, okay?
Thank you, buddy. Thank you for being here.
The rest of you guys, I haven't talked to any
Good
of you.
To see you, Lee.
Live. Nice
Nice
talking
meeting
to you.
Lee. Listen to you a lot of times.
Oh, thank you. All right. Well, good night, everybody.
Thanks, buddy. Later.
Bye-bye.
Yeah. Brett, you're being awfully quiet.
hey, I'm just listening. I'm paying attention. Letting
Is it like that's unusual for you?
You're reading the room.
Yeah, he's reading the room. It's like when I came up with this idea, Brett was one of the people I talked to first, and Brett's like, "Oh yeah, you could do that. You and I could do 24."
Yeah, we could do that on our own. Let's go.
Yeah, we do. I think we've done it. No, it's like
we definitely did. Over the 3-hour mark, or
Oh yeah, and we've had phone calls where I just got a quick question for you, and my wife's like, "I thought that was going to be a quick question. Sorry." So, and everybody here has been on my show, so they know it's like. I don't think any of my listeners thought that this was in doubt, but and it still is. I could just pass out at any minute.
There you go.
Let's
How
see.
you feeling so far, DJ?
Great.
Time
I feel
changed,
great.
DJ. So,
Yeah. Did we just
we're
do
back
it?
an hour now. Yeah.
Okay. Tom, thank you, because I had to hit my watch because it thinks I'm sleeping, and I'm at 105, and I was literally just going to ask which 105 are we in right now. I had no. Yeah. So Brett hasn't set his time back yet.
I have not put my changed my clock yet. So.
Yeah, it's not time yet. I forgot that was even happening today. Yeah, it's fun. It's fun. And like I've said to everybody, it's super easy. Just like when all of us have talked, it's like people hang out, like they end with me, we finish recording, and then we talk again. Like, I can't believe we just did that much. Yeah. And it's like you feed off of each other, right? Now I just lined up. I'm up to like almost 40 people who have dropped in, dropped out. People have been scheduled. How do you not do that? It's super easy to do. It is. It really is. So, what do you got, Brett?
How long it's going to take me to watch all of it?
That's right.
It's going to take me a week.
25 hours. Oh, you mean in your lifetime? Like, I could give you the number. It's 25 hours.
Yeah. That's going to take me a week to get through that, DJ.
I know. I'm lucky. I don't have to.
That's right. That's it.
I am not going back and doing this again. No, I will. I'm going to put these out. Yeah. Well, next year. Yeah, I'm doing it again. We'll be doing it again. Hopefully, Todd and I get together and we do we'll do it a charity event and we'll raise money, and then we'll go from there and see what it's like. Because Brett knows this story because we were trying to work something out, and the logistics of doing it got to be too much. So we were just like, let's just get it done so we know how to do it, and then we'll add more as we go. So that's what we're gonna do.
Sure.
But so where were we before with theater? We were in the theaters, and then
you're talking about what gets you to the theaters, I think.
Yeah.
Why would we go to the theaters?
Yeah, and I think Taylor Swift, even if you don't like her stuff and everything, it's like it's that, and what we all try to do at home is we're trying to duplicate a certain experience, right? What I think Taylor Swift is going to do, and we maybe look back on this and go, that's what got people going, because it's people going there, standing and cheering and doing concerts and stuff. And that's going to re-energize the theater owners to be like, we need more of this content, because these people were so excited to be here. It's going to get them there. And is it possible that this resonates all the way to home theater, because now they want to redo what they did in the theater? So is Taylor Swift the Star Wars of this generation that 20 years from now is like, why do you have home theater? Well, my mom took me to see Taylor Swift and I could never get to the concert, but we did it in a movie theater. So I put one in my house so I can do all these concerts, because we started doing concerts back then. You never know how this is going to resonate. And like everybody's saying, guys on this show are like, you got to see Taylor Swift because it's that impactful to people. So is that a possibility?
Well, we want to do two things,
I'll
right?
draw an analogy to sports too.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead, Jeff.
Oh, no, that's a great point. Yeah. To watch. I mean, the only reason why I have DirecTV is for sports, pretty much. I mean, everything else I'm going to watch either on disc or streaming. Right. So,
sports is a live event that you have to take in because you don't want it spoiled, right? It's like we were saying before, why you go to the theater opening night or why you get to the theater to see something. Sports is a live event, and it's like, I don't want to get that. I don't want to get that on physical media a month later. It's like, how did the Red Sox do? I don't know. When are they releasing it on Blu-ray? It's like, that's not what we're doing. And it's like, we're happy when we get better quality, and they are starting to hit it to us, which I think is great. But
I think we're all kind of part of a niche group, right? I mean, we spend money on our home theaters. Most people are never going to do that. So the best thing that they get to the highest quality experience is to go to the theater. And if they go 5 times a year, that's whatever, $50 a year. I mean, to see a movie like Dune, you really have to have the full sound effects. I mean, like, was it like 3,200 unique sound effects for that movie? They were nominated for best sound. I mean, that movie not only visually is gorgeous, but the sound is just, it's amazing. It's like, it almost kind of did for me, like what, I mean, I'm not old enough to remember Apocalypse Now, the premiere of it, or I was too young to go to it, but Apocalypse Now pioneered the whole surround sound system. I mean, there were always the guys that worked in the film actually were just working in mono. Walter Murch, who's like a pioneer of surround sound, he had only been working with mono, not even stereo. So Apocalypse Now brought in that 6-channel system and required theaters to have, surround sound systems. You remember the beginning of the film, Martin Sheen is like laying in his bed and you can hear the helicopters go across. I mean, it's fantastic. It's fantastic.
Yeah.
But anyway, that's what I'm trying to say is like the theater for a lot of people is where they're going to get the best experience of a film. So I'm hoping that Taylor Swift and these other types of ways to keep the theaters open are going to succeed, so that we don't end up like launching everything on Netflix and Prime and Apple TV.
Some of them make it difficult to me though, because you take a movie like The Killer, it came out 2 days ago, but then it's going to be released on Netflix on the 10th. So what is your motivation to go out if you're busy that weekend, and then all you have to do is wait another weekend and it's sitting on demand?
Isn't that a Netflix property though? Is that a Netflix property?
It is, but that's my point.
Yeah, that's the point.
Regardless of who the distributor is it when they do either simultaneous or they do these short cycle ones? It creates a dilemma. Are you cannibalizing your own, product or your distribution when you do things like that?
Or is that a lack of confidence in the product?
Well, no, but that's like, what was the movie they played last year? Netflix had it out and then they pulled it from the theaters. Was it the Onion?
Glass Onion?
Glass Onion movie? Was that the one that they pulled?
Yeah, but I've heard they're also doing that for Oscar contention. So there was that like it has to be in a theater X amount of times. So they're not like to what you're saying, Greg. They're not Netflix isn't cannibalizing themselves. Typically, they don't release the theater, but we want this to be a contender for something. So they'll get it into a theater just so they can say it's a theatrical run, and then they and they want it out of there as soon as possible so that most people have to watch it on their channel. That's where they make their money. They're not looking. Netflix in particular exactly. Netflix isn't looking to get your dollar at the theater. They want it. Because they are, and of all the studios, that's the one I can actually understand the most. I think like when you have like when we were going through COVID and you're looking at Warner Brothers with Max and you're going back of it, they don't know where to drop these things, and then you've got Apple buying Greyhound because they can't get that into the theater, but Apple needs content, so that there was a big giant mess there. But Netflix is like they're at least being consistent. They are a streamer, and we're doing it for that reason. And if you can get to the theater to see their content, that's actually the treat, right? So if you like to go to the theater and experience it on a big screen, but it's hard to see a Netflix on the big screen.
And I'm definitely not the big screen audience, considering what my use case is, which is obviously a little bit different than what that was at the time it took to get there, as you know.
Right.
So, DJ, you were saying before, and I think it makes a fair amount of sense, or as you look at these things. So, it
couldn't have been me that said it then.
Yeah. It's hard to think that, Taylor Swift is necessarily the Star Wars of the next generation. But to the point, if you look at what a lot of people are doing, you know, you look at generation kind of changes. You're seeing more people go to concerts, right? I mean, this is where you have the Coachellas, you have all these big events, and if you go, I've seen all the videos on, you know, for the Taylor Swift stuff. People are dancing, you know, in the seats. They're all standing up. I mean, it's a party. It's an event, you know, in itself.
It's an experience, and that's what we're looking for.
Because if you're sitting there going, look, unless you had $1,000 a ticket, I mean, some of these were going crazy. You're not going to be able to take your kids to go see her live, right? You're not going to be able to, but that's true of a lot of people in concert, right? You know, and so what if you could actually get, you know, the Coachella experience or the this or the that, or just an individual artist? I love watching concerts. You know, when I use it, like I have my Klusnick, I've got it on Blu-ray, you know, however I'm watching it. The reality is concerts are great, but a lot of concerts never get done, where they're still only coming out in Blu-ray. They're done very basic, right? They may have good audio because you can plug into the soundboard, but the video sucks, you know? And so nobody's actually spending that much money, because how many people are actually going to buy the concert video? And so hopefully something like this gets people saying, you know what? It can be an event. You know, it doesn't have to be some crappy little, you know, just, you know, single cam shot you know, of a concert. It can actually be a big event that, of course, just like when we want to go see a big action movie, you know, I mean, I've done this, you know, do you need to go to the theater to go see a rom-com, or do you watch that at home or go wherever, right? You know, it's like when you get the big movies, when you get the Marvel movie, when you get you got to go to the theater, you know, and for some of us, obviously, that have our own, it's a little bit different, but, you know, if you're looking at the mass, what's going to get them into the theaters? And if it's not the current content that's out there, you know, hopefully concerts do that. And hopefully I would hope that people go, you know what, you can actually make a lot of money doing this, not just if you're Taylor Swift, but, you know, there's plenty of artists that could actually spend a little bit time of production and actually have something that you could put in theaters. And perhaps, again, the younger generation will actually go out there, as will the older. But, you know, if people are more into being able to see that event or that music than maybe even a movie, you know, it's just one more thing that can get people into the theaters. And once you start experiencing that with the big theater, with the big screen, you know, hopefully it revives, you know, people going out to the movie theaters to go see movies as well. So,
well, and I'd argue even at a concert, 99% of what you're watching is on the Jumbotron anyways, right? So you are getting decent video, but you're not looking at the star, you're looking at the big screen anyways.
Right. That's exactly.
And you were talking about you're talking about experience. I mean, Barbie was very much like that. I don't know if it was like that for you, DJ. I think you said you saw it in the theater.
Yeah.
But
I saw it with my daughter or my wife. Yeah.
Everybody was dressed up in pink. Everybody had, you know, brought dolls. They brought various things. There was a huge dollhouse. A doll box.
Yes.
You could go into and take pictures as if you were a Barbie doll.
Sure.
So it's like a whole experience, like you're saying, and it's just a movie. It wasn't a concert. So
yeah. Well, I think we're doing Barbie on Tuesday's show. Steve's already seen it. I'm going to watch it by then. And I already have, I'm Ken Enough, my t-shirt, and I'll have that on the show. It's like I'm bringing that whole experience to the show. And you're right. It's like, it's these experiences that we are trying to promote, and not we, but I mean, I think they're trying to get these experiences. The Taylor Swift thing, Brett, something you said like triggered this idea for me, and it's like, I think Taylor Swift is there's an opportunity here that I think will be expanded upon, but the only thing I could liken it to in the 80s for us when we were kids, it was a huge deal for me to go see Eddie Murphy live in the theaters. Right. And then you'd be like, ooh, I would like, who else? But it never caught on for anybody else. But like, I didn't get to see Delirious in the theaters. I don't even know if it was. I had seen the tape, but then Raw comes out in the theaters and you're just like, oh my God, I'm going to get to see Eddie Murphy. I could never get to see Eddie Murphy stand up, but now you get to see that in the theater and everybody's howling, right? Well, I mean, it was just amazing. That was an experience, but it never got expanded upon.
Well, and I think that's
that.
What's that?
Have you rewatched Raw?
Oh yeah,
a lot of those.
My wife and I. Oh yeah, you can't play that now. Oh my God, no. No, and that's what's funny is like, don't worry, kids, this was okay back then. It's like, no, it's not, Dad. But, all right, fine. Are you reprimanding me when I was 16?
There you go.
But yeah.
Yeah.
And I think that's one of the things, no matter what you're watching, right? Be it Eddie Murphy Raw, be it the Barbie movie, be it Taylor Swift, be it Star Wars. What's always made the movie theater so great, in addition to just, sounding good, big picture, is it's the communal experience, right? It's I still remember watching the first Batman, right? So Batman comes out and you watch Jack Nicholson and he's sitting there and he's like, wait till they get a load of me, and the whole room just erupts, right? And it's one of those things where, or again, pick a movie in there where everybody actually stands up and, is clapping at the end and do it. It's just, there's something about having multiple people and hundreds of people, not 2 people, 3 people. And that's the one thing I think that we miss. You can sit there and you can chat with your friends, you can do this and that, but you don't get that, like, hey, none of us know each other, but we're all going to enjoy this, the same way. We're all going to laugh at those same times. And I think those are the things that, that's what I see when I see, again, Taylor Swift. If I could see, Eddie Murphy, any of these people, it's that communal. Yes, I could turn it on to Netflix right now. It's going to be funny. I'm going to laugh. But I'm by myself, right? I can only laugh. And I think that's one of those things that, in the theater used to be, when the theater was live, when you look at live theater, I think, Disney did that a few years ago back now with Hamilton, right? Same thing. Not everybody's gonna be able to afford to go. Right. Put it on Disney. It's not the same, but
it is amazing.
It's a much higher production value.
Yes.
And I've got Phantom of the Opera. They've tried to do this a few other times with with other theater productions, and it rarely works. The Phantom of the Opera sucks. I've seen it multiple times live. You watch it in the movie, it's not the same thing. I think Hamilton was one of those first times where you had good audio, you had good microphones, you had all those pieces together. And, hopefully that inspires some people to, to kind of rejoin the theater and figure out how can we get more people in there. And you see it in the theaters now where they're showing more. They're showing concerts. They're showing, a lot of opera, right? Which is always, I haven't seen one in there, but I'm always curious.
Me neither. But I see it when I scroll through, and I'm like, "Who's going?" But I guess people are. You get it could be matinee. The older people are going, or whatever. But they're trying to get different genres or create new genres, like even Taylor Swift. Maybe they're trying to get a passionate group, and what's going to spark. And I'm like, if they don't duplicate this again with other people, I'm like, seriously, what are they need to hire a market maker. How do they not know how to get on board with this? Because we're all like sitting there going, oh my God, it's amazing. So there's got to be so much more coming from this. And I think that's good for theaters. I think it's good for home theater. I think for all of that, just getting people sparked into this. And we were talking about that earlier. How do we get more people into home theater? Yeah. I mean, we laugh, but who knows what this could lead to in the future for people. All you need is that little bit of a spark. Like, I want to do that again. And that's how we all got here. We want to do it again in our homes. So you never know where it's going to lead.
Watching it on their phone.
Yeah. It's like, I'll be honest. I think if I grew up now, I still would have a home theater. It's not like I would have been satisfied with my phone. And I see it, my son-in-law, I see it with my son. It's like I see it in some young people. It's like the phones aren't taking people away from home theater. We are still getting new people in. It's just that we see firsthand, like all these people, they're just watching on their phones. What that's taken away from is the living room experience. Sure. What we're doing, this is an entirely different mindset. That person none of us, I think, would have, if we were growing up right now, I don't think any of us, any of my listeners, any of these people, we would ever have been satisfied with, oh, this is just like Star Wars. There's no way. Right? We always were trying to, but look, my earbuds are really good. No. It's like the part of home theater that I think a lot of people miss is it's the desire to expand, right? And it's like I had a conversation, one of my many conversations with Brett, and I've used this example so many times trying to explain to people our passion of home theater. And I talk about the sights, the sounds, and the scenes, and I love the movies because that's how we show off our gear. But this literally, and we laughed our butts off, and you guys will too in a second. Brett's like, we're probably 2.5 hours into it, and he goes, I gotta get a Trinov. Because that microphone, the way it looks, and I just want that microphone in my room. You can't teach that, right? And we laugh at it, but it's like, that's our mindset. It's like, I know this Trinov is going to be amazing. And I cracked up because I'm like, it's not the amazing power that Trinov has. It's not the amazing, like, room correction that microphone provides. No, it's that he's a gearhead, and he's like, the thing looks like it came from space. I need that in my home. And you can't teach that. You cannot, you can't duplicate that. And that's what I think a lot of people are like, it's dying. No, there are tons of people just like us that want that. And my son-in-law is one of them that want that silly looking microphone. For no other reason than it's a silly looking microphone, just happens to be attached to an amazing piece of home theater gear, right? So all that coupled together, it's hard to say that like it's going anywhere because there's tons of people like us. I know it. Tons of people like Brett, I should say. I know it.
I know. Yeah, it's a hobby, and you have to look at that, right? When somebody's watching on their iPhone or their iPad or their, whatever, they're consuming content. And on one hand, that's good. We want people consuming content. The more content that gets consumed means that more will be created.
Right.
But again, it's the same as, if I'm in the family room, there's something on the TV a lot, right? Let's say but a lot of it's just background. I've got my laptop up, I've got my phone on, I've got whatever else I'm doing. I'm not really paying that much attention to it. It's just, just extra noise. It's something that you're just kind of watching. But when I put on a movie, the phone goes away and it's, the lights go down and it's a different experience. And I think that's one of those things that, for people that are watching it, maybe they've never seen it, maybe, on a bigger screen or this or that. But, I think there's a big jump to your point. And okay, now it's a hobby. Now it's something that I'm looking at. And it's not just experiencing it because, you know what? I can get decent sound out of my Sonos soundbar or my whatever else. It's like, we're taking it to another level. Right. And so, you're suspending, belief to be able to, have something that wraps around and it totally fills your peripheral. So you don't get, mixed into other things and you don't, and the phones go away and all those kind of pieces. And I think that that's something that, it's special. I think in a lot of times, when you look at the groups, obviously our demographics skew a little older, our demographics skew male, it's like
skew. Skew male.
Skew 95%, but but I think that but the thing of it is, it's a hobby, just like cars, just like anything else, where anybody can get into it. But I do think that like I was saying before, I don't need that big system to watch a rom-com. It's cool. Right. You're doing date night and, you can still watch it on the big screen and you can cuddle up and you can do whatever else. But I think it's usually reserved for those action movies, those bigger than life movies that you want to watch on a bigger than life experience. And I think that's something that you have to kind of experience that. And I think we've all had those movies to that point, right? Whether it's a Star Wars, whether, whatever it is that kind of triggered you when you were younger and said, wow, that was amazing. Right. We used to have, when I grew up in San Jose, we used to have like Century 21 theaters. And it was, I don't even know how big the screen was, but it was massive. Right. And so, as you grew up in a lot of the theaters now, they're tiny. Right. In all reality, they feel like they're 10 rows across and, they're built vertically, but, the screens are really small and it's right next to the next theater. So you can hear sound bleeding in and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
I used to love it. The only movie theater I would go to would be Century 21 because it was like just enormous screen, great sound. And it was just one of those experiences where it had to have held close to 1,000 people in it, multiple hundreds of people in it. Wow. So it really is. And it would be packed because you'd be watching the latest whatever, right, at that time.
Right.
And they shut down, which is unfortunate because if you've never had that experience, then yeah, your phone's fine or whatever. You know, I'm just consuming the content. I'm not really diving in and experiencing it. Although there is a lot of cool stuff in spatial audio for headphones and a lot of other stuff that I
for sure. Yeah, I mean, I think if it's a good movie, you can kind of watch it in different formats and you get different things out of it. Like DJ, we talked one time about we were doing a review of Lord of the Rings, The Return of the King, and I wanted to watch some of it on an iPhone because I never had. I just refused to watch movies on an iPhone. But I'll tell you, it looked pretty darn good. I mean, it was a different experience too. Different things popped off the screen, the smaller screen. Yeah, I mean, obviously it's made for the big screen. But the thing that's a little scary about moving things to the home is that these directors and sound people and cinematographers, them making stuff for the big screen and for these multi-channel sound systems. If we don't have the theaters to go to, are we going to get the best quality if they're just going to Netflix, you know, going to Apple TV? I mean, are they going to make these movies as good as they are now? Right.
I think
they're just going to start streaming.
I think they do. I really do.
But if they never have that massive screen and that massive 16-channel sound system or whatever, why would they bother putting why would they budget for that much work? Right.
Well, if you look at like Red Notice or 6 Underground, some of the Netflix stuff that is really good sounding, really good picture, that was made just to watch at home.
Right. But also I get Jeff's point. I think this is what I think Jeff's saying. If that went away and we didn't have that even to compare right? Right. So like all of a sudden, let's just say theaters are done and all we ever do is everything's at home. I think to Jeff's point, it is possible. And I hate to say it because I can say this. I'm pretty sure it'll never happen in our lifetime, but it could take like a generation or two where the theaters went away and you don't have that comparison anymore. And now they do because everything's budget, right? And it's like, what are we doing this for? People are watching this on 95% of the population is watching this on their televisions or their iPhones. They don't care about the surround sound. Right.
It's like somebody just commented.
Yeah, I don't agree with that. I mean, I think you look at all the things that were done for home now that have been remastered and upgraded for the sake of watching them at home. You look at the improvements of the other items that have been done today. They were done not with the theater in mind or re-release in the theater. They're done for improving the experience at home. Yeah. So the cat's out of the bag as far as I'm concerned.
And that's why I said it would take a couple generations for people to even forget that part and have multiple generations just watching it on their phone. I think it could, in Jeff's scenario, I think that it is a possibility. I highly, highly doubt it, to your point, Greg, is because there's always people like us. And I say it on the show all the time. It's like, if the only 5% of the population is getting what we get, it is amazing to me that they're doing this for us, right? These sound engineers, they love doing this. They love putting these scenes in that only us can take advantage of. And and to your point, Jeff, it's like, it's a lot of work, it's a lot of money, but there's artists out there. Those sound designers and engineers are artists as well.
Well, for example, I'll give you an example. Greyhound, which has some really, really interesting sound design going on and really excellent surround sound, but never made it to the theaters, right?
Well, good issue.
But like
it got bought out,
It was filmed for the theater, though, wasn't it?
Yes. Yeah, it was bought by Apple.
Because for distribution, because they couldn't get to the theaters. But someone just commented that you don't feel earbuds, which is kind of it's true, right? I mean, you got the spatial audio on an iPhone or whatever, but you're not feeling any subwoofer action,
right?
Like you are in the new Mission Impossible movie, which is absolutely insane. I mean, the dynamics and the low frequencies in that movie at home are just, oh my God. I had to rewatch it like 3 times because it's so good.
What you said about the next generation, my kids will have friends over to watch movies here and people walk in going, oh my gosh, you got a movie theater in your house. And they've never seen anything like that. They don't have an appreciation for it. So, and I think much like CDs or audio appreciation for 2-channel, it does go away if you don't get exposed to it.
And I think that's a fair point. I think, kind of looking at both, like I understand, and again, not as many people have systems, people are, TV speakers really are getting worse and worse, not better and better, but it's, people are buying $200, sound bars and this and that to try to get at least a little bit better sound. But where I see it going, as we talked about kind of future and playing against each other, is yes, let's say theaters were kind of dying off. What happens in those mixers? The reality is we're seeing bigger and bigger screens coming into play, right? You can now buy a 100-inch, LED for $4,000. We're watching video walls come in more and more, and audio is having a hard time keeping up with that because you've got a solid panel now, right? Where do you put the speakers and the snap? But every time you look at any vision of the future, you're filling walls or multiple walls in a room with
Great
video.
point.
And a lot of that comes with audio and comes in, frankly, with spatial audio. And we're seeing that with Atmos, not just on the video side, but now a lot of music is being mixed in Atmos, and more of it is going to be mixed in Atmos, which means even if the content shifts, you're still going to have mixers. They're mixing audio, they're mixing this and that. All that content still has to be mixed. And I know guys like, John Sherman, who runs a spot out in Colorado, but he mixes specifically on a streaming standpoint. Like he's mixing movies, he's doing other stuff, but he mixes it for streaming or, the small screen, let's say. Because if you look at it, most movies that are mixed for the big screen, but then they're actually often redone so that they have a slightly different mix for smaller screens.
Right.
Being built, as we talk about Netflix and things like that, more so is like it's being mixed, knowing that 90% of the people are only watching it at home. Because we're just now getting into the content like we talked about.
I think you see, I think I'm just going to make this point that I look at everything that has Atmos, right? And okay, great. Like you get like one piece of Atmos in the whole 2 hours you watch this film. The standards are there, but is it really being pushed as far as possible? Do you know what I mean? Like I talked about.
That's up to the artist. That's up to the
right.
Yeah,
but he had freedom to do whatever he wanted when he made Apocalypse Now. They worked at a year and a half on the sound alone for that film. But yeah, like the thing is that we're consuming so much content, but is it good content? And that's what one of the things hopefully there's always going to be artists that
well,
that
even
get paid enough to do an amazing film on Netflix, right?
But even that, like Apocalypse Now or Star Wars, these were pioneers that did something that nobody else was doing at the time, and that's why we're remembering them today, right? So like we remember that fondly, and like, why can't more people just do this? Well, it's like he broke ground to do that, and that's what makes it so memorable. And that's the thing about like, why can't everybody be Picasso? Because you can't, right? And that's what makes it special. If everybody did it, it wouldn't be special anymore, right? And to your point, it's like, hey, this is Atmos, but it's not as good as this Atmos, and that's up to the artist. Like, I got a paintbrush, I got oil paint and a canvas. Why am I not Picasso? Right. And it's like, so it's the appreciation. Instead of saying like, why can't this be this? We got to keep looking at like, damn, look what he did with Apocalypse Now. Look what they did with Star Wars. Look at what they're doing with this, like The Covenant. I look at that from this year and like the cinematography, the way they shot things. And it's like the audio and it's art. It's, that to me is like, appreciate the great stuff. Don't necessarily knock somebody because they're not so great. It's just, they're just not Picasso. Right. And to your point, Brett, this came in while you were speaking. Very smart guy. This is my son-in-law, but he basically is saying the exact same thing as you, Greg, the Awesome Ninja. He goes, I think the industry will find a way to get new customers into home theater. TVs are already being sold with recommendations of sound bars now that built-in TV audio is getting worse and worse. And then Brett goes, and now audio is getting worse and worse, right? This is that generation. He's 24 years old. He loves this stuff. And This is the stuff I'm trying to say. It's like, we're there. There are more people like us coming out. It's just, we just want more of it. So we feel like it's diminishing, but I think it's there. You know, maybe I'm biased because I got one in the family, but I know that we're not the only ones.
I think the challenge is bringing new eyeballs and new franchises that can convey that. We're all in our 40s or 50s in this room, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
And most of what we're talking about is either something that's a one-of-one or generational talent, or they're items that bring back nostalgia.
Yeah.
People came out right during the pandemic because of Top Gun. People came out because of the new Batman. But these are franchises that have been around for decades. What is the new thing that's going to get people, say, of your son's generation to do this? Because right now we're just retreading on ideas that bring emotional, feeling to us. And
but we're
I
also
don't see, and what really doesn't, what I don't see in what's coming out of Hollywood is anything that's original. And so I am myself. I could care less about the next Marvel because it's been so rehashed and so overblown that brings nothing to me. Is what I don't see from Hollywood is bringing things out that are actually original, that's not being done already through the other mediums that come straight to your streaming services.
I don't think you see a lot of franchises, Greg, like as good as some of the ones we've had, right? But you do see A24 is doing some incredibly creative stuff that's really changing, the way we look at cinema. I think. You're probably familiar with some of those films. So
they did Everything Everywhere All at Once, right? They did that one.
Yep.
There was
I just look at we were looking through our catalog of trying to have people come over for movies, and I was looking through our movies from the kaleidoscope of items with the release date in the 90s. And you could look at film after film after film that were original or adapted for screenplays, and it wasn't isolated to a single shop. Is Miramax and a bunch of other studios were putting out good content. It was Rounders and it was things along the line. And you can name them over and over and over again that weren't franchise driven. And I just don't see that in bringing the audiences back, other than things that are these colossal, franchises.
Just the idea of a franchise. Some of that is
the impact of streaming.
Yeah.
Right. There's so much more content that's being created across so many more channels that the studios are only willing to invest in what they think is a sure thing.
Well, I think to that point too, I think every generation has said this. This is no different than every other, discussions on lazy, discussions on, every generation had it worse and had it better, right? But if you go back, even to the 50s and 60s, I think there's always a nostalgia tie. When you start looking at Mr. Ed and I Love Lucy and all these shows, because they're older than me, right? So I didn't grow up with them. I saw some of the reruns and I watched them when I was growing up. In my mind, it's really not all that great content. It's TV, so I'm not mixing it with cinema. But the point being, those were the only choices you had. So that's what you watched, right? Everybody watched it. When you got into the movies, even in the 80s and the 90s and the 70s, it's Star Wars. Is Star Wars partially as big as it is? Because, yes, it was groundbreaking at the time, but there was also just nothing else out there at that time to attract people, right? And it wasn't rated R, and it wasn't, all these things that kind of play into it. Whereas now, kind of like Joe was saying, there's, every streamer has a different show and different content and different, exclusive content. There's so much content that I think it's a lot like music. There's so much choice out there. You have no idea what's even out there, right? So the reality is, yes, when we sit here, we're talking about movies that were in the 90s and the 80s and the 70s, in all reality, because those are nostalgia for us. New groups aren't watching that. They're not watching Top Gun. They're, you know why they made Top Gun? They made Top Gun for us, right? I mean, that's the reality of it. They didn't make it for the 20-year-old because they don't know the franchise, right? My daughter couldn't care less about watching Top Gun in theater or at home. But they're watching shows that we're not watching. This is no different than I always like to say with music, right? When we grew up, all you had was the radio. So top 40 was what everybody listened to. Now, and even 20 years ago, as you get into Spotify, as you get, as you got into XM and Sirius, back first, it opened up gates for people to have hundreds of channels of different music. As you get into Spotify, you have all these playlists. You have millions and millions of titles, 98% of which nobody in this room has actually heard of.
Right.
But people are going down those rabbit holes. I think a lot of it just becomes there's segmented content that's specific to what you want to watch, rather than here's the big blockbuster tentpole that everybody has to watch because it's really the only choice that's there, right?
Right.
And I think that's a big piece of this as well. When we watch, I mean, my daughter's watching Netflix stuff all the time, and there's always content. There's Ted Lasso's. There's good content that's out there. We're used to it being a 2-hour movie format. And I've believed this for years. I go all the way back to like 24 with this, right? I thought 24 was one of the first TV shows that really crossed. One, because you had Kiefer Sutherland in there, right? Movie star,
yep.
TV shows, which was unheard of at the time.
Right.
But
that was movies did not
story.
do TV. Yeah.
You could never have told that story in a movie because you only have 2 hours. How much, it's like a book, right? Why is the book always better than the movie? Because you have hours of time to
You could have done it in a podcast.
There you go. You can only do it in a DJ podcast.
Well, DJ could have done it. Yeah.
24-hour podcast.
That's right. But I think that's a lot of the stuff to this, right? Is, with a Netflix show, do you need in a lot of these, do you need 20 episodes, right? Your classic TV network show, it's old.
That's the irony of it is like, remember Daredevil came out 15 episodes and we loved it. So then like Daredevil season 2, 15 episodes, Jessica Jones, 15 episodes. And now all of a sudden people are like, well, the shine is kind of rubbed off a little bit. And you're not excited, like, does it have to be 15? And that now they go down to 8 or 6 and we're like, come on, can we get 10 or 12? And it's like, we're never happy, as the masses, we are never happy because people are like, this is too much. Can we give me 8? And then it ends after 8 and you're like, what the hell? The story's not over. And you got to be sitting in the studio going, I did what you asked. Right. And it's like, it's like Brett is like, we are doing that. Get off my lawn or back in my day. But the other part is to Star Wars and Apocalypse Now. And we're all picking these movies. Like we got a handful of movies that we remember from the 70s and 80s, but there were thousands of movies that came out and they were like, right. It's like, you think like, why can't they make movies like they used to? Really? Ishtar? I think it came out, right? It's like, come on, people. It's like, it's like the movies were so bad back then too. And it's like, we're talking about the ones that were great. And that's why they resonate through generations. But how many movies came out the same year as like Apocalypse Now? And you're like, oof, no one. That's the thing. And yeah, we got crap now too, but we have some great stuff now. And we won't know. Our kids will be like, yeah, my dad, he loved this movie. And that's why it resonates through generations,
How many of you guys are watching Loki right now on Disney Plus?
Yep.
Right. So for us, it's, appointment viewing Thursday night at 6:00. I'm coming home to watch that right after work because I think it's a very, very well done show. It's very well developed characters. It has very high production value. It has movie stars in it. It's really good. We wouldn't have gotten that in the 80s, 90s, early 2000s without streaming.
No.
Tips by the way, not that good production value.
By the way, the new series that's coming up, Echo.
Yes.
That? That looks pretty violent for Disney Plus. I'm kind of surprised that they're going that way. But
did you see their ad? I know you did. You put it out on your website, but it's like it says like set your Disney Plus to TVMA, and it's like they're telling you like this is what. Now that's also like, hey, we're warning you, but it's also like we're all going, oh, this is going to be good. It's also it's attractive to us. Like wet, maybe we, oh boy, it's like what time is Porky's on tonight? Like,
although
on HBO,
designation has gotten overplayed because now everything on Netflix is MA, and I'm sitting there like I'm watching something with my daughter, right? She just turned 18, so in the years 16, 17, 15, you're like, okay, can we watch this? It's it's MA. Yeah. And I'm like, there's nothing in it, right? It's like swear words or some violence or, action, as we would call it. But yeah, I think it's interesting. But, a lot of it too, I think it's interesting when you look at the Marvels. It's it's easy to I know Martin Scorsese, who as he comes out with his movies, likes to start playing up the battle with with Marvels and action hero movies, but those action hero movies have always been there. That's Terminator.
Right.
That's they've always been
the 80s and the action movie. It's
and all that changed, I think, was if you go back to our generation, if you go back to a little bit before that too, you didn't want to be the comic book guy. That had a negative stereotype, and really what these Marvel movies allowed for was opening that up so that you were actually, this is cool, right?
Well, Greg fell out.
And I think that's and into your teens, right? Not the 8-year-old with the lunchbox, but and I think that opens it up. And when you look at CGI, when you look at a lot of this stuff, these are the movies that open that up for other things, because you have to have it as a tentpole. I agree, you have to have the other movies too. But again, I think there's a lot of cool content. Even if you take a movie like Loki is not your average Marvel movie. And a lot of this stuff isn't. And so
just like Andor, the Star Wars series. I mean that is very different.
Yep.
From it's almost like it's more like a reality kind of series.
Sure.
When you compare it to other Star Wars films.
Yeah.
But
I will say though,
I admire Brett's parenting skills to actually pay attention to ratings and not let your kids. My kids were watching Predator when they were 7, and just don't tell mom, okay?
Yeah,
but it changes over the years too. I mean, in terms, like you guys were saying, with the maturity level, things that weren't acceptable back then are now just whatever. Like there's a show on I think it's on Max. It's out of Britain, and it's something about dating naked or something, and it's full nudity. It's just really funny. Whereas like if you go back to the earlier, like the 70s and 60s, like, do you guys know the movie Midnight Cowboy 1969?
Oh yeah.
That was rated X. And it's the only film to ever win Best Picture rated X. It won 3 Oscars, I believe. But what was in that film that was so bad? Nothing. Like
I know. I used to know what it was. Yeah, I used to know what it was. I remember that and be like, it had like how times change and stuff. But
well, there's prostitution. There's probably some drug use. I don't remember exactly what the scene.
Yeah, but that's X. I mean, you got other movies that are like that's X.
Yeah,
but then like
R, right? A hard R. You watch, movies being recut to be able to catch an R rating, because otherwise it would have gone to X, even though it was just violence, right? So I think there's a lot of stuff, but to your point, Jeff, it has changed a lot, and some of these ratings have become immaterial almost, because I'm watching stuff that I'm like, I don't think that is TV-13, frankly.
Well, what did you guys think of? What did you guys think of the nudity in Oppenheimer? I mean, did you think it was necessary?
My son-in-law didn't like it. He was like, "That was gratuitous." He didn't.
He's never done nudity, right, in any of his films, from what I can remember.
What I said to him when we had the conversation afterwards, I was like, I think what they're trying to do with that, and it was for shock value, but it was also to show the sign of, like, that's the sign of the times and the kind of person that Oppenheimer was. And that was their way to really drive home the fact that he was a womanizer. He had this, but his mind, it's what we wanted him for his mind as a country, as this. And it's like he has his negative side, and that was considered his dark side. And I think what Nolan was doing there is like, how do I drive this home as quick as possible without having to keep elaborating on, he's dating this woman now, he's dating this woman. But if I can see him, okay, here's a married man in the the 40s. And how, like, they also shot, like, we got to put a church in the town. So they hit you with all of the time period tropes, but then they hit you with that nude scene, and it really goes, what the hell? It's supposed to make you uncomfortable.
Right.
And that's because that's how uncomfortable that entire situation was at that time. And that's what I took from it.
Isn't that the reason why it is rated R? It wasn't because of the bomb. It was because of
No, that's exactly why. And it's like, you're allowed to I've had a lot of people come up to me and go, I was disappointed with Oppenheimer. It didn't have the big explosions and action that I wanted in it. I'm like, they only dropped 2. It's like, how much did you think you were going to get? And it's like, but then you explain the movie to them, and I'm like, how I interpret it, they're like, oh my God, they went back and saw it, and like, you're right, that was amazing. But it's like, a lot of people went in thinking it's, I don't know why, but an action movie? I'm like, no.
It's a lot of World War II movie.
Yeah. It's,
you think of it as, it's not really a war movie. That's not.
There was a lot of criticism about not showing the aftermath, so it was all kind of implied, but.
Yeah, well, that's a whole
that was
other
his
movie,
take.
though.
That's his, he's the artist, and now it's his translation of the events, and you have to respect that.
But it's called Oppenheimer, so it's about Oppenheimer, right? It's not about his perception of
his
it,
view of what happened,
right? Yeah, and that's what. And that, to me, is what the variable aspect ratio is about, because the different aspect ratios are, here's somebody else's perspective, but here in Oppenheimer's perspective, you get a different aspect ratio and color and this. So all of that means something and tells the story of what we're seeing here. And it's like, but again, it's people like us that are like, okay, what are we doing here? And then other people are like, why weren't there more bombs? It's history, buddy.
Well, a lot of people don't know too about like how it was shot. I mean, shot on film. I mean, who's doing that anymore? Nobody's doing that except for Tarantino and Nolan, right? And it was 70 millimeter. How big was the canister? It was like, I mean, as big as a small room
crazy
to play that movie. But yeah, nobody's really doing that anymore. And that's what we're going back to when we're talking about like the artistry, right? I mean, are they going to be people using film 10, 20 years from now? I don't know.
Maybe. We got people using vinyl. We got people.
Yeah. I'd say Nolan will use it as long as they still make it. Yeah.
Yep.
He
refuses to use object base. Yeah. He's still doing 5.1. It's like, I mean, he has, and you got to appreciate that. It's like, why haven't you stepped up to the new one? Whatever. But it's like, that's his choice, So
yeah, and he doesn't have a movie that doesn't sound incredible. So
right.
I mean,
and that's I use that all the time. Like, why don't you do you understand that it's object based 5.1? It's a tool for the artist. Yeah. It's what can the artist do with it? And now you're going to tell me like it could be better if you did it this way? Seriously? Any of it's like Dunkirk? You tell me that could be better if he had done a different codec?
Yeah.
Like, Interstellar or any of these movies, you're like, we all have demo scenes, and like, and a lot of people, you point it out to them and they'll be like, oh, I didn't even know that was a Nolan one. I didn't know that one, but it's amazing. It's amazing. And then you start pointing out the commonality of these are all Nolans. Like, oh my God, the guy's a genius. That's what I was trying to tell you. It's like,
DJ, when you're watching those 5.1 soundtracks, are you upmixing them?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So
absolutely.
I'm just saying, how much of that is the 5.1 soundtrack, and how much of that is the technology that's bringing you to a Atmos-like experience?
It's a good point. Yeah.
Yeah, but at the same time, it's like, so a 5.1 setup is to try and get the best environment for most people in the room, right? And then our systems, if you upmix using Neuralax or Dolby Surround or whatever, you're actually upmixing in our room to provide the best environment for what you can get out of this piece. So our systems provide that. And that's why I'm like, I've had this discussion, and I've had it mentally too with myself, because I used to be that person that set my receiver to, I see you there, Steve. You can let yourself in, buddy. No, I used to be that.
Was I told?
Steve.
Morning, guys. How we doing?
Morning.
It's sunny there. Look at that.
Sun's coming up, guys. It's 7 a.m. I'm feeling fresh. I'm sure others are not.
My fifth element partner in crime.
2 o'clock again.
Sorry about your rugby team there, man. That was a really good match.
No. Oh,
that was an excellent match, though.
Oh, it was a heck of a game, but now I'm that's straight into with the gut punch there, Jeff.
No. I'm not at all. Not at all. I mean, they're fantastic.
Yeah,
So
it was a close game. Sorry, Deej. We'll turn
No,
this into
no.
a rugby podcast. How long have you got? You've got 4 hours.
Yeah, I got time. No, but Steve and I have had this conversation a bunch about upmixing and Neural X and everything. And that I used to be a person that set my receiver, I'd be like direct. I just want the pure or whatever that button was, right? But because anytime you added any kind of upmixing or any kind of mix like the Yamaha, and I go, oh, look, it sounds like I'm in a church. Well, last time I watched a movie in a church. But it was neat. But it's like, but I think the Neural X and Dolby Surround up mixing now, it does such a great job to expand your room, to give you that theater. It's not hokey. It's legit. So it's actually just expanding exactly what I think the artist is intending there. Now, the fact that Nolan only picks 5.1 to mix in, that's an artistic choice of saying, I'm going to pull this off by actually doing it old school and saying, I want the sound to be over here. So guess what? I have to actually mix it so that this speaker does this and this channel does this. He's actually, I think, in my opinion, he's stubborn and he's educating the world on just because there's an easier way where you can point the dot in a room with a program and I can put a sound there. I'm going to show you how we used to do it old school and I'm going to beat you at it. And that's what he's doing. And then we choose to upmix it in our rooms. I don't think we're deteriorating it. I think we're elevating our room. Not his music. I think we're elevating our ability.
So have you done a comparison in terms of his, okay, what do you think is better?
When I listen to it in 5.1, as opposed to upmixing, I feel like Steve says, it just feels like your room it pulls the sounds more accurately for you up in a way. Whereas you really do, when you do the AB of it, you'll feel like it's like, you really feel like the bed layer. You know what I mean? Like it's not super powerful, but it's like, if you, like we all do enough content, you actually start to notice that you're like, oh, okay. I know it's only a certain layer here. It's a little harder for those 5 channels to pull your perception over your head. Right. And Atmos is like, I know it's object based, but Atmos it's atmospheric. We love to hear the rain on our heads or the jet fly over, but it's more that I think what object based is about, it's more of expanding that bubble. Like Steve says all the time, it's like, it's giving you that sense that there is no ceiling there and that any sounds, even just of wind in a quiet scene can be expanded further out. And that takes your imagination further out while you're staring at a screen. And when you're at a bed layer, it's just it's still great. It's just not. It just doesn't expand up as high as your perception allows you to do when you're up mixing.
Well, I think it allows you to do a lot more blending in there, right? I mean, that's really the point of, when you look at Atmos as a codec, a lot of people falsely or incorrectly think of it as just the ceiling speakers.
Right.
That's not what Atmos is. Atmos is all of the speakers. It's just, we think of 5.1, we think of bed layer, and then we think of Atmos as the speakers on top of it, but it's really not. It's the way that they're mixing it so that you have better directionality as you're looking at it. You can be able to say, okay, no, this is where I want it to sound. Like you said, I can basically drop a dot, and
that's what they do.
The horsepower to be able to say, okay, well, that's X amount of power on the right, X amount of power on the left. I have more speakers probably, which means that I don't have as big of a jump. I'm not going from the LCR to the rear. I have more side channels and I have more higher channels, but height channels, and I think that's something that a lot of people come out with when they have the complaints, and you see them all the time in the forums of, well, there's not enough Atmos content in this. Well, the whole thing is Atmos. Right. You're saying is specifically your ceiling speakers were not firing enough. And that's not the same thing, because if I'm driving a car, why the hell would it be above my head? How often is there actually something going on above you? And when you watch it, I don't think that people always understand. Also, when you're listening in your room, you don't really know where exactly that sound is. That's the whole idea, is that it feels like it's real.
Yes.
Not I can pinpoint where that speaker is. And so when you look, and that's one of the things that I have always definitely said in there, to DJ's point before about, like, say, a turn-off processor in there and wanting the technology, like, I can just watch the movie. It's the same movie. What's really cool on the turn-off side is being able to see when each speaker fires.
Right.
That's the technology, right? And that's the piece there that when everybody that complains about it, if you actually saw where all those speakers are firing and how they're firing, and that's the total Atmos mix, not just the heights, but all of it.
Right.
That's what Atmos is bringing to it. And that's as they're doing it, it's better pinpoint audio so that you don't get jumps going around. You actually, it's so much easier to blend between the speakers, using a technology like Atmos. And so I think that's to your point, DJ, where moving from a 5.1, and even if you're upscaling it, and remixing it basically into more speakers because you have those additional speakers in your room, it's allowing those speakers to again blend better. And nowadays the DSP processor is so much better because you're right. Before it was a gimmick. I mean, church and this
whole throw an echo in there, a reverb.
It's like I would refuse to use it. I would just run it however it ran. I think the only time that I don't like upmixing at all is again when you get into concerts. I've got some great concerts that are still in 2-channel and sound absolutely amazing at 2-channel. And I don't think that when you had this now, like I said, it's changing a little bit with Atmos. But when the first surround sound kind of music was coming out, where it's like, hey, it's like you're in the middle of the stage. It's like, no, it's not, because that's not how the middle of the stage sounds.
It's more like all channels are driven.
Yeah. All you're really doing is saying, okay, well, we're going to put the piano over here, and we're going to put the bass behind you, and we're going to put this over here. I'm like, that's not how it really sounds. And I think that was the gimmicks. And then now you start getting into, okay, no, let's truly create this as we would in a mixing studio. Or like you would in 2-channel. I mean, the amount of amazing systems that I've heard where I can actually tell you in a 2-channel system, I can actually hear the piano because it's actually up and over to the left, right?
Right.
You can hear
2-channel, right?
Right. And I think that's amazing. And that's, again, the way that it's being mixed. But that's because you have multiple mics usually in there as well. And so you can actually hear the depth of everything that's going on. So, like I said, it's always interesting to see how it all shifts and changes. I do think upmixing is cool. I don't think it was before. But I think as it's got in there now, you're taking full advantage of all your speakers, and why wouldn't you want to do that?
Where it's been useful, and perhaps another unintended benefit has been where we sometimes over here, you guys do as well, but we seem to get it worse here, where you'll get a disc where in the US it's in Atmos and here it's only 5.1. And I was watching a film last night whilst checking out the comments. I hasten to add, Deej, as you well know. I was watching a movie last night, which is only in 5.1 DTS HDMA here, which is Talk to Me. So I was watching that, and the upmixing, I think, unlocks some of the Atmos kind of experience that the US disc has. And as I was watching, I'm thinking, wow, I can hear rain over the top. I can hear things going round. I can hear a lot more envelopment than you'd normally would expect with a 5.1 mix. And I'm convinced there is some part of the Atmos track in there somewhere that this seems to be unlocking. And it sounded really good. So that's quite nice when you get that. Same with Sisu. You guys, actually, no, the US 4K disc is in 5.1 as well as its Dolby True HD. Whereas
I had it in Atmos on Kaleidoscape. Yeah,
that's right. So that again sounds pretty decent here, upmixing to Dolby Surround. Because again, you can hear these things going right over the top. You can hear distant noises, nicely imaging, as you to your point, Brett, kind of imaging better around the sort of sound stage than you would normally get on a 5.1 mix. And upmixing just lets us do that. I mean, I think it's great. It's my default setting. I don't. It's very, very rare that I would try and stick to the original mix. And as Dee says, I mean, I used to hate those DSPs, the old days of church, LA theater, down the road theater, in your toilet. It's not just what's the point? So I just didn't bother with those. They were literal gimmicks that I just forgot all about. But upmixing.
Well, we all tried them, Steve. They're gimmicks, and that's how we know. But we all couldn't wait.
Why did you try my toilet, Dee?
I had
Steve.
I had to go. I had to go.
Well, you've got to go. You've got to go.
You gotta go.
You have to tell DJ when he can go pee. I mean, we've already established that hours ago. So
right. Yes.
Oh, we got 7 people on here now, DJ. So we got a break. We got a break.
Yeah. Oh, I'm good. I'm good. I've gone twice today. Twice.
He's got the Gatorade bottle. He's good. You just don't know. I
was going to say, have you left the room? Or
No.
is there a long hose pipe going from?
No. I said that. I'm like, no, but I did. I don't know, was anybody in the chat the last time I told this story when it happened? It's like I went up there and my dogs drink out of the toilet and they'll drain the thing like empty. So
Joe
you guys
and I
are in the
think.
chat. Yeah. And I'm just like, I got up there and I filled the toilet. I was like, and I didn't, honestly, I'm so concentrated on just doing this. I'm having so much fun that I didn't even know I had to go that bad. And then when Chris left, Chris Seymour left and he goes, DJ, your kidneys, pay attention to yourself. You've only got 2 of them, so you're going to lose 1. But please pay attention.
What happened? Well,
yeah.
Dialysis machine.
I love it that I'm getting rolled into the emergency room and you can hear it like, we need fluids, we need this, we got another idiot trying to do a long podcast.
Yeah, I can see it now. Yeah, we need fluids, we need an IV, and we need a podcast network. Quick.
That's right.
He's trying. He won't let go of his phone. He's trying to keep going.
TJ's going to be in the operating room.
I'm still going.
Yeah.
No.
Can you operate with a local anesthetic?
That's right.
Cut me, Mick. Cut me. What happened to you? I don't know. I'm just here. I passed out. Sorry.
You won't remember a thing, DJ. It's fine.
No, it's all being recorded. So what happened to you? I don't know. I got to go to the tape.
You are going to have to watch it back, DJ.
No way. No way. No, I will. If I fall down, I will. But no, this is so funny. All right, let's get off that subject there. Get back to up mixing.
But it is a legitimate thing, and I think people have kind of come around to it. I mean, by the way, Deej, because I wanted to drop in on Carl, but I got called away to the police station. I was dealing with alleged criminals at the police station, and I missed it. Has he started up mixing yet? Because we talked about it on a Takeover Tuesday, and he was like, up mixing? Isn't that just a DSP? And we were like, no, do it. And he was going to do it. Did he mention? Or
we didn't even get to that. You're going to have to go. This entire thing has gone, like everybody here has been on my show, on Steve and I's show. Nothing ever goes according to plan, right? That's why I don't have plans anymore. It's like, you've all been on, and I'm like, you've all asked, like, so what's the format? And like Jeff asked me again. I'm like, how many times have you been on the show, Jeff? And when I asked him to come on, he goes, what's the format? Yeah, you did. You're like, what do I got to do? I'm like, buddy, I can't think like that. I'm just trying to get you on the show. Like, but it's like, so what's that?
Yeah, John Thompson was texting me last night because he's on next, hour after next. And he was saying, I've done some notes, I've done some stuff, and I'm thinking, John, notes. When I first started doing our little cross the pond 10-minute sections that were 2 hours each time, and I used to write, jot down a couple of little notes so I had them there, and then I realized why, you just ignore them, just chat. This is how it goes. So forget notes, just have just have fun with it.
Carl at the time, if I remember, Giles was still on. We kept going. Giles was on. Carl, Brent Butterworth and Dennis Berger came on, and everybody, like you guys, I don't even know what hours you guys have, and people have just been. We've kind of just gone in that dirt. You want to stick around, and we're trying to see what the limit is. So it's like. And Carl was like, people are asking Carl all sorts of questions. We had people in the chat going, how do I break into Hollywood? And it was like, it was all legit writing questions. Like, what were you thinking when you wrote this? So he was asking questions. We were asking it was a blast. So it's like, it maybe maybe I will go back and listen to this all over, because some of it is a blur to me too, because I'm trying to read the chat, I'm trying to get people in on it, and it's like, and Steve, from doing the show, it's like you'll go back later and be like, I said what, or who? Not even did I miss what you say. I'm like, I don't even remember saying that. what did I say to you? It's like, you know, and you're like, DJ, you said it's the movie of the year. I'm like, I said what? I'm like, I don't know. You don't remember.
Yes. For those wondering, guys, all right, Deej says The Flash was the movie of, home theater movie of the year. And then the next week we put our Spider-Verse, wasn't it? Across the Spider-Verse.
Yeah.
And he's like, this is HT movie of the year. I'm like, no, you've had that. That was The Flash. He said, no, I have not. So lawyer that I am, immediately, don't let that put you off.
Yeah, I got the replay.
Lawyer that I am went straight into evidence mode.
To be fair, he's kind of mixing it up. I said HT. I literally in the clip he played me, I did say HT movie of the year, but Spider-Verse, I was like, this could be movie of the year. The way it was written, the entire idea of it and the home theater part, I thought was great. So there was a difference there, but I also think I can change my mind, Steve. But we'll get it. Yeah,
it was the more denial that you'd said it that was what triggered.
I didn't realize, and I legitimately didn't remember I said that. Like, especially because I think you coached it as like, you said that was movie of the year. I go, movie of the year? No, I would never think that. But HT movie of the year, yeah. And Jeff knows that. I hit him up with that all the time, and he goes, "What?" I'm like, "It was a great experience." And Jeff's more like you, Steve. Jeff's like, "No, that movie sucked." Like, the writing sucked. I'm like, "Yeah, but things went boom."
That's right. There was no entertainment value section of the.
What's the movie where the moon is crashing, is falling?
Moonfall.
Moonfall. Yeah.
I can't even say the name of it, but you loved it.
I did. I loved it, but I was like, seriously, you have characters run, and I love Emmerich. I love his movies. I'm like, Steve and I have a great love-hate relationship with each other on Midway, right? And it's like, yeah, exactly. He hates Midway. I love Midway, and I love Emmerich. I love what he does. He just tries to do something outlandish, and when you have characters running across, like, I know you the poster from Twister and they're running away when it's the moon chasing you. All right, now we've jumped the shark. Like,
we jumped the moon.
Right. Yeah, exactly. There's people running as the moon is coming to the planet. I'm like, oh my God. It sounds great, looks great.
It's just the ability to suspend belief. Any movie can be as outlandish as you like. You know what? That's fine. I mean, Armageddon. I love that film. It's ridiculous. And for the longest period of time before Moonfall, it was NASA's go-to movie for their trainees, showing them, right, how many mistakes can you spot in this film? And that's what they would do. And now Moonfall has taken that over, surprisingly, or not surprisingly. Sorry, my screen just keeps going off. So it's a ridiculous movie, but it's so entertaining that you can't kind of do anything other than absolutely, love it for its outlandishness.
Yeah.
So I think as long as the movie's entertaining. Sorry, said it again, Brett? Sorry.
I said it's like putting a car in space in Fast and Furious, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, quite.
Like you just, they bypassed all forms of reality in this. The first one was just, cars going, and now it's,
the Fast and Furious franchise turned into a superhero.
What's that?
Yeah, Tom. Yeah. I'm with you on that, Tom. I like the first one. The first one's really good. I actually think that's a really well-made movie.
Even though it's Point Break, but yeah.
What exactly? Yeah, quite. Well, Point Break. I mean, what was the one in the 80s with James Spader and the other guy? Can't think what it was. Same sort of thing. Again, it was the blueprint for Point Break. Break, then the blueprint for for so many other movies, and it's just kind of and Fast and Furious is just a perfect example. And and the further it went away, 1, 2, and 3 are all the same kind of movie, just slightly remixed, and then 4 and 5 just they're
superheroes. They're superheroes now.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a superhero franchise.
So it's less interesting to me than the first one, which I really do like. But
I still
now they have Aquaman and everything in it. So.
That's true.
Momoa. I mean, come on.
Yeah, although if
they already had Wonder Woman.
If Vin Diesel and Momoa are to be believed, they won't be in another one. They did not get on very well, did they? Diesel does not like what Momoa did with that, and of course, what Vin Diesel says on those is what goes. So he will unlikely to be back, I suspect.
He didn't get along with The Rock, right?
Yeah, I was going to say, he didn't get along with The Rock at all.
Yeah, although they've fixed, isn't that? I mean, I haven't seen any of the recent Fast and Furious ones, but I understand, doesn't he kind of, spoiler alert, everyone, doesn't he kind of come back at the end of the last one? Aren't they all friends again now?
Yeah, I think
need
so,
a hit.
Yeah, he did.
Oh,
yeah.
It's amazing how paychecks heal all friendships.
That's it. Yeah.
I mean, the Eagles got back together. You got like everybody like, I'm broke. I love you, man. Let's go on tour.
Great. Yeah.
That's cool.
That's Expendables. That's all those too, right? Because I mean, that was
yes.
You couldn't get a lot of those people in the same room when they were at their
peak,
right?
Right.
Now all of a sudden it's like, yeah, okay, whatever we can do to get into a movie together.
They just want to work now.
No, but you know what I like about? I'm going to put my seat down and actually sit again. Because I've only got.
I can see myself rising over your left shoulder, Deej, like the sun over here.
Yeah. What I like about the Expendables, though, is I think of like, go back to the 80s and Larry Bird and Magic Johnson hated each other. But then at the ends of their careers, they both appreciated each other. Now they're like good friends from what we see. And they're at each other's retirement parties, right? That's how I look at the Expendables. And I love watching those movies. And it's not necessarily for the movies, but I'm like, these guys are having so much fun. And they're doing it for like what?
Right. But
it's a party to them, right? And they're just filming it for us. And I said after the last one,
money there as well, Deej. There's a lot of money in there as well.
Right, because they know we'll go. The money's there because we're paying for it, and that's why. And they know this is going to guys our age. And like I said to you, Steve, after I saw, I think it was 4 or 3 or whatever recently. And they're like walking. There's these old guys walking through the woods, and I used to play guns with my buddy. Yeah, right. And they're like, yeah, and they even make a joke about it because he got Dolph Lundgren going like this. He's the sniper, and he's like. And like he refuses to wear the glasses, and he's like bang, and he's off by a bit, and he's like, screw it. And then it's just, I love, they're making fun of themselves, they're having a blast, and I love that. But them walking through the woods, I thought of my buddy Eddie when we were growing up, and he's a few years older than me, but we used to do the same thing. We'd play guns against imaginary people. There were 4 of us, and he was the team leader, and he's doing the hand signals. And I'm like, I'm watching the Expendables going, I got to call Eddie and see if we can, the 4 of us can meet up in the woods some Thanksgiving weekend, right? And be like, let's just go pretend. And somebody happens upon these 70-year-old guys walking through the woods pretending and be like, what are you doing? We're the Expendables. Shut up. Because back then we were doing it Stallone.
As a lawyer, I'd have to advise against 4 old men walking through the woods, sort of behaving in a slightly creepy manner. It's a long way for me to come to have to appear before the judge to prevent the restraining order.
But that's, I mean, they get to do it. Yes, exactly. But they get to do it. And it's like, and now that we're like, oh, wow. Just like back then in the 80s, we were like, oh, let's go play guns. I'm going to be like Rambo, or I'm going to do that. And now we're watching them. But now I'm 53 years old going, can I go be Rambo in the woods? They're doing it.
But
and my lawyer says no.
Again, when you look at that next generation where, we're discussing that before, gratuitous, nudity, sex, violence, whatever it is, the younger generation are just coming up with their own content that they watch, right? So they're probably, most of them, there's still everybody that still, there's still guys now that still love muscle cars, right? They've never even, they're all long before they were ever born. But yeah, I think it just comes into where it shifts. People have different content that they're watching, and they'll have some fanboy kind of thing, just like we do with, Arnold Schwarzenegger, and you watch the Rockies, you do this and that, and there's a reason why we'll still watch the Rockies, right? Or or Creed, or all these that just kind of go in the line, and you're like, yeah, I'm gonna watch this because there's something sentimental about it, and I think that's what takes us back to our stuff. And our age, that was violence. Realistically, like you said, you were playing guns, you were playing action hero, you were doing this and that because those were the movies that were there, right? And that started way back to the Bond days. If you go a little older than us, then then that's really where that kind of started, and then blossomed off into all these other roles. And half those movies were not that great. realistically. You know, when you watch them, they do not hold up. You know, to the you know, lack of vigor when we're 12 years old watching your first R-rated movie, and you know, watching this stuff, and it's like you watch it now by today's standards, and you know, the CGI or anything that's in there, you know, from that standpoint is just absolutely atrocious. My daughter watches some of them with me, and she's just like, "Oh my god, like what is this?" You know, but
because they don't have without the nostalgia glasses, and we can't even imagine what that's like, but our kids can, because they don't have the nostalgia. I'm like, seriously, why did you like this? Like, my wife, I think it was Never Ending Story we picked for with the kids when they were younger, and we were like, oh my god, kids, you are absolutely gonna love this. And my kids were, and they were little, and they're like, this is horrible. They're like, this, like it's like it doesn't play to them, because when we were kids, that was a big deal. But now that there's so much stuff to them that's so much better now, right? And you're like, it just doesn't play. But it's that nostalgia, and like, I mean, I can't tell you how many times that's come up today. Like, why are we all here? What is it? How did we get here? Blah blah blah. It all goes back to that nostalgia, and you know, and then getting to the point of how do we get more people into home theater? And it's like, I think we are creating it. We're creating the nostalgia for our generation. You know, we're doing it for them. We're saying like, oh my god, my dad had this, so I want that. And we're all creating a next generation seeing us, and whether they bite or not is a different story, but it does come back to that, you know.
Well, a lot of it comes into what people can afford as well, right? I mean, if we're all running with theaters in here, let's say, that means at least there's a 90% chance that we're all homeowners, that we're all, you know, doing these things. How do you do that when you're 20, 30, even 40 in a tiny apartment? You know, I mean, you've seen
how many people in this room had theaters before they had a home?
I mean, I guess I had one, but not to the level that it's at.
Not a dedicated theater. I'm saying, like, how many people had like, I need a surround system in my living room, or I need to do something. It's like you just had that drive, you know. And like, even I remember when Greg and I were talking, and it's like Greg's got the Kermani system, and he's like, I'm like, how did you get here? And we sat, and it started smaller when he was younger, but it's like you work your way up to these systems, right? And it's like I had one in my bedroom at my parents' house, and it was like, and I've told this story on the podcast before. I'm like, I didn't first meet my wife. We went to high school. When we first start dating, I invite her over to the house, and my parents, my bedroom was in the basement. I'm like, come on downstairs. I'm going to show you my bedroom. And then, you know, you're a 17-year-old kid.
I know it's the early hours of the morning there, Deej, but no, we need all the details.
Exactly. And that's just it. It's like, that's where this story is not going. I was like, come on down to my room. And she was probably like, okay, this might not be safe. And I'm like, she ends up being like, this dork is showing me his theater. What that I just went down to a guy's 17-year-old kid takes the girl down to the bedroom and is like, check out the TV. And look, I got speakers in the back and the ceiling. You can't see them, but if I turn them up loud enough, you can hear them. And it's like, what the hell? You know, and that's what we did. And that's who we were. And it's like, and then she knew when we got married, I'm like, this is what I'm doing. And I built my, you know, I'm like, we got married in September, and right after Christmas, I was like, I had some Christmas money, and I'm like, can I get my Laserdisc player? She's like, yes, if it'll shut you up, you know. And it's like, we had these things, and we were in a small apartment, and that was us. And, you know, so, and people are doing that now. So it's, you know what I mean? It's like, you don't have to have that dedicated room. And
I agree.
You know,
you didn't have as many big subwoofers and all the speakers. Yeah. I guess that's more my point. When you're doing a full Atmos system, when you're, you know, doing a proper 2-sub, 4-sub, you know, arrangement, when you're, you know, putting in infrasonics, when you're putting in, you know, a lot of the stuff that gets talked about today,
right?
That's not being done in a small little room. That's, you know, maybe it's a media room, you know, in your house, you know, but again, it's tough in the forums because you see people that are trying to do it, but they're getting yelled at by their neighbors and everything else, you know. But and the point being, it's like, you know, you get into, you know, the days nowadays, and it's like, you know, rent is nuts. You know, how do you afford this? How do you, you know, when you've got 3, you know, it's not even the person in the room or in the apartment next door. It's the fact that you have 3 roommates in your apartment, that are all trying to do different things. I mean,
but there are newer. I mean, there are a lot of newer sort of entry level systems, so that people can kind of get started at least. Wireless and like some of the sound bars are pretty cool. I mean, I've tested a lot of sound bars in very small spaces, and it is interesting. You do get some bounce and stuff. There's the Sony HT9, I believe, is a 4-speaker system. They're very small, but it's a 7.1.4 system. I mean, if you got a tiny little place and you put these 4 speakers in there with an optional subwoofer, I mean, you're getting sounds going all directions because they're kind of like tubes, I guess, and they got angled speakers going to the top, to the side. So there's 4 of them, and they're hitting all the spots if they can reflect.
Yeah.
It's not bad. I mean, if that's all you can do, but at least you're starting with something, right?
Yeah.
Because not everybody. The thing is too with wires.
People
you
hate
got to
that.
deal with wires, right?
Yeah.
If you run a true
that's
system.
huge if you're trying to retrofit it into a living room, or
there you go,
or when you're when you're a kid living in your parents' bedroom or your parents' house, in your bedroom, you just throw the wires, just doesn't matter, right?
Back up along the ceiling.
Exactly.
All over.
Right.
It doesn't matter, but you get a little older and the wife is like, those wires aren't staying there, are they? And it's like, no, we'll figure it out.
Yeah.
Or if you're a bit OCD, like someone I know is occasionally, or just particular, I don't know. I can't stand wires. Wires make me itch. So I have to just, they've got to be away. I mean, in the cinema room in my old house, that had trunking, this trunking, and then kind of stuck it on the wall and then put the stuff in and then painted it the same color as the wallpaper just to kind of blend it in. I mean, it didn't really work, but it was better than having these damn wires trailing. But in the one now that was purpose built, obviously they're chased into the walls. You can't see anything. Wires are the enemy of the people.
What they need to do is make removable drywall. That's what we really need. So whenever you need to add another speaker, just pull off the sheet of drywall.
You could design it that way. Yeah.
They do. You just need some mud, and,
Yeah. Boom.
Pickaxe. You could get any of that drywall to come off.
Any wall can come off and put another one on.
You hit it hard enough.
It's actually so it's interesting. So I know Joe knows and DJ as well, but so we recently moved into a new house. So this is actually my old one. So I don't have all my normal background stuff.
Oh, I like your background. I was going to comment on that.
Yeah,
it's very
nice. I had to
nice.
find the one room that echoed the least because the house is basically empty. So the house just echoes all over the place. And so this is the only room that actually had like a chair and a couch left that we're going to go donate. And so I was like, okay, well, I can use this for now. But at the new house, so build a custom theater in there. As we're building out the rooms, as we're trying to figure out how it all goes, I've totally lost my train of thought. I've been up too many hours. We were talking about acoustics. What were we just?
We're talking about speaker wires. Hiding the wires.
Hiding wires.
Yeah. But there was some. So in this house, I guess maybe it was putting stuff away. I think there was a comment after that though. But so like in this house though, you see nothing. There's a speaker on the wall, speakers in the ceilings, or speakers on the walls, depending on the room, and that's it. Right? No walls. Because I get same as Steve was saying. I just get OCD on it. I do not want to see anything. And we've been rewiring everything in here for it. But then as we do the next one, it's just trying to figure out what rooms get what treatment. But there's so much you can do to hide this stuff nowadays. There's so much
creative ways.
And so it'll be interesting to, as you kind of put it all together, to be able to figure out what's important. And I'll still have rooms that run wirelessly in some rooms, but but most of the rest, it's like, you get in the attic and you pull your wire and, you do it once and that's it. And, the right way to do it. But, no. We were talking about pulling off drywall. So that's right. Okay.
There you go.
Oh, yeah.
But where I was
but if you like, ideally,
he's got his point. Don't let him forget, Jeff. He just remembered his point.
Got it? Okay.
Yeah, you did.
No, but what I was going to say is that so that's what I was saying. DJ and Joe and I have talked on this. So in the theater that I'm going to be building in the new house, I'm going to build out a baffle wall, and it's a design. So Andrew, who's a friend of mine who works with Keith Yates, I think we're going to design it out. And so the idea is I want to be able to have multiple panels. And so I can actually A/B test speakers. And actually, I can have them sit there, but then I can also flip them. And so I can kind of have like my actual pair that I usually will use, which will most likely be a set of Grimanis. But then also have a second section, kind of like drywall to the point, but but just a more controlled piece. And it'll be just a full cavity that's fully backed. And then the idea is I can put whatever speaker I want in there.
Yep.
And then I'm chatting with Storm right now, because Storm at Cedia, when we did our system there, we used networked audio, right? And big believer in how that goes. Is just phenomenal what you can do with that and how many issues it removes from an audio system. But they make their Mark III, and their Mark III has the ability to do networked audio and balanced XLR audio. So I could actually run two systems at once out of the same pre-pro and test A/B, let's say a Grimani speaker with something else, and actually be able to hear it off the same source, same everything, without having to swap the two out. And I think that's a good way. Again, not that everybody's going to want to do that, but like from a testing perspective, as I'm going through there, I want this wall. If I'm going to build it anyways, I'm going to build an extra step to make it so that I can actually shift this stuff around and make it a little bit more Lego-like or modular, so that I can move things over. And I think it's a cool way to be able to show true differences in speakers. Doing an A/B blind because it's behind the screen.
Well, and Michael Youthman's fighting that right now, right? Because he's done several. I don't know if he talked about that today when he was on DJ, but he has the Arundel or the Arundel, however you say him.
Yeah.
They sent him, a set of towers and center channel and stuff to review. And I think he's fought that for several weeks, trying to just get his speaker wire out from behind his cabinet.
Yeah.
Because, he's got that cabinet, that slides in underneath
his front
screen.
Yeah. Under a screen.
Yeah. And he's like, I got to hook up all these speakers in my home theater that's finished. He's like, it's a challenge. I mean, it's a real challenge for him, and I'm sure he wants to review more things.
Sure.
But it's
how do you pull your stuff apart? How do you actually test the two when now you move your speakers out of the way, or
and he says that all the time. He's saying like someday, like he'd like to have like the setup Brett's talking about. And Brett, when you bought that house, that's what you were thinking about. It's like, it's got extra rooms, and like we don't need this space. Like we don't need this space. I do. I've got
partially for that room. Yeah,
exactly. And what I think is funny is listen to you say that. It's like knowing you how I know you, like me. Whether we were doing what we're doing, you make a living at this stuff. I'm doing a podcast, not making a living, but my podcast is based off of what I've been doing before I had a podcast. And I know that even if you may be doing it on a smaller scale, but you'd be doing the exact same thing if you were just like, if you had a job doing something and you weren't in this business. But it's who we are. I've been A/B-ing stuff my whole life, doing scenes my whole life. And it's like, it's just what we like to do. And it's people like, why are you doing that? And it's like, you're not doing it because it's your job. You're doing it and it became your job.
Well, that's
right.
The reality is most manufacturers are not doing what I'm planning to put in there, or looking at competitive research or doing a lot of these things. I do it more just, hey, I want to be able to create the best reviews that are coming out there. If I'm putting out information, I want to be able to see it. And even just for me, let's put this in an objective place, because so many products, it just becomes so much marketing around them, and I get that, everybody's trying to sell their product. That's fine. But, at the end of the day, just show me, let me hear what, whatever it is, because that's what it should be about, and for a lot of these manufacturers, where was I watching it? It was in one of the forums this morning, and I can't remember. Oh, I think they were discussing ultra short throws. And they were saying that they got like a cease and desist letter So they're just doing it, assumedly. I don't know the whole discussion on the people that were trying to put it on, but they were doing like a blind test shootout, right?
Okay.
And one of the manufacturers said, do not include our product in your shootout or we will come after you. And I'm just like, that's BS. One, if they bought it, you can't really do that. You'd have to be very careful about what you say to make sure you're speaking honestly and not creating any libel for it. But at the end of the day, it's like, if I own the product, you don't have to send it to me, but if I buy it or another viewer gives it and donates it to me for a while to test, it's very difficult to make anything like that stick. But like manufacturers don't want to do that. They want to be looked at in their realm of people that are loyal to them, and not an objective shootout.
Right.
But an objective shootout's the only way. It's like, well, this sounds better in my room. Well, yeah, but that's a BS way to look at it, because if it sounds better in your room, that's because your room isn't properly acoustically tuned or isn't this or that. You should be able to have most speakers. If back when I was at Bowers and Wilkins, the idea was, and if you go back to John, Bowers at the beginning, the idea is that a speaker's job is to add as little possible to that soundtrack as it can. It's supposed to be as accurate and as truthful as it can be to the music, right? And now, so when you hear people saying, oh, well, I add this amplifier, I add that amplifier, and it totally changes the tone. And sometimes it does. So I'm not saying that it doesn't change the tone. What I'm saying is it's not supposed to change the tone.
Right.
When I listen to the music, it's not supposed to be changing the tone of it. It shouldn't be, well, it sounds warmer on this and it sounds cooler on this. And it sounds, we're jumping into wine drinking, but the reality is it's not supposed to. The best speaker should transparent, accurate.
And it's like a referee in sports. You're not supposed to know it's there. Let the music speak for itself. And
That's what I like when I look at a lot of the stuff like Romani's doing, is that it's true DSP in a digital realm. He's able to cut crossovers very abruptly, so that in a normal speaker you've got crossovers and they're analog, they're wired, and so you have a crossover at a number, but really there's bleed on both sides of that. As it's because it tapers and it tapers.
It's a slope. It's not a hard line.
Yep. But when you do it digitally, you can literally say, nope, it's not going to play anything. Right. And so you have a true crossover that it doesn't end up having these filter issues and all the rest, or bubbling into the other areas. And I think those are the things that you should be looking at is, does it play loud? Does it fill the room at, a reference level? Does it at least have the capability of it? Without clipping and distorting? Can it sound good and clear at lower level so you get the same full range of sound out of it? And how accurate is it? And I think we often measure things, and again, coming from Bowers, I know it, it's built on it, listen to this because this, this tweeter's better and that tweeter's better. And again, materials do make a difference, but only if it's making it faster or better or this or that, which means accurate. When it just gets into controlling tone, then that's not the job of the speaker or the amplifier or the whatever else. That's the job.
Wire.
The speaker wire. My posts weren't tall enough. They weren't lifted enough off the ground.
Yeah, exactly.
But it becomes that's supposed to be the mixer. Right, that's their job to control the sound, and the artist to control the tone. So it's interesting when you see a lot of this stuff where it becomes no different than cars, right? I mean, the car goes around, it does what it does, but you're either a Chevy guy, you're a Ford guy, you're it's like you have to pick you're a Dodge guy, you have to pick a camp. And a lot of us can just appreciate cars, but it's like for so many people, the guys that are just sitting there like, oh, I can't believe you drive a Ford or you do this or that. And I'm just like, you know what? These are all nice cars at the end of the day.
Yeah, exactly. Now we're getting into nitpicking. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's where we're lucky enough, again, I've said this a million times today, but we're lucky enough to be nitpicking, right? And we're trying to fine tune the best possible way we can. And then you get into fights with people because they're fine tuning it differently and I'm doing it wrong. And this guy's like, we're at the upper echelon here. And it's like, I guarantee you 99% of the population, we're fighting over something that they can't even tell. What are they fighting over? It's exactly the same.
Yeah.
Right. And it's like, but that's where we live and we love that. And we love the fight. Like I look forward, go ahead, try to tell me I'm wrong. Go ahead, bring it. It's like, and you're like, and I'm going to hit you with why I'm not wrong. And then that's so much fun. Right, Steve?
Look,
Unsolicited.
we can talk Evil Dead Rise if you want me to, Deej. I didn't steer it round to that.
We already did that today. Mentioned that with
yesterday.
John. See? Yesterday, today, whatever. It's like, oh my God. Now, Jeff, what were you going to say? Do you even remember?
God.
No.
Are you kidding me? I can make something up.
I just had to get back to Brett because if I didn't, I'd never hear the end of it. He'd be like, I had my point, now I forgot.
That's right. No. What the hell? I've never went on this show again.
You know what I wanted to ask you guys, some of you guys, is in talking about upscaling, audio and everything. What do you do when there's an older movie coming out that might have the uncompressed mono? Do you listen to that? Or, for example, like Mean Street.
As a choice?
Mean Street is coming out later this month. Has been remastered and everything, but it's it's got the uncompressed. So do you purposely listen to that? I mean,
no.
Yeah,
if it has a 5.1 track, no. I also don't cook over an open flame outside my house anymore. So I mean, I do embrace technology.
I mean, I think some people die hard about that. They really, I've heard a lot of people say, you got to have that uncompressed mono track.
Yeah.
Purists, but
and that's
but it's
fine.
hard to listen to. It's hard to listen to when you compare it.
It is, but
we've talked about it, haven't we, Deej? We've talked on the show about this thing about I'm not sure how purist you can be, because if you're buying a 4K disc, you're already not watching what was originally intended anyway, so you're already moving beyond the purity of whatever was intended. And I struggle with how someone could go. I mean, one that I watched recently, the Texas Chainsaw Massacre 4K disc that came out, and so that so you've got a 4K disc. It's HDR 4K. It's been remastered. So if you want the newer, changed, different picture, but you want the old audio. And I think if you're going to embrace one, you should embrace the other. And in the case of that particular film, the new remastered track is fantastic. Because there's all kinds of good stuff.
I'm going to send you guys for a loop. I'm going to send you for a loop. So 4K, I'm going to tie in which is more important, picture or sound, this, that, and the other thing. All of our answers, everybody's answers throughout this day has all been back to nostalgia, right? So that person that wants to see, like, say, Lawrence of Arabia in a mono track because that's what it was in their theater at the time, but they want to see that pristine picture. Our memories are that's like, I got to see this. It's something is drawing them back nostalgia wise to seeing whatever movie it is in that mono track, because the sound and how that works for them, it's like that's the memory that they have. They remember sitting in the theater with their dad or whatever and being like, it was crappy. And when I want that, guys, why do people listen to vinyl? Right? And they're like, what are you doing? We have it so much better now. It's nostalgia. Right. So now how do I get that in a 4K? And it's like your memory of the picture is like, that's probably how you remember it anyways, because we saw it on a grainy, crappy screen when we were kids, but your memory is going to tell you that's exactly what was going on up there. Like your memory is crystal clear, but it doesn't, and it actually, we all say like, you don't remember the bad parts, especially of an image. Right. So all you're seeing is the crystal clarity. So if I can get on my big screen, but then at the same time, I remember how bad the audio was. Oh, man, this is it. I've hit it. This is Nirvana to me. Like, wow, it's just like when I saw it. So it's all that nostalgia thing. And then you and I, like us, well, like, I didn't see this like this. So give me the 5.1. This up mixes it so well, and it sounds great. great. So it's, I mean, our answers and our dismay, and we're like, how could they do that? It's like, but we've already answered it ourselves. Why do you like this? Nostalgia. Star Wars really isn't that good. You know, Mark Hamill whines a lot. It's like, you know, it's like, why can't I go into town? It's like, you're like, if you watch that now, it'd be like, this is horrible. What's next? What else is on? So it's the nostalgia.
I think that's a great point, especially, you know.
Thank you.
Example,
I'm out.
No, for
one for the day. Only
for DJ. You know, Raiders of the Lost Ark. I mean, in my mind, I remembered that being super cool looking, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so when they remastered it, it was just like kind of what I remembered it being in the theater, just crystal sharp and just nice colors and dramatic lighting and all that, you know. But
and I guarantee it wasn't. It's like, we were probably see it by the time we got to see it. It was like the 100th viewing of that going through the reel. And it's awful, but our memory is
picture was jumping up and down.
Yeah, that was amazing. That was awesome. And now we see it now, and it's like, and we say that all the time on the show, right, Steve? We're like, nobody has ever seen this movie look this good. There's no possible way, unless you got the first viewing of Lawrence of Arabia the day it came out. And you're like, and we're going to have John on in a little bit. And he's just saw like Oppenheimer from like his actual cut. So Nolan's actual cut. And he's like, it was so clean and perfect. And then John and I got into a conversation last week about running the film through the bath. And it took me back to my photography days. And I'm like, oh my God, and how you can manipulate film and everything. And I'm like, oh my God, there's so much there to make things pristine and then deteriorate later on as the film is played. So we don't even know, and we're getting this digitally now. And like I said, Lawrence of Arabia, it's like nobody's ever experienced this really, unless you got it like the first day it came out. And we're getting this as pristine, and it's like that, well, forever, as long as we have those digital players. So
in Lawrence of Arabia, we can probably, if it ever gets to 8K, we could probably see it in 8K.
Yeah. Well, we know a difference. I don't know. I don't think we could perceive that.
Yeah, but the Atmos track on that is absolutely incredible. I mean, it's such a good thing. I appreciate, it may just be me in this day and age, but I would pick the 4K disc with the Atmos track over whatever was the original intended idea.
Absolutely,
all day long.
Because here's the thing, Steve. Like when you hear something that sounds crappy, you don't like it, right? Like when they say make films and things or make videos on the fly, whatever you do in YouTube videos, if the picture is great, if the picture is so great, it's okay. But if the audio is bad, then nobody's going to want to watch it, right? But the audio is always this thing where you don't really consider it to be as important, but it's even more important when you're making a video for somebody. So I mean, I completely agree with Steve. I'd rather listen to Lawrence of Arabia with beautiful imagery, retouched, remastered, HDR, and then have really good sound to, accompany that beautiful image. Why not?
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But I guess the one movie. Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Sorry. There's one thing we don't. Sorry. Go on, Jeff. You do you think? Go on.
No, I wanted to ask you because you're a zombie guy. Night of the Living Dead. I mean, the Romero film is just amazing, right? It's a great film, but how did you watch the audio? Watch it with,
Yeah, I mean, I will always pick the newer track.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Jaws was one, wasn't it? Jaws came out, people were like, it's got the mono track. This is what we wanted. I love the way that sounded. I love the audio, filling the room. So yeah, as I said, I think there is a dichotomy there. I think there's a contradiction there between wanting the 4K image but the original sound. I can't kind of get my head around why you'd want one or the other. If you want crappy audio and video and you want it to look closer to how it was when you saw it in the theaters, then go and find a VHS somewhere and go and you'll get it really cheap and you'll be able to watch it when you want to. Great. But
yeah, can we get reruns of our favorite TV shows with the snow on the screen because I have bad reception?
Yeah,
I'm looking for Grizzly Adams with the snow on the screen. Give me that. And that's what it was like when I was a kid. And now you're like, oh my God, look at the detail because it was so snowy. Or watching hockey back then. Oh my God.
You can't even see the puck.
You couldn't even see the players. All you were listening for is score.
One film that we don't often talk about, which I don't know if it's had a release over there. I think it did. Was The Guns of Navarone? Did you guys get that over there?
We did.
I think it's a Sony release here, and they remastered that, and it's a beautiful looking remaster. And the Atmos audio on that is thunderous. When the guns go off of Navarone, of the title, when they go, the room moves sideways. It's not even a bang, it's a boom.
Yeah.
And I mean, I thought I'd broken one of my subs because just the punch with that. And I'm thinking, this movie's what, 50 years old? But give me the sub killer punch of that any day of the week than a mono version back in the when this came out, because well, it wouldn't have even been that, would it? It was just nothing at all. I mean, I don't get it. I think we are in the halcyon days at the moment of getting incredible image.
Now I gotta go look that word up.
But movies that are forever. You've got time, Deej. You've still got a few hours.
I mean, have to remember too, like back in the day, these older theaters, they may have just had one speaker up near the screen, and that's all you got. There wasn't even stereo speakers.
No, quite. Right. And so many great movies that we can now experience better than ever. I mean, again, I always look at Gandhi. I thought was really good as well. Such a good remaster. We look at Spartacus, and the 10 Commandments. Things like this that were shot.
Adventures in Babysitting.
Well, obviously that. Yeah, cool. Can't go no with that. Can't go wrong with that. Elizabeth Shue action. But it has what I found with them is it's just incredible how we are so lucky to be able to then experience these things, and movies like that were shot in 70mm, that were shot in a way that had image quality that you could never see until now we are getting the Technicolor stuff, the image quality, the detail that was in the image and had been in there forever, that I don't think even 70mm projectors back then would be able to display. So, or at least not on a massive screen.
Steve, come on, the magic marker eyeball on the shark in Jaws.
Yes, well, it did.
You never expect, nobody's ever going to see this. Now you look at it and go, that eye is drawn on whatever the hell. It's not a shark, whatever the hell that is. And it's like, they couldn't even foresee how good we're going to have it in the future, because why would you? And that's got to go right through Spielberg, right? He's like, I had no idea. It's like, do you guys know what I'm talking about? When the shark's hanging and they capture it, and it's literally, you could see it's a marker. Or even better, Star Wars, the bubble wrap. In Empire, when they're doing and they got, it's literal bubble wrap, and you could see the cuts in it where they're just like, the props department's like, we gotta jazz this up and put some contrast in there. I got this bubble wrap from the crap that got shipped to us. Yeah, glue that on there, and you could see like they didn't even do it nicely. It was just good. Nobody's ever gonna notice. And now here we are. We're like, oh, I see that. And it goes through Twitter like crazy. You're like, I see the bubble wrap. And it all happened with, I think it wasn't even the 4K edition. I think it was the edition before that, maybe. And when you first notice it, you're like, you could never notice that before. And now you're like, oh my God, that's bubble wrap. Like, you just want to go pop.
Okay, here's a question for you, Steve, based on your sub killer question. What movies have you actually damaged equipment to?
I haven't, luckily, but I've come very close to it. And the one that always springs to mind, and funny enough, I'm going to mention with Todd when he's on a bit later, is Halloween Ends.
Yes, we talked about that a little bit.
He's a Serb murderer.
Anybody else?
I mean, maybe it's just me. Again, it might be my system. Again, you've always got that kind of thing in the back of your head. You're like, is it me? Have I just set these things wrong? But when that movie just, I mean, the subs don't so much operate as they just rattle in that. It's so bass heavy, to the point that I think it's a mistake. I think that disc has been authored wrong. I don't think that's deliberate. It can't be, because it so overpowers the mix that
I'll tell you. I lost a JBL Synthesis 12-inch sub to Interstellar at one of my kids' sleepover nights because they couldn't hear the center channel loud enough. And I'm like, well, that's the way that director made it. Quit turning it up.
Chris Nolan. Oh man, that will do it. Yeah,
the other one that I always hear you see in the forums is Edge of Tomorrow.
Oh,
yes,
the opening.
Okay, the Blu-ray, presumably not the 4K,
is known for destroying subs. So
yeah. Now, is that a bad thing or is that a badge of honor?
Well, it depends. It's like a crack.
Joe's got a big smile on his face.
Depends on if it was under warranty or not.
Yeah,
exactly. Or if you wanted an upgrade.
That's right. That's right. I have to do it. I don't know what happened.
Yeah, I'm sorry, honey. All my speakers just blew out.
It's like, I don't know. I think it's it depends on how much you've spent on that subwoofer as well, or the subwoofers. But Halloween Ends is particularly bassy in that respect. I just think it's bizarre. But yeah, I don't know. Luckily, I've never damaged equipment, fortunately, but I did think I had in that.
I had a speaker go recently, but I don't think it was the content. It was just that's what happens, right? And it's like I'm just guessing. Is the only piece we can damage, to be fair, is sub. Like we could damage
Could you run the amp too hot? Can you then just keep that going too hot? Not
what? I mean, Joe would probably know better. Brett, you guys would know more intricate.
That's what.
In our systems, going from the rack to speaker projector. I mean, you can't. You damage your projector tweeters. Can you?
Oh yeah, too high of a level. Yeah, absolutely. I've popped tweeters before.
Now, is that like? But can content do that? Because we've had this. I actually think this is a good discussion because we've had this. We had it about Halloween, right? So like,
right? So.
Yeah, but if your theater is balanced correctly, it's calibrated correctly to reference level, will the content go past that? Is it possible to damage it? Shouldn't your system be able to handle that?
Well, it depends on.
That's what I would assume.
Depends on the quality.
It depends on the level of distortion at your peak SPL. So what it can handle at like in a general range, but when you get into the peak SPL, just like when you watch a receiver or anything, right? You know, here's your distortion and then here's your peak distortion. So if you've got a lot of peak distortion and you're running it at reference or higher,
right? Well, see, that's where I'm saying it's like if you go higher now, even if you're at reference, I would say that maybe your system, you didn't choose the right speakers. They literally can't handle that. So it's not like if everything is capable, you shouldn't destroy anything, really. No. Wouldn't you have to, even your subs, wouldn't you have to be running them hot or have to do something? And I'm legit. I'm not picking Joe. I know you destroyed a sub, and I'm not trying to pick on anybody. But we've had this discussion about.
To be honest, but
no. But and that's usually exactly that's when we did it when we were kids. It's like I'm going to crank this to 11, and that's when we damaged the system because we didn't know about calibrating the room and reference level and stuff like that. But we legitimately, Steve and I, with Todd, we had this discussion. Like, can you damage? And Todd, it was all through Twitter, which is tough, but. You shouldn't be able to damage your system if it's calibrated correctly and you're staying within that reference level limit, right? If you take a piece of content, once you go past reference level,
if you're willing to push it beyond its capabilities, you're more likely to. But I think that with most of today's subs and the DSP that they're building into them, it's harder and harder these days. Most of them will limit themselves before you're able to push it that far. At least with a powered finished product from somebody. The DIY guys, that's a different story.
Yeah, because they're I like it hot,
so it won't distort. They will, but yeah, I think what you end up getting are these huge bursts of sound and amplifier power, and that that's drawing current from the from the wall. Because if you watch most of your movie, even if it's like reference, but not everything's playing crazy high. But half the time with good amplifiers, you're only running 5, 10, 15 watts. I mean, it does not take a whole lot to crank in a room. Right. But when you hit that high in there, right, the deep rumble, the huge explosion, all of a sudden it's drawing 50, 100, 200 watts off of it. Those speakers, those drivers just aren't ready to do that, or they're good in the normal, but you play that track Edge of Tomorrow right at the beginning, and it's too long, and it goes too long, right? Speakers and especially woofers are designed to kind of have an impact, and often it's very quick, right? It's a gunshot, it's this
transient. Yep.
And like I just shaking the hell out of it. I think you get into some of these points where
cooking voice coils.
Yeah, well, that's what I was just saying. Is you end up damaging a voice coil, and that's really what you're looking at. Or and heats or whatever, because it's got too much amperage in that.
Yeah, and I was taught like your speaker could be capable of this, but if you're overrunning your amplification to power that speaker, that's going to damage your speaker. And then you might have the correct amplifier power, but your speaker isn't capable of handling it. That's going to damage your speaker. And then there was the case where if you don't do things right, it can actually go back and damage your amplifier, but it's all like mismatched pieces. So if you have it set up correctly, and that's like the content itself shouldn't be like listened at the correct levels, that shouldn't damage anything. It's usually, for all intents and purposes, user error, right? Somebody either set it up wrong, they calibrated it wrong, or like Joe said, like a kid.
How it all works. Speakers will change from 8 amps or from 8 ohms to 4 ohms pretty quickly, and I've
seen
what's playing. It's not an 8 ohm speaker is not an 8 ohm speaker, but that's how
I fried mine. But I've seen this too. People calibrate their system and then they get new amps and they're just excited it's going to play louder, but it was calibrated under the weaker. And they're like, boom. You're like, you didn't recalibrate? And then you tried to go back there. I've seen that. So it's like, there's so many variables, but it's not the gear. It's how it's the user or the whatever. It's like, it's usually user error. The gear should be fine. And I mean, we have an audio expert sitting right here, Paul.
Yeah,
morning, Paul.
I assume you were talking about me.
Yeah.
My hand up and no, I'm talking about Brett.
No, I'm about to drop off. I appreciate it, guys.
Hey, Greg. Thanks, buddy. Thanks for coming in. Thanks for hanging out. Talk to you later, buddy.
DJ, I'm going to drop out too.
All right, guys.
Oh, okay.
Have a good
Jeff,
night. Good talking with you.
Jeff, we'll talk rugby sometimes, Jeff.
I'd love to. I love rugby.
Yeah. Oh, good man. Nice. All right. All the best, buddy.
DJ, I'm dropping.
All right. Thanks, guys. I really appreciate it. Later, Tom. Thanks, buddy.
See you guys.
Nice. All right. Let me see. Paul. Oh, we're down. Wow, that was a weird just cut right there.
No, I am in focus. Amazing.
Yeah, you're let me see if
for my camera to kind of
your audio's a little low. Let me see if I can turn that up.
Oh, right. Yeah.
I got you right there. Is that any better?
StreamYard doing some really weird things, I noticed.
I just turned it up on my end. See if that's a little better.
Yeah. I mean, I can hear me. Can you not hear me?
No, we can hear you. It's just
it's quiet. Just a little bit quiet.
It's low. And Paul, I'm a little like I can't hear very well right now. I've been hearing for a long time. I'm just kidding. I can hear fine. But yeah, your audio was a little quieter, so I didn't know if people at home,
Yeah,
but,
it's all immaculately set up with this new, this Focusrite Vocaster
Brett,
1.
Buddy, I love you like a brother. I told you that in person, but you're killing me, kid. I'm the one I'm going to bed soon, and you're sitting there looking so damn comfortable. Look at him. Look at that. He looks like he's doing a couch commercial.
This is literally like the only furniture. I've got a blow-up bed.
I thought you were going to say something else.
Yeah.
However you get through the night, Brad.
I got a blow-up bed. No, but in the bedroom, I've got a blow-up bed that I've been on for a week because we've been in here.
Yep.
Like I said, we're finishing up projects in the house.
Yeah.
Putting in some new security stuff. Putting in some last speakers that I haven't put up for years. I've got to pull some products like my Kaleidoscape. I've got an extra receiver. So I got to pull out some of my source equipment out of this rack and get it picked up for the renters to come in on the 18th. So I'll be here this weekend, leave tomorrow, come back next weekend, and then that should be it. And then, but yeah, so just a few projects an hour before I started with you, I was fixing a shower head that was leaking.
Yeah.
So
that's funny.
putting in some new lights in the garage, and just trying to get some stuff done tomorrow. I got to put some Philips Hue lights in the backyard, and
there you go.
try to get it going.
He's just so comfortable.
I am. This
Looks
couch
great.
is great. So
yeah. So how we doing, Paul? You've been in the chat
Okay.
almost all day. Did you get some sleep in there?
Pretty much. Yeah, I got about an hour and a half sleep. I didn't mean to be up quite that late, but the conversation was so riveting. Couldn't tear myself away.
See,
But,
thank you. It's not me. It's everybody, right? Yeah, that's awesome.
Well, I was debating staying up with you for the whole 24 hours in solidarity, but then I thought, no. I'll go to bed.
No, yeah,
no. I'm glad I did, because you kept saying, "Oh, I'm getting a bit punchy," and there's me. Well, I guess I've been reading some of the comments, and then I was feeling a bit punchy, so I decided to go.
Oh yeah, I think those comments are gone, right, Steve?
Yeah. Well, as I said, I was watching Talk to Me, and again, I've seen it, so I was like, that's okay, I'll keep an eye on the thing. And then suddenly I saw some stuff and thought, and I texted you, and I thought, but of course he's not seeing his text. And then I emailed, and I thought, do you know what? No, just drop in. And it was easy just to do it from the cinema room and just be like, have a little look, guys. Yeah, have a little look. And then, it finally kind of went away. Yeah. Look, it's going to happen sooner or later, especially with something like this where we're kind of throwing it to the world, and sooner or later some comments are going to creep in that we'd rather didn't. And then, but it was handled, so it's it's all good.
This guy's being rude, or what was the?
Well, just someone just out trying to cause trouble, just trying to be objectionable.
The contrarian.
And as a lawyer, I appreciate I'm a professional arguer, but still. It was designed to wind people up, and we're not like that. We don't normally get that.
Yeah.
And funny enough, I had someone that's a regular contributor to the show DM me and just say, Steve, look at these. And I'm like, no, I've seen them. We've sorted it. It's done. So yeah, who was then on the show actually? So I don't know whether you mentioned it. But yeah, no. We've been so lucky. If you think about the years, and by the way, guys, I do have this here for today, because today is my year with the show today, so I thought I'd keep that
anniversary.
Anniversary on the bus bench as of today, and so we're so lucky. We've got a great community of people. We say it a lot, and this 22 hours, whatever it's been, 21 hours, something like that,
23
as 23. I mean, so cool. Well done, man. But this has proven it. You've had so many people on, and I've been dipping in and out. I haven't been as diligent as Paul has, as much as I wish I had been. So I've been dipping in and out here and there, and everyone's been great that's contributing. 99.9% of the people in the chat have been really nice and really friendly. And when we do the show weekly, they normally are. They're absolutely brilliant people, and we have a really good time. So when you get one, and we knew it was going to happen, when you get one, and we're not going to say the name because we're not going to give them their what they're after. When you get someone that does that, it's something that's got to be dealt with quickly and kind of got rid of, because that's not what we want. And it was. But yeah, it's just it's going to happen. And this was just someone saying, "Oh, my stuff's better than everybody else," that kind of thing.
I couldn't keep up with it, but then I started to see a couple of things that I was like, "Wait a minute!" And I literally did a timeout, and then after that, I let that actually allows him back after a certain amount of time. And he came back, and it was actually pretty good for a little while, and I saw some decent discussions out of it. And then all of a sudden, it went it went south hard. And I didn't like it at all. I mean, I won't say what he said, but I was just like, that's it, done, boom, gone. And what's great is it eliminates everything that they said the entire time. So you can't even find it anymore. But you're right. It's like, I don't want to call it out. I don't want to talk to people. I don't think that person's around anymore. So, but it's like, what are you going to do? We've talked about it in the past, and we're still growing. We don't have these issues, but it is going to come, because that's what people like to do. So
yeah, it was weird for us because we're not used to it. We don't know. So we haven't encountered this before. Well, once before, wasn't it? Deej, you had it, which we didn't see at the time. We only saw it afterwards, didn't we? And it was.
I just thought it was funny. It was one line, but it wasn't somebody picking on somebody. It was just an inappropriate comment that obviously doesn't go with us, right? It was just, I think it was a swear word or something. It was like, what is this doing in here? And I was like, guys, we've made it big. We've got trolls.
Although we've had false alarms. Someone was talking about having some sort of blow up thing in the bedroom. Only a short one.
Right.
Oh, sorry, Brett. Sorry.
Yeah,
that was fine.
yeah.
That was okay.
So let's get back to the final.
That inferred it. I was saying a blow up bed.
Yeah. And I was like, oh. Let's get back. Let's get back. Yeah, let's get back to the home theater part, Paulie. How we doing, buddy? Bring us some audio excellence, pal.
Oh boy. Yeah.
Oh boy, all the pressure.
Oh boy. My main job this week has been cleaning up someone else's podcast.
Yeah, you were telling me that. Not mine. He's going to be getting to that one, but not mine.
So,
yeah,
really interesting. Because you get all these audio restoration tools and stuff, but the killer for years has been getting rid of reverb and getting rid of ambience. You know, which of course a little bit of ambience is fine, but an excessive crazy amount, like someone never actually mic'd up the people they were interviewing and then recorded it in a bathroom, tends to cause problems. So I was discovering all these new DSP tools, much more advanced, like AI tools for removing reverb and stuff and ambience. And that worked really well. So they asked me to do, oh boy, I mean, it was a podcast, but there was 3 hours of interview. I mean, who does 3 hour long interviews?
3 hour long podcast. I mean, that's crazy.
Yeah,
Just, why would you do such a
nuts.
thing?
So to prove that I could do it, they asked me to do like 5 minutes of it. So I did that 5 minutes and managed to turn it from utterly unlistenable to you could actually hear what the interviewees and interviewers were saying. And so sent it back to them, and that was a week ago, and I haven't heard back since. And I think my sister was right. I should have charged them for the 4 hours work I did on it to restore that
Paul,
5 minutes of audio.
Who is, because the thing with podcasts is, of course, you can do them quite quickly. This is a beautiful thing about it. It's quite egalitarian, isn't it? Anyone can do it. You know, literally, not suggesting anyone should, but you could. And so who is it that is going, I'm going to do a 3 hour podcast in a bathroom, and I'm not going to mic up the interviewee, and that would then pay you to then clean it up? I mean, who has got the money to do a podcast and spend
Why didn't they do it right the first time?
Right? Yeah. Who's that? I mean, obviously, don't name names.
It properly in the first place. But there was earlier on today, there was a discussion going on. Oh, who was it? Carl? Someone was talking about sort of the value of sound in film. And
we talked about that a lot.
And how the sound. Yeah, I think it was Carl. Because Carl talking about his thunderstorms and his subtly writing sound effects into his scripts. And the whole discussion of sort of getting paid for work and getting sort of pushed off jobs and things sort of came up. And I was only thinking that, sound is really valuable to film crews once it gets to the edit. But while you're actually shooting the film, you are bottom of the pile. Nobody cares what it sounds like. Everyone's like, oh, don't worry, we're going to replace it. We're going to loop it. Oh, it doesn't matter about the dialogue. Oh, we'll find an effect for that. There was one advertising shoot, commercial shoot I did, where there was one key shot where a London bus went by in the background as the character walked up the street. And I was told by the assistant director that we definitely must have the sound of this bus going by. I'm like, okay, yeah, cool, I can do that, no problem. So I set up, and we hadn't booked the bus. It's not like the bus was, stunt bus came driving past. We actually had to wait for like the 138.
A bus.
There'll be another one along
to go by. So we're having to time this shot for an actual bus to go past. And I'm there with my stereo mic and perfect spot to catch the ambience of the bus. And the camera guy said, who's to my side, goes, "Can you step back a bit?" I went, am I in your shot? He's going, no, but it's the light. I'm like, well, So I step back a bit and I stretch the boom out so it's further out, and I've got it out there. And then the bus is, so the assistant director's out on the pavement, and he goes, all right, here we go. In 10 seconds, the bus is on its way. Here we go. And then he proceeds to right, and action! And then, right, keep walking, just keep going, go towards me. That's perfect. And I'm like that. I was like, and so I wander off,
I got to come back for the 3:00 bus tomorrow to get the ambient sound.
Okay, we'll go again. And then we've got to wait 20 minutes for the next bus to go past because for whatever reason they didn't get the shot. And so I wander over to the assistant director and I say, listen, could you just count them in and then stay completely quiet? Because we're trying to get the sound of the bus going past. And
Not you.
Oh, yeah. No problem. So we wait 20 minutes for the next bus. Crew just sat around, finding croissants and so on. And then finally you hear the assistant director, all right, I've checked on bus times, it's on its way. So we're all set up, we're ready for the next one. Bus comes up. 3, 2, 1, and action. Okay, that's good. Yep, keep coming. Oh, and we were doing this shot for an hour and a half. And it's just one 5-second shot of someone walking up the street with a bus in the background. I didn't get anything usable out of it. Nothing at all. And then he went, oh, well, we'll just find an effect and drop it.
I was going to say, I'm sure there's some stock audio of a bus going by somewhere.
Yeah.
And the whole day, the entire day was like that. It was like 6 a.m. call, and then I got off that shoot at 2 a.m. the next day. And I'd recorded one line of dialogue that took 18 takes to get this one line of dialogue off this guy.
Was it a Kubrick commercial?
It was
or Fincher.
It was some weird commercial for some cryptocurrency thing. I've never seen it. It never made an appearance, and it took me 6 months to get paid for it, and I got paid 200 quid, which is like
it's not good.
A third of what the union rate should have been, because everyone's working on a budget. There's not really much money, but if this one goes well, there'll be loads more work, all that kind of stuff.
Oh yeah,
utter waste of time.
It reminds
Take
me
a
of
hit now for the future.
Yeah, that reminds me of a thing. My brother worked on the Young Indiana Jones Chronicles when he was when we were living out in Spain, in the south of Spain, and he was working with the catering crews and stuff. And he's my older brother. He was bringing stuff to and fro. And on this one particular day, they were shooting a scene. It's supposed to have been in 1860 something, whatever it was, 1880s Mexico. And they had the camera set up on a mountain, shooting down into a valley. And the idea was this stagecoach would go through the shot along this track, and that was the shot. And so they set this thing up, and you can imagine the amount of work that goes into setting the cameras up on this hill, setting all the lighting, having this stagecoach with 12 horses, whatever it was, running along this valley, and all the way through. And so they set up this shot. Took them hours. They bring the stagecoach through, and as it's coming through, my brother reversed a transit van into the shot as he was trying to move to thing. So the director shouts, "Cut!" Rick McCallum was producing it, and so director shouts out. He goes, "Who's that? So and so in the van? Get him out of the shot!" And they had to turn the stagecoach round, bring it back, do it round. It was like a half a day setup, just because my brother, being an idiot, had reversed into a live shot when he's not supposed to have done. But yeah, and he dropped a tray of drinks as well when there was a death scene as well, a really sort of close-up death scene in the camp, and he dropped the thing of drinks. And director shouts, "Cut! Get him out of here!"
Was he drinking water on the set of Game of Thrones? Was that him too?
Yeah, leave that bottle.
Yeah, he was fetching coffee for people.
Oh
he was
man,
nipping
but
down
he
to
was.
Starbucks.
But having said that, having been an idiot, they did ask him to go to Africa with them and carry on. But he's got a letter from Rick McCallum saying, thanks for all the work you've done, and it was really good, and thanks so much, bizarrely. There was some fun stuff on that set. My brother knows nothing about movies. He does not understand films. He's not interested in films, which is a good job that he was on that and not me, because I would have just been, geeking out nonstop.
You wouldn't have done your job.
No, well, not at all. I mean, literally. I mean, he came back. I kid you not, guys. Super quick. He came back one day because he'd been staying on set.
You in a hurry? Where we
on the
going?
other end of the coast. Well, yeah, no, I know, but this isn't the stuff necessarily you want to talk about. But he was. It is film related, but tangentially. And so he comes back one day. He'd been on set for a couple of weeks, and he came back, and he said, "Steve," he said, "Who's George Lucas?" I said, "What do you mean, George? Who's George Lucas?" I mean, this was in the 90s, so late 90s. And I said, "What do you mean, who's George Lucas?" He said, "Well, is he famous? Is he well known?" And I said, "Well, yes, he directed Star Wars, those sorts of movies, Indiana Jones, all that stuff." And he goes, "All right." And I said, "Why'd you ask?" He said, "Oh, I had lunch with him today." Not a clue who he was. Not a clue. But he could have been anybody. So yeah, and Harrison Ford was on set. He was visiting, and again, Chris knew who he was, but it didn't mean anything to him. So yeah, probably best that I wasn't there.
Great.
Otherwise, I would have been with George, going, "George, you've made the greatest thing ever. I want to talk to you about it." Howard the Duck is just fantastic, isn't it?
Yeah.
Just really upset in minute one. So yeah, no, that was a fun time. But yeah, he caused all kinds of issues. So I get the set issues and understand that entirely.
So let me ask you this: speaking of set issues, have any of you guys? I can't even remember if you've seen it, Steve. What's that latest Margot Robbie movie that's set way back
Barbie,
in the 20s?
It's really well known, Deej. It's been all over the place. Barbie, yeah, it's really big.
No. The one, yeah, no, the one it's rated. I watched it a while ago. Babylon. Have any of you guys seen that?
I haven't seen it. No. You kind of you both intrigued and put me off at the same time, Deej. You did both. Because I've heard lots of bad things about it, and you were like, "Oh no, man, it's opulent,
right.
It's amazing."
I think I talked to you, Paul, about it before because of the movie making aspects about it. That I was like, it's fascinating to what you think of I think it's a great home theater experience because it's one of those movies that like visually is just. Have you seen it, Brett? Babylon?
Yeah, I'm trying to think. That's the one where the group of them are together and it's after the war, or am I?
It's movie making.
The opening sequence is.
You're thinking of. Is that Amsterdam with?
Yes, that's Amsterdam.
Yes. Yeah. No, it's literally about movie making, and the start of the movie starts when they're in silent pictures. It's the evolution into talkies. And then at the end, it's like it's a interesting artistic take on like kind of the evolution of movies and stuff. But that part where like you were talking about, Paul, about like grabbing sound, and when they first went to talkies and what it took, like the guy is up in a booth sweating his brains out, and there's a scene, I don't want to spoil it for anybody, but the sound guy dies because he's in a hot box trying to get the sound. And it's like, and then the actors are being like, you need to say this in you got to hit your mark and you've got to shout it. You've got to act while shouting. And it's just that stuff alone into movie making. It was interesting to see. Plus the behind the scenes stuff is kind of what the movie was about, like the lifestyle they were living back then and how crazy it was. And they were having these parties. The opening scene is that like, we've got to get 10 elephants here. And because they had to cater to these extravagant people. But the movie making part of it, Paul, I think you would I think we all would. I think you guys would like it. It was like, it's fascinating to think, because I think it's based in, reality a little bit. And the idea, and they have another scene where they're trying to shoot, and it's like the sun's going down, which you're seeing, we got to get this. And they have like hundreds of people, everybody move, because they're trying, like Ben-Hur. There was no digitally putting people in. They had to just, everybody go, do it right. And so they're reenacting some of that stuff in the backgrounds and stuff. It was really, really cool to see from that aspect. So yeah, no, it's on my list. I'm like Steve, I saw quite a lot of fairly negative reviews, so I haven't been rushing out to buy it, but if it shows up on streaming, I'll have a look and then think about buying it. Yeah, you may not like the movie, but I think you'll find some of that stuff interesting, like behind the scenes stuff. I definitely want to check it out. So it's kind of Singing in the Rain, but with more sex in it. There's not a lot of sex in it. They kind of advertise it like that. There is a little bit, but not a lot. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
It's Damien Chazelle again, isn't it? Is it
Yeah,
Damien
it is. I
Chazelle
think it is.
movie?
Yeah.
Right.
Mm.
Yeah.
And so Brett, because you're obviously heavily involved in the technical side of it and the equipment side of it. Do you watch movies for kind of for enjoyment as well? Do you watch a lot of movies, or is it all kind of mainly the tech side of it that you're more interested in?
No, I love movies. I truly do. I think that's what got me into it. You know, my start was actually in finance. You know, when I turned 18, I opened my first account with Charles Schwab. So guy on this side of the pond, but you know, a little brokerage account area. Played around with it, fell in love with it. My junior and senior year in high school, I was working at a bank. So, you know, just as a teller, but like I said, just kind of running through that. And I thought that's probably what I would have done. And then a few things were changing around. And then, I was buying my first, it's funny, I'm writing this. There's a great channel. It's primarily been, kind of industry people, but trying to expand it now, kind of going a little bit more consumer, but called AV Nation. So great guy, Tim Albright. And so, you know, I've been chatting with him and I'm writing an article for him right now, kind of talking about some of my history because I'm going to start kind of taking over an article. And, you know, I started out on that side and then I was buying my first surround receiver. So a little $500 Sony receiver, 5.1, right? Because this is back when, for a bedroom. You know, again, before a house, you know, this and that. And I went in and it was like, but I knew my stuff. I was, you know, I studied. At that point, you didn't really have as much of the internet. So it was like Crutchfield and, you know, trying to figure out what you could find. And I went in and the guy who happened to be helping me was one of the managers. He's like, you know, you seem to know your stuff. It basically offered me a job on the spot. And so I said, okay. And ended up running multiple stores and this and that. So I love the technical side of, hey, how can I help you build your best theater, right? So yes, I do get a lot involved in the technical side, but it's all about enjoyment of movies. I love movies. I love content. I think we might have been talking before you jumped on, Steve, right as you were, but I love the storytelling side of it. And so, you know, I'm one of those that actually is a fan as a lot of these bigger productions have moved to TV or Netflix, however you want to call them. I was initially saying that, you know, the first one that really stuck out to me was 24. It was the first time you had movie star, you know, getting a little older, hadn't been in a lot at that moment, right? Which is probably why I did it. But still, a movie star going into TV was unheard of kind of at that point. And the fact that you could tell a story over 24 episodes, you know, it was invigorating. You could go so much more into character detail and development, much like the same reasons why we say books are better than movies most of the time, because it's that character development, right? And
the details in your imagination you get to use, where it's a movies are like, we've got to, they take that imagination out.
Like that. But you know, when you're watching it on a TV show, now, if there was a book about that TV show, you might still run in, because now it's like the character didn't look the same, or the, you know, there's always liberty that's taken with it. But when you have, be it eight hours, you know, 8 episodes or 10 episodes or whatever, I feel like you can get so much more of that story out. So I'm definitely one where I love movies. I've got about 1,800 movies probably on my Kaleidoscape system. And discs that I still have. I've got a fairly large collection.
Just on your Kaleidoscape.
Yeah, just on my Kaleidoscape.
Just on Kaleidoscape. Wow.
Just on Kaleidoscape. So, and then you know, and then I still stream a lot and I still watch a lot. And you know, my daughter's 18, so a lot of, as we were talking about before, you know, some of our favorite movies are nostalgia based, and you know, the next generation doesn't quite see them the same way, right? And so I try to watch stuff with her, you know, and it's you know, it's that next generation where it's more, especially as my daughter, but like, you know, maybe more fairies than, you know, elves and orcs, you know, but it's the same kind of thing, right? It's magic. It's, you know, and the production value is so high on a lot of these films.
Mm.
It's the same as when I go in there and, again, so if I go back to my childhood in it, Smallville, is still often considered, is it the best, Superman, or, it all depends on what you're looking for. Right. But in a lot of those TV shows, you could get like one special effect for every 2 or 3 episodes, one effect per episode. Right. And it was some basic thing and that was it. Now you got special effects all the time. Right. Shows like the TV show version of The Flash or, the Arrows or any of these other shows, do a pretty good job of, being able to tell the full superhero story in that case. But so I love content. And I'm one that I can appreciate quality content when it's new and it's, let's call it true art, right? Something that hasn't been seen and gets people talking. And I can appreciate those pieces, the Clockwork Oranges, all these shows that have been out there for years that some people look at it, even I remember growing up in high school and Pulp Fiction came out and then it hit the dollar theater because we still had a dollar theater by us, right? And we had to have seen the thing at least 10 or 12 times.
Yeah.
So it was me and always one other guy. We were always together. And then we had 1 or 2 people, like we'd invite people in, right, to come.
Right.
And the theaters were empty because it was like, it'd been out for months now. The dollar theater, city theater. But we could quote, we could quote.
It's so rewatchable.
Yeah.
Right.
And again, it was like we were talking about before, it was an event, right? Because you go out and you quote, it was Rocky Horror. It was, And so, but I just, those movies were like, I've never seen anything like that, and same thing you get into Resi Dogs and stuff like that, where it's like, okay, does it go a little violent? Does it go this and that? I understand why some people don't like it because it's just, but then when you get into like the story and how it all works and how the characters actually, co-develop and work with each other and this and that, that's the piece of the story, right? It's not necessarily the violence part. It's not necessarily the, you're cutting off the ear, but it's all the stuff that goes along with it, right? It's like, he's sitting at him going, and Jim's sitting there, it's like, my ear, your ear, I'm dying here, man.
Yeah.
Bleeding out on the floor because he's shot in the belly and,
But there's also parts of that, like, we didn't appreciate at the time because I think, like you said, we were kids. I was a little older, but we were kids. But now you watch it again, and it's part of the charm of it is the way it was shot. The way each shot was framed, the way that like the camera, like they're walking down the street and the camera ever so slightly might be moving as opposed to just panning with them or stagnant or however they're going to do it. But it was like, these are things that we didn't understand, but Tarantino was like, I'm going to do this in a different way and make it more, this is a modern film, but I'm trying to shoot it like maybe artistically old school or something like that. And then as we grow up and you start to chain the events again in, you're like, I love that movie. And, True Romance. And you're like, wait a minute, what's the commonality here? And that's how you get to know Tarantino. You're like, oh my God, he's doing all of these. It's like, and you didn't realize it when you were seeing each one, but then after a while, you're like, as a dumb kid, you're like,
you start to pick up on the theme of how they go.
Right. And then you see, that's why it looks so much alike. And I love the writing and I love this. And it's like, so
he managed to change the landscape of the 90s cinema, but by embracing 70s cinema. I mean, it was all, it's all rehashed. I mean, it was so, it looked all new because it was so old that people had forgotten what it used to be like. And of course, he was a massive movie geek and still is. And so he kind of had not forgotten the language of cinema of the 60s and 70s and the exploitation movies. And so then brought those into the 90s and everyone's like, whoa, this is all new. Yeah. And I'm sure he was thinking, wow, okay, you say so.
But every generation does that, right?
Well, yeah, indeed.
All bottoms come back and all the, I mean, they just, everything cycles.
Yeah, that's it. We're talking about home theater and Tarantino and stuff, and you were saying you saw it in the dollar theater. The first time I saw Pulp Fiction was on a 14-inch TV. And I remember it was in an old girlfriend's house on a TV that was mounted up on the wall, and obviously a 14-inch CRT TV up on one of those little rack, you know, the little brackets you used to get, and you'd sit the TV on it.
Yeah,
and this was in their kitchen.
On the corner
And I
on
watched,
the wall. Yeah,
exactly. And I watched Pulp Fiction on that for the first time, and was like, don't really see what all the fuss is about. But obviously, there's a reason for it.
You're not saying that the presentation is actually important.
The delivery system had an effect. I mean, it's incredible.
that was still, days of VHS. So,
second time, because talking about you're talking about Reservoir Dogs really brought back some memories, because I distinctly remember going to see that at the cinema, and took my dad along. Had only heard that, you've got to see this film, absolutely amazing. And the place, it had been out for like 2 weeks already, so we were catching it towards the end of its run. And we went in not really knowing what to expect. And we came out a little bit kind of, it picked up towards the end, but what the heck was going on there? And what put us off was that there were portions of the audience, and there was only about 20 people in there, there were portions of the audience laughing their heads off during the movie as people were dying, getting shot, ears being cut off, etc., etc. And so we just walked out really, really confused. And so it took a little while. It certainly took me a little while to kind of tune into what Tarantino was doing. Not because his movie making was bad, but just because of how that audience reacted. But did go to see Pulp Fiction at the cinema and absolutely adored it, and totally different kind of audience. And everyone, it's like one of those real amazing, like sort of group experiences where you've got a full cinema and everyone is absolutely with the movie from start to finish. But the second time I saw Pulp, so I had the opposite reaction to Steve in a way, in that I absolutely adored it and thought it was one of the best movies I'd ever seen in my life. First time I saw it on the big screen. Second time I saw it was on this.
There you go.
Yeah.
So, because I thought I might be on my own.
Do I have?
Clearly not.
I don't have that. My
today.
cover doesn't look like. Mine's right outside the room.
This will be the UK release then, because you.
Because my cover looks more like the poster. Yeah. Ours is red, and I have a laser disc. I as well saw it in the theater. I loved it. Absolutely loved it, and it's like I felt like I didn't have nostalgia for like what my father saw when my parents saw it in the theater, but I felt like after seeing that, like, is this what it was like? I mean, you just got a different vibe. I mean, the costumes and that, the way that Jackrabbit Slims, right? And it's like the entire movie, it felt like it was like a Jackrabbit Slims, the way it's shot, the way it's, and then the jump cuts and this and that and the timing, everything. It was just so, to me, I was just, as an art student, as this and that, I loved it, right? Steve and Paul, I'm going to tie both your stories together, because I have my best friend at the time. He had seen it for the first time in a hotel with his wife, and he's like, DJ, I don't know what you're talking about. That movie's horrible. I'm like, trust me, come over. On my 32-inch with surround sound, I put in the Pulp Fiction Laserdisc, and to this day, it's one of his favorite movies. To this day, and we quote it. He's still, one of my best friends today, and we quote it all the time. We're like, give me a foot rub, and you're just like, you're doing all the lines from the movie, like, you give me, it's just, it's like there's so many. I mean, it's just such a great movie, but he saw it in a hotel on a crappy TV, and he didn't get it. And what the funny part to me about that, and what amazes me about Pulp Fiction is, it's not a home theater movie, but it is a movie that does deserve the proper screen, because it's not a dedicated. Now, we did get the latest cut, and it does sound amazing and everything in the surround sound, but it is a movie with a great story that, to be fair, it's like we know a lot of our movies, like, you can have a great story or you can have a great cinema experience, but when you marry the two, that's gold, right? I never would have looked at Pulp Fiction and been like, you need the theater to enjoy Tarantino's writing. The acting is still there on a smaller screen, but for some reason, and I think it is the way it's shot, the colors, the costumes, and if you get it appropriate, it's not special effects, it's actually the art of what Tarantino was doing, and it needs to be delivered appropriately, and it
Well,
totally enhances it.
The other piece in there that I would say is even the kind of the third draw into that in every Tarantino movie is the soundtrack, because you get into, you know, and especially then, because, you know, CDs were still hot at that point. Like I have Resi Dogs, I have Pulp Fiction, I listen to those even still now, but especially at the time, you know, when I was in high school, college, like they were religiously in my CD player. You know,
oh yeah, Son of a Preacher Man. I'd be cruising around town. Was the Son of a Preacher Man? You know, but you're right. I can't even believe I missed that. You're 100% right. The soundtrack.
You know, Magic Carpet Ride. You know, so many songs that were out of the '70s, the generation before. You know, as this is coming out.
Yeah.
But they got you back into that, right? You know, and I think that, you know, that's a lot of it. Music, I believe, you know, always just pulls you into things. Music is something that's just always there. But it's something that I look at when I look at movies like Baby Driver, right? You know, a few years back. Totally new version, you know, all this and that, not Tarantino. But
you're right. Yeah.
I think that there's a huge homage into that Tarantino style with the way that they play with music so upfront in that.
Yeah, literally, yeah.
You know, you watch him and obviously he's got his, you know, headphones on and, you know, but as he's dancing and as all the stuff's kind of going through there, especially towards the beginning, you know, or in the first car chase scene, I love that side of it because again, you're, you know, I've always believed we kind of have these soundtracks to, you know, how we feel, how we are, you know, the music just absolutely changes us. And so, you know, I like I said, grew up in that high school, college kind of days of, you know, Quentin Tarantino.
Quentin Tarantino.
Did that better than anybody, you know, where I needed that soundtrack. I listened to that soundtrack. And it just made the, you know, you heard it. It felt like, you know, the guy's walking down the street listening to that music in his head. The same way that when I watch Baby Driver, you know he actually is because he's got these headphones in. You know, and few movies do that to that same point, right? You know, you get movies like the Beatles movies and, you know, and stuff like that where they incorporate music into the movie. But that's not the same because it's meant to be there, right? They were actually performing it rather than you know, just something that's meant to be just kind of in their head as they're going through their life.
Well, guys, I'd be remiss if I didn't mention the one I brought. I wish Todd was here. Come on, do we all remember Iron Eagle?
That's not what I thought you were going to say.
Yeah, I mean that took a left turn or a left.
I think
Moulin Rouge. We had plenty of other ones. Yeah,
exactly. No, but everything. I'm sitting. I used that on Todd. I think the first time he was on my show, and he had the same look on his face. He's like, and I was like, "Come on!" And I think I couched it a little differently because he was an Air Force kid, and he told me that, and I'm like, "Well, let me ask you this," and I don't know, whatever. But I rolled out Iron Eagle, and he just went, "Oh my God, who the hell talks about that?" But it is funny, like. It's not well made. I've watched it. I showed it to my son, and like when we were done watching, I had to find the disc because it's not really anywhere. I think it's DVD or a bootleg Blu-ray from somewhere else. But I'm like showing my son the movie, and I'm like, I swear to God, when I was a kid, this was a big deal. And then you find out it came out the same year as Top Gun. And you're like, okay, that didn't age as well as Top Gun. But at the time, it was everything, like you said, it's like he was Baby Driver in the jet. Right, he had to listen to his music so he could do it, and we loved that soundtrack. Then it doesn't play as well, but I think it makes a great joke, and it's like you wish it played well because when I was a kid, that was a fun movie for us to see in the theater. And it's like the look on you guys' face. Everybody just went. I don't know if he's serious or what the hell.
And it is, of course. This year is the 50th anniversary of American Graffiti.
Ooh,
yes.
There you go. There's another.
Probably the movie that really started that. The use of the needle drop.
Yeah.
As it were.
I would agree with that.
And of course, Lucas only got away with it because the music industry didn't really know how to do licensing for film. So when they went to use all this music from the late 50s, early 60s, all the record labels were like, yeah, sure, you can use our track.
I didn't know that. Really?
$1,000. Go, yeah, you can have it for $1,000. Fine. And so, yeah, because he only had he was set a budget of no more than $1 million to make American Graffiti. And of course, if you were to try and make American Graffiti now, it would cost just the music licensing would be millions and millions of dollars because of the sheer number of tracks that he used.
Sure.
But he got away with it because they didn't know how to handle it. But yeah, that's probably the
wouldn't his
first movie
success
to use
also
that
contribute? Wouldn't that success also contribute to the fact, like, wait a minute, we made a mistake there. We should be charging more.
Yeah,
It's like,
that's exactly
look how
what
popular
happened.
that
Exactly.
was.
Yeah,
Whereas
because-
if it tanked, everybody would been like, all right, $10.
Yeah, right. Well, of course, was it Universal? It came out. Was Universal putting up the money for it in the end?
I think it's a Universal film.
Yeah, they hated it. He finished the cut and he showed it to them, and they went, "This is terrible. Maybe we can." They wanted to recut it and stick it out on TV as a TV movie. And the only reason it was a success is that they sort of trialed it in a few cinemas around Hollywood, just like a little one-off screenings, just to sort of gauge public reaction. And public reaction was, "Oh my God, we love this." And so at that point, Universal went, "Oh, maybe it'll be all right after all then." And then gradually, it was a wider and wider release. And then everyone made their money back and then some. What did it do? About $120, $130 million in the early 70s, in the first month or something crazy. And that's why we got Star Wars. Because
although
Lucas
even then,
spent-
Star Wars, he still struggled to sell. I mean, it was was it Alan Ladd Jr. at Fox who decided to do it after every studio had passed on it?
Yeah.
Because no one could figure out what it was. And even Fox had passed on it before, say, Alan Ladd Jr. got on it and was like, actually, okay, well, we'll give it a go. Some
But
dopey
Lucas
sci-fi
basically,
thing.
he invested all the money he made from American Graffiti, and of course all the cachet and kudos he had from American Graffiti is what enabled him to make Star Wars. And
and how did that do? I'm not sure.
Self-financed, wasn't it?
I gotta look it
Apart
up
from
when I get a
Alan Ladd.
chance.
He's made a
Yeah,
couple.
I mean, and I think the pajamas,
do anything?
the bedspreads, the shower curtain, they're quite popular to this day. So I've heard.
Right, there's a Yoda 2 doors down from me right now, like life size with the lightsaber from Halloween.
Did Carl show off his life-size BB-8? Did he show you that when he was on early? Did you see
No.
that? Oh man,
No.
he's
Nope,
he's
we
got
didn't get that.
a full prop-sized BB-8. He's got the unhinged poster behind him, and then
Yeah, we
next
saw
to
that.
him, there's got a full-size BB-8.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
That's funny.
Yeah, he's because when he's talking on these, he blurs out the background, so you can kind of make
Yeah.
it out. But when we were talking prior to the last show that he was on, it's right there.
Oh,
but
wow.
he's a Star Wars nut.
Yeah.
But yeah, talking about getting away with things, by the way, Mark Perkins in the chat. Talk about this kind of English teacher. Would Jen have done this, Deej? So it says, Pulp Fiction, what a movie. First time for me was my English teacher showing the class. He was a cool teacher. I hope that was in primary school.
That's my kind of teacher.
Junior school. Yeah. Would Jen have done that, do we think, Deej?
No, but she's shown Apocalypse Now.
Oh, is she?
Yes.
Well,
Yeah.
Which is
Hey,
based on
John.
the Heart of
How we doing, buddy?
Darkness, isn't it?
Morning, guys.
Hey, John.
Because
Hey, buddy.
Because she was teaching the book, so she had this goes way back. She had never seen Apocalypse Now, and we were living here, and she was like, she goes, I'm teaching the book, and I was like, can we see the movie? And to this day, it's one of her favorite movies, Silence of the Lambs, Apocalypse Now, and then she had it. I think she had to get permission from the school or something to be able to show it. But she's as an English teacher, she's like, we're going to watch Apocalypse Now. And she was working, as teaching the book and stuff. But
what age?
I thought it was based on the Heart of Darkness.
high school. She's a high school teacher.
Okay.
It's 5th grade,
Yeah, I didn't imagine it was like 8-year-olds.
Yeah, it was after nap time, kindergarten.
Right, kindergarten, K through 2.
Yeah.
I mean, that's another That's another
Right.
awesome.
And they showed
home
Full Metal
theater
Jacket
release
right
as well.
behind that. It was a nice double feature.
Yeah,
It's very
exactly.
fun.
Yeah. But that's
So-
another great disc as well. Talking about a disc which is really, really good. It's been remastered in 4K, and hasn't got the mono track on it as well. Not that, again, why would you?
Apocalypse
No,
Now, I think
look for it, but
does.
yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah. By the way, Paul,
Yeah,
I can
there's
see the. I approve of the Bruce Lee box set behind you there. I
Oh,
can
yes,
see
it's,
that.
which way do I
Pride of
have to
Place.
lean? There it is.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, I can
Yeah.
see that there. Yeah, good man.
Camera pulls
Well done.
focus carefully,
So-
identifies Bruce Lee and focuses on him.
John, I gotta ask you: are you with the Flash T-shirt? Is that like making fun of me because I said Flash could be the movie of the year, or is that an homage to Sheldon?
That's a homage to Sheldon Cooper.
There you go.
Yes!
I'm here, Sheldon Lee Cooper.
That's my boy. That's my boy.
Panhandle.
When John was on before, we're talking Oppenheimer, we're getting into that, and we both had the same idea, like, it was like Big Bang Theory based off of Oppenheimer? Are they taking the thing? I mean, there's so, and we're both huge fans of Big Bang Theory, and we both literally go to sleep at night with it on in the background. I don't know if you noticed in my open, John, but you can see it's still playing on the TV. I had to do that for you, buddy, because that's what I sleep to every night. But we know the show so well that we're like, Oppenheimer is based on, obviously, it's on these true people. The characters in Big Bang Theory, some of them actually show up. Like the scientists come from the Chicago play in the late. There's so much tie-in between the two of them, and it's. Yeah, I just wanted to give you that. I knew what you were doing.
Guys, I'm just going to sorry, 2 seconds. I'm sorry. I'm just going to drop out, guys. I might jump back on in a little bit, guys. I've just got to pop out and sort something out.
Go down the cop shop.
Breakfast time. Yeah, well, no, luckily not that. Thank goodness.
You go have your eggs, your tea and crumpets.
Well, there you go. Careful, you've got more Brits on here than normal, Deej.
I know, we're outmanned. Actually, once you leave, it's even up. It's like
So the fight's
Revolutionary War all over again. Here we go.
Oh, yeah. Not so much the Boston Tea Party as Boston Cup of Tea. So see you in a bit, guys. All right. Thanks, Steve.
All right. Thanks, Steve.
Guys.
Later, buddy.
Cheers.
Bye.
Bye. Later.
Cheers.
What I was going to say is, like, when you get to watch Oppenheimer again, watch the first lecture that Oppenheimer gives on quantum physics, and it is identical to Howard's when Sheldon gives Howard his first lecture in his class.
Yes.
Even the first line of dialogue is exactly the same.
Yeah.
When he says he thinks he knows it, and then the guy says, "You don't know anything."
Yep. It is eerily similar that you're like, this sitcom, then you go to how serious a movie Oppenheimer is and how much, and we talked about it in the last show. I can't wait to see the movie again. You've seen it many times since then, but every time I see it, I'm like that, like you said, that line, anything, you're like, I remember them saying that, and then talking about like theoretical physicists versus, the experimental physicist, and you're like, and I remember even on the first viewing, I was saying to my son, I'm like, that's Sheldon, that's Leonard, that's it. And then the lines coming out of them, you're like, you go back, and I think you pointed out a few of the lines as well when we talked, that you're like, that scene right there in the movie is like this exact scene. You had another one, I can't remember what it was, but
There is
it's
so many.
weird.
It's
Yeah.
uncanny.
It is, because their genres are so extremely different, right? And it's like one is actually trying to cite history. Nolan's trying to tell his story of history, and it kind of makes you look at, and as you and I discussed, John, it's like, were they trying to do something with Big Bang Theory that flew over everybody's heads? Because that's not an accident.
No, I mean, it's interesting. Somebody, if they ever get a chance to speak to Chuck Lorre, should ask him how they developed it, because I'm sure the basis of the development of quantum physics in California is probably paralleled with, obviously, the fact that Sheldon was studying quantum physics and string theory.
Right. Yeah. And go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, it's uncanny. And as I said, the other reference when they're in the Christmas party, when Kenneth Branagh turns up and it tracks across, and there is Richard Feynman playing bongos in the background.
Yes, you and I talked about that one. Sheldon plays the bongos on the show, and you're like, come on. And it's you're like, that is not a coincidence, you know? And it's like, and the fact, it'd be one thing if Oppenheimer came out years ago and then Big Bang Theory comes out and you're like, oh, they're just referencing that. When the serious film, and you're like, wait a minute, that has tie-ins to this sitcom? It's very weird. Have either of you guys seen it? Are we spoiling? I mean, it's a history thing, but Brett, have you seen it yet? Paul?
I have not. I've been
Okay.
so busy moving around and everything else.
Yeah.
You know, as Barbenheimer came out, have not been in the theater, but I've got it. I've got it purchased on my Kaleidoscape. I'm moving that over this weekend from this house to the new house, and then I can go watch it up there. So.
Yeah, it's like
now you're talking about Oppenheimer. I thought you were asking me whether I'd seen Big Bang Theory.
No, Oppenheimer. Have you seen that?
I haven't. No, annoyingly, kind of similar situation. It's like when I had an opportunity to see it, I couldn't get anyone else to go and see it with me. And for some reason, I'm very happy going to the cinema on my own. In fact, sometimes I'm happier.
Yeah.
a few bad experiences where someone else comes to the cinema with you and destroys a movie for you by just not getting it at all.
What's that?
But for some reason, I felt like I really wanted to see Oppenheimer. I guess I knew I was going to want to talk to people about it as I came out, and I didn't want to come out and just get on the tube just thinking about it to myself. And I just couldn't get anyone to go.
Luckily for you, Paul, they just re-released it in IMAX from Friday, so you can go see it again.
Yes.
I very luckily, Universal have invited me to see it again tomorrow night in IMAX, so I'm very very thrilled.
Which one are you? Which
BFI.
where are you going to see it? BFI. Oh,
IMAX.
great. Yeah.
So no, I think Universal are very, very. They really want an award for it, so they really want an Oscar nomination for it. So literally, they are having so many award screenings for it that they are really pushing it.
Right.
I mean, yeah. The other morning I went to, because I had an award screening for it the other week at 9:30 on a Saturday morning, and I was blown away at 8 because people were getting there at 8 o'clock in the morning to make sure we all got good seats.
Oh. So when I talked to you last Saturday, that was literally right after you had seen it?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you saw it the night before, and you were calling me the night, because it was morning to me. It was like 9 a.m. to me at my side.
Yeah, it started at 9:30, and I think it's 3.5 hours long, so it finished at 12:30. So by the time we got out of the cinema, and I was talking to a guy, some other guys there, and then literally I had to walk. Literally due to mass marches in the centre of London, I had to walk all the way home. So while I was walking home, I thought, who can I share my excitement with?
Yeah. You texted me. I sent you back this big long text, and you're like, "I'm not typing this much," and you just called.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It's like, sometimes words just have to do. It's like, speaking is the most. Yeah.
That's why I do a podcast, and I'm not a writer.
But no, it's been an incredible summer for films. I mean, Oppenheimer, did exceptional business. Barbie did exceptional business, and then all the other films just failed.
Well, we did talk about this one. Did you see the Taylor Swift?
Yes, I have seen. I've seen it. I've now actually seen it. And no, I mean, okay, that wasn't a summer film, but that's an exception. Okay. I mean, she's made more money than God. So,
well, you could have said that before the movie.
Yeah, well,
yeah, but she was officially, I think, a billionaire after this.
Oh, really?
After this,
I didn't know that.
But yeah, everything this season,
okay.
Music tour plus this, and
her people were exceptionally clever on this because they did a direct deal with AMC. So literally, they cut everybody else out. So it was a direct deal with AMC, and then AMC actually became the licensee to everybody else around the world.
The genius thing I thought was that in that deal, they were only allowed to show it. Is it Wednesday to Sunday or Thursday to Sunday? So they couldn't screen it Monday, Tuesday. Because they felt that it was like sort of an event film, like a weekend film. So no one wants to go to go to a
Had to
big
go on
event
concert
film,
nights. No
a
concert nights on Monday.
absolutely that. So they made a deal
Yeah.
that, you know, it stays in the cinema for however many, you know, 2-3 weeks or whatever.
Yep.
But it only gets shown something like Wednesday to Saturday or Wednesday to Sunday or Thursday to Sunday or something. I think it might be Thursday to Sunday.
That also
and then
compresses.
They have to find other programming for the other days.
Yeah.
It's like,
seats and everything else to make sure.
Yeah, it compresses the audience. Every theater is more packed because you can't go to the lesser showing on a Tuesday afternoon or something. So that gives you that like what we were talking about earlier, that environment of like more people in the theater, more people cheering. It's no fun to see Taylor Swift all by yourself on a Tuesday afternoon, right?
Well,
it loses the luster.
Monday, Tuesday, Wednesdays, dead in the theaters anyway. I mean, yeah, that Wednesday was normally traditionally when they tried to put alternative content on anyway, because literally it was like the sort of like the point of the week when you weren't really getting much traffic.
Well, for years, well, we're not doing it anymore, are we? But for years, DJ, we had Orange Wednesdays in the UK.
Orange Wednesdays?
Orange were a mobile phone network.
Okay.
And I think it was that if you were an Orange subscriber, if you were on their network, you got half-price cinema tickets on a Wednesday. And it was really popular, and now you can see why they put it on a Wednesday. In fact, there was a whole advertising campaign, really famous advertising campaigns like screen advertising, which are worth, not all of them are on YouTube, but they're worth trying to find on YouTube, because they had one with Sean Astin. There was a Star Wars related one. Basically, it would be like a little board meeting where they'd get some celebrity actor in or whatever and start pitching these ridiculous movie ideas at them. And there was a lot of those adverts, and they're worth seeking out. And they were all to promote this sort of Orange Wednesday thing. They're pretty famous. That was in the 90s, wasn't it?
Now, if you remember that the meerkats have taken over, and you've got the Compare the Market analytics site is basically now sponsoring meerkat movies.
Yeah. Oh, that's it. Yeah.
And he is like, you know, what's the cat? There's the two. Sergey is now a legend. Is like literally his toys sell, because you can only get his toys if you buy insurance from Compare the Market, and it's like literally. Yeah, they sell for a fortune on eBay.
No way. Realize that. In fact, yeah, DJ's
marketing.
What the hell are you talking about?
I love it.
The world of UK
I'm like,
television advertising. It's very different.
No, but I
your
like
Geico adverts.
Exactly. Or I like the scene from Big Bang Theory when they're talking about like, what's the bear? Smokey the Bear told us not to burn down the forest, and he goes, "Is that like such and such the muskrat to stay away from whatever cobras, mongoose?" He goes, "You had to have a bear to teach you not to." Oh no, he goes, "You had to have a mongoose to teach you to stay away from cobras," and then he says back, "You needed to have a little bear to tell you not to burn down the forest." It's like he's in India, and he grew up in India, so you had the two environments. It's so funny. It's all coming back to Big Bang now.
We can just sit and talk amongst ourselves for the next 5 hours about Big Bang Theory.
Yeah, I know. It's like, Brett's like, I've never seen the show.
Oh, I've seen it.
Yeah,
I've seen it.
Do you not like it, buddy?
No, I do. I've had my daughter watch it with me. We watched it for a bit, and I tried to get my daughter into all this stuff that I think in the last, even let's say 10, 15, 20 years, especially TV. Like I said, that she prefers TV. She's got a thing. So it's not an attention span, because she'll watch 2, 3, 4, 5 episodes, right? So she'll binge her episodes in there. But she does not like watching a movie as well as she likes watching a TV series. And I don't know if it, again, just her, just whatever.
Is it possible that could be attention span, and that it's not the duration, it's the story?
It's just
moves
that the
a lot
story
faster.
has to complete and go into a new story, right? So, but like we take her through, but when we pick shows, they're obviously let's say, better shows that have lots of seasons in them, right? 6 to 9 to 12 plus seasons. So we start watching these things, and I'm like, oh my God, that's all we watch for like the next like 3 months, or But we used to do like I always like Psych.
Yeah, I love Psych.
Fun one. Psych was great.
Oh.
And then so we did that when she was younger because it was pretty appropriate, for everything. So no big deal there.
That's how I found that through my kids. Yeah.
Okay.
They're the ones that showed me Psych. And then I was like, now I'm pointing out all the 80s references, and they're like, Dad, Psych's on again.
That show has the most 80s reference anywhere, right? Because it flashes back, it does this, that, his whole thing.
Yeah.
And, but it's funny. It's funny, yet, they're smart at things and they figure stuff out. And And then, we've done NCIS, all the LAs, all those. We've done Suits. We did more recently, which I had watched before and then, rewatched. But yeah, no, we have her watch a bunch of older stuff, older 10, 15, 20 years that are just, again, they ran for 8, 10, 12 seasons. These are things that you should probably know pop culture wise, right?
Right.
And Big Bang Theory is one of them,
Yeah.
And so
interesting. It keeps coming up in, particularly since the whole Best Buy debacle. And there's this, that whole debate that's going on about physical versus streaming. Physical's going to die out and everyone's going to streaming and it's going to kill the sort of sell-through movie business. And I keep arguing, hang on, but it's not. They're not even comparable, because you can't. If we're just talking about streaming services like Netflix and Amazon and, well, not so much Amazon, but Disney subscription services, that's not a collection. That's not catering to the same market as the people that would buy physical media.
Sure.
And I think the battle that's actually going on is not a battle for how you get your movies, but just simply a battle for eyeball time. As in, the average consumer sitting at home and decides they want to watch something, and what are they going for?
Yeah, where are you going?
And they're going towards streaming, not because that's how they get their movies, but just because that's a convenient thing to watch, and they've started watching Ahsoka or The Boys or whatever. And so all the time that they're spending watching The Boys or watching Big Bang Theory or watching is time that they can't spend watching movies. And they might choose to watch movies on disc, or they might choose to download them or whatever. But actually, they're too busy watching the latest Netflix series. And so to me,
that's stuff that's never going to be on disc.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah,
right.
Well, although that seems to be changing a little bit. But yeah, that's actually the fight. It's not between, I think that's where streaming are sort of killing physical, So
did you get that recently?
That's basically they're talking about physical media. The nonsense about it dying out. That actually now sells for probably close to $1,000 on eBay.
Yes.
Oh, no way.
Yeah.
And it's
that edition.
Yeah,
that's the vault. What do they call those? The vault. Film vault. Yeah.
Yeah.
I've tried to buy as many as I can. I mean, I don't know why, because I've got the discs already, but I just I just bought them because the packaging is amazing. It's got a paperweight inside with its serial number on it. You literally, as soon as these come on the market, they all sell out. I mean, Shawshank Redemption is another one you can get for love nor money now.
Yeah.
See, there I was objecting to the fact it won't fit on my shelf and it doesn't line up with the others.
Yeah.
I'm not buying it. I'm paying extra for something that doesn't fit. And then stuff like Transformers comes out.
That's my boy. There you go.
How many?
Nobody else is laughing.
I should have been chalking up the number of references you made to that today.
You guys haven't heard me say that? Come on, John. Let me get that Robert Brixis in the chat, $5 super sticker. Thank you very much, Robert. And he says, you're going to make it longer than I am. Great show today.
It's the 4K restoration of The Godfather.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Largely for many decades considered the finest films, certainly Godfather 2. I'll leave 3 out of it. But, considered the greatest movies ever made. And the packaging.
I said so in the film Barbie.
Yeah. Well, the packaging is like, It's a bit sort of. I mean, it's okay, but yeah.
But as long as they're going to make money off of it.
I feel like I just did my first unboxing video.
It's sort of,
you got the sight that the sights, the sounds, and he's like playing with it, like.
They saved like $3 on the packaging on 3 of the most important films ever made. It's so.
Godfather 3, the original cut of it was dreadful, and then the re-cut of it, the Coda version, actually makes it into a legendary film.
Yes,
it's exceptionally good now. It is
suddenly it's
film it should have been.
Yeah, how did they get it so wrong the first time around? Were they just trying to cut it for length?
I was just going to say money.
We can't put a movie this long in theaters. Oppenheimer.
That's most of the time. Yeah, that's most of the time. And you'd think
Killers of the Flower
would have
Moon,
had the clout
which
to
is
be
doing
able
very
to
well.
do it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Back then, it was even harder. Now, I think, every movie, if it's going into the theaters and you're going to see it, seems to be expanding on its time. You're seeing more and more 2 hour 45, 3 hour.
Now, that's a great.
An action movie was an hour 45, an hour 55. Nobody wanted to cross the 2, and now
2 hour mark.
Really crossing 3.
Do you think? Well, no, because Endgame, Infinity War, they were both 3 hours. I was thinking, like, is it getting more prevalent now after COVID, where it's harder to get people into the theaters, so they're not as shy because they're not selling theaters out like they used to when they were trying to keep it to 2 hours, because that meant more runs in a day. Whereas now, now it's like
I don't know. It seems like
what I'm saying
before that too, but you're right.
But was attendance dipping enough even before COVID? Because we all said it even before COVID. It's like COVID didn't cause what happened; it just accelerated what was already happening, right? So it's.
Well, I think Go ahead, John.
I just looking over the years, the problem with cinema attendance over the last couple of years is there's not been very, very good films. And what Oppenheimer and Barbie proved, that actually if you had a good film, people will turn out.
Well, not only that, go back to last year, and we had, Maverick.
Yes.
That was like kind of the only one, but and that was the one that post-COVID we're like, we're back. Look at what's going on. They delayed the physical part. They're like, look at how long that ran as popular. And then this year, we didn't have a single movie to look at, but we had actually a few this year, right? Which I think is even better than the year before. And who knows, maybe next year we'll have 3 or 4 movies that were like, wow, look at it. And then that's where maybe do we potentially get back to where we were, like where we stopped saying before COVID, after COVID, and all this, right? Because I mean, that was a huge event that really hurt an industry that was already kind of on the downside. And are we now with this Taylor Swift stuff? Are we potentially rejuvenating because they were forced to find a way to do it? The market.
Well, they're really having to make theatrical releases an event now to get people in, aren't they? It's like it's for a lot of people now. It's not their first call if they want to see a movie. They will think, I don't know, maybe 60-70% of people just think I'll wait for it to come on streaming or I'll buy the disc. And so it has to be big event things that are, you can't sell every single movie you put into theaters as a major event. Otherwise it kind of defeats the object. But that's very difficult. I heard someone on a podcast the other day just saying, these days, with the cost of going to the movies, we just think, well, I'll just buy it on 4K and I'll watch it at home. And it might have been your podcast. It might have been this podcast. It seems like a long time ago. It started nearly 24 hours ago, didn't it? So it might
If you go to the West End in London and you try and see a film such as something like Oppenheimer, I mean, a prime seat in the Odeon Leicester Square is £52. So I mean, that's just one seat. Obviously that's in the front Royal Circle, but if you back up from that, I mean, I think the average price is about £27-28, which is that's about $40-50.
There are bad cinemas in the West End where tickets are 30 quid a seat for a bad screening.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
And it's we went to see No Way Home. on a kind of late night screening, 4 of us, and that was the super screen at the Empire. And I think I mentioned this to you, DJ, didn't I? Presentation quality was shocking. It was the only screen that was showing it at midnight. It was the only time we could go. And we sat right in the middle. I made sure I booked the best seats, because they were so expensive. I booked the best seats I possibly could, right in the middle, perfect position in the cinema, and then massive hotspot on the screen. Because I hadn't realised on that screen, it's a silvered screen to get enough gain because of the sheer size of the screen. And all we had was, it was all kind of blown out in the middle, and then sort of, poor contrast to the edges. And that was 30 quid a ticket. Yeah, kind of ruined it for me, really.
Yeah, I remember you telling me that.
I'll never sit right in the middle of a row again.
I've given up complaining to Cineworld about how bad the Empire is. Particularly that super screen, because that super screen I think is an embarrassment.
Yeah. Okay. I'm glad it's not just me.
No, it's. I mean, you've got the entrance to the screen is right next to the front of the screen itself. So literally, somebody comes in from the bathroom, I open the door,
the door opens,
the screen out with all the light from the corridor, and it's like, Jesus,
bless you.
Yeah. It's billed, DJ. It's billed as like one of the best screens in London. That was the first and only time I've been to that screen.
Oh.
Whereas Screen 1 at the Empire is spectacular. Not that I've been
right. It's an IMAX screen though that's regulated by IMAX themselves. So
yeah, but it's absolutely beautiful. The original Empire, the way it was originally, was amazing, but they've sort of preserved a lot of that experience, even though it's a smaller auditorium. But and you imagine the other screens at the Empire are going to be, high quality as well, and they're not.
Screen 8 at the Empire literally used to be the gents' toilets.
Screen.
Jeez.
Yeah.
It's got 2 rows of seats, and I mean, literally, I think most people's home cinemas would be bigger than this. It's got 2 rows of seats and literally a tiny screen.
It just makes you think that they're doing that West End thing we have in London, where a lot of businesses sort of prey on unsuspecting tourists who are in London for a weekend, and they go, let's go to the cinema, or let's go to this restaurant or cafe or something. And then it doesn't matter how badly they're treated, because they'll never be back. And then there'll be other tourists tomorrow and next week and next year. And there's an endless supply of people.
So they're not looking for a repeat. They're just looking for the one time.
Yeah.
I took it just slight off topic. I went to the theatre, one of the rare few only times I went to the theatre, because somebody actually invited me and had given me a free ticket to go and see The Patriots, the story of the guy who put Putin in power. And it was so funny that the theatre was doing a food and beverage check on the way in. So all these poor tourists were having to put all their food into this waste bins because they weren't allowing them to take anything in that wasn't bought in the theatre.
Oh, jeez.
They all thought, hang on, I'm going to the theatre. I'm not getting on a plane. Why am I having to throw my drinks away? This is stupid.
No, we've had that here.
Maybe they took their drinks in a little bottle in one of those Ziploc bags. They'd be allowed to bring them in.
No, it's money. We got Jack Lee, a $2 super sticker in the chat. Thank you, Jack. Appreciate that.
Wow, Jack.
Oh, nice.
And
so,
what I was,
you
were saying about your experience, and like you said, they don't care, they don't do anything about it, and it gets to that we're a minority. Most people don't care. So if 95% of your clientele is very happy because they don't know the difference, they don't care about the difference, and we're trying to help, but the things that we see, the things that we notice, most people just, I guess that's the way it's supposed to be. So they don't care. They don't have our eyes and ears. They're not placating to us. And like I said earlier in the show, I think you guys were on, or some of you might have been, but it was like, that's why when you do find a cinema, you're like, that's a person on the other side of that whoever's running that cinema is probably more like-minded to us, because there's really no money in it for him to improve it like this. It's harder for him, but he wants to do that. Right. And it's like, I feel like those people are doing it right because they want to. And and it's hard to find those cinemas. It's hard to find those places where we can get the best quality of viewing experience that we can get, because the money is in get them in, get them out, get in, get them out. And it's not in the, all right, oh, Paul, you found a hotspot? You're like, how can I correct that? Like, nobody else complained. Move on.
That's a real West End thing, though, because it happens in restaurants and cafes as well, where you either get terrible service or everything's overpriced or the food's not very good or whatever. And they sort of don't really have to worry about it because it's a constantly changing clientele.
There's another busload of suckers coming in tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly that. So
but we get bad theater stories all over the world too. Yeah. There are bad. I mean, I've talked about it here, and many people have talked about it. It's not fun to go to the theater anymore. Nobody takes care of it, and I think it is starting to get better. I think the experience is getting better in my area. They've upped their projector, they've upped their sound, but it's like I've heard many stories of like it's not worth going anymore. My home is better. And I think a lot of that was the years of bad treatment and bad experiences in the theater that make you like, what am I going there for?
I think some of the stuff has changed too in the last, 5-8+ years, where, you're getting reclining seats, you can order food, you can order drinks, you can, so it becomes more of a date night, right? Which is what movies were really about back, when we were growing up. It's like, you went with your friends or you went with a date, right? That was the movie night. And so, I think people got tired of the, sticky floors and the, and the seats that like didn't sit right and everything else, and said, yeah, I can go watch this at home and Netflix and chill. And, and nowadays we have, chairs and couches that recline as well. But I know we have a spot like down in Mountain View. So it's, I pass by 3 other theaters to get there, but they've got a good screen, they've got good audio, and they've got reclining chairs, and you can grab food, and it feels like it's a premium service, which I think really, as we get into where movies go now, it's that premium experience, right? You're going to go with your friends, you're going to go take your kids for their birthday, you're going to go on a date night, you're going to, get it. And I think it makes sense because really the theater doesn't want us going on our own. That doesn't make them a whole lot of money, right?
Right.
But if you can get people to go like for birthdays again and, and date nights and group outings and stuff like that, then it's like, now you've got 10 people going in. And if you start offering, $10 beers, people are going to buy them, or whatever they cost in there. But, for good drafts and this and that, $6, $8, $10, here's a little bit of food. Here's a little bit of this and that. I think it's again reinvigorated it as to a night out, similar to how bowling alleys have done the same thing. A lot of places are doing, where they're lighting it up. They're doing special events. They're doing, all these kinds of things because it's like, otherwise, like I like to bowl when we go out with some friends or we do something, but like, I got to imagine that like a lot of things, it starts trailing off a little bit, right? It's like the things that people were doing 20, 30 years ago, not as many people were doing now. And so how you either have to re-enliven it, which is done with glow in the dark lanes and all this and that. And, or movie theaters with big old reclining chairs. I mean, they're super comfy and they're, and you get food and they've got actual trays and they've got all this and that. And it sounds good and it looks good. Why wouldn't I be willing to spend an extra $3?
I have to say, in the UK, one of the best values you can probably get is the Odeon Movie Pass. Because certainly for the West End version, £17.99 a month, unlimited cinema entrance for a month.
Oh.
And you also get 10% off the concessions as well. So it's very good value.
Wow.
So literally you could go and see, 4 films a day for $17.99 a month.
Yeah.
We tried, different different theater chains tried that over here, and it really didn't take off, did it, Brett? It's like people did it, then it went away.
Century did for $10 a month. It wasn't all you wanted, but it was like you got a free movie ticket, you got a good discount off of other movie tickets, and you got a discount off of concessions.
Yeah.
And I did that for a while. I had it right before COVID started, and then it was like just racking up. So then I kind of put it on hold. But
I think Showcase is doing it now, and it's like you get the discount, but it's like it was literally I think it was like I think it was maybe the price of like 3 admissions, and they're like with concessions, you were like, okay, if you saw 2 movies and got your concessions, that made it worth it. And then everybody in the theaters doing the math going, am I going to see 4 movies a month, like 1 a week? I don't, how many people go to the movies once a week to get a value out of it? Otherwise it's a push.
To do
right?
on Friday night, DJ.
Yeah. And that's what they're trying to do, but I don't think it's really taking off.
People don't go. I mean, that's the reality. Right.
So they don't buy it. But to John's point, that is a value. If you offered it like that here, that's 1 movie a month, but all you're paying for is 1, and now I can go as many times as I want.
Yeah.
Do you know how many times I'm going to see these certain movies over and over? Like, I'll just go back again. It's already paid for.
And that's the reality. They're already showing the movie. They're paying to show the movie. So you know, it's there. The electricity's on in the room and all the other stuff's going on. You know, why not just get people in there? And they're just turning it into a subscription model. But
at 10% off, you're still like 180% over the market value of whatever you bought in the concession area. We'll give you 10% off.
You can't buy
Great.
You can't buy 4 Blu-rays in a month for £17. Not even let alone not even 4K. You can't buy 4 1080p Blu-rays for.
I don't think you can't even watch HBO Max for $17 a month.
Talking about that, have we noticed that the price of, certainly in the UK, there's certainly the price from one studio, particularly Disney, the price of 4Ks has gone up quite considerably.
Creeping up. Yeah.
Yeah. It used to be $24.99 or $25. Now it's about $28. They're slowly pushing the price up.
Yep. I think
the
boutiques have proven
US,
that people will buy some movies for close on £30 for a 4K, and so maybe Disney and some of the others are thinking, oh, hang on, I'll have a bit of that.
We're here,
20%.
and we keep telling studio. I mean, publicly, people are saying, just give me more content. I want it, and then they do it, and they're going to jack the price.
I mean, if we're not going to sell
people
many
paying
4K
for, we'll pay for it too.
Yeah, if we're not going to sell many 4K Blu-rays, let's not sell many 4K Blu-rays at £25 a piece.
Yeah,
right.
So. You can't fault them for that. Like it's blown me away because I obviously, from a technology standpoint, come from Kaleidoscape and all the, I pay attention to the content, and the pricing.
Is that my phone?
But the amount of people that would sit there and say, I don't want to buy. I won't even buy this movie at Best Buy, wherever, pick your place, because it's at full price. $29.99, $24.99, and I'm sitting there going, "You don't want this stuff to die. Buy it."
Right.
Yeah. You want is what was 10 years ago, which was those were the loss leaders. Movies were loss leaders to get you into the store to go buy a vacuum cleaner or or a washing machine or or an AV product, and they didn't mind losing on it because it was little. But now they realize that if you go into a Best Buy, they are looked at by the square inch and profitability per square inch. When you have this huge section of movies in there, and they're just not being bought because they weren't just showing the latest, right? The latest were always in the end cases with all the stuff, and those were true and still do. But it was the thousands of other movies that they had there that have been out for years and years and years. And you're like,
and nobody's buying. Yeah.
No, I'll go watch that on streaming if I want to go watch it, right? I'm not going to spend, because those are all at like general regular price, right? So it's like, if you're paying $20, you're like, I'm not going to pay $20 for that. I've seen this 20 times. And it's going to be on TV every month.
Yeah.
And it's unfortunate on one side, but at the same time, it's like, you can't fault the big boxes. Like, that's a big story right now. And with Best Buy in the US of, talking about removing DVD content fully in 2024, And it's like whether and how that exactly happens, we'll see, but but at the end of the day, they're a business like any other. I guarantee these people that are complaining, some of those people own a business, and if you ask them to do the same thing, sell a product for less than what you paid for it.
Yeah, exactly.
See how long your business lasts. They're not going to do it.
Plus, your shop staff have to spend time
Yeah.
looking after those displays and stacking
That's
new
what people
titles
don't understand, right? Is the thought process is, well, how much does it cost? It's pennies to print a disc, right? And you're right. It's pennies to press the disc. And they have to put it in a case, and they have to put that case in a box, and they have to put that box into a truck, and then that truck has to go all over the U.S., and then it has to go into the store, and then the store has to put it into their, into the shelves, and then somebody there has to be able to ring it up, and everybody has to make a little bit of money off of that $10 to $30 disc.
Right.
And that's the reality of it, right? And that's why streaming is so popular, because it's a more of a direct one-to-one, oh, you want this? Here you go. It comes right off our servers into your home. And it's difficult. Like I said, I'm all for physical media and everything getting out there and staying out there. And there's definitely some houses that are doing a good job of picking up some of those movies. But then when they pick them up and they make these, artistic collection versions, and they're $40, and then people are like, $40? I'm not paying $40 for a movie. Then I'm like, well, then what do you care about? You either care about this or and I understand there's also budget, there's also things like that, but it's like you have to make a choice in what you want. Don't be stringent and like arrogant to the point of, oh no, only Blu-ray, only 4K, only disc. If you're not going to buy those movies, you're going to complain about those movies coming out because nobody buys them, then you're going to have even fewer of them out there, right? It's
going back to Kaleidoscope. You look at the price they charge on, and it's not Kaleidoscope's fault, it's what the studios can get away with. The price on Kaleidoscope is actually quite expensive. I mean, because most people don't realize is like literally you're paying $29.95 for a 4K Blu-ray, but actually the full retail price for that is $49.95. You're already getting it discounted when you buy it in the store. So what happens on Kaleidoscope, you notice they're actually charging almost similar, if not equivalent, to the full retail price for them on Kaleidoscope.
It's usually a little cheaper, I find.
Yeah,
it's usually a little cheaper. Like a consistent price, would you say, Brett, is like $24.99, and then it's the rare one that's 30s in the 30s.
John, there was a lot in the past, and again, if you get in the UK, it's a little different, TJ. So we gotta.
Oh, okay.
Mine too, but the prices should be in line with whatever you buy the disc for, in a store. So if a disc has it on sale, typically Kaleidoscope has it on sale. So from a US price, I haven't seen anything above 30 US.
I hope Barbie.
Well, Barbie went to 45. Yeah,
35. So
45
goes out, but then it'll go on sale.
Right.
A little bit after, but like Star Wars typically stay at the highest. They discount the least often. Those are 29, and most movies are at $29.
No, I over here, Disney does the least amount of sales, but I thought that I always found their prices to be the $24.99.
Yeah, $24.99.
They're right at the $24.99. They're not super expensive. Like I think, is it Warner Brothers? I think that does the 36 or whatever, 35, $34.99 typically, right? And then Barbie jumped. It went to it came out as a pre-sale for $39.99. If you bought it, great. If not, oh well, we just jumped it on you $5 to $44.99. That is, in my time with Kaleidoscope, that's the most expensive movie I've seen on Kaleidoscope.
Yeah, that's the most expensive movie I've seen then, because that's
And other than that, it's
classic pricing.
The 30s are rare,
sell it for as much
mostly
as
in the
you can.
20s. Yeah, and you can't blame it for that. It's the most popular movie of the year.
Well,
and it's
the movie studio. It's not Kaleidoscope. They get
right. Yeah. No, yeah, I'm not blaming Kaleidoscope. I know, I've always been told it's like the movie studios are the ones that set all this. They're the ones that tell us what we're getting for film and sound and blah 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 and the pricing. So, and then the sales, it's like, the sales is where you get it, which sounds funny, but for the guy like me, that's like, it's really had to save up to get to this. We do count on those sales, and it's like you can get movies.
And that's where
for cheaper.
really it's the last 2 years. So in the last 2.5 now, I guess, right? So from when I started, going into now, so it used to be far more expensive, to where John was saying. They didn't really do sales. They didn't really have a good disc-to-digital program. And as all those programs started coming out, the reality is I was able to take my 800 discs that I had and basically convert them over on an average of probably $395 and put them in a Blu-ray or 4K.
Oh, is that how you ended up with your 1,800?
That's how I ended up with my 1,800 movies. Exactly right.
Say, if you paid $25, $30, 1,800.
Yeah, no. Absolutely did not. So, for a lot of them, like I said, I had about, and still have about 800 discs. But most of those, 80-90% of those, are all on to my Kaleidoscape now.
What tends to happen to the pricing of older titles? Say something that's 2 years old.
So it
say
depends.
Disney.
They go one of two ways. So they either go down in price, like if you went to the store, right? And you find them in the $10 bin, or if they tend to go out, like sometimes the movie studios want to capture, like they're past the first burst of sales, and they want to keep them up higher. So like if you want it now you're a collector, you want this movie, then we're going to charge you $20 for it. Right. So sometimes movies will be, still $20, $25. Other times they'll end up dropping down to about $10, $15.
So
$9.99. A lot of older movies, $9.99.
I admire Kaleidoscape. I think it's like that is the way forward, and I think the only mistake that I think Kaleidoscape are making is their hardware is too expensive.
Yes, and I agree. I've said this officially, but the other side to it that I think that a lot of people don't understand, John, is that if you're a company that's selling X thousands of units a year, right? But we're not talking 100,000 units a year. This isn't Sonos. This isn't,
Oh yeah.
You have a back end of people that make sure that the movies are right, that they get loaded up, that this and that. That back end costs a couple million a year, right? And it's not, in the old days you buy hardware, the hardware just works. In this case, it's not just the movies that are already in the system, it's about all the movies that are about to come into the system for the next couple of years. And so
I think you're right, because most people don't really understand is that in an IT model, it's the back end service and support that actually is the most expensive part.
Yep. And so, yes, you have a good, because like I said, I would chat with people about this all the time. It's, I could buy that hard drive for, $250. And it's like, I hear you. I don't disagree with what you were saying, but it's not the hard drive. It's, it's the people behind there that are programming it. It's the algorithm that makes it so that it's great picture and great sound. It's the, it's the movie team that is going through and, making sure that there's no dropouts, that there's no issues as the movie was taken from, the media file from the movie studio and run through the algorithm. Somebody actually hand watches that movie completely, and oftentimes twice, to be able to figure out everything that goes in there. And I think those are the things that it's that level of service. It's the ability to be able to tie every movie, gets a tag at the beginning and the end to be able to tie into the lighting control. So, if you have a lighting control system in there, the lights dim down, and then at the end of the movie, the lights dim up. All those pieces that are in there, not everybody's using, but they're because it's a premium designed product. And
it's an experience.
Yeah.
This is
literally nobody else is able to give you. And
Todd and I talk about it all the time, privately on the show, everything. It's like the Kaleidoscape when when people ask me, should I get one? And it's like, I have to ask, like, well, what's your budget? And then how do you watch movies? Because if you only watch a couple movies a week, you're not safe. The experience doesn't change for you. You just paid a lot of money for you to just be able to sit down and watch a movie, and you're not viewing it in the regularity that the Kaleidoscape so much benefits. And it's like the way I watch movies and stuff, it actually changes the in-room experience and it goes beyond like the quality of the movie itself, which that, is also rock solid, but it's like Todd and I joke, but it's dead serious. It's like you're out and somebody tells you a movie and you go on your phone and you're like, I just bought it and now I'm going to watch it.
Yeah, by the time we get back, we'll be able to watch it.
Yeah, so it's like, it's that overall movie lover experience. And I'm not saying that if you don't have one, you're not a movie lover. I'm just saying it amplifies, much like our theaters amplify the movies we love, this amplifies our experience in the theater. And I hate to say it, but it's like you can't even put a price on that. It's like if it was too expensive for me, which it used to be, I would still understand it. I would be like, I get it. This thing works so well, and I want that experience. I'm lucky enough that I can have one right now, but for many, many, many years, it was way outside my reach. It was never. If it was still the price it was when it first came out, I still couldn't afford it today, right? And it's like, you have to admire the product, the design, the art of them even just trying to get this to people. And like you said, that back end stuff, that all costs money. But it's that overall experience.
If I was starting tomorrow or saying to somebody, I want to build a home cinema tomorrow, the thing I would suggest they put in is a Kaleidoscape, because I think that's that centerpiece for anybody's new home cinema, because it is such a flexible device.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a great way to put it. It's so flexible. Yeah. You can do so much with it.
I used to teach a class where I would sit there and say, you go through the chain. So we spend so much money on our home theaters to try to lose the least amount from the source quality of the source content being the prime.
Right.
And we spend all this money in cables and amplifiers and speakers and projectors and what have you, and HDMI cables, to try to lose as little amount of quality as we can. Right. The reality is, if you start with crap at the front, it's only going to get worse.
Right.
So if you want to keep the best that you possibly can, you have to have the best source content. Right?
I definitely proved that to myself last night, because as I was saying to you, I was thinking that I stupidly thought I might be on my own here for an hour. And I'm thinking, what are we going to do? I tend to do little show and tells. And you know that when we did our first Takeover Tuesday, and I was showing you my 8mm single reel of Star Wars, and of course no one else got to see it because it's audio only.
Sure.
So I thought, what can I do this time? So we've been talking about this quite a lot, haven't we?
Yes. Yeah.
So
I got that Laserdisc.
I nipped back to my parents' place late last night, and I didn't realize we had quite as many Laserdiscs as we did, because I haven't looked at them for like 20 years. So I grabbed a little selection, but I also grabbed, so look, all you guys will know exactly what I'm talking about, but this is just for anyone who's on the replay, because it's come up. I don't know how many times today people have started talking about Laserdisc. Laserdisc was great, wasn't it? I remember I had one of those players. It's like, you had one of those players? Well, hang on, excuse me for a second. I can still hear you.
Always the showman.
Turn my monitor around.
What are we going with here?
Lighting could be better, couldn't it? The sun's come up. But that's a
they got
CLD
sun there, Todd.
CLD 2950.
That's a Pioneer Laserdisc?
It's the Pioneer. And hang on.
You plugged it in and everything?
So nothing happened as particularly quickly with the Laserdisc.
No.
You have to. Look,
you had a
remote.
Flip sides. Don't forget that.
But they were never that big in the UK. So the fact you've got one and you've got all those discs is pretty incredible. It never really penetrated here. Like obviously the first thing that really replaced VHS here was DVD. Laserdisc was never that big, even amongst the enthusiasts here. Because if you had a relatively
short period of time.
But it had a presence in the US that it never seemed to have here. And as I said, it kind of passed us by.
It's me.
But yeah,
You can see me. You can see me in there. I can check my hair.
Because of the presence and the size of the disc, you psychologically think, "Oh, that's going to be so much better than a 4K disc."
That's right. Look how much.
Oh, no.
Boy, well, you're in
No.
for a shock if you think that.
Better than a 4K.
No, it's equivalent. Some people think it was better than Blu-ray because there was to get that. Yeah, a lot of. Oh
gotta
man,
tell you,
when it first
so
came out,
I
a lot of people did.
I watched a bit of this last night. It's hot garbage. It's absolutely terrible.
Oh God!
It's just...
the audio mix on there is probably superior to anything that's out on any of the other formats.
Stereo audio on this.
But it'll be,
On that one?
On the Abyss.
But it won't have any dynamic compression on it. It would have probably been straightly imported.
No, that's true.
Yeah.
The only one that was, in fact, because we keep talking about how much, you've got Dolby Digital on Laserdisc.
It's your T2.
Which one is that?
I keep looking through.
That's the T2 edition.
I keep looking through all the disc. Yeah, so there's
I have that in my room. Yeah, I have that one in my theater.
Digital stereo, Dolby Surround.
Yep.
What else we got?
Surround. Do you have
Dust Till Dawn?
Dust Till Dawn? I have that different cover. I have that right in the other room. Yep.
Yeah, this is the first time that me and my dad watched this on Laserdisc for the first time. That's how I first saw it. Absolutely incredible movie.
Watch this.
Plain stereo.
Paul, were you watching the show? Let me grab a couple of mine from the other day that you'll be like, why do you own that?
Oh. And we talked about this recently.
See,
because
this is Deej saying that he's going to get Laserdiscs. Everybody knows he's sneaking out to get some fresh air and coffee and quick nap.
Right.
But I watched a bit of The Abyss last night because this is the only way. I'd never bought the DVD of The Abyss, so this is the only way I've got it is on Laserdisc.
Deej,
so
that was your chance.
Last night.
What did I do?
Terrible.
That was your chance to go out and get some fresh air and go grab a coffee and use
Oh
the
my
toilet.
God. Guys, I'm not kidding. I stood up and my legs were like, what are you doing?
Oh, nice. They must be such collector's items, Paul. Goodness me.
At the front, it looks like the back, doesn't it?
I have
it does.
that one. I don't know if I just grabbed a stack off the top. So I showed this the other day. My video essentials.
Wow, there you go. Video essentials on Laserdisc.
On Laserdisc.
Classy. And okay.
Oh no, no.
Casper, because Casper, it's THX certified. What else? There was something else with this one. I think digital stereo sound. Laserdisc as a Matrix surround soundtrack.
Yeah,
that was a big deal.
I don't think any of our
Silence
discs,
of the Lambs.
I'm not sure any of our discs had Dolby Digital on now.
No, they did. It was called AC3.
AC3.
No,
I know, but
you couldn't do it in the UK. It was an American thing because of the way in which the NTSC, the tracks were laid out. It was
You're
on
right.
track 3 in America.
Yep. You're right. So you had to buy. We do have some US.
This one here, clear. I think this was maybe the first. AC3 right there, Dolby Digital AC3.
Yeah.
Clear and present danger.
I mean, these back in the mid '90s. These were £40 a pop for like a single disc movie in the UK.
My friend in the UK had a company called Encore Entertainment, which produced all those.
Did you?
Yeah.
Paul.
Them.
Yep. Paul. Did you have this one?
Great Train Robbery. I've never even heard of that one.
Funny enough,
It's a Mike Crichton.
Yeah, first.
It's a Michael Crichton book.
That's a legend. That film is.
Yep. Dolby Digital AC3, and I'll tell you right now, you put this into your player and watch the opening sequence where they do Dolby Digital. I think it might have been the train, and you were like, oh, it's like those were some of the best demos that we had. You're like, oh my God, this is the best part. And then you get to the movie and I was like, okay, well, it's an AC3.
Some people called the first Great Train Robbery because obviously we have the very famous Great Train Robbery in this country, so they retitled it the first Great Train Robbery.
There you go.
If you're of a certain age, I remember the film Buster with obviously Phil Collins, and that was all the sort of knock-on effects of that as well.
Quite a good movie. I quite like that.
I remember talk about soundtracks. You talk about music to a movie. The music on that's absolutely amazing.
In case anyone out there hasn't seen Laserdisc before, of course, it had to be double-sided.
Yep.
Which, of course, meant that you had to flip the disc over.
Yeah.
In the middle of the movie, or you might have to flip the disc over about 3 or 4 times to get
multiple
a
discs
or the CAV disc. Yeah, sorry, John.
Don't forget when DVD first came out in the UK, it was also double-sided as well.
Yes,
lots of flippers. I was going to do that as well, but no time. But of course, this player, I don't know how many players had this, will play both sides of the disc.
Yeah, mine did. My second one did. My first one didn't, but my second one did.
The mechanics in that player are second to none. The little head is on a sled that slides all the way around.
Exactly. It starts on this side and then it goes. Also, it has to start spinning the disc in the opposite direction.
Yes.
To play the other side of the disc. So the side change is pretty slow. It would almost be faster to get out. Take the
I was just going to say that. It was like when I got my player that would actually, I'm like, I don't have to get up anymore. This didn't save anything.
The real advantage is you didn't have to get out of your chair to turn it over.
It's
not the speed at all.
Paul, if you were a true collector, you'd have the high vision version of that Laserdisc player with the full HD version of it.
Yeah, God, yeah. No, we couldn't afford to be true collectors.
And it's like the best part is you'd have somebody over to show off your system, and you're like, check this out, and they'd be like, well, one, it's letterboxed. Your screen is smaller. That was stupid. And when you finally convince them of that, you finally convinced them that that's the way the movie's supposed to be seen, and they're just getting into the movie, and you're like, hang on, I gotta switch the sides.
The Abyss, the Abyss looked
it really didn't sell itself
last night. Because, of course, we watched a lot of stuff on a CRT projector, sort of at 720p upscale. So it's upscaled from sort of power resolution on here. But, the CRT wasn't super sharp. You could only get them so sharp and what have you. But last night, I plugged this into my system. It all works. So it's composite video coming out of here and digital stereo over optical.
That didn't have HDMI?
Strangely, no. And so I plugged it into my system and it popped up on my 65-inch OLED. And it's been so long since I've watched a letterboxed movie on any format that I completely forgot that you have to, with a 16:9 screen,
zoom it up.
You have to expand it this way. So as bad as the resolution is to begin with, it gets even worse because you're throwing away the top and bottom of the picture. And just hateful, noisy, ghastly, watching the opening credits come up or anything like that. It's just, you wouldn't tolerate it. I mean, if this is better than VHS, which it is, VHS must have been absolutely shocking. Because you couldn't watch this now.
We had 480 small televisions. It was a 32-inch television at the extreme.
Much, but
we don't realize how spoiled we are with modern technology. I've got to tell you.
Exactly.
I remember my first experience of laser, or spent some time Laserdisc. A friend of mine moved to America because he became a director in America. A guy called Paul Anderson. Not the famous Paul Thomas Anderson.
Paul
Anderson who did,
I was like, oh, really?
I've heard of him.
And it's Paul Anderson who did the what do you call it, series of films. I've forgotten the name of the series of films he did now. Anyway, he moved and he lived in Santa Monica, and all he had was a massive television, a Laserdisc player, and a mattress on the floor. And he kept saying to me, he said, I just don't understand why I can't get a girlfriend. And it's funny enough, now he's obviously upgraded to Blu-ray and 4K. He's now married to Maria Jorovich. Laserdisc, you see, obviously wasn't good to get a girlfriend.
For us all.
Yeah.
So here's one last thing I want to do is that so I'm going through this Laserdisc collection and just picking out a few, and I found this, and I've got to tell you, I have no idea what this is. Everyone knows what my parents' address is. I don't live there anymore. But yeah,
nobody would have known that that's what it was until you just said it.
So apparently this has come from, I must have ordered this from Japan on eBay or something. 20 years ago.
And you don't know what it is?
I don't know what it is.
You might want to look at it carefully first.
Yeah, the lawyer speaks.
Yeah, we don't know what it's from Japan. You can never quite tell.
Yeah, the mystery my first unboxing video goes south fast.
If my screen suddenly goes dark, you'll know.
If you hear sirens in the background, Paul, just give me a shout. You've got my Twitter handle. Let me know. I'll pop around and we'll get to you.
I'm going to try and guess. I can guess what it might be because I know.
The tension's killing me. I don't know about you guys. I mean, Brett's leaning forward. Brett wants to know what's in there.
I'm engaged. What's in the box? What's in the box?
What's in the box? What's in the box?
Hey, it'll be a very flat head.
Flat. Yes.
Oh God. Oh, okay. Yeah, because you probably don't know.
With the Royal Mail being what it is, this has probably just arrived after 20 years.
Actually, yeah. That.
So what is it? Okay, we're all sitting here.
Yeah,
I'm trying to get it open.
Come on, man. What is it? What is it?
It's been very well packed by whoever I bought this from.
Turns out
It's
it's
now
just
in
some
bubble
noodles.
wrap. Yeah, because probably what you don't know, as well as a movie fan, I still am a big Prince fan, and I managed to find a Sheila E. laser.
Oh,
well, there we go.
So this is
Which you never opened until today.
I already have this.
Well, I'm sure if
I already
you could
own
probably
this,
send it
don't
back,
I?
Paul. They'll probably take a refund. You'll be
So now
okay.
I have 2 copies of this.
I gotta go
And
pee
this
because
is
I'm about to
you.
wet my
What the
pants.
hell?
I'm laughing. So I already had this big
Gee.
reveal. This big.
Brilliant.
I mean,
20
it's,
years. 20 years, and I
It's been
discovered
open. What the
I
hell?
bought something
we
I
just
already
recreate. We just recreated Geraldo Rivera in
Yeah,
the
the
tomb.
safe. Yeah.
Unbelievable. That was a bit of a letdown, really, wasn't it?
Brilliant.
Could have been worse, couldn't it?
I still think
Todd, you're at 4:00 in the morning right now.
4:58.
4:50. Okay, it's 5 because you've already bounced forward and back. I guess I have now too. So
Yeah.
Did,
Wow, very
so-
impressive, you guys.
Yeah. Well, say, what time is it where you are, Brett? Are you on the West Coast or East Coast?
I'm on the West Coast, so it's 2 a.m.
Oh, okay. So you got 8 hours. Yeah. So not too bad. Oh man, it's but yeah, that as I said, you try and get that refunded, Paul. Try and send it back. Just say it got lost in the mail. It'll be okay.
Yeah,
they won't mind.
That's right.
Did you ever send that Laserdisc back in 2002?
1901.
I don't think I've heard anyone say Sheila E. in about 20 years.
Yeah, she doesn't
Goodness
like that
me.
anymore.
But yeah, Todd, you just thank you for the last question on your quiz yesterday morning, by the way. And I'm just glad I survived. That buddy could have gone very wrong. So I am just glad I survived. But poor old John got a kick in the head.
Well, DJ, he did kind of duck the question a little bit.
He did. Well, he
well.
answered it diplomatically.
Yeah, for those of you who don't know what Steve's talking about, I basically posed a question to DJ where he had to save either Steve or his other co-host John
From a bus hurtling towards the bus bench.
Yes, exactly.
I think if you ask,
and by all
American
counts, I think he actually saved you. From what I
did,
could...
I think so. Yeah, and John just got a light concussion. So that's
could be worse.
Yeah, I mean, I think probably the American public at large, if you ask them, do you save your best friend that you've grown up with or your lawyer? I'm pretty sure they will not go with the lawyer.
That's right.
What did I walk in on?
Oh, sorry. You were just talking about the last question of Todd's quiz yesterday morning that I survived and John got a kick in the head. So I'm just
DJ doesn't remember.
I was saving you both. I was saving you both. I thought that was a good answer. No.
Yeah, it was. Yep, diplomatic answer. We like it. Very sensible.
Off the top of my head, I didn't want to stall too long, and but as creative as I could get. Luckily, if you asked me that question now, I'd be like, "Could you repeat the
Who's
question?"
John? Who's Steve? What?
right. If you ask now, DJ would just say Steve. Okay, next.
Yeah,
Steve.
Geez, you've
I don't
got
know.
59 minutes left, buddy. How do you feel?
Oh wow,
great. I do.
I mean, you sound
feel
it.
great.
You sound good.
That was my third pee break, and that's it.
You sound a little better than you did about 4 hours ago, actually. Because
Wait,
4
did
hours
you
ago,
say
I was
third in
worrying that you would
25
be
hours?
going.
Yes.
would literally be just squeaking.
Yeah, and they've been epic pee breaks, but yes, yeah, I gotta say.
And have you eaten at all in that time or not?
No, I bought this Cheez-Its to snack on.
Have you
unopened? I was just thinking that when I was upstairs, I still haven't eaten, and I bought 2 bags of this unopened.
What are they? Oh, what is it?
I love it. Brett's got the bottle.
Meanwhile, I've gone through about half of a bottle.
Do you know what, Brett? I figured you had it about the time that you were struggling to say Tarantino.
That's right.
It's funny.
Your last name. I'm like, what the hell happened?
Yeah,
I was just thinking. I should have.
Well, it's not like it's Smith.
That's right.
It is a harder name. Let's help him out there.
Oh man, it has been.
I think Brett's got the right idea,
week.
man.
This is probably
Brett's got the right idea.
Oh, I was thinking just earlier that it's just as well I'm not playing the Kaleidoscape game just at the moment, or I would be under the table. It's a little early in the morning here for that game.
Don't risk that. Don't do that. But say Brett's doing the right thing. He's got a massive comfy couch or sofa.
Ice.
Laid back, just chilled. All the booze you can want. I mean, he's living life.
I feel like the way this show's going right now, it's like it's going to end. I'm going to go to bed. I'll get up at noon and I'll come back on here, and there's Brett still on camera just passed out.
We're just going to roll straight into my straw. 16.
Just the straw. Yeah. Oh my god.
Hilarious. No straws.
Yeah. Waiter, a bottle of your finest wine and 2 straws.
Bro, we need to get you an ID for that thing. Just
there we go.
Hang that bottle.
Oh my god.
But yeah, no, dude, you kind of seem to have managed this. I mean, I obviously we'll interview you with some perspective when you've got some distance on it about this, but you seem to have managed it okay, as you said you would. So yeah, I mean, how has it been?
I'm stubborn as hell. That's one thing.
I'm going to my grave, but I'm finishing this 24 hours. But yeah, I mean,
Go ahead. You can't all talk at once. I'm trying to take this. No, I'm just kidding. Who? Somebody said
John?
something.
I said it's 25 hours, isn't it? Because he forgot the clocks are going back.
Yeah.
Well, this is the reason for it, though. This is why we're doing this. It's it isn't just my podcast anniversary. It's also he just wanted to do it to prove that he could go more than 24. You've done 24 hours. We're now into the 25th.
It's apparently that's not enough. But Todd, he's already trying to get me to break world records and stuff because this wasn't enough.
Todd is the dare
hours,
whisperer.
guys.
Yeah,
What is
Todd
it?
is the dare whisperer. Todd will say it. We'll do it. Doesn't matter what it is.
No,
I think you like
DJ
that
will.
girl on Gen V. Hell, he made me a rapper for like 5 seconds. You know, he's like that female character on Gen V. You know, she says it, they just do it, and that's Todd. You know, I mean, he'll say go do it, and that's it. We'll be there. So Todd, do not say 56-hour world record. Do not say that.
No, he already did.
58.
Yeah, 58.
Steve, did you hear?
Don't go for the world record and then miss it by like 45 minutes. That would
45 seconds.
Yeah.
I wonder if that guy did that solo or if he had guests.
Yeah,
didn't you guys talk about that? The record for a team is like 130 or something, and then solo is like 50, 58. I mean, crazy. I mean, how would people survive that? Was he a Navy SEAL or something? He's on Hell Week. You know, it's just the only way you're going to do that.
Yeah. As I said in that tweet, I think that was a report from the pages of famous magazine. But why?
Yeah, that was the title. But why? I think when you showed us that
magazine.
to get it. Yeah, exactly. It's like I'm doing it because Todd asked.
Let's go.
Yeah.
DJ's going for the record of being the new Walter Cronkite.
Oh boy,
that's the way it was.
Don't forget, how long did he broadcast? I think it was a day and a half he broadcast when Kennedy was killed.
Yeah,
leaving his post.
Yeah, you had that too. Yeah, you're right. Yep. And the one most people over here were comparing to was the Jerry Lewis telethon. And people are like, oh, like Jerry Lewis did, and he used to go longer than 24, didn't he? It wasn't that like 2 days? Like he started one day and went overnight.
Yeah.
It was over 24. Yeah. But so we were talking about that. I also want to mention,
like, if you have other people come in, I'm trying to remember if you ever like.
Oh yeah, he had acts come in. He'd go backstage,
Yeah, right. So
and
he
stuff.
kind of crashes 10 minutes here and there.
Yeah. Got some food, got to eat, got to do. It was a little, but still, I mean, it is something to do, right? Oh yeah, and that's what drove you to do it. If he can do that, at least I can give my. I remember my parents, like as kids, we'd be like, "Here's my allowance," and we donate, and that was a big deal. But hey, look, guys, I'm the chat. Looking at the chat and our numbers in this chat all the way through the night, we never dipped. Steve, we never dipped below what our normal numbers are on Tuesdays.
Yeah, exactly.
The chat has been amazing. I mean, people sticking around, hanging out with us. You're seeing the same people that started yesterday morning, and I love the people that are like, sorry, I gotta go and I gotta do this and then I'll be back. And it's like, why are you apologizing? It's like people like trying to like, way to go, DJ. It's like, I'll be back. Okay. It's like, thank you.
Your numbers peaked when you had that guy on, when he had his daughter on, who's the actress. You had a massive spike at that point. You should get it back.
Yeah, that was when I had who was that had it was
Chris Brown.
Yes, Chris was on. We had a spike there. Obviously having Shane drop in and we connected to his link, we had a big spike there. I think we lost Brett.
I'm here.
No,
Brett's loving life.
He's living the dream.
That's all you can ask for, right? Yeah.
I'm just glad he's not floating on a floaty in a pool, because that would be dangerous.
That would be far more dangerous.
That'd be so Hollywood.
We should do that next time. I can do that. I have a pool now for the first time. We'll go do that.
Yeah, Brett, do not
24
take
hours
a bath.
in my pool.
Do not.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Steve, I thought you were saying in the chat that our numbers had peaked because we got Shane Lee on, and that's why our numbers. But actually,
was a spike.
Was it simply that we managed to get a member of the opposite sex onto the show?
Yeah, our demographic changed briefly. Yeah, our demographic changed a little bit.
Was Shane a surprise guest then, Deej, or did he just drop in? Because I dropped in and he was there, and I'm thinking I recognize him from somewhere, and I'm thinking, oh no, I'm sure I've seen him before, but he's not on your schedule, which we can kind of reveal now, can't we? Because we're towards the end of it.
Yeah, I'm gonna go through it and try to thank everybody. But yeah, no, Shane, because he had popped into our chat, he keeps showing up to our show, and I'm like, so I just hit him up on YouTube. I emailed him. And I'm like, hey, thanks for popping into our show, because Alyssa, Shane's here. So I popped in, or I emailed him, and I'm like, hey, I go, would you mind? I go, if you want to pop in sometime, I go, my schedule's full, but if you just want to say hi, I go,
pop on
some links. And he's like, sure, I'll pop on. So he did, and he hung around I thought he was just going to come in and say hi, and this is fun and everything. But yeah, he hung out for a while. And it was great. And then he's hitting the chat up. I mean, these are the guys like him, Youthman, Giles. These guys like know how to do this stuff. And I'm like, and they're hitting up the chat, do this, do that. And I'm like, oh, wow, this is cool. It's like, so it was fun. And just watching.
It's caused some ripples. I mean, the last 24 hours, I mean, you can see kind of across YouTube, the chat's on there, the chat here, even on Twitter as well. It's kind of broken in.
Yeah.
People have noticed this, Deej. Is us kind of doing it as a bit of fun because Todd told us to. And then it's and then you realize that actually it's kind of it's developed a bit of buzz. I mean, the viewers at the end of each one of your segments are double what our normal weekly thing would be, and that's just one little one segment of this one day, as it were. I'm sure it feels like about 3 weeks to you. But you see what I mean? A double what our normal numbers would be for a week. So it seems a lot of people have kind of twigged onto this and really kind of jumped on it. It's great. And all these people seeing Brett having just the time of his life.
That's right.
I am just all I'm seeing is I'm like, if this if 6 o'clock doesn't come around fast enough, I'm just seeing Will Ferrell from that, like running. I'm going striking, and then just like you're like,
bring your green hat. What's that, DJ? You hallucinating and seeing Will Ferrell?
But yeah, it's like I said, I've said it all day, and I've been telling people this lineup. I sent it to Todd earlier. Steve, you guys saw the lineup, and I'm like looking at it, and that's why I've only taken a pee break 3 times, because every time I look down, I'm like, all right, I can hold it a little longer because I'm going through this. I'm like,
the man has a
all right. So I started off a little slow with Todd. Right. Yeah. I started off a little slow with Todd, but then things were expecting to pick up, and I screwed up. This is not a good start. Martin, my next guest that was supposed to be at 7 a.m., he wasn't there, and I'm like, so I text him, and he's like, I go, are you coming on? He goes, yeah, you said 8 o'clock. Oh, crap, this is going to be a bad day. I'm like, no, I meant, I'm so sorry. So he comes on. Luckily, everything worked out, and then we go Martin, and I had Nelson and PK in India in my 3rd hour. So I've got that. I thought, like, getting PK from India, we're hitting all the continents right nice and early. Ara comes on after that. Then we've got Youth Man, Joe Pretzel. That's how he taught me how to Hetzel. Okay, so he comes on. Eddie and Joe was delayed. Poor Joe, he texts me. And he said it on the show, so I can say this. I would have said it was private. He had to take his kid to the hospital. And I get a text like, I'm going to be delayed. I'm like, delayed? Don't even worry about me. And he's like, he literally texted me pictures of his kid sitting on the hospital bed. And he's like, we're almost done. I'm like, my God, come on. This is just poor Todd just dared me. Everybody's getting way too serious. I got to get my sick kid home. So Joe was running late, and I'd asked Michael, I'm like, can you stick around a little longer? And he's like, of course. And then Joe being an IT guy, Eddie comes on, who's also an IT guy. And I don't know if you guys heard that. And oh my God, Brett, you've got to go back. I'll call you tomorrow and tell you about it. He's a Control 4 guy. And like the chat went crazy. I mean, he explained Control 4, and he brought it down to like the DIY level, and he made it like for all of us to be like, oh my God, why aren't I getting that? And it was amazing. Whereas most integrators that I've talked to, they're always trying to sell you the full package. Yep. And he was just like, you don't have to do it. Was amazing. Absolutely amazing. So we get that. And then we have Zach Savage comes on, and he's talking to Eddie about Control 4, and we get this, and it starts snowballing. And now nobody wants to leave. And I think this is where it all starts to pick up, because Giles comes on, Carl comes on, then Brent and Dennis come on, and like I'm telling you, and like thank you to everybody. Then I'm like, Dr. Joe, a buddy of mine who isn't in home theater, it's like he comes on, it's just me and him, and the chat's going, I did that, I did this. And it's like, and I brought Dr. Joe on for the purpose of, let's get that perspective of like, what is it when your eyes start to glaze over? What can we do to make that conversation better for you? And we had a laugh about that, and he's great. Chris Brown and Rob H are on, and then they come on, and Chris had issues with Dolby Vision. Rob he recites manuals like he's got an amazing brain, and it's like, you try to stump the guy on any of this stuff, and you're like, how? Because how do you remember that? He's just got it's almost like a shell, like an identity memory. That's amazing. So then you go, and then Ryan.
DJ,
Ryan Davey.
Can I just say something about those
projectors?
The reason that they're having problems is because they're not proper true Dolby Vision projectors. They're basically hacking in through, because what they've done is implemented Android television in there.
That's some of what Rob was.
Which has basically got Dolby Vision as part of it's an underlying feature of Android TV. So basically what you're doing is relying on effectively the Android TV to make it work. So that's why he was having problems, because it's not officially, because Dolby.
Well, he got a bad unit.
Yeah.
No, he got a bad unit, because his new unit's pretty good. But yeah, so like, and Rob went into all that, and that's what I really wanted to hear, is like a lot of people have misconceptions of Dolby Vision. But then I bring in Ryan Davey, who's doing Movember, been doing it for 15 years. And I knew he was, or I thought he wasn't a home theater guy, but he is a movie guy. So it was another aspect. In the middle of that, I learned that I'm like, by the end of it, I'm like, he is a home theater guy. He just doesn't have one yet. And it's like, he's like, oh, I'm into this. So we're just like going crazy. And then did you hear this one, Steve? Did you hear the other tie-in? The reason he, Ryan Davey, for Movember.
Yeah, I missed it, man. I was asleep.
Oh my God. So yeah, it's no, that's okay. The other tie-in for him on this is he does Movember, and it started out for prostate cancer. Now it's pretty much for men's health. He started doing 15 years ago when he lost his uncle on November 4th. What the hell? And I'm sitting there going, hey, look at our tie-ins. And I'm like, man, does that hit home? It's like, so like the symmetry of the show going on, now's the 5th, but on November 4th. So we had that. Omar, Mikey, and Johnny. Omar couldn't make it. Mikey and Johnny were here. Omar had a softball incident, but that was those are the 3 listeners that actually met up together. And Omar in Florida, and Mikey and Johnny are up by like Chicago area, but Omar traveled up there. They got all together. So that was awesome. Rich Keefe comes on after that. We have the SVS giveaway. Rich, we laugh. I mean, that was amazing. Travis, and then Chris Seymour comes on. And again, here we go. It's like ever since after this, it's Travis, Chris, Joe Klusnick, Tom Davis, Lee Overstreet, Jeff from HV. Greg was here. Brett, you're still here. All of these people, and it's like how many people hung out. Steve, Paul, John, and now sorry, but we're back to Todd again. But it's you knew that was coming. It's that I loved how it evolved, and I love, and that's the epitome of the show, right? It's like we have an idea, we want to talk about these movies, and then at the end of it, me, John, and Steve are like, awesome. I didn't think we were going to do it that way, but okay. And it's like, and how I tell everybody, and the first time I met Brett, and it was like, what are we talking about? Kind of this, but whatever. And then it's just, thank you guys. It's, been amazing. I mean, how did I get through it? I just read you the list.
There you go.
Just to deal with Ryan Lopez, just question there. So he says, will there eventually be a breakdown of which streams contain which guests? That's the plan, isn't it, DJ? After you've recuperated, that will be the intention, I think.
Yes, absolutely. It's like that will eventually be added to the show notes for each of those streams. Of the 3 streams, I'll go through and I'll be able to tell you everything. The breakdown I just gave you, I will just cut, paste, and drop it into those streams. I don't know if I could probably go through and find the timestamps, because you just scroll through and find people where they are, put the timestamp in. So then you can go back and listen to each interview. Obviously, some of them are going to be harder because it was supposed to be an hour for everybody, but then it was, people just stuck around. People got early, people were late, and we just had a great time. Did you guys have fun? You're all still here, either that or you feel bad for me.
Free fall. Well, it's a support group now, Deej. That's what we're at now.
Brett's like,
get you.
I can't feel my legs.
Get you over the line, and then that's it.
Yeah, we got 40 minutes. What do we want to talk about, boys? Todd, did you bring notes for the home stretch?
I could do this. Evil Dead Rise.
Todd, did you bring notes?
Steve,
yes, I sold my white 911 GTS yesterday.
No wonder you're drinking.
Exactly.
No, we don't have time for me to ask the question, but it's like, why and what are you getting next? But we'll talk about that another day.
Yeah,
I know how you work.
It is to help pay for my home theater.
There you go.
So
that's
there you go.
And again, we don't have time to answer that. Yeah.
I mean, so realistically, I have my 911 Turbo, which I picked up last, right? So I did not need 2 911s in the general spec.
We'll let you off.
And the Turbo was a little bit more fun for track work and had the better paint job on it, and so yeah. But it was still tough to leave because it was a 20.
You love your cars.
So 2016 911 is the last of the naturally aspirated, and it sounds beautiful. And so I kept like driving it back and forth as I was getting into places, and ended up selling it to a local guy. But as I was driving it, every time you drive it, you're just like, oh, this actually sounds better than my turbo.
I think the local guy makes it more difficult because now you might see it go by.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Or hear it go by.
That's right. I'll probably take him out for a track day or something like that. He's got to
nice.
Drive his car, break it in. But
oh wow.
Yeah.
All
I know
good.
how you feel, but
and then next, I think the vet goes next. So.
Oh, which vet have you got?
So I've got a C7 Grand Sport. So
what color is that one? I forget.
So it's Admiral Blue with the white stripe and the red Grand.
The red on the Oh my God! Oh
It
my
is a
God!
beautiful, beautiful sport.
I love that car.
Full interior,
Yeah.
all leather, carbon trim on the outside. But like I said, I get rid of those two. That lets me put a little bit more work into my home theater. That lets me put some more work into like my new site, so I can create some more videos. I need my lighting control and all my other pieces that go in there. So, doing it for the business.
There you go.
Taking one. For
Cars
the
can always be repurchased, right?
It's rough.
Yeah.
Talk about first world problems.
I know, right? How I had to sell 2 of my 3
cars.
Sports
cars.
I'm a little bit the same.
That's going to
as
be an
you, but
amazing theater.
I'm a little bit the same as you, Brett, but with guitars, because I've got, carrying on the show and tell theme, I've got 3 Telecasters.
Wow.
But I don't need 3 Telecasters. But they're all different. And which one do you get rid of? It's like choosing your favorite child.
Telling your babies.
Unfortunately, selling a Telecaster won't buy me a JVC NZ9. I might get a new remote for JVC.
Yeah,
NZ9,
luckily selling a 911 GTS will.
Yeah.
So we gotta see. So,
should get you more than that.
Yeah. It's tough figuring it out, but yeah.
If it was a 1953 Telecaster, that would buy me an NZ9.
There you go.
Yeah.
But it's actually only about.
I did a webinar, I don't know, a year or 2 ago and Josh was on there. So Josh from Kaleidoscape. So DJ, you know him.
Yep.
And I think Todd knows him.
Yep.
So a real good guy, handles kind of PR for Kaleidoscape. We're going through and we're talking about guitars or something in there. And so I go and I move my laptop over or my camera to go show him. I'm like, okay, yeah, there's my Slash guitar. And so it's signed by Slash. So the guitar is signed by Slash. I've got a picture signed by Slash, and then a few other things.
I nearly bought a hat signed by Slash. Obviously, not just not just some random baseball cap, a Slash type top hat.
Yeah.
And funny reason for that is because, well, people maybe not, but he grew up in the UK as a kid.
Stoke-on-Trent.
Yes, exactly. But he also spent a lot of time at Crystal Palace Park. And there was a fundraiser for, it's going to sound weird, it's a fundraiser for the dinosaurs. There are some Victorian concrete dinosaurs at Crystal Palace Park, which is where my house is, or where my new house will be. So as a fundraiser, he signed a hat and auctioned it off to raise money for the concrete Victorian dinosaurs. Look it up on Google. It's
wow, very cool.
But when I realised it looked brand new, he definitely hadn't been worn this on stage, and B, it's just like, it's not really Slash Guns N' Roses memorabilia. It's just a hat that's got Slash's name on it. So I decided to let it go. I'm sure it went to a good home, but it would have been nice if that home had been Crystal Palace, really.
There you go.
Next time.
Yeah, I had helped him with some rack work and equipment that he needed.
Oh, cool.
Again, 15 plus years ago.
If he's got any more guitars that he wants to sign and give to me, let me know.
So I was fortunate enough that the gentleman that that hooked me up to him for me to be able to help him out. Told him afterwards, he's like, he's a fan. If you could sign a guitar for him. So sure enough, send me out a guitar, send me out some other stuff. I was like,
it's pretty great.
Man,
now I just
that's
need to learn
awesome.
how to play guitar.
That's right.
Not on that.
No, not on that
one,
one.
exactly.
I went to Costco and bought a $150 guitar. Sorry.
Yeah, exactly. Like the kid, like, I got a Babe Ruth baseball. Let's go play catch.
That's right. That's right. Straight out of Sandlot.
Yeah, what were
What
you
do
saying,
you got,
Todd?
Big Nick?
You said
You got a
Todd,
big
you said
grin
earlier
on
you
your
watched
face.
Oh,
Is it Todd?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're the only Todd here, I think.
I
You get dropped
my
out,
Audio,
just the
my
audio
audio was dropping out.
Oh, okay.
What, yeah, you were saying, Todd, you saw. Sorry, you watched something. You said that you saw something.
Your recommendation.
Oh, talk to me.
Talk to me. Yeah.
Oh, you saw it.
Yeah.
Ooh.
What did you think? Spoiler free because Deej
Excellent.
hasn't seen it yet. Yeah,
Loved it.
Good.
Loved it from start to finish. My only maybe complaint was the dialogue was maybe a bit low.
Okay.
Room treatments.
But aside from that, it was just over the top good. We really enjoyed it. So thanks
man,
for the
good.
recommend on that.
Yeah,
Did
no
you
worries.
K-scape it?
Yep.
There is
Kaleidescape has it.
Yep. Did
It's
you
an A24 film, which I did not
Yep.
know.
Yeah,
they
it is.
released so many good things.
Yeah, they did.
But,
It was and without giving it away, that bit was every bit as unpleasant, I'm sure, as I mentioned, where
Yes.
where it just comes out of nowhere and suddenly you're just like, oh my god, what the heck did they do?
yeah, exactly. I wondered a little bit by the end if it was a metaphor for drug use.
Yeah. Oh, Brett's gone. We've lost Brett. Brett's finally fallen off his
You
couch.
fall off the couch?
He's like, I'm out.
Oh,
Yeah,
my God.
That's awesome.
But,
Oh my
but
God,
yeah, no,
yeah.
it's a metaphor for drug use. I think that's right. I think it's also a meditation on grief to a certain extent as well, because she's lost her mother. Everything leads to that. It's this communication with the spirit world that leads her on to do that. And there's something about the kangaroo at the beginning as well. I haven't quite figured that out. As to kind of what that is symbolizing.
I think
this is at the beginning, guys. It's not a spoiler.
Pain and
Sorry.
suffering. It symbolizes pain and suffering.
Yeah, I
but then
think.
there's a
I agree. I
recurrence
think
at
it
the
was
end. That's
her
the
pain
thing.
and
I'm not-
suffering.
Yeah. But it's such a brutal movie in its way. Very simple too. Not been over complicated. The rules seem very very simple in that film, which I think is part of the kind of the impact of it. It's just do this. This happens. And then what are the consequences? And you can imagine exactly. I think that the teenagers behave like teenagers. It's a sort of it's you're messing with forces beyond this world that apparently to be malign most of the time. They're not benevolent, and yet what you're going to do. I'm going to film it and I'm going to put it online, and it's going to be great.
Yeah.
Not are we really doing this? No, there's no morals to it. There's no question of it. It's like we're going to do it. The only issue is we're going to film it. We're going to put it up online, and everyone's going to see it.
Right.
Heck of a movie.
Yeah, your breakdown of it.
I think that and it does definitely symbolize pain and suffering. And this is not going to give anything away. In the beginning of the film, there's a choice: do we put it out of its misery or not? Which kind of, to me, answers the question at the end. How can I say this without being putting out a spoiler? Whether she jumps or gets pushed.
Sacrifice, I suppose. Yeah.
And I actually think that probably pushed is the answer because because of the whole scene with the kangaroo at the beginning. But fantastic film. I loved it. Really loved it.
It. I mean, I watched it again yesterday as well. That's the movie I was watching, Deej, when I dropped in because I wanted to see it. I talked myself into it.
That was yesterday.
Yeah, hell yeah.
DJ's like, DJ, man, you've got to eat.
That's today. I'm going to bed. What do you think? I'm going to go eat dinner now? No, I'm gonna
25 hours of podcasting is impressive, but not eating during that time and only taking 3 breaks.
Yeah. Look who's
that might be even
look
more
who's
impressive.
back. Now that's impressive.
Hey, we thought you fell off the couch.
I was
Brett.
going to be like, hey, what's up with all you guys falling off the system at the same time? Oh, no, that's me.
Thought we'd play a trick on you. Just go and suddenly
must
hide.
have been too much
simultaneously.
bandwidth to use at 2:30 in the morning.
But,
Oh, Brett.
yeah,
It's like, where'd everybody go?
Hey, I
But,
came back.
yeah, I'm gonna talk more about that movie on Tuesday. But it was I was very impressed with the 4K disc as well. I mean, I saw a screener of it, so I only saw it in 1080p and 2-channel stereo.
Okay.
So it's the first time in 4K. Now this is one where again it's only in, it's a really bugbear of mine. It's only in 5.1 DTS HD MA over here,
right?
But upmixed to Neural X. It sounds amazing, and I can only imagine this is what it would be like if it were Dolby Atmos. But it's
right. It was also in DTS. For me.
Oh, is it?
Oh, was it?
3D.
I didn't know if it was Atmos on ours.
Well, the US disc is in Atmos. The US 4K disc is Atmos. So I was really irritated when I found out the UK disc wasn't. But if Kaleidoscape isn't, then that's interesting. I wonder if they'll update it.
Yeah, possibly.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Netflix
what was
as
the
well.
question? Kaleidoscape updates what? Let's chat with my wife.
Yeah, they are well known, aren't they, for releasing discs with releasing films with one track, but they can then upgrade it. They can then later just drop in a DTS:X track or an Atmos track. And so if the film we're talking about, which is Talk to Me, is only in 5.1 DTS HDMA, then at a later date they can just go, oh, we've now got an Atmos track and drop that in, because they're going to want you buying that rather than the disc. So
they did that recently with The Exorcist. The Exorcist came. The 4K Exorcist came out and it was 5.1, and then the day it was released physically, we got the Atmos track on it.
Yeah,
added because I had already bought The Exorcist anyway, so I paid for the upgrade to 4K. And then I was like, oh, we don't get the Atmos. And I go online. I'm like, oh, they're getting the Atmos. Okay. I didn't care. And then all of a sudden, on the day it was released here, physically, they're like, then we got the Atmos upgraded then. So that was I think, the most recent.
Generally speaking, if they upgrade the audio, specific like Blu-ray to 4K, that's an upgrade, right? Because it's a new, just like it'd be a new disc. But if it's an audio upgrade, like adding DTS,
you don't pay for it.
Disc, it's usually included in it. So
you don't,
which is fair, isn't it?
Yeah. Now when you start getting into UK versus US, and the question is it available in that Atmos format in the UK? Because realistically, if you look at the way the studios work, there's a physical media group and a digital media group in each region being US, Canada, UK, let's say, for Kaleidoscape purposes. So each one, like I said, you may have something that comes out on physical that doesn't come out on digital, less likely nowadays. You get a lot of stuff that comes out 4K Atmos in digital that doesn't release in physical, and that's more likely in there. And then you may have some reason why you're only getting 5.1 in the UK, whereas the US may have an Atmos disc. But you would hope that the UK team for the studio, because it's studio based, is fighting to get the Atmos release in there, and as soon as they do, then Kaleidoscape puts it in. I mean,
well, yeah, the old, I mean, in the old days, when I say old days, 90s into the mid to late 90s, early noughties, there were individual offices for the various studios. I mean, we got very pally. I was doing my law degree, and I was working for a computer games company at the time, part-time, and we got very friendly with the reps from 20th Century Fox, who had an office in London, and you could ring them up and you could say, hey guys, what's coming out, what's going on, and they would, we had the full-size Darth Vader and Stormtrooper like characters in the store for ages when the VHS special edition sets came out. And so that was all because we got friendly with the Fox reps, and they would bring this stuff in, and I mean, that year I remember they said, "Oh, we've got a big premiere coming up in London. Do you want to come to it?" And we were like, "Well, what's it for?" And they said, "Oh, so it's a small movie called Titanic." And we were like, "That sounds dreadful." So we're like, "No, we're not going to go."
I know the ending.
That's like 3 hours. I'm not going to sit through that shit.
At the time, it was supposed to be a bomb. At the time, that Fox thought they had a complete nightmare on their hands because they'd spent the earth on it, had to bring in Paramount to pay some of the bills, and they thought it was going to bomb. So we did too. So we didn't bother going to the premiere, but it was with Cameron and and DiCaprio, and they were all there, but we didn't go. So you had the various studios that you could kind of get friendly with, Warner Brothers, all that stuff. But that scene, I mean, John, you'll be better with this. I'm sure you'll have a much better insight into this in terms of now. But the way it seems is all that's gone away. The same with with the video games companies. You know, Sega used to have a big office here. You know, Sony did, Nintendo did, but all that seems to have become more centralized. And so same with the movie studios. The idea of ringing Warner Brothers UK and going, "Oh, can we have this, that, and the other?" seems to have gone. Is that right, or am I just kind of now so out of it that I don't know what's going on?
You're right. Warner's and, say for example, Warner's and Universal's physical media divisions have merged. So in the States, all of the Warner physical media is released by Universal, and in the UK, all of the Universal physical media is released by Warner Brothers. They've created a thing called the Studio Distribution Group. And it's the same with all of them. I mean, literally, they have really scaled down to the nth degrees. So it's not how it used to be. I mean, before they used to make so much money they didn't know what to do with it. Now they're, margins are a lot tighter.
So it seems that because to your point, Brett, about you'd like to think there's a digital or a physical media group in each territory fighting for the nth degree to get the best stuff.
Yeah.
The impression I get, and again, it's only my impression, is that actually they're kind of asleep at the wheel when it comes to that. It's like, look, what's the licensing? What have we got? Look, we'll just chuck it out. It'll come out on, and if it's a big release and it's a big studio thing, it's the same master, the same version that we're just sending all around the world. And if it's a mid-range or a lower range release, it's just like, well, they don't care, and we don't care that they don't care. So let's just chuck it out. And I mean, Talk to Me is a classic one, but also we've got Sony are now, all their discs look like they're being released here by a separate company as well. So Gran Turismo, for instance, which is one that Jordan Carpenter and I were talking about it a couple of days ago, we don't know if that's going to have the Atmos track. You know, Sony discs that are amazing quality, both video and audio generally, but they're now being released by a separate company, and the worry is that it may not have an Atmos track. And I've been looking on the online to see the British versions, but I can't see the back of them yet. So the impression I get is that they're not, these different territories are not fighting for the best quality. They're actually just going, so what, just chuck it out, and they'll either buy it or they won't. And if they love it that much, they'll get it digitally, which is a real worry. And it's a shame because it brings that added uncertainty. Sure. I mean, obviously people like me will just import it. It'll be like, well, okay, then if I can't get my Atmos track here, then I'll import it from the US. And that may be what I end up doing with Gran Turismo, depending on what happens with it. So yeah, it's a shame, and it is that impression that I've got. And say, John, you're confirming it. I think in terms of that, things have changed. Which is a shame.
It's bizarre,
and of course,
on the other side of the coin, you've got some of the boutique labels in the US and the UK actually cooperating with each other. So and the obvious instance of that is Mean Streets, which comes out shortly. I can't quite remember.
January.
Shortly.
And it's Criterion in the US and Second Sight
over
here.
They both.
It's the same transfer.
They both co-funded the restoration.
Right. Okay. I was under the impression.
So basically, they both put money in.
Good for them.
To restore it, and basically Criterion has the US rights, and Second Sight has UK and other territory rights,
which is great for us.
Makes a lot of money from basically restoring masters, because its master of Drive has done very well for them.
Which is great.
The big one they've got coming out next year, which they spent an absolute fortune on, is The Hitcher.
Yes.
Oh,
Well, they delayed it, didn't they? It's been delayed a few times where they had issues with firstly
That's
sourcing
great.
something from which they could do some work. And then they had delays in terms of quality control, didn't they? Because it was due out in what, February, March? And then it's gone back a couple of times. But yeah, hopefully early next year, we're going to finally get that.
Yeah, I mean, they've actually finished. They've finished all the. From what I understand, they finished all the work restoring it. Now they're in the process of mastering it. So I think it's going to be out next spring. I think.
Okay. I can't wait.
And it's stuff like that is really good news for the disc market because
Yes.
nothing damages sales more than people like us going, oh, hang on, the UK release has only got this and it's that, and whereas in the US, if I import it, I can get this, and whoever's distributing it in the UK suddenly goes, oh, we're losing sales to people importing it from the US. So what was the point?
It's got to be a simple math problem, because if the Atmos mix already exists,
yes,
and the UK is putting in 5.1, that is a math problem. That is them not wanting to pay the license fee for the Atmos mix. So I gotta say, like, unfortunately, and again, lots of other layers that go into there, but if you were trying to say, you know what, we're going to screw over the UK a little bit, and we're only going to give them the 5.1 instead of the Atmos mix, you lose some sales to the US importing SKUs. Maybe that teaches them a lesson that they need to do Atmos.
That's what I mean. I was just going to say the same thing, Brett. Like your vote, like Steve's vote is like, I'm not going to buy that. I'm buying this one. And then they eventually.
I'm surprised because Steve will back me up on this. My big thing about Sony is that they'll release Gran Turismo in the US and it will have a beautiful slipcover. Sony in the UK will not do.
John, your Silence of the Lambs slipcover is still right there. All right, it's still safe. It's there for you, buddy. Don't worry.
I hate to point out, Steve, the slipcover actually cost the studio more than it did to cost to replicate the disc to make the slipcover.
Oh, sure, no doubt.
Really? Wow.
The cardboard is
tell me this,
expensive.
guys. Help me out with this, guys. Help me. I know we've only got 17 minutes left each before you've got an appointment with your bed, and not a blow-up bed like Brett Scott. Why do people care about slip covers? I don't get it. I didn't care about them before I put everything into cardboard sleeves. I used to throw them away even when I stored them, like Paul and Todd do. You know, I used to chuck the slip covers away then because it would annoy me, delaying me getting access to the disc.
Why do people collect stamps? I don't know. Why do people? They like it, and it's like it's a collector's item, right? It's like
makes the artwork look better. It's like a cheap version of Steelbook in a way, because it's on the surface. It's not stuck behind. It's like leaving aside the size. Why does a vinyl a 12-inch LP sleeve look better than a CD? It's not just that it's that much bigger, so that on the CD it's behind a bit of scratched plastic, and and it's the same with slip covers. They just look stronger and brighter and more in your face without going.
It looks more
very nice.
Yeah,
it's very nice.
Exactly.
Steelbook with a slip cover.
Yeah, and Mr. Anderson likes Fall as much as I do, if I remember right.
Yeah, and it turns into it's more of a collector's item because you do that, and it's like, okay, now it justifies the purchase price, or it just all this.
If you've bought Ip Man 1, 2, 3, and 4, and you, like most people, ended up with slip covers for 1, 2, and 3, and then you got 4 without the slip cover. It's very disappointing. It's just
you buy the whole box set and get the lovely embossed Chinese writing Ip Man set.
That would have
what
been nice,
I've got.
IP Man.
If it wasn't like 150 quid on eBay.
Don't say P, Deej. Don't say P. You'll have to go again.
Nope. That would.
Sorry, did I? Yeah.
That would be 4 times 25 hours. That's not good. That can't be right.
But I like, and I said with John, I mean, I've promised him faithfully my Silence of the Lambs slipcover. So it is literally there. It is perfectly preserved, John. It'll be yours when I can finally get to London.
There you go. I don't even know if mine's got a slipcover. Mine is still on a door, floating somewhere in the middle of.
Oh, is it still not arrived even now?
Actually, no. It's I discovered because I managed to track it the other day. I managed to get a tracking
right by an iceberg.
And it's been in Heathrow for the last month. So I'm trying to sort of forget that I even bought those discs. It's not just Silence of the Lambs. I bought because Kino had a sale about 6 weeks ago, and I bought a whole stack of discs. And
to be
they're
fair,
sat
Paul,
in customs.
You waited 20 years for the last one. I think you can wait another month or so for
Sure.
There you go.
And Silence of the Lambs will arrive, and I'll realize I've already got it.
You've already established you don't open your mail for years anyways. Paul. I mean, for all you know, it's there. You're going to open it 20 years from now and go, what did I order?
Wow.
Oh, here it is.
Oh, shame on I don't have a player that works anymore.
I think from my perspective, Steve, you get into, slips and steel books and things like that. And like anything else, it's a collector's item. The issue that I have with it, which sounds like kind of like yours, is it's not a value that typically goes up. So it still sits in your collection the same as every other movie collection. Every once in a while you get into like Gravity in Atmos, which sells for $100 on disc. And, so there's a few discs that, kind of make the grade to that because they stop producing them. But for everything else, it's like it's a pretty disc. It's it's embossed. It's embossed. It's in color. It's in this. I totally get it, but I've never wanted to spend more money on the movie.
Because
these are the same people that are complaining about spending full price on a movie.
Right.
And I'm just sitting there going, but you can't sell them. You can't do anything else to them. So what are you going to do with this at the end of the day, right? It's going into a sleeve. It's going into whatever, same as anything else. Or you're going to sell it in big old boxes with the with the steelbook to somebody else at some point.
But I bought the Maverick. It's still sitting.
Guys, I don't know if you realized, like VHS tapes now, if you have a sealed copy of the original Die Hard on VHS, it was selling for about $2,000.
And you know why?
I would say that
because I wouldn't sell it.
Yeah, well, I'd say it's a tragedy because if you've had it all that time and not watched it, then
I've never seen it. I've never heard.
And someone
Unless you
needs
like
to,
me and you ended up with 2 copies by mistake.
Hey, good for you.
Yep.
Well, that's what people do, isn't it? They buy 2.
Yeah, they buy 2 one to collect.
Someone in this chat.
That's Star Wars action figures.
Yes.
Here we
I don't
go.
know where this is going.
I know
someone
this
in
is
this
going.
chat.
Buy 2, play with 1. It's
How many copies of
Bloodshot? Steve,
Bloodshot you're up to now, DJ?
I don't know, but Kaleidoscape won't let me buy it anymore. It's 6. I think 6. We said 6 or 7 when you count like the viewings at the theater and then the multiple. It's like 5 physical copies when you add in the Kaleidoscape.
There you go.
So
I have 3.
But it was all for like the opportunity. I was doing the podcast at the time, but I would have done this anyways. And it was, like I said, this is the movie that came out right after the theater shut down. So we were able to get an at-home version. It was the fastest we were ever able to see it in the theater and then at home. So I bought that. And I bought that. And then it just, I mean, it was all like I said, I'm like, I was doing the podcast, but I would have done that 10 years ago easily. Because I just love comparing that. Like we were talking, we had people on earlier talking about like going from cable to, satellite to streaming. And I used to I'm like, oh man, you're getting a better bit rate here on it just looks so much better. So I'm upgrading to that. I'm upgrading to like the next level so that my news and sitcoms looked better. And we all did that. You compare and you're like, ooh, yeah. And I remember when we cut the cord, and the image, the sound quality, the image quality was so much better when we went to Fubo and just cut the cord, and we still had Dish. And I went upstairs and it was cheaper. I was saving over $100 a month, it like just to cut the cord. And I go upstairs and I look at my wife, and she hated it. She's like, I hate this because you had no more numeric keypad. Everything was sliding through your Apple TV. It was new ecosystem, and she's like, I hate this. And I was like, we're saving like $140 a month, and the quality that I'm seeing, my nut job head, I would pay an extra $140 a month if you told me you get this quality, right? And I go, I'm saving money and getting better quality. And it's like, you know, and I'm like, we're keeping this. And we did in the transition. And that's how I tell people to cut the cord. Keep them both for a little while, because you're in a contract anyways. So that's what I did for like 2 months. And eventually she was like, oh yeah, it took her a week to get used to the ecosystem. And then we've never looked back. You know?
DJ, I've been reading Todd and AA's little exchange there. I agree, Interstellar's very good. Braveheart too. But AA's just dropped this in. Should we explain this?
Did DJ? Oh, does anybody know? Did people watching? Do you guys know where that came from? That was WV Brew.
I have no idea.
So one of my listeners, John, WV Brew, he made them for all of us. He got
wow.
Obviously Steve in the middle, you know, John, me down there. I mean, it's like the legit poster. So I framed mine and put it behind me, and then I shipped the one over to Steve. Yeah, my listener made that. He's like sent it.
It's Steve's favorite movie.
Yes, that was the point. It was like
one of his most talked about.
Yeah, we all have
It's
those,
Evil Dead
right?
Rise.
Exactly.
Evil Dead Rise.
Yeah.
But no, I mean, famously,
there we go.
Absolutely, fair. I mean, that's also because that's Bruce Willis's character's name, isn't it? I remember that.
Corbin Dallas.
Corbin Dallas. There you go. Right, that's it. Because famously, AA, having seen that film once in the cinemas, I detested it so much I've never been able to go back to it. And so that was the joke. And then WV Brew did the poster, which is very cool, by the way.
It's so professionally done. So like, I mean, great quality, great stock. The poster itself, it's like you frame it. It's a legit poster that he had made up, 3 of them. So
I didn't tell you,
yes,
I forgot to
that's
say.
what's been behind me.
So I've got 2 cameras in here. I've got this camera in front of me, and then I've got a camera on the laptop. And the other day at work, we do a conference at 9 and at 4 every day. And so at 9 a.m., I flicked on this camera, but the other one came on instead, which gives a different view of my office. And that poster was leaning up against the thing. So my boss is like, Steve, and I'm like, yeah. What? He goes, why have you got a poster of your face on it in your office? And it was a really awkward conversation where I said, well, there is this podcast and there's this listener,
with all my artwork.
And he's not believing a word of it.
Oh my God. It
was so embarrassing. I'm like, oh man. And there were all my colleagues that were there as well. And I was like, oh God, how do I explain this?
I knew one of the Patriots. One of the Patriots back in the 90s, I was delivering pizzas, and you go to their house. I kind of became friends with him, and I walk into his living room, and right in the living room, right behind the couch, is a big poster of him. And every time I'd walk in and I walk in and see it, and it's like I'd look at him and go, "What?" And the first time I saw it, like I knew him well enough that I could do that. And he goes, "My wife, she just loves to do that to me." And like she'd put it up, he'd take it down. She'd put it up, he'd take it down. And it was the funniest thing. And it was all just to get when people came in to people to make fun of him.
Yeah.
And it was like, look at you. It's like, it was the funniest thing.
That's really
funny. It was so bad that I had it up against the bookshelf. It's now on its side, on its end there. So if it happens again, you can't see it. And so when we do the show, I quickly whip the thing out and put it there so that it can be seen, and then just put it away again. So if it happens again, no one can say I'm being too egotistical and having a giant picture of myself in my office.
I mean, put myself in all my favorite movies.
Yeah, that's it. Right. Yeah, well, or least favorite movies, even worse.
Yep. There you go.
Is that not the definition of masochism? I'm going to put myself in the worst movie that I've ever seen. I'm
going to make it better, damn it.
Oh man, but I'm going to say that's the reason, AA. That's why it's there, and very, very, very. It's a really cool poster, but yeah, embarrassing for anybody else that sees it. And my family that saw it were absolutely wetting themselves with laughter when they saw it.
No doubt.
So it's but it's very cool. And and I've been on DJ's shoulder for the entirety of this 24 hours. Let's see, just on the left shoulder of the beach, right by you there.
Isn't that where the devil goes? There's a devil over there. Which side?
Absolutely.
No
devil
comment.
and angel on. Exactly.
Just because I'm a lawyer, right, doesn't mean.
Yeah, exactly.
Automatically the
Doesn't
devil.
it, Steve? Come on.
Yeah, probably does, in fairness.
You're on the left. That's all.
Yeah. Oh man. So, Deej, we've got 4 minutes. Are we counting down? Where is your 4-minute countdown, buddy? We should have our.
It's not New Year's.
One,
We
yeah,
should be
well,
timers.
the ball.
Yeah, exactly.
Just kind of
Ball, yeah.
massively on my big exciting stuff.
What drops first, the ball or Brett?
Yeah, Brett dropped some time ago. He's let out.
I
man.
know.
Brett's hanging in there like a champ.
Yeah, look at him.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean,
I'm a bit worried, Brett, that what's going to happen is you're going to fall asleep and wake up when the new owners kind of walk into the living room, just like who's that?
And Brett will be like, the shower head's fine.
I got one more weekend to move in on the 18th, so I'm good. I got.
Yeah,
Okay.
but you have had a bit to drink.
Yeah, you got 13 days.
I got 13 days. I got 13 days to finish this house up. We got most of it done. I got to replumb 2 toilets. I just did, like I said, right before the show. I did the shower heads. I put in a new speaker in the garage. Put in a new light in the garage. Tomorrow I put in 10 Philips Hue lights. I set up the Ring alarm system today. I got to put in a Ring camera up front tomorrow, most likely.
Sounds like a nice house. You should maybe
Yes.
live there.
This is the count.
Yeah.
This is the countdown I always wanted for my 25-hour podcast.
There you go.
Do we have a countdown? It's like, yeah.
It's giving us the to-do list.
That's right. Just number 10.
Fixing the car before we sell it.
Gotta put the Philips
Yeah,
Hue lights
number
in.
10.
Wipers not
I
working.
gotta get the graphics up there.
You repair them right before you sell them, blasted.
Got to get
Oh
some
my
milk. Got to pop to.
But yeah,
Oh,
no,
man.
we've got
Todd,
we've been here 20 years, so we've enjoyed the house. But
done your
it's
time.
time to try something new. So we moved about 2 hours north up to Sacramento, and and got a nice spot up there, a little bit bigger, and gives me an opportunity to do what I need to do for my business. So we'll do
And
some.
you don't have to build it from scratch, presumably.
So the house is built, and the frame of the house is great. The owner did not spend any money on the technology or the lighting. So imagine this. So it's a big house. So to context, I guess. So it's 5,600 square feet on a 1/4 acre lot. Good size. There is maybe 2, but 1 or 2 dimmer switches in the entire house.
Right. How
Every other
difficult-
switch is just on or off.
How difficult
I
is
got-
it going to be to rewire then, or get in?
I give you Eddie's number.
Change it.
It will not be that hard. I
We got the
want
guy
to do it myself. I've been in this industry 23 years, DJ.
I know.
So it will all be rewired. It will all be running through either the switch or brands like Lutron with their Ketra and American Lighting with their Prolux line have basically plug-in bulbs that can do more than 13 million colors. And while Ketra is great and can dim down to 0.1%, well, the beauty is if you use a third-party system like Control 4,
Congratulations, Deej.
Almost.
Is it? Oh, it's 6 now. I just saw the 1 minute. There we go.
Congratulations, buddy.
Look at that.
Thank you. 1 minute. Thank you.
Awesome job, buddy.
Thank you very much. Why? I'm telling you, it's not me. It's not me. Thank you very much, everybody in the chat. All that done. Now, this one here, AA.
Done. Get the fuck off.
Is he telling me to stop? Like, go away? Like,
Yes,
done.
you're done.
I'm like, context is everything.
Yes, we all need to go to bed.
It's so funny.
When you get one that says, "Please stop."
Job well done.
Yeah, exactly. But that's the thing. That's not even a please. It's just done. No. Thank you, everybody. That's like I said. I read off all the names earlier. It's all you guys. For you guys, the 6 of you is hanging out like this, or 6 of us.
Todd
5 of you is
Anderson.
hanging out.
Todd is in the chat while he's on here live.
Yeah, he can multitask.
That's right.
He's
He
freaking
took a
meta.
couple of naps.
Right, I've had like 3 or 4 meals in the last 25 hours. Slept.
Yeah, I know. Well, I
16
just
hours.
noticed what you're saying there, Brett. It's like hats off to me, he's saying, and it's like, I'm here, Todd. You could just say it.
You could have just said it.
Well, I
Todd.
tried
Come
to,
on.
but
Yeah. Todd's like, I can't get a word in with this crew. I'm going to type it. Oh,
DJ, it's super impressive. Like I just said, job well done. And I think you've definitely probably gotten a lot of fans over the last 24 hours that you maybe did not have before, but also a lot of admiration. So
thank you.
Really awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you. It's like
great.
Thanks for the inspiration, Todd. It's like, I mean, it started as a joke, but it's not. It's like, it's fun. That's what we all like to do, right? We all like to talk home theater, and it's like, there wasn't not a dull moment in the whole day. And like I said, I'm like, next. And it's like, that's all it is. It's everybody could do it.
The last 4 hours, you've had at least 6 people on at a time.
Yeah.
I thought I was coming on at 11 to like bail out the fact that everybody was in bed, right? And before it comes on. And again, I came on and I was like person number 7. So
yeah. And the chat's been strong all day long, all night long. I was fully expecting like middle of the night. The chat's going up now. We're still here, and the people in the chat, it's climbing as we're still here. And it's like they're like,
you're shutting down.
They're like, yeah, exactly. Exactly.
I think it begs the question, Deej. The one question for you: same time next week?
Oh, you beat me to it. Damn it.
I can't believe Todd didn't drop that one.
No, because if Todd says it, you'll do it.
I think Todd's been really quiet because Todd's afraid that I'm going to go, you're next. Tag, pass the baton to him.
There's no chance.
That's
24 minutes.
He's been so quiet.
I got the 16. I got DJ and Todd on.
Jack with the super sticker. Thanks, buddy.
24 hours.
That's another one.
Will be a fun time.
Yeah.
So I think guys, we can all agree
next
year.
Weeks.
Next year, DJ will do this again, but that time he'll be doing it hanging upside down.
Love it.
24 hours. What do you guys think?
We'll put him on one of the little pieces of.
It'll be like Houdini. Right.
I'm tired. I'm not that tired. I'm not agreeing to that. I'm not agreeing to that.
Or next time, what we do is instead of the water, I think Brett and DJ should switch liquids. So let's just see how that goes.
Hey, I'm just as funny the way, Steve. No problem.
No, they actually, Brett. I think it was more to me. They're trying to make me more fun.
There you go.
Oh
there
man.
We go. So then we can both do it.
Trying to.
We don't have to switch.
Hey, up. My wife's up. Good times. This was and to be fair, that's a surprise. Steve put that up there. I didn't even see that. Steve dropped that on the screen. Thanks, buddy. I didn't see it. I'm kind of like a little overwhelmed here. I saw Jack's because it gets highlighted, but I'm a little overwhelmed
DJ,
here.
Drop Dawn's at 3:02.
Excuse me?
Dawn has a comment at 3:02 a.m.
Oh, Dawn. Oh,
That one?
at 6:02. I think Brett and DJ can do a 24-hour podcast by themselves.
We have said that, Dawn, so I agree.
So many times. Yes, absolutely. Brett and I, after Todd told me, one of the first people I talked to was Brett. And Brett's like, yeah, we could do that. You'll have no problem. You and I could do it. And if you can get a couple of guests,
I think you guys could do that. You guys could do that individually.
There we go. There we go.
I really
What do you mean?
believe it. I think DJ, you guys could go solo.
Ooh.
Individually. I think you each could probably pull off 24 hours
As long as I
all
get
by
some
yourself.
feedback. I at least need feedback.
if there's a chat, I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that because I do enjoy the feeding off the people like we all do. But yes, I could definitely do it from the chat because the chat's been so great.
And that's fine.
Yeah.
But,
Yep. Absolutely. And we had
Really
enough chat
tough.
today.
Without a chat with no feedback, like Brett, you're saying, that would be very difficult to do.
That's
To
tough.
sit and talk
Right.
for 24 hours straight about.
Hey,
I think, yeah.
What are we going to talk about?
Yeah. What do you start talking about? Like, all right. If I talked about
all
this
this,
yet,
all
let me
this
see.
positivity, guys. Let's just bring down the positivity a little bit. Right there you go. Okay, we're just
I do love The Fifth Element. I like it. I'm like with Steve. It's not my favorite movie, but after seeing it, I'm the one that actually brought this up to Steve. I'm like, it is the 4K Atmos on that. I think is like, I didn't hate it like Steve did, but it wasn't my favorite movie. But then after seeing it, now I'm like, wow, this is a lot of fun, and it actually enhanced the movie.
I mean, it's,
So, but yeah.
And then actually, at the end,
Wait a minute, let me bring this back this one back for a second again. Good times. This was fun. So she enjoyed the day without me.
Right. That was
yes.
This was fun. I didn't have to deal with you for a day, DJ.
This was great. I'm like, why is this door?
6 to 5. When are you doing it again?
Why is this door locked? That didn't have a lock on it earlier.
What's the next time I can get you locked away in a room for 24 hours?
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
All righty.
Yeah. So
right, guys, we really should let these go. We've really got to let you go.
Because I'll keep going.
Well,
thank you very much, everybody that's been a part of today. Thank you so much. I read the list. You kept me going. It's like I said, I can't say it enough. It was you guys. So I will be back on Tuesday. We'll have a slight little, as Steve put it, a breakdown when I get some perspective or something. Like something's going to change.
So, we'll do a revisit this when you've got a chance to recuperate.
Yeah.
Oh, I know.
But yeah.
Deej, are your fireworks still working? You know your
My-
2 thumbs up fireworks on your Mac?
That was on Zoom. It doesn't.
Oh, is it
I
only
don't
on
think
Zoom?
that was on Zoom. I don't
Oh,
think
that would
that
be the
comes
perfect way
here.
to
So
sign
yeah.
out, wouldn't it?
Yeah. I know, huh? So, oh well. But thanks everybody in the chat. Thanks everybody all day. I mean, like we said, the chat's growing now, but yeah.
Hey, Don.
I'm sorry, the 25 hours is over.
Don's in Florida, I believe. So it's just
Yeah.
as late or early for him, depending on how you look at it. But,
Exactly.
Don, good to
Thank
see
you,
as
everybody.
Thanks, DJ.
Later, guys.
All right, have a great one, guys. All the best.